Chapter 7:11 Fast and Faster. Author's note. Mistake from last chapter. Ryu used silver petals, not golden. Oki watched on speechlessly as Ryu walked away. There were too many surprising things that had happened in just the last several seconds. Whether it was Aberardus entering Breath of Earth, to Ryu entering One with Self, to the appearance of those spirit-seeking lilies, Oki felt as though he had entered some sort of dream or fantasy land. With his breadth of knowledge, how could he not recognize spirit-seeking lilies? However, just how rare were they? If Oki knew that Ryu practically had an endless supply of gold and silver vein spirit-seeking lilies, who knew how he would react? With the incubation of an origin grade treasure and the liquid spiritual chi treasure that the Zhu clan had left behind, the spirit-seeking lilies thrived under Ailsa's care. Every few months there would be another batch. The only unfortunate part was that the liquid spiritual chi was slowly, but surely running out. At this pace it would only last a few more years. But by now it had already done its job and then some. Ryu had already used the gold vein spirit-seeking lilies to raise his soul to infallible perfection, and he had more than enough silver vein spirit-seeking lilies for a lifetime. In fact, with the pace his mysterious of heaven and earth pupils were improving at, very soon, Ryu might not need to use them at all. Even then, what Oki was the most shocked about was Ryu's casual attitude toward being snapped out of a One with Self state. Anyone else would have been distraught. In fact, to many, such a thing would be enough for the collapse of their Tao and the assurance that they'd never improve a single step in all their lives. Yet, Ryu didn't seem to care. It was as though he could enter such a state whenever he wanted. Oki shook his head. What a ridiculous notion. In the end, he turned his attention back to the blueprint hovering before him. Whether or not Ryu managed to get that last Windhorn's help, he had already decided to work on and finish this forging by himself, even if he had to substitute with other materials. This blueprint was a great help to his Tao. It was no longer about Ryu to him any longer. The main armament guild city felt as large as a world. It was easy to forget this when he was being shuttled around by a World Sea Realm expert, but just traveling from one end of the city to the next would take Ryu several weeks even at his full speed. Of course, things weren't this inconvenient. Everything in this place was connected, and there were also countless teleportation platforms to use. Usually, only those a certain status was allowed into this place, but Aberardus had pretty much bypassed all of these rules to allow Ryu in. Now, Ryu was essentially a rogue within the city, but Ryu was obviously not the type of person to be pressured by rules and convention. Not to mention the likelihood of getting caught was low. Even if it was certain that he would be, Ryu would still remain unmoved. Lingering thoughts swam about Ryu's head as he continued to think of the meaning of the severing blade. In truth, that state he had entered previously was the first time in his life that he had entered a meditation state without relying on his heavenly pupils to open the door for him, or in other words, using the focus ability of his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. It had been an interesting feeling to suddenly fall into such a state, but that was all. It felt no different from when Ryu used focus normally, so he didn't feel any particular attachment to the state. He had chosen to fall out of it because he didn't want to accidentally interrupt Aberardus. It was all the same to him regardless. After using a few teleportation platforms, Ryu entered the swordsman faction of the main city. He remembered this place quite well. On his trip with his father, they had also stopped by this place to buy a whetstone for his mother. Himari Tatsuya, Ryu's mother, had always been an expert swordswoman. In fact, she followed a rare and difficult path even among them as she was a dual wielder. Though the path she chose was both rare and difficult, it was also among the strongest sword paths to take as it allowed one to simultaneously practice two separate sword daos. Two separate. Those words seemed to resonate with Ryu, his slow steps entering an odd rhythm. Whether by coincidence or not, it felt like all those who came across Ryu's path split without him having to say or do anything. If anyone was observing this matter, they would have been shocked to an extreme. The swords faction was filled to the brim with arrogant men and women, each with their necks high-strung and their noses pointed to the sky. The idea of them stepping out of the path of anyone like this was enough to shock one into silence. Yet, Ryu didn't seem to be doing this on purpose. He simply chose a straight path and others deviated from it. There wasn't the slightest hint of chi or coercion. With light steps, he continued to walk aimlessly throughout the Swords faction. One would have thought that with two Daos, Ryu's mother would have chosen a path of balance. Maybe one hand would be tasked with offense and the other would be in absolute defense. In fact, this made perfect sense. After all, Himari had mastery over an absolute defensive element in ice and an absolute offense element in lightning. If she had chosen such a path, she would have been a force to be reckoned with. But, funnily enough, Ryu's mother chose two offensive paths and had still become undefeatable within the cosmic seed realm, with maybe the exception of Ryu's own father. Ryu's smile bloomed as he remembered something his mother had said to him. She held up her two blades to him when he asked what the difference between her swords was. With a brilliant smile that could light up a world, she said, "This sword kills fast. But, this sword kills faster." Chapter 7:12 Battleground. Ryu remembered being stunned and then laughing when his mother had said this. But, he knew that she was very much serious. Rather than choosing ice and lightning, Ryu's mother had assimilated the eastern heavenly wind, the wind of sharpness, into her Tao instead. One blade was as swift as the wind and the other was as swift as lightning. Even though Ryu himself had already reached the point where he could vaguely see the battle prowess of cosmic seed realm experts over the horizon, he knew that his current self wouldn't stand a chance against his mother. The truth was that Ryu's mother and father were probably no less talented than Serial, maybe a step below due to their lack of heavenly pupils. They weren't the type of people Ryu could challenge across three realms. He would have to be at least well into the Tao pedestal realm to spar with his parents of back then. Ryu wondered why he thought back to this memory, but his mind immediately gave him a reason. Back then, when he laughed and asked his mother why she hadn't chosen ice instead, her smile vanished and she said very seriously, "Swords are for killing. The ice phoenix is the representation of life. How could I combine them?" Ryu hadn't really understood how profound those words were back then, but that was exactly why the comprehension of one person couldn't just be passed on to another through words alone. Even if Ryu internalized these words after convincing himself that they carried weight, it simply wouldn't be the same. What you knew was often less important than how you came to know it. And now, after experiencing so much and coming full circle, these words of his mother had finally resurfaced, bubbling up as though a flower finally ready to bloom. In truth, Ryu had subconsciously been following the path he thought his mother should. He had always used one blade for defense and the other for offense. He felt that this push and pull of yin and yang suited him quite well, especially due to his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. Locking himself down to one direction given his talent seemed like a waste. However, now that his mother's words were coming back to him, he felt like he had always been overlooking something. What was the point of him taking such a difficult path? If he was going to use one blade for defense anyway, why wouldn't he just use a shield instead? Wasn't he a bit too stupid for a supposed genius? No matter how great the defenses of his blade became, how could it ever compare to a good shield? One might think that a blade could be more useful in parrying or using skim, but couldn't a shield execute such techniques as well? In fact, the margin for error with a shield was much, much wider. Even someone relatively unskilled in combat could parry with a shield. Ryu suddenly began to re-envision every battle he had been in. Except, this time he replaced the blade he used for defense with a shield instead. Then, he began to run through the steps of battle with only this change in mind. Without fail, one after another, each one of his battles ended several steps earlier with him as the victor. In fact, there were many life and death situations he had been in that could have been completely avoided had he just swapped one of his weapons for a shield. The realization was so striking that it hit him like an avalanche. He almost couldn't believe it. When Ryu framed things this way, he felt like a fool. In fact, he felt like such a fool that he began to chuckle to himself, his laughter only growing louder and louder. That was right, swords were made for killing. Why would he waste time assigning a blade to defense? In that case, what was the point in having a blade at all? A blade was meant for slaughter, for carnage, for severing. Why was the severing blade a sword? Who knows, maybe it wasn't a sword at all, maybe it was just that the sword was fashioned after it. The cultivation system as the martial world knew it was created by humans, but that didn't mean it appeared from thin air. It took grasping and understanding the heavens to slowly piece together one step after another. It was more accurate to say that humans didn't create cultivation, but rather that they discovered it. The severing blade represented nothing more than that, to sever. It wasn't there to defense. It wasn't there to be delicate nor caring. In the most crude sense, it was there to kill. Only after the severing occurred could the connection be reformed. It could be said that with each severing, one would experience a cycle of life and death in that sort of way. Ryu walked so aimlessly that he reached a part of the Swords faction where people were quite scarce. Sword cries and howls filled the sky, but Ryu couldn't seem to hear them. Nor could he see the faces of reverence those around him were shooting toward his figure. Ryu had no idea that he had stepped into one of the most sacred lands of swordsmen. It was the holy battleground of the Swords faction. Holy battlegrounds were regions of dense faith where penultimate battles of history took place. When it came to weapons masters, these locations held particular significance because it allowed one to test and refine their Tao. The further you could walk into this holy battleground, the firmer your Tao and the more you could gain as well. Ryu's steps had unconsciously led him to this place. He hadn't even realized how far he walked in, but the scars of battle were only growing more prominent. A surging sword chi swept by his cheek, missing by just a centimeter. Yet Ryu didn't seem to notice at all, continuing to walk forward slowly, but surely. Chapter 713 Absolute Trash. The flurry of sword chi around Ryu only grew denser. Battle scars began to appear one after another, the once pristine and well-kept ground slowly becoming more disordered. Ryu's steps subconsciously came to a stop, his gaze looking out into empty space. Before his feet, there was yet another deep gash, but this one was far deeper than many of the ones he had crossed until now. The gash was a deep and long streak, but at its tips, it splintered almost like the sides of a star. A deep aura of danger exuded from it, wafting out in waves and warding off all those who wanted to get close. And yet, Ryu stood merely a foot away from it, his gaze a bit vacant. The scenes of the battle that caused this gash replayed in Ryu's mind. Numerous clashing entities fought all about, each wielding a sword. This was at most a small skirmish amidst the larger battle, and yet it had left behind a scar so many didn't even dare to approach. Ryu could see the grit and determination on their faces, as well as the indifference toward both death and glory. Their only goal was to cut down the opponent in front of them and hopefully last long enough to cut down another. Every fiber of their very beings was focused on this battle here. They quickly exchanged blows, their faces and genders obscured to Ryu. All he could see was the fleeting mark of their shadows and the depth of their mastery. The push and pull of their battle was astonishing, and the painting they drew as one was gorgeous to an extreme. The left shadow was relentless, their flurry of attacks always being led by a counter. Each combination had a purpose and was meticulous, always reserving a hint of power in case on flurry failed. The right shadow was far more defensive, willing to take on these flurry of attacks and bide their time for a strong counter. The left shadow almost suffered at the hands of this sudden counter several times, forcing them into a more reserved position where they began to hold back more and more strength, with the looming danger of a counter overhead. Unfortunately, this was exactly what the right shadow wanted. Instantly, the initiative between the two shifted. From purely countering, the right shadow began to attack once more. The left shadow thought that they were lulling the right shadow into a trap, and this was exactly what they wanted. Forcing the right shadow to abandon their usual sword Tao just to seek a quicker victory. This was the key to claiming a win in any battle. But what the left shadow hadn't noticed was the fact that it wasn't the right shadow that had abandoned their Tao first. It was instead they who had. The more the right shadow pressed, the more reserved the left shadow became. Eventually, the roles completely reversed, and it was the left shadow who had suddenly become defensive, reserving strength for the perfect counterattack. The unfortunate part was, this wasn't their Tao. Bang! A flurry of sword chi whipped against Ryu's face. However, his gaze had become decidedly cold. The battle hadn't ended how one would expect. Just when the left shadow was about to fall too deeply to dig themselves out, the right shadow was sneak attacked and ended up with a blade through the heart. The reason the tips of the sword scar were splayed was exactly for this reason. Ryu was disgusted. He had just been enjoying a battle and had been sinking into a deeper depth of comprehension, but now his entire mood was ruined. The right shadow ended up taking the left shadow down with them, but the sneak attacker continued to roam the battlefield. Ryu had chosen to pause at this scar because he could feel something special about the right shadow. Though this person's Tao didn't exactly resonate with him, he could still feel that he could learn something from it. But he hadn't expected things to end like this. Ryu stepped past the sword scar, heading in deeper. But every time he ran into a scar of note, he would find the very same sneak attacker. Eventually, at the third try, he began to follow the trail of the sneak attacker instead. But he was shocked to find that even with the abilities of his Mysteries of Heaven and Earth pupils, it was impossible to do so. Was this an assassin on the battlefield? It seemed to make sense. How else could it be that this person appeared from thin air and vanished just as quickly? After so long, their aura must have deteriorated to the point that even Ryu couldn't follow it. This seemed like a logical conclusion, but Ryu's gaze only grew colder. He didn't care how long had passed. With the current state of his pupils, there was no assassin that could hide from him, especially not one that had appeared on this battlefield so often. They would have most definitely left a trail. And, if not that, there would definitely be a pattern that Ryu could follow. It seemed to be that this assassin was targeting all of the most talented individuals on the battlefield. Or, at least the ones with the most worthy Taos. Every time Ryu found something worth observing, the assassin would be there without a doubt. At the penultimate moment of the battle, they would swoop in and their blade would cut down the shadow that would have won without a doubt. However, every single time Ryu came across such a thing, his gaze would only grow colder. His disgust was no longer aimed toward this assassin. In fact, he was certain that there was no assassin at all. His steps led him to a deep chasm, the location of the largest and most enigmatic battle scar of all. It was difficult even to see to the bottom of it all. Ryu stood at the end, his gaze cold. So these are the best swordsmen in the martial world? What absolute trash. Ryu spoke neither too loudly nor too softly. But there was no one in the surroundings that could hear him anyway. The number that could make it this far were far too few. However, his words unexpectedly gained an answer. Oh? What bold words. Chapter 7:14. Please explain. Ryu didn't seem to be surprised by the sudden voice at all. He had spoken these words for himself, but the ears of cultivators were sharp. On top of that, there were very few things that could hide from Ryu's third perspective. After spending so long chasing this assassin, Ryu had deployed his sharpest senses long ago. Even this woman wasn't able to hide from him, even though Ryu could tell that she had actually stepped beyond the World Sea realm. This wasn't too surprising, though. Ryu could walk this far into the holy battleground because he could feel the rhythm of the faith left behind, and as a result, he could maneuver about it without getting hurt himself. However, if he hadn't had his Mysteries of Heaven and Earth pupils, he would have been stalled at the several hundred-kilometer mark. To walk this deep with his talent, if one were to ignore his pupils, he would still need to be in the World Sea realm. So, for another to reach so far, it wouldn't be much of a surprise for them to be a sky god. I'm sure you're aware of the truth more than even I am, Ryu replied, not even looking in the direction of the voice. The truth, huh? The voice was quite delicate. Under normal circumstances, if someone were to insult her faction of swordsmen like this, she would have just ended them with a single blade. But, with her understanding, whoever could walk so far, especially with such low cultivation, had to be a genius among geniuses of swordsmen. Plus, this person was curious about what exactly Ryu meant by his words. They didn't seem to be unfounded, and at the very least, after walking so far, one had the right to an opinion. Ryu didn't answer. He wasn't a fan of explaining himself, and if this person really hadn't seen through the truth yet, then even if Ryu explained it, it would only lead to conflict. He continued to observe the deep gully before him. The battle that had occurred here was by far the most complex of them and seemed to have involved several sky gods. However, once again, the mark of the assassin appeared again and again, obscuring the most important portions of the battle. The only difference was that this time, the assassin failed to complete the deed and was forced to retreat several times. However, they still succeeded in disrupting the flow of battle and ruining things. It made everything drag out until the battle ended with a defeated sigh. The coldness of Ryu's gaze only grew heavier, a dense killing intent hanging around him. Seemingly sensing this, the owner of the voice that had spoken earlier frowned. In truth, they really didn't quite understand what Ryu was getting at. They had hoped that Ryu would explain, or more accurately, they had given Ryu a chance to explain, but Ryu instead fell completely silent. If she didn't know better, she would have thought that Ryu was suddenly scared and wanted to retract his previous statement, but didn't know how. However, judging by Ryu's current state, this was unlikely. Would anyone who felt scared or apprehensive release killing intent? Now, it actually felt that Ryu was ignoring her instead, something that left her quite baffled. Initially, she had been willing to let Ryu go because he was just a talent who had mouthed off a little bit too much and got caught in the act. There was no need to end a genius life over a few ill-conceived words. But, if things were like this, then it was actually much different. Her brows still marred by a frown, the owner of the voice took a step out from the shallow cave she had found into the side of the deep valley. With a flash, she appeared before Ryu, looking down at him. But, before she could say a word, Ryu's next words left her speechless. "I don't like people looking down at me." Ryu's gaze was still aimed toward the bottom of the valley, seemingly trying to piece something together. However, the woman who had appeared hovered above the valley. She was easily a head shorter, likely more, than Ryu, but her gaze was actually aimed downward. She had subconsciously risen herself an extra foot or two just to do this. Most who saw a cultivator stronger than them wouldn't even dare to mention something like this. But Ryu had actually pointed it out so blatantly. Whatever good impression this woman had of Ryu vanished, her gaze becoming cold. Her cultivation subconsciously leaked outward. Any other immortal ring expert would have already fallen to their knees, but Ryu once again said something that left the woman at a loss for words. "I'm well aware of what your cultivation is. You don't have to make it any more obvious." For the first time in a very long time, the woman felt embarrassed. Ryu's words were simply too crass and she didn't know how to respond to them. She wasn't a ruthless person to begin with, plus she felt that killing Ryu now would actually only give his words more logic and reason. She couldn't even win a war of words with a brat. How could she call herself a sky god? Ryu finally looked up and scanned the face of the woman before him. It wasn't too surprising that she was a beauty. In fact, she was quite comparable to Eska. Though one was cold and detached while Ryu had a feeling that this woman was quite shy and reserved. Any other sky god he had said these words to would have slapped him to death already. Of course, Ryu wasn't a fool. He could say such words not because he was blindly arrogant, but rather because this was a holy battleground. Unleashing an attack to kill here would end in you getting targeted by all the sword chi at once. The only way to escape this fate was if you comprehended every sword scar here to perfection. But with this assassin running around, how could you? Seeing Ryu staring so intently at her without a thought to look away, the woman actually blushed. She truly was a bit shy. The only reason she could so boldly speak with Ryu was because to her, it was no different from communicating with a child. But what could she do if this child was actually so thick-skinned and shameless? "Can you really not tell what's going on here?" Ryu decided to speak and forgive the fact the sky god was looking down on him after observing her. She didn't seem to be acting with malicious intent, and compared to those old bastards who all believed themselves to be better simply by virtue of the fact they were born earlier, she was much better. The woman frowned. "Please explain." "There is no assassin," Ryu said coldly. "Some swords master ran around ruining all the battle scars, so that only they would be able to benefit from them." The woman's expression changed wildly. For some reason, she could feel as though something clicked into place. Chapter 7:15 Self-centered. The woman was immediately shaken. She felt like the first thing she should have done was refute Ryu's claims as ridiculous. But, the moment she heard them she realized that it was the only possible truth. All of her previous conjectures seemed worthless. Like Ryu said, she initially thought that there was truly an assassin. Unlike Ryu, she couldn't just see what was happening. She had to use her sword Dao to comprehend the battle scars. The more she comprehended, the easier it was for her to see what was happening. But, even then, it felt a lot like going in blind. Simply put, Ryu was watching a movie reel while she was reading some obscure ancient text written in a long-lost language. Not only did she need to translate and decode it, but there were many blanks she had to fill in herself. The fact that she had concluded that there was an assassin at all was enough to prove just how deep her comprehension of the sword was. If not for this, she couldn't have possibly comprehended enough sword scars to the end to observe such a pattern. Oftentimes, it would take millennia of meditation just to see one battle through to the end. It had taken her trillions of years over her accumulated lifetime to make it this far. Of course, Ryu shouldn't be compared to her. While she had comprehended everything thoroughly, Ryu had only observed. This was why he could make it so far so quickly. That said, even if he were to comprehend, it would only take him a few months to years at most. Even a sky god could not compare to him in this respect. But, the current Ryu was thoroughly disgusted. Disgusted to the point that he almost wanted nothing to do with this swords faction at all. In order for this person to accomplish this, the minimum requirement was being capable of walking so far into the holy battleground. That alone would have taken at least a sky god to accomplish, or another with appropriate heavenly pupils. Someone with the number 2 ranked world pupils could likely accomplish it. There were also a number of other heavenly pupils that had unique techniques that could work. However, this was only the beginning. Walking so far was just the first step. To actually deploy such a scheme, whoever this individual was had to have skill beyond imagination. It had to be remembered that just unleashing an attack here could mean the end of your life. In fact, just killing intent alone would be enough to mean the end for you. This couldn't be helped. This was a battlefield, not a playground. The chi that remained here was essentially just a step short of forming wraiths of their own. The spirit of those who had fought here, at least in part, were locked down by the ties of fate. As a result, every strand of chi here had a spirit, or the semblance of one. However, said spirit worked on nothing but instinct. When left alone, these spirits would just continue to replay the battles they had fought again and again. However, if they were given new stimuli, they would react accordingly. This was why your sword Dao was such an important protection in walking so far. Only by blending in and becoming a silent part of this battlefield would you be able to continue to walk. The better your sword Dao matched the level, and the more restrained your killing intent, the better you would perform. At least, this was a shortcut. Ryu had only just begun to form his Dao, but he was already keenly aware that restraining killing intent when forming one's weapon's Dao was foolish. In fact, it would only be counterintuitive. However, this was the easy method of traveling so far into a holy battleground without getting yourself killed. The more difficult method was to comprehend every battle scar you came across to the deepest degree. Only then could you color and shade your Dao to blend in. Like this, you no longer had to hide your killing intent. In fact, you could release it. Once you released your killing intent, you would be attacked. But your attacker would only be the sword chi that recognized the shade of your sword Dao. Like this, you would be able to defeat one sword spirit after another. At a certain level, it would even be possible to absorb the sword chi and strengthen your own Dao. This could be considered the second level of difficulty. But, to do what this individual had done, it would require a third and entirely new level of skill. This was all to say that whoever had done this was not only a sky god, but they were likely the most skilled swordsmen in the martial world. If not top 3, they were at the very least top 10. This was how exaggerated this matter was. And yet, this person, rather than being a beacon of light for the coming generation, was actually this level of trash. To tarnish the whole of this battlefield for what exactly? So that others couldn't gain from it what they had gained from it? Ryu couldn't wrap his head around how such scum managed to become a sky god. With such a massive inferiority complex, how could you possibly form a godhood? Or maybe, this was just how self-centered gods were. Ryu suddenly began to laugh, catching the woman completely off guard. His mind couldn't help but wander back to those words that Icemine had spoken to him during their very first battle. Just how condescending and arrogant had she been? And just how satisfying had it been to put her in her place?
US aura sur Jade.
He suddenly felt the need to give a sky god a slap to the face. The sword chi in the surroundings began to sing, a wild fluctuation of chi soaring into the skies. Chapter 7:16 Revolution. Ryu's experience with Ice Mine was the first time he truly learned of the mindset of martial gods. They didn't view themselves as fellow humans. They truly saw themselves to be above every and anything. They were existences that ruled over all others, while everybody else was trash to be swept beneath their feet. Those words Ice Mine had spoken back then, at the height of her rage, were the emotions she stored deep within her heart and soul, the truest and most thoughtful expression of who she and her race of people were. Did this piss Ryu off? The reality was, not really. At least not in the way one might expect. What Ryu cared about wasn't the disregard for human lives, or the overblown superiority complex. It wasn't the fact they treated those beneath them like weeds to be cut, or the fact they took their title as martial gods far too seriously. What pissed him off was that in those they dared to look down upon, they actually included him, Ryu Tatsuya. Now he was faced with such trash once again. He could feel an enlightenment that would breathe life into him within arm's reach. And yet, this unknown individual had actually chosen to stand in his way at every step. To Ryu, blocking his path to getting stronger wasn't even just about slapping his own face. It was akin to disrespecting the memories of his grandparents, of his clan, of everything they represented. It was no different to attempting to sentence his parents and himself to death. Without strength, there was nothing that Ryu would be able to accomplish in this world. Without strength, he would never be able to seek out his revenge. Without strength, he would never be able to bring his family back together again. Ryu's aura continued to blaze, a raging killing intent wafting off of him in waves. The woman hovering before him had a wild change in expression. She retreated explosively, his gaze flickering. "Stop immediately! What are you doing?" A bit of the momentum of a sky god leaked outward. It was clear that this woman was not weak by any stretch of the imagination, but she didn't dare to do anything more. Damn it! The woman found herself hovering above the chasm below. This was one of the most dangerous places to be on the battlefield. She had subconsciously taken this action, but she realized that it was foolish just moments later. Luckily, all of the sword chi was focused on Ryu and she escaped scrutiny for the moment. Taking advantage, she flashed away even as the holy battleground only became more and more volatile. It wasn't just the woman who realized that something was definitely wrong. The entire holy battleground was beginning to shake and quake, blinding sword lights rising up into the skies, taking the form of all sorts of shapes and colors. Ryu continued to stare into the abyss, his killing intent wildly fluctuating around him. He couldn't even form sword chi of his own. He had no comprehension of a sword inheritance, and his contemplative state kept getting ruined by this assassin existence. Since that was the case, he would just get rid of all of it at once. The wild and explosively result the woman was expecting never came. Somehow, every time a sword chi seemed primed to charge for Ryu, it would pause as though it had lost its target. The woman watched on in shock as seconds became minutes and minutes became hours, and eventually days. The commotion spread across the Swords faction, but with the woman there and only a rare few being capable of entering the holy battleground in this state, or so it seemed, no one was able to get to the bottom of exactly what was happening. The only person who could observe was the woman herself, yet even she didn't believe what she was seeing. No, it was more accurate to say that she couldn't comprehend it at all. How could she know that Ryu saw the world in shades of chi thanks to his mutation? And how could she know that due to this mutation his had likewise mutated, resulting in what was once his world of white, black and gray lines of karma becoming flourishing with colors themselves? Back when Ryu traded in his Tatsuya saintly weapon inheritance for the sake of taking the path of the great sword staff, he had used to grasp the core of his inheritance and rebuild it anew. This was when he learned that his ability could now see much more than it had in the past. Fundamentally, a holy battleground was a phenomenon of fate. It wouldn't exist without fate, and one couldn't form unless the fate tied to it was strong enough. This assassin was using their sword Tao to mess with and ruin the core essence of the holy battleground, destroying everything that was worth observing. If Ryu had to battle him in terms of sword Tao, he would lose 10 out of 10 times. Not to mention the fact he had never picked up a sword in his life, this assassin themselves was blocking Ryu's ability to learn about it in the first place. However, in a battle of fate, there wasn't a single existence in the martial world, sky god or not, that could possibly match up to him. Ryu's killing intent continued to surge, his gaze glowing brighter and brighter. The days turned to weeks, and the weeks became months. Every day, the sharp call of the sword chi only seemed to grow. Their trembling grew fiercer and their auras became so prominent that even the weakest of sword masters could sense them. At the moment, the fear that everyone had felt for the holy battleground completely reversed. After one brave soul traveled in and realized that it was safer than it seemed, a second followed, then a third. One after another, even the mediocre began to experience continuous breakthroughs. Ryu accidentally started a revolution and a renaissance in the Swords faction, all because some old bastard pissed him off. Chapter 717. Do not unlock. Do not unlock. Do not. Finds corner to cry in. King Acacia sighed. The demon Qilin's gamble failed. He had thought that his one chance to win over his competitors was to use the talent of the Dragon King. But the Dragon King ended up making use of him. King Acacia began to recount the happenings. It seemed that having taken over the body of yet another person, the Dragon King once again began to assert why he was the best. The problem was that there was nothing the Dragon King hated more than peace and unity. Or, more accurately, he didn't want peace or unity unless it meant that he was the ruler of all things and things went his way. However, being in the body of the demon Qilin, he obviously didn't have the power to do such a thing, not yet anyway. So, he bid his time pretending to be the demon Qilin. Surprisingly, despite being arrogant, the Dragon King was also intelligent. He didn't mind pretending to be something he wasn't for the sake of his survival. After all, if people found out that he was here to sow chaos yet again, they'd kill his host and send him back to the body of his weapon. The truth was that the real Dragon King had already ascended. But, as Dian's grand teacher would attest, being ascended only meant constant warring between factions. The Dragon King loved conflict, but only if it meant he had a clear path to victory. It was like he wanted the game mode on difficult but not impossible. And, when you were stuck in an all-out war against those equally as talented as you, that was exactly what the game mode was on impossible. Much like Dian's grand teacher, he enjoyed projecting his mind to the planes of existence and asserting himself again. As such, the demon Qilin was the perfect opportunity. Covertly, he began to sow discord. He slowly revealed his talent and raised himself up in the demon Qilin clan before asserting that they should have more power in the alliance. All the while, he was also proving himself to be one of the better candidates for marriage with the 25th White Mother. But, with the lifespan of martial artists, and beasts especially, no one was in a hurry to marry her off. So, the Dragon King had plenty of time. Soon, wars began to break out. They were small at first, just between lesser transcendent level beasts, something the upper echelons would never pay attention to. But soon it began to grow in scale. And it seemed that only one clan was winning time and time again, the demon Qilins. Many didn't understand what was happening, and why their once peaceful alliance was breaking apart. But the more astute began to connect events back to the demon Qilin's wish to conquer the Dragon King's weapon. The problem was that by now, the Dragon King had already cultivated the demon Qilin into a formidable mid-level Dao expert. That in and of itself wasn't so impressive. The cultivation level, that is. After all, these were peak-level existences. Even half-step to transcendent, although rare, did exist. What was a mere mid-level Dao expert to them? But that was only if you were referring to a normal Dao expert. Not only had the Dragon King made the demon Qilin and peak first-grade expert, the cultivation methods, wills and techniques were all so far past what they had access to, that even those peak experts didn't dare take him lightly. The Dragon King came from a time even millions of years before even that day and age. The knowledge he had was untouchable. And, when you consider the insights to cultivation he had as a transcendent, it was like inputting cheat codes to a game you had already played hundreds to even thousands of times. By the time everyone realized that the Dragon King had won yet again, and was about to rule them all, the 25th White Mother was already in despair at having lost the love of her life. What was the use in having his body if the person inside wasn't the same? But what she also knew was that the Dragon King couldn't be allowed to rule again. The Dragon King had a habit of taking multiple wives, but he would always have one trophy wife. Usually, he chose the most esteemed and talented woman of that generation and would swap her out as long as someone better was born or came along. In that generation, it just so happened that the 25th White Mother was the best there was. There was a beauty beyond words and a talent the celestial deers hadn't seen in millennia. So, the Dragon King wanted her. Having no need to hide his identity anymore, he proposed marriage to the celestial deer sect, something they had little to no choice but to accept. On their wedding night, the 25th White Mother resigned herself. She had no intention of losing her virginity to a man that only looked like her love, not without a price. At the same time, she didn't want to leave this world without ensuring that he regained himself, even if that meant it would be in her absence. As you all know, King Acacia continued, there are two wills that celestial deer excel in more than nearly anyone else. The first is celestial will, and the second is the not as rare, but very powerful crystal will. Crystal will is meant to amplify and celestial will works to purify. The 25th White Mother devised a plan to use the celestial will infused with a celestial deer's virginity, coupled with a crystal encasement technique to amplify its effect to the extreme. King Acacia took a deep breath. The problem with this crystal encasement technique is that the 25th White Mother just wasn't powerful enough to seal the Dragon King. If she was, this would never have been a problem to begin with. So, she had to make a sacrifice. For the sake of saving who she saw as her true husband, she planned to use her life force to fuel the technique. Something that would without a doubt lead to her death. They all remained silent. This was truly a sacrifice etched with deep unselfishness. If she became the wife of the Dragon King, her life would be prosperous. After all, he was the most powerful man in the universe at that point. What worried would she ever have? It wasn't as though the Dragon King was a cruel man. He only sought power. Even if he replaced her in the future, he would never treat her poorly. The 25th White Mother had seen all of this. But she still chose to give up her life because she knew there was at least one person that wouldn't be able to ever be at ease. Her love, the demon Qilin. But before she could sacrifice herself, something amazing happened. King Acacia continued. In the instant she lost her virginity, and she prepared herself to give up her life, her celestial will broke through the barrier and became a supreme law. In that instant, her celestial will, which was already at the 9th level of an intent, one with Tao, suddenly became a supreme law. One cannot fathom the level a supreme law of that level brings. We had enough issues with ethereal permeation, and it was only at the lower will levels. The Dragon King's consciousness didn't stand a chance and was completely cleansed from the demon Qilin. After that, the Dragon King's weapon was sealed away in the celestial deer sect's vault, never to be touched again. King Belmont, Acacia, Big Red and their wives looked off into the distance, all towards one young man happily spinning with his wives in his arms. Until now. Chapter 7:18. Do not unlock. Do not unlock. Do not. Finds corner to cry in. Diane. Ree, still being spun around in Diane's arms, finally called out, blushing profusely. Diane finally settled his wives down, but the grin on his face hadn't disappeared. What are you so happy about? Ree asked, patting down the wrinkles in her dress, clearly exasperated. Madeline giggled. If Diane was happy, she was happy. If what I feel is correct, Diane secretly messaged with using his wind will, then it might only take me about 10 years instead of the centuries it would have before. You mean? The two of them looked down at Diane's wrist. Was that weapon really so spectacular? In typical fashion, they had already understood why Diane's master's memories had no information on the weapon. It without a doubt had to do with the destruction of the celestial deer sect. Ree and Madeline smiled. They knew how taxing it would have been on Diane's psyche to not be able to protect them. If that feeling was extended for centuries, who knows if their husband would have come out the same on the other end. But, if it was only such a short time, then even Diane would find it acceptable. After all, they could spend all of that time cultivating in the epistemic tower. They wouldn't have to challenge other universes until Diane was ready. Suddenly, though, their smiles froze into bitter ones. Looking past Diane, the second bracket had just concluded. Akash, who was ranked within the top 80, managed to keep her spot and move on. Zaltarish had also managed to replace the top 100 ranker and take his place in the final rounds. However, what left Ree and Madeline feeling bitter was the fact their names were set for the third bracket. On the surface, this was good. The fact they were together meant there was less pressure. If Planet Deimos wanted to work together against them, they would have to split their forces. But what wasn't so good was the list of names aside from them. The truth was that there was little to no one who could rival Madeline outside of the top 20. Even when she fought Ree, she was handicapped. After all, one of her most powerful wills was sealed. Music will was something that Madeline based much of her combat on. Before she earned Amethyst's faith seed, all of Madeline's attacks were a combination of celestial will and music will, usually with music will amplifying the former. So, when she had that stripped from her, her combat prowess dropped to Ree's level. That wasn't to say Ree was weak, of course. After all, Ree was still a Meridian formation expert and Madeline had long since stepped into the essence gathering level. This was because Ree had restarted her cultivation twice and she was also 2 years younger than Madeline. The problem was that Diane's enemies also knew this, so they faced a dilemma. In a system where only one expert per rank tier was allowed into a bracket, how could you possibly pressure someone as powerful as Madeline? And the answer they found, ironically connected to the true top 10. Because Diane's name had been smeared, the top 10 was actually taken to be as the top 11. But the problem with this system was that it resulted in one less top 20 member and one more top 100 member. This meant that no matter what, there would be at least 1 or 2 groups that did not follow the normal rules. Knowing this, the organizers took full advantage. Suddenly, the booming voice of Elder Den filled the stadium. As you all know, there's been an imbalance caused in the bracket due to some unforeseen cheaters. Elder Den wanted to sneer, but the response of the crowd shocked him. Boos rained down at Elder Den's words. Curses began being flung at how rigged and biased the Cavasitas clown clan was. The crowd had clearly had enough of being manipulated and were tired of being seen as stupid. They had seen for themselves how powerful Diane was. Even if he did cheat, it wasn't so blatant a difference between him and the top 10 for the Cavasitas to keep revolving the matches around his mistake. A mistake they didn't even have proof of. Hearing his clan being called a clown clan, Elder Den broke out into a mix of a cold sweat and anger. If he lost control of the crowd, especially like this, he'd be dealt with just like the previous announcer. He had to quickly remedy the situation. Please understand. By unforeseen cheaters, I only meant those who mislead others into falsely assumed the great demon sage was a cheater. Unfortunately, we cannot undo what has been done, and the tournament must move forward. Seeing that this appeased the crowd a bit, Elder Den seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. But Diane wasn't taking this so lightly because he too had seen the names on the list. Regardless of what they said, they were clearly still plotting. And they had brought his wives into the situation. All of Diane's previous happiness disappeared as his fists clenched. Because of the imbalance of the brackets, and to make up for our mistakes, we've decided to spice things up a bit. We won't insult your intelligence by saying that this was the most efficient way to do things, but what we will say is that this is the most interesting way to do things. The interest of the crowd was clearly piqued. They were only in this for entertainment after all. If these new rules gave them more entertainment, they'd be quick to forgive. It's clear that we've made a few mistakes.
Elder Den continued.
So, it's become even clearer that there may be those ranked highly that simply don't deserve their spots. To counterbalance this, we've decided to pit those high rankers against each other much sooner. Cheers erupted in the stands. Pit them against each other? Did this mean they were going to get top 100 caliber battles sooner?
Elder Den sneered.
I introduce you to our death bracket. Chapter 719. Do not unlock. Do not unlock. Do not. Finds corner to cry in. Worry not, Elder Den continued. In consideration of the brave warriors who will be undergoing this final test, we will make sure to hold this as our last bracket. We only introduce it now to build up anticipation and allow those participating time to prepare. By now, Queen Acacia was boiling in anger. She had previously seen Diane's signal to allow him to handle it, but how could he possibly handle this one? They were essentially sending off her daughter to die. The crowd, though, could care less. This twist was something they found entertaining, and Elder Den's explanation was good enough for them to accept. Although, in reality, the explanation meant little to them. "Don't be mad," Madeline said with a smile, looking up at Diane. "We would have had to fight them anyway." Diane took deep breaths, trying to calm his breathing. Calling this a death bracket left the title with little exaggeration. The Cavasitas had decided that to solve the imbalance of rankers per bracket, they would flood a single bracket with every remaining top 30 ranker, come the final round. Essentially, of the remaining 7 top 20 rankers, every one of them would participate. This of course excluded Iris, who had been defeated by Diane in the first bracket, and the top 20 ranker that participated in the second bracket along with Akash and Zaltarish. In addition to that, Ree just so happened to conveniently be the final top 30 ranker left to complete the brackets, and as such was also placed into this death bracket. This shouldn't have been a big deal in reality. This was because if there were so many powerful foes at the top, there shouldn't have been a need for them to fight each other. Just by leisurely challenging non-rankers, they could have made it into the final 9. However, therein lied a problem. This wouldn't have been a death bracket unless there was actual competition, so the Cavasitas played a very underhanded trick. As an apology to those who were eliminated by Diane, that should very well be in the top 100 finalists, they were allowing those who had failed in previous rounds to participate. In the end, the death bracket was organized to place all rankers on the stage. Unlike in previous brackets, the stage rulers were put in place rather than volunteered for. But maybe the worst change was that stage wielders would no longer have the right to priority challenges. Instead, as they again tried to mask as an apology, only those not ruling a stage would be allowed to challenge challenges that couldn't be ignored. Many of the following bracket parameters were the same. However, instead of top 20 rankers getting 10 points, it was number 12 on the rankings that received 10 points. Then number 13 would receive 9 points. And finally, Madeline received 4 points as the 7th lowest ranking ranker, and Ree received 3 points as the 8th lowest ranking ranker. In this bracket, there were no other rankers unless they lost in other brackets and chose to participate. But even then, they would only be given 1 point. Belmont, are you just going to allow this? Kawa's bestial aura was already threatening to tear the skybox apart. If it wasn't for the fact she was restraining herself, everyone's attention would without a doubt be on her. King Belmont sighed. The worst part about being a king is that you never have as much power as you think you do. I'm a monarch, but if I unilaterally make decisions, it will shake the balance. We've spent so many years making the Ragnar think that we care very little for things outside of cultivation. It wouldn't be good to alert them of our power now. The only reason I didn't stop Idrim from doing his little display when he arrived is because we're all aware that his cultivation has fallen to the first celestial level. That isn't something the Ragnar Patriarch would put in his eyes. You should know that the Cavasitas never act unless with the approval of the Ragnar. It's not just the Gebgod clan boy that's seeking to prove himself. They're only using that as an excuse to deal with Diane. Like I said multiple times before, he's dangerous. Lionel lightly snorted in the corner before going back to meditating. In his eyes, Madeline should be his, and his father was being much too lenient. Even knowing how dangerous the origins of this boy were, King Belmont was still willing to test him. That made Lionel angry despite the fact he didn't show it. Don't give me bullshit about how dangerous my son-in-law is, Kawa responded. She wanted to continue, but that was as much as she dared to say. Anymore, and even she didn't know if she could hold off the action of the treaty. To Kawa, much of the superstition around mortals was baseless drivel. In fact, there was a reason why even in all his anger, King Belmont, despite knowing the truth, didn't use Diane's mortal status against him. Although he did call him a commoner, or, more accurately, he agreed to Lionel calling him a commoner. The truth was that Diane wasn't the one who was dangerous. It was the bastard who sealed the mortals in the first place that was dangerous. Some so powerful that even celestial experts like them, and former Tao formation experts like Elder Dayu, could do nothing in the face of his treaty. But who cared how dangerous that entity was? Were they not trying to find a way to fight him right now? Did King Belmont not want Madeline's virginity for his son as a way to bolster their clan's power to then fight this entity? Was their goal of sending their young talent to the epistemic tower not set in place in order to groom the future to be able to fight this entity? So, what was this nonsense about how dangerous Dian was or wasn't? With or without Dian, they would be diving head first into the danger anyway. King Belmont sighed. I understand, Kawa. He too understood this. This was why he had been willing to give Dian a chance to prove himself. He didn't need Kawa to remind him. That said, we can't shelter them if we hope that they'll supersede our accomplishments. Look at Dian. Despite his boiling anger, he still has every intention of letting the two of them fight. The more I watch him, the more I understand how he grasped the hearts of my two goddaughters. He'll let his rage sit and simmer, but he also wants them to be great in their own right. Then, when the time is ripe, he'll unleash that rage and set fire to his enemies. Chapter 720 Expressions. The shimmering call of numerous sword blades continued to howl. It had already been almost a year since Ryu began to stand, completely unmoving. By now, the holy battleground was completely flooded with swordsmen of all skill levels. Some had even brought children and teenagers forward to enjoy this shocking phenomenon. The woman couldn't help but observe Ryu with a complicated gaze. From the small bit she knew about Ryu, he was obviously not doing this on purpose. It wasn't that Ryu didn't have a heart or morality. It was more so that Ryu didn't have the time to waste on such things. To Ryu, every moment was precious. Every second he wasted on something that couldn't improve his strength was a waste. Some might say that kindness to your enemies was evil to yourself, but Ryu took it even a step further than that. Kindness in general, especially when you were overstepping your bounds into territory you knew little about, could also be counted as evil to yourself. Ryu had no idea how a supposed sky god could go so far as to do such a thing. He couldn't fathom how someone who had reached the pinnacle of the cultivation world could possibly care about blocking the path of those below them. The arrogance in Ryu's bones simply couldn't wrap its mind around it. Ryu already didn't put sky gods in his eyes. In his view, it was inevitable that he would one day step into this realm. He couldn't fathom ever caring about those he had already surpassed. Did this person have no courage? No pride? No sense of self-esteem? Ryu truly couldn't understand. But what he did know was that the actions of this person were standing in his way. Not only was it standing in his way, but it had already delayed him for almost a year. Even though Ryu's expression was placid and seemingly unmoved, he was already infuriated. While everyone else was enjoying this sudden boon, his rage simmered and festered as he stared into the deep abyss before him. While everyone else saw strands of sparse sword chi, spread out over hundreds of kilometers, Ryu saw countless strands of fate, each entangled in a complex web of sword das. Every time he took a step in one direction, he would find more to untangle and even more to undo. Within these countless strands, the menacing sword chi of the assassin stuck out like a sore thumb. Whether it was the age of the strands, the intent, the ambience around it, the aura, it was all worlds apart from the rest of the field. However, the rest of it all was so complex that trying to weed these strands out alone was proving to be a difficult task even for Ryu. The main issue was that the assassin strands of sword chi were designed to activate whenever the penultimate moment of the battle was reached. As such, it was tied to the densest stores of fate. It was impossible to pull it out without disrupting the rest of the field. In order to deal with this, Ryu needed to map out each and every strand and deduce how they all would react to his influence. Then, he had to draw a path he could use to rip the assassin sword chi from the core of the structure, leaving the rest intact. It was a lot like trying to untie a tangle of cords with a single go. From start to finish, all Ryu could think about was giving the supposed sky god who had dared to do this the most resounding loss they had ever suffered in their lifetime. As time passed on, Ryu continued to implement Ailsa's energy intake program. As he did so, his seals continued to unlock day after day, and the process only became easier. Ryu didn't seem to notice that the continuous use of his pupils was causing an odd change in them. Something like lines of fate wasn't meant to last for so long to begin with, especially not when observing the fates of sky god-level existences. However, due to the mutation of ephemeral tapestry, Ryu had already gained the ability to see chi in its natural state without using up his stamina. This, in turn, lowered the requirements for lines of fate. Still, this was just the tip of the iceberg. The longer Ryu used lines of fate, the more it and ephemeral tapestry seemed to overlap, almost as though they were slowly becoming one. The result not only lowered the stamina requirements for lines of fate even further, but it felt like there would come a day where Ryu didn't need to activate lines of fate at all to see the future's probability. Ryu's gaze flashed, his killing intent piercing the veil of the holy battleground. The expression of the woman changed. This was the first time Ryu had moved since his initial action. Could it be? Worry gripped the woman's heart. She didn't want anything to happen to Ryu, but she was also worried about the other swordsmen who had entered the battleground. Unfortunately, she knew that this, whatever it was already long past her ability to stop. A growl was released from Ryu's lips. It was low and rumbling, traveling for several kilometers and beating the drum of the hearts of all those who heard it. In those moments, it felt like a dragon was breathing down their necks, filling their very souls with fear. Come! Bang! The holy battleground imploded. A surge of sword chi shot into the skies, sending out rippling waves of a transcendent force out in all directions. If the previous commotion had caught the attention of the swordsmen of the Swords faction, this time even the Pinnacle World Sea Realm experts and several sky gods were alerted. In fact, the whole of the Armament Guild suddenly turned their attention toward one place. However, just as they were about to investigate, another aura, far stronger than the first, erupted. A pillar of light tore through the starry skies. Across the Armament Guild, no, across the martial world, the expressions of several experts froze. A sky god was being born. Sorry about yesterday, guys, there's an extra chapter after this one. Love. Chapter 721 Calligraphy. The birth of a new sky god was impossibly rare, yet it was a phenomenon that could grip the whole of the martial world by its horns. As fascinating as Ryu's breakthrough into the cosmic realms with his pupils had been, this was far more fantastical, albeit far less fear-inducing. No one froze in place. No one felt as though their fate was being toyed with, but everyone could feel a wash of energy flooding over them as a new godhood was formed from the ground up. It was quite shocking indeed. It should have only taken Aberardus a few days to break through given the potency of one with world. But the fact that he had taken a year meant one of a few possibilities. The first was that he had run into trouble. This trouble was likely that his state of meditation was accidentally cut short and he had to go the rest of the way himself. It wasn't impossible for this to have happened, but with Oki's protection, it was highly unlikely. This was where the second possibility came in. In this case, Aberardus had spent the whole of this year in meditation. Realizing that he had a unique opportunity, rather than forming the godhood he had been trying to build himself all along, he chose to scrap it and rebuild a more solid foundation. To take the second route took courage and a willingness to fail. It was very possible that this would be Aberardus' last enlightenment in this life. For him to be willing to risk it all would speak volumes about his character and his determination. If Aberardus took this route, he would have been able to complete a soft reset of his comprehension, returning to the air realm and rebuilding himself all the way back up to true godhood. Like this, he would be able to fill in any holes his foundation had had, and his godhood would benefit greatly from it. In fact, if he had truly taken this route, he would easily be tens of times more powerful than he would have otherwise been upon breaking through. Ryu couldn't help but smile inwardly. He was over 90% sure that Aberardus had taken the second route and he had actually broken through at such a convenient time. Ryu had initially planned to rely on that sky god woman to cover for the commotion he was causing, but it seemed that that old man knew how to repay a favor. While the woman was shocked both because of Ryu's actions and the fact a sky god was breaking through so close by, Ryu wasn't paying attention to any of that. Instead, he was looking at the sword chi hovering before him. It was just over 10 meters in length and tinged with the slightest sheen of red. Just the slightest vibration of its body caused space to split apart as though it was nothing more than a thin sheet of paper. There was no doubt that if this blade was turned on a normal World Sea Realm expert, they would die 10 out of 10 times. The female sky god looked in the direction of Oki's forge, her gaze flickering. How could this be possible? She bit her lip unconsciously. It was more than just a little troublesome for a sky god to appear here. While everyone else was basking in the shocking and glorious breakthrough of a new godhood, she realized just what this meant for the Armament Guild. The appearance of a new sky god would most definitely shift the power balance of the Armament Guild. How could this happen? From what she understood, there shouldn't have been anyone so close to becoming a sky god. Though the peak World Sea Realm seemed to just be a step away, that step was like multiple chasms stacked back to back to back. Clearing the path to the next realm was impossible for most peak World Sea Realm experts. What is? The woman snapped her attention back, sensing the violent aura of the sword chi hovering above Ryu's palm. Her expression changed violently once more, half in fear and half in unwillingness. The value of such a sword chi was hard to explain. However, she understood that it had nothing to do with her. It was under Ryu's control, so while he could absorb it, she would suffer great backlash if she tried to do the same. She couldn't help but feel jealous. Absorbing such a chi would have a ridiculous amount of benefits. For one, it would help Ryu form a minor godhood, just a step shy of a godhood, in one sweep. On top of this, it wouldn't be a normal minor godhood either, as it would have the air of a true godhood, making it far more powerful than others of its level. Secondly, because of this air of a godhood, it would add a destructive element to Ryu's attacks that couldn't be matched. His already obscene battle prowess would take another enormous leap forward. By then, it was likely that it wouldn't be impossible to battle Cosmic Seed Realm experts. Even to a sky god like herself, this sword chi was greatly tempting, let alone a junior like Ryu. The woman couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, her expression changed once again. "What are you doing?" Ryu didn't respond. He stretched out a finger, causing the sword chi to respond to his command. Ryu had always been a master of the four arts. In this life, he had never had the time to dabble in painting, music or calligraphy as he was too busy training. But right now, he felt a sudden inspiration. He pressed his two fingers together, his body seemingly vanishing from thin air. However, the reality was that he had just fused with the very essence of all that was around him, forgetting about everything else. He didn't choose his favorite language. In fact, he chose a language known for its ugliness and crass nature. It was a primitive language that didn't last very long in history before it was replaced, and it had characters that were grating on the eyes just to look at. But, for what Ryu needed them for, they were absolutely perfect. Ryu took on the air of a master of calligraphy, his body becoming fluid and his strokes carrying an air of elegance what he wrote simply couldn't match. The sword chi shot forward, beginning to carve out words into the side of the valley below. It only took Ryu a few breaths to finish, but the heavens above seemed to sing. It had been quite a long time since Ryu felt this feeling. He almost missed having that brush in his hand, feeling the slide of the ink and paper listen to the beck and call of his wrist. He took a step back and admired his work. His hand stretched outward and his fingers spread. In that moment, as though listening to a command, the sword chi, too, dispersed, fusing with the word he wrote. The woman looked at the strokes of calligraphy. Its sharp and crass lines seemed to speak its meaning into her soul. The skill was beyond anything she had ever witnessed before, but it only made her expression as pale as a sheet of paper. "Why would I ever absorb the sword chi of such scum? I don't need such garbage," Ryu said coldly. The character on the wall of the valley shimmered for all to see. Trash. Chapter 722 False Godhood. The woman trembled fiercely. She hadn't felt this sort of feeling, this sort of instinctual fear, since she was a child, long before she picked up her first sword. What Ryu had done wasn't as simple as venting his rage with some calligraphy. She could feel that it was much deeper than that. With a single stroke, he had placed an unerasable mark on the faith and legacy of this sky god. Calligraphy was an enigmatic practice to begin with, but at its core it was the process of exuding strength through words. In Ryu's youth, he had spent a lot of time on the four arts not because he was interested in them initially, but rather because in his vast array of knowledge as a ruin master, he had come across countless legends related to these four disciplines. If Ryu was asked now, he could recount hundreds, thousands, even of folk tales speaking of the rise of artists. In these stories, it would always begin with a normal mortal man or woman who had a great passion for the arts. One day, usually in their old age, they would complete a masterpiece, and with this masterpiece they would form their godhood in a single step. For Ryu, who couldn't cultivate, these stories were a fatal sort of attraction. The hope to one day stumble upon a grand inspiration that would give him the strength he had been missing out on for his whole life was his childhood fantasy, and one he carried well into adulthood. Interestingly enough, it was Ryu's stepping into the world of the four arts that allowed him to meet with Elena. Though the Holy Wing clan was one he felt was filled with scum, they were also a group of women who placed great emphasis on the four arts as well. Beneath the ban of mental realm cultivation, the four arts was among the very best ways to refine the mind and purify the soul. The Holy Wing clan placed great emphasis on their higher state of mind and had had a practice of refining their skill in the four arts for several generations. So, maybe it wasn't all that surprising the most talented young woman of the Holy Wing clan would be an expert in such things as well. That day when Elena stripped naked and almost forced herself onto Ryu, he only managed to escape with his chastity by agreeing to paint Elena nude. Truth be told, Ryu was quite impressed with Elena's persistence and technique in ensnaring him. Maybe he would have been able to forget about her had he never made that painting. But, due to it, every outline and contour of her body was etched into his mind, never to be forgotten. Ryu had never seen that painting again after that day, but he assumed it had always been with Elena. Though he could never quite understand what she saw in him. There were many women who were fond of Ryu. Even setting aside his looks, his arrogant demeanor was often a great attraction to them as well. But, after painting Elena that day, he concluded that she wasn't the type to be swayed by such things. It wasn't that she didn't care for his looks, or wasn't fond of his confident air, but rather that these things didn't move the needle for her. What had she cared about? Ryu couldn't quite put his finger on it. His conclusion was at most a vague feeling, an ethereal and unexplainable mystery that lingered within the eyes of his wife. Maybe if he had been able to paint that mysterious thing back then, he really would have stepped through that threshold and become a sky god in one leap. They like to say that when a woman becomes curious about a man, she had already fallen for him. What they failed to explain, though, was that it often worked the other way as well. Maybe Ryu had subconsciously chased after that mystery, trying to peel back the final layer that was Elena, and in all the time, without even getting the answer he was looking for, he had already fallen too deeply to pull himself out. Before he realized what was happening, he had already been engaged to her for hundreds of years, and he couldn't see a life without her by his side. In this life, Ryu had never picked up a paint or calligraphy brush, a go piece or a lyre. Even when he was stuck in the Tor Kingdom, he had never been allowed to learn about anything because they feared his intelligence so much to the point he was barred from the library. After he gained the ability to cultivate, he never looked back. What need did he have for such things when he didn't have to hope and pray for power anymore? He could grasp it with his own two hands now. He didn't need anyone to bestow it upon him. Ironically, maybe this was exactly why Ryu had never grasped that mystery, and why he would never replay the legend of those four arts masters of old. To them, the four arts weren't a tool, they were as fundamental a part of their lives and breathing was. However, Ryu had only ever seen them as a path to power. His skill in the four arts dwarfed almost anyone. But, when it came to those true masters, he would only be several steps below. In the past, anyway. This character Ryu had just drawn carried with it the momentum of a true master, a true expert. He had drawn it not because he was seeking out something in return, nor had he used it as a tool to accomplish something he was hoping for. In that moment, he just had some frustration to get out of him. He wanted to vent an emotion that had been bottled up within his heart for all these months, and the result was something devastating. In an unknown corner of the martial world, an old and wrinkled man sat in meditation. He wore pristine white robes and had a sword of blood red laid across his lap. Judging by the surroundings, he hadn't moved a single inch in billions of years, his body having reached a holy state of union with the heavens. The only method he had used to interact with the world in this time was an avatar. However, he was aware that he was running out of time. Very soon, his avatar alone wouldn't be enough and he would be forced to step into the real world again. Luckily, though, he was very close to finishing off his closed-door cultivation perfectly, just a single step away from grasping exactly what he needed. Once he succeeded, his strength would grow another step and his godhood would step up from the ranks of false godhood to true godhood. This was an extraordinarily rare step to take. Many who formed their false godhood initially would never get the chance to reforge their foundations and become a true sky god. By then, they would only be marginally stronger than those secondary profession sky gods. However, he had found a method to do so, an ingenious method at that. He had spent trillions of years implementing this plan and was now reaping the benefits. After billions of years of meditation, he felt that he would only need another year or two and his godhood would blossom forth. It was then, though, that something the old man could have never expected to happen occurred. He felt his heart seize, a sense of discomfort gripping him. It was a subtle feeling, so other than frowning initially, he hadn't thought much of it. However, that uncomfortable feeling only continued to grow. Suddenly, his entire body quaked. The old sky god shook, something within him rupturing and his chi spiraling out of control. His inner organs were torn to pieces and his heart threatened to split in two. A violent mouthful of blood flew from his lips like a sword leaving its sheath. It was an unhealthy and blindingly bright shade of red. It took just a single look to understand just how precious this mouthful of blood was. The old man sat in a daze, his body withering. He watched on in horror as his godhood collapsed, his cultivation plummeting from the ranks of a sky god back down to the world sea realm. A loud and pulsing sound echoed in his ears. Trash! 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 In that moment, his Tao almost completely collapsed, his dazed expression going out into a vast nothingness. He couldn't seem to hear or feel anything, and then, he saw red. A furious howl shook the small world. All the inhabitants and beasts could only watch on in horror as the world they had come to know collapsed under a bout of rage. Who did this to me? Who did this to me? The manic roar of a man who had lost his mind shook this small corner of the martial world. Ryu couldn't sense what was happening across such a large distance. Or, more accurately, he wasn't in a state to use his sight of fate to find out. His body entered an odd and ethereal state, his breath vanishing and his eyes glazing over. The woman who stood not so far away looked toward him in abject fear. Her fingers flexed and unflexed, her gaze flickering with killing intent. How could someone with such an ability be allowed to live? Chapter 723 3 Possibilities. The woman's fists clenched and unclenched, her gaze flickering several times. The ability to cause a godhood to collapse. Just what kind of ridiculous concept was this? It would be one thing if Ryu was a sky god himself, a true sky god old monster who had outlasted even an entire era to make it to this day. But he was very clearly not that. The rational part of the woman told her that this was a feat almost impossible to replicate. This single word Ryu had written seemed simple, but it was the equivalent of an artist's magnum opus. It was a once-in-a-lifetime event that would be impossible to turn on and off like a faucet. In addition to this, the circumstances were too perfect. It was clear that Ryu had needed a large amount of this sky god's aura to accomplish this. But, could he have done this on another battlefield? Ryu couldn't possibly be a specialist in all weapons, right? If this was a holy battleground of another faction, maybe he wouldn't even be able to take a single step in. Then there was the fact that the actions of the sky god had to match what Ryu was punishing them for. If the sky god had done something positive rather than negative, ruining such an important and treasured resource for the younger generation, Ryu's attack on their godhood wouldn't have worked. In fact, the reverse would have happened. Ryu would have actually strengthened their godhood instead. Everything about this event said it was a once-in-a-lifetime moment. Whether it was Ryu's enlightenment, the circumstances of the holy battleground, and the actions of the sky god, all of them aligned perfectly to allow this to happen. And yet, the woman felt a deep and instinctual fear. Something told her that this wasn't so simple, it wasn't a one-time thing. It was rather the beginning of something extraordinarily fearsome, the creation of a Tao so profound and grand that it would be unmatched throughout history. Ryu stood there, basking in his enlightenment as though he couldn't sense the flickering killing intent of the woman. As things stood now, even if Ryu couldn't defeat a sky god or even a world sea realm expert in this holy battleground, he could most definitely force them into a retreat. The martial world was just like this. Even this seemingly mild-tempered woman, a sky god who had even allowed him to all but curse in her face without much of a reaction, might still repay kindness with animosity. Thanks to Ryu, it was likely that the progress this woman had made in this holy battleground would all come together. The blockages caused by the assassin sky god were all gone, so all her loose bits of inspiration would be able to be completed one after another. After billions of years of meditation, it would all fuse into one, allowing her to improve by leaps and bounds. It wasn't just her, but the entire sword faction, at least the ones who had frequented this holy battleground, a number that shouldn't be few, would likewise benefit from this greatly. And yet, she was scared and hesitant. No matter how naive and innocent a sky god seemed, they were still a sky god. How much had they experienced in their lives? How much hardship did they have to suffer through to make it to their level? Even though Ryu didn't think much of them because he felt he would accomplish what they had as well, that didn't mean he couldn't acknowledge the harsh path they had tread. And, in knowing this, he also understood that while this woman seemed to be kind and gentle, she most definitely had the capacity to be cruel and ruthless if the situation required it. Someone without at least this amount of resolve would have never made it so far in the martial world. Ryu wasn't one to be fooled by a pretty face. He had seen too many of them and had rejected more than even he could count. To him, there wasn't much of a difference between those beauties and the sky god before him. Plus, hadn't he already tasted what it felt like to be with a woman with such high cultivation? This was all to say that he had been ready from the very beginning. There were two choices this woman could make. Well, there were three, but Ryu wasn't naive enough to believe that she would pick the third. The first choice was to kill him. Like this, all thoughts of future trouble would be erased. However, it seemed that this woman had a conscience, so even Ryu didn't believe she would go so far. Maybe if he hadn't done anything for her, she would be able to do this. But, since his actions had helped her out so profoundly, her disposition didn't seem to allow her to ignore that. Of course, there was another more substantial reason, and that was fear. Matters of karma and fate were especially heavy the higher your cultivation realm. Repaying kindness with enmity was still possible, of course, or else there would never be wars, sky gods would never allow them. However, this was only up to a certain point. That made Ryu deduce that she would likely choose the second option, to cripple him by disrupting his breakthrough. The current Ryu was in a state of enlightenment, and by the measure of anyone else, this was the most vulnerable position a person could be in. If there was a chance to deal with this problem while causing the lowest hit of karma to herself, the woman would, of course, choose this path. Finally, the third option, and the one Ryu thought was the most ridiculous, was for her to simply let him go. Such a conclusion to Ryu seemed ridiculous to the point of being asinine. There was simply no chance that such a thing would happen. The woman's gaze trembled before solidifying with resolution. She raised her hand toward Ryu. Chapter 7, 24 Color. A surge of strength reached the tips of the woman's fingers, her gaze turning cold. Whatever frailness she had once had vanished, her body springing into action. Ryu shook his head internally. This was a shame, really. If she had been grateful like she was meant to be, he would have been able to use her to ask a favor of the blacksmith Windhorn. But, with how things were going, this was clearly not possible anymore. So deep within the holy battleground, the only others who could come so far were sky gods who specialized in the sword. By now, due to Ryu releasing the shackles on the battleground, those that had found it easier to gain enlightenment had already been forced to retreat as the lands returned to their original difficulty. This was all to say that the only two here were Ryu and this woman. Even if Ryu wanted to call for help, it would be impossible. And in the face of a sky god, what could Ryu possibly do? Bang! A strong surge of chi rippled into the surroundings, surging toward Ryu. The speed was so fast that there was absolutely nothing he could do in retaliation. It washed over him like a flood. In that moment, It was like Ryu's connection to the rest of the world had been completely cut off. Whatever enlightenment there had been was suffocated to the point of death. Ryu had to admit that this was quite the clever method. He thought that maybe this woman would try to cripple his spiritual foundation, or maybe sever his meridians, but she had actually chosen this method instead. Truthfully, it was the kindest method possible. It didn't cause Ryu any pain. It simply blocked him off from the heavens, shooting down any attempt at enlightenment that he might grasp. But, quite frankly, for Ryu this was probably also the best method to choose against him. Ryu's meridians were practically indestructible. Trying to cripple them, even with the strength of a sky god, would require attacking the exact same point that Ryu had aimed for when he failed his first spiritual severing. However, it was impossible for an outsider to sense that vulnerability because it existed between the real and ethereal plane. The only ones who could sense it were Ryu and those that had a soul connection with him. Trying to sever the third strongest material in all of the martial world with a casual attack wasn't possible even for a sky god. This didn't even mention the fact that after Ryu stepped onto the chaos path by deviating from the true cultivation system, his chaotic silk meridians had grown even stronger. Now, even if someone targeted that vulnerable location, it might not even be possible to cleave. Then there was targeting Ryu's spiritual foundation. Maybe a normal spiritual foundations could be shattered with a casual blow from a sky god, but how could the same be said for one bestowed by another sky god? Ryu himself almost died just trying to communicate with his original spiritual foundation. He hadn't even attempted to replace the Phoenix sky god's spiritual foundation yet. One could imagine what would happen to someone who tried to purposely destroy it. To say that they would suffer was an understatement. There was a third way to try and cripple Ryu as well, and that was by leaving a wound on his soul. It didn't need to be large, but even a small imperfection went a long way. With a wounded soul, just meditating would lead to pain. One wouldn't be able to use their inheritances and their comprehension would both suffer and falter, resulting in a decline. This seemed to be the most benign of the three crippling methods, but it was the most torturous at the same time. But, once again, it was useless on Ryu who now had an indestructible soul. It was a bit funny to find out in this way, but Ryu only now realized that it was near impossible to cripple him. For someone like him who had spent the entirety of his first life as a cripple, comprehending this was like a breath of fresh air. So, I still had this kind of fear hidden within me. Ryu hadn't even realized that he had such a shadow over his heart. He was so focused on moving forward that he never really considered what was in his rearview. He was trying to better himself and become the sort of man his two wives would always love to have by their side. But he never really considered the root of his trauma to begin with. Hadn't it all started that day? That day he found out he couldn't cultivate? Ryu released a slow breath. He didn't seem to be paying attention to anything around him, nor did he spare the woman a glance. It was as though nothing was happening around him at all. Nothing mattered but what was in his own head. Ryu's every breath seemed to follow an enigmatic rhythm, his body becoming less and less corporeal. Despite the fact he stood right before the woman, unmoving, every time she blinked, it felt as though he had vanished. She was forced to refocus her gaze before she could finally spot him again. She blinked once more beside herself, but this time, a sword had inexplicably appeared in Ryu's hand. The pupils of the woman couldn't help but constrict. This sword was absolutely beautiful. Its flat edge and sharp edge were separated by a rippling pattern that looked like the waves of an ocean. The flat edge was a deep and grayish black, accented by deep golden runes. The sharp edge was completely crystalline, shimmering like a transparent crimson ruby. It was just 1.5 meters long and had a gentle sloping curve. Its handle was quite long, enough for 4 hands to stack and still have a bit of room left. But what was most shocking was that this blade was actually at the pinnacle of the ancestral grade. Even her own sword wasn't so good. "I can cleave through anything, even your shabby curtain of chi," Ryu said lightly. The blade in his hand trembled as he slowly rose it up. When he cleaved downward, the world seemed to lose its color. Chapter 725 LT Feels. The woman's face drained of all color. This moment was maybe the most surreal of her entire life. Logically, She knew that even if she let this blade chi approach her without doing a single thing, it wouldn't even manage to reach her skin. The difference between the current Ryu and a sky god was so large that the attacks he would levy toward one would crumble beneath their presence without even making contact. And yet, despite that, despite knowing the disparity between them, the woman was still frozen in place. A deep, rooted fear took hold of her heart. It felt in that moment that every flaw she had ever hidden and buried deep within herself was being dredged up and displayed for all to see, as though she was being stripped naked for the world. Such a feeling of vulnerability, such a feeling of helplessness. She hadn't experienced such a thing since. The pressure suddenly vanished like the wind. As expected, the strike didn't even make it to within even 10 meters of the woman. Despite the fear and apprehension she felt, Ryu's blade chi crumbled before even reaching her range. This was the second time since she had known this young man that he made her feel like that little girl she had been before she picked up her first sword. Cold sweat poured down her delicate brows, her skin alternating between rosy and pale even to the point her dress began to cling to her curves as they became moist. She felt so frail and helpless right now that she could only be thankful that she hadn't tried to resist. If she tried to use chi in such a state, there was no telling how terrible the backlash of her chi deviation would be. However, what she hadn't noticed was that, because she retracted her chi instinctually, the barrier she had formed around Ryu was dispersed by her own hand. Bang! A blinding pillar of light descended from the skies. Even now, the process of Aberartus breakthrough was still hanging in the air, but this breakthrough seemed capable of overshadowing even it. For a moment, those who were paying attention felt as though a second sky god was appearing. Ryu stood beneath the large and sweeping energy, his eyes partially closed and his hands lightly gripping his sword. It seemed that the blade might fall from his hands at any time, yet it also seemed to be firmly in place at the same time. Ryu took a deep breath, his skin glowing as it greedily soaked in this chi. The expression of this woman couldn't help but change. Absorbing chi through the skin? That was impossible. Unless... Her pupils constricted into pinholes, and for a moment she forgot about her horror. An ancestral-grade bone structure was impossibly rare. But for it to appear in a boy who seemed to have almost an endless wealth of talent in other areas as well, she couldn't help but feel at a loss. My Tao is cracked. The woman could feel that her godhood was unstable. Even though it wasn't close to collapsing, she could tell that if she truly attacked Ryu to kill him now, she could forget about her title as a sky god. Ryu had made a bet, and he won. She was truly at a loss for words. She had lost to a kid who hadn't even comprehended cosmic chi yet. Even if she personally told this story, who would believe it? It was quite ironic. She herself had been the experimental subject that proved the worst of her fears. Ryu had managed to affect the foundation of her very Tao. Of course, this could once again be counted as a unique situation. First, she had an instinctual fear of Ryu after witnessing his magnum opus. Another sky god wouldn't have witnessed his feat and would have no reason to fear him whatsoever, making it several times more difficult. Second, she had spent the last year observing this young man. The imprint he had on her heart was already extremely deep. She had watched from start to end as he accomplished a feat that even she would find impossible, making the effect he had on her even deeper. Third, these things made her susceptible to believing those words Ryu spoke before swinging his sword. The imprint he had on her was too deep, so she fell for it easily. All of these circumstances led to Ryu's actions causing a small imperfection on her godhood, one that if she didn't fix she would be unable to progress again throughout this lifetime, and it once again seemed like it was all a finely tuned coincidence that couldn't possibly happen again. Yet wasn't this already the second time today that she was thinking such a thing? This young man, just what kind of monster was he? She felt now that not only could she not kill him for fear of her godhood completely crumbling, he had become a heart demon of hers that she had to cure. Did she owe this young man something in her last life? How had things become like this? To a sky god, a year was like the blink of an eye. While Ryu was pissed he had wasted so much time on this, to her it was like taking a small break. But to think that this small break, would end with her practically being enslaved to a boy too young even to be her great-great-great-great-greater-grandson. The surging pillar of light only seemed to grow with more fervor and majesty. The aura seemed to infinitely approach a godhood and easily dwarfed many minor godhoods, and yet it had the aura of neither. The woman could only shake her head. She couldn't fathom how a mere dominion could have such a powerful momentum. If this ever managed to become a godhood in the future. The pillar of light slowly faded, leaving Ryu standing without moving an inch. He looked down, his hair masking the light frown on his brow. It feels incomplete. Chapter 726 Rules. If the woman could hear Ryu's thoughts, maybe her already crumbling Tao would completely collapse. How could a dominion with such momentum still possibly feel incomplete? However, that was exactly how Ryu felt. This dominion that Ryu had comprehended was quite special, and he also felt as much. But the requirements and restrictions on it were too great. The woman was right to feel that this wasn't something Ryu could easily replicate. Whether it was the assassin sky god or her, they were very special circumstances that required just the right conditions. However, what Ryu wanted wasn't something he had to scheme and dodge about to use. Though he could do so, it wasn't his style and he didn't like it. If a court minister was given the dominion Ryu had just comprehended, it likely wouldn't be long before they became the emperor. If Ryu applied himself and used his intelligence more rather than his fists, he could likely crush and sweep through the martial gods with this ability as well. But how long would this take? How many years of hiding away and scurrying around like a rat would it take for him to accomplish this? The worst part was that as a dominion it was still a bit too weak. Ryu would still need to improve it into the future. But, with his heart not in it, how could he possibly do so? Ryu didn't linger on this disappointment for long. Building a Tao was a very long process, and the fact he had only taken a year to reach this step spoke volumes about his talent. Plus, this was just one blade. Didn't he still have another? If he could build a Tao that complemented this one and made it less useless, wouldn't that be perfect? A blade that can see through fate and sever karma. Ryu rotated his wrist back and forth, allowing the blade to shimmer beneath the dimming chi lights. I'll call you dividing karma. The moment Ryu spoke these words, the starry skies released a blinding light, a clap of thunder that rang through the martial world, causing the planes of existence to quake. Ryu didn't seem to react much to this at all. For him, it was only a matter of time regardless. The only real good he felt coming out of all of this was that he was ever closer to the pinnacle of the immortal ring realm now. With a flip of his palm, his sword vanished and returned to his spatial ring. Of course, this sword that the woman found to be so beautiful was one of the few top-tier sword treasures the Tatsuya had in their inventory. Despite its greatness, though, Ryu didn't feel particularly attached to it. Ironically, the dominion Ryu had just comprehended wasn't a sword inheritance, so he was technically still a novice in the sword. But, after his experience, he felt that he had already grasped what he needed from the sword and didn't feel the need to study it any longer. Ryu's gaze shifted upward, meeting the gaze of the woman. "What's your name?" Ryu asked. An immortal ring realm expert asking such a casual question to a sky god was likely something that had never happened in history. Yet, Ryu did it so casually without even blinking an eye. Judging by the fact this woman was still here, he could guess a few things. The woman's gaze narrowed, but in the end she sighed. "Ryza, I assume you'll need to follow me from now on?" Ryza's brow twitched, but she had no idea how to respond. Ryu had not only harmed her godhood, but he had also become a heart demon of hers. It was impossible to just wish away a heart demon, especially when you were a sky god. The only way to do so was by facing it head-on. Unfortunately, Ryza's heart demon stemmed from her fear of Ryu's growth. The only way to get rid of it, the only logical method, was to help facilitate it. If she wanted to get over her fear of Ryu, she had to help Ryu grow. Never in her life did she think that she would be thrust into such a situation. If she knew this would happen, she would have left Ryu to his own devices and ignored this matter completely. But to think that not only could she not kill Ryu before he grew, but she also had to make sure that no one else did either. She simply couldn't believe how unlucky she was. But Ryu's next words only made her more speechless. "In truth, I don't want a bodyguard. Not only am I not a fan of the idea of having someone I don't know follow me around, but you'll only hinder my growth. I've grown used to relying on myself and haven't had a Tao protector in a very long time. Unfortunately, I also don't have the strength to tell a sky god to piss off if she's insistent on following me. So it doesn't really seem like I have much of a choice either. I only hope that you can follow a certain set of rules. For one, don't interfere in anything I do. I don't want nor do I need your advice. And, even if I seem to be on my last breath, so long as the individual is beneath the world sea realm, let me handle it. Stifling my growth won't help you recover your godhood. Second, I have 2 wives and I hope you understand the concept of privacy. I am far more sensitive to spiritual sense than others would be, even if it comes from a sky god. So I hope you understand propriety and don't overstep your bounds by delving too deeply into matters that have nothing to do with you. Third, I have many enemies and don't need someone who will stab me in the back. If you want to follow me, you'll need to swear a blood oath. You've already proven yourself to be an untrustworthy person willing to repay kindness with enmity. So no, I won't take your word for it. If you're unwilling, I think you'll find out very soon that you're not the only sky god I can form relationships with. Finally, since you're of the sword faction, I'm sure you've heard of Supreme Blacksmith Windhorn, correct? I hope you can help me make contact with her. Ryza stood in silence for a very long time. Suddenly, she really felt like killing this boy. Chapter 727 Speechless. Ryza's reason got the better of her. It simply wasn't worth it to lash out and paint herself into a corner just for a moment of satisfaction. She pressed her thumb against her forefinger, pushing its nail out to become more prominent. Then, with a single unhesitant action, she pierced it into her chest. A flow of blinding red blood flowed outward, shimmering as bright as a star. There were very few that could say they had ever seen a sky god bleed, but now Ryu could definitely count himself among that extraordinarily small number. Not only did the blood of a sky god carry overwhelming vitality, just being in its presence was a form of blasphemy. Ryu had been in many ruins before where a sky god's blood was actually part of the main defensive mechanisms. Blood sacrifices were among the best methods to create powerful formations, so it was unsurprising that this was the case. Ryza's blood carried with it the heft a sky god's blood should. Despite how seemingly easy it looked rolling down her finger like that, Ryu knew well that just a single drop weighed a seemingly impossible amount. I swear to never infringe upon. Ryza paused, clearly waiting for Ryu to speak his name. In response, his lip curled, a light chuckle leaving him. Ryu Tatsuya. The holy battleground quaked, the swords becoming greatly agitated. Ryza's own gaze trembled as well, suddenly realizing that when Ryu said he had a lot of enemies, it wasn't a joke in the slightest. Unfortunately, having already come so far, there was no turning back in the slightest. She really was screwed. Ryu Tatsuya's benefits until the day my foundation is healed. Ryu's smile didn't fade even with Ryza's caveat. By the time such a thing was healed, let alone having to rely on Aberardus, Ryu was confident that he'd be able to handle Ryza himself. It was only a matter of time. A crackle of thunder rang through the starry skies as a bolt of crimson lightning fell. Seeing this, Ryza knew there was simply no going back. She stared deeply at Ryu. Are you really a Tatsuya? Do you think I could withstand the backlash if I wasn't? Ryu answered perfunctorily. But Ryu's expression darkened when he heard Ryza begin. Clearly, he could tell where she was going with this, but he didn't care to answer. Ryza, though, having come to understand Ryu's limits, wouldn't be off-put by a mere gaze from a junior. No matter what Ryu said, the fact that he was still forced to compromise meant that there was little to nothing he could do to her. How? Did you receive their legacy? Ryu's gaze shifted away from Ryza. Clearly, he didn't plan on answering. However, rather than becoming annoyed, Ryza smiled. You don't have to answer, but nothing in my oath guaranteed that I would get Supreme Blacksmith Windhorn's help for you. The only reason I've gone so far is because I need to get rid of this flaw on my heart. And to do that, I need to understand you. If you aren't going to tell me anything, why do I have to go the extra mile? I don't take kindly to threats. Who said it's a threat? It's just a transaction. Ryza was very curious about this matter. The disappearance of the Tatsuya practically happened overnight. Of course, it wasn't this exaggerated, but a war that was so short might as well have felt like a single night to someone who had lived as long as she had. Plus, Ryza was slowly beginning to understand Ryu. He was someone who wouldn't bend when it came to matters of pride, but that didn't mean he wouldn't bend in other ways. If she was humiliating him and talking about some terrible deed he committed, maybe he wouldn't even spare her a glance, even if it meant not being able to see Windhorn. But this was a different matter entirely. After all, Ryza was only asking a bit about Ryu's history. She was essentially trading a conversation with Ryu for a small favor. Something like this shouldn't infringe on Ryu's pride at all. My parents are Himari and Titus Tatsuya. I didn't receive a legacy. I was born a Tatsuya. When Ryu spoke these words, there was a particularly silent lull around Titus Tatsuya's name. Felt quite odd and quite hollow. It was a subtle feeling that Ryu almost didn't catch, but when he did, his brows furrowed. It had been a long time since he spoke his father's name aloud. No one could force him to, and he didn't particularly want to either. The last time he had been asking a member of the 3 main necromancer families about him. But now that Ryu thought about it, the reaction he received then might have been twisted due to the fact it was an artificial world. He wasn't sure what to think. Ryza, however, felt like she had been steamrolled. Himari and Titus were 2 individuals far beneath a sky god's notice. However, the same could not be said of Saint Tatsuya and Saint Qilin. Both were men just a step away from the sky god realm, and both were men the sky god community had a sharp eye on. This was because there was a good chance that both would leap over the false godhood frame and directly form true godhoods. By extension, their children were well known, on top of being the patriarch and matriarch of one of the martial world's strongest hegemonies. And a step further, their son and their grandson was a name that had rocked the entirety of the martial world because of his birth. A birth with the momentum of a sky god's breakthrough. A great circle ancestral grade talent. The wielder of the number 1 ranked heavenly pupils in all of existence. Ryu Tatsuya. Your. Ryza was at a loss for words. Chapter 728 Night and Day. But, your spiritual foundation. These were the words Ryza finally managed to squeeze out. Ryu's birth was something the entirety of the martial world had been shaken by. The appearance of such a talent wasn't just a matter of celebration. For many it was a matter of great worry. It meant a great shift in the balance of power and a great possibility that the hegemony of the Tatsuya would only continue to expand. The Tatsuya had seemingly only continued growing ever since their inception. Despite their relative youth, they grew rapidly, becoming the main clan of a top-tier world like the Shrine World. It had to be understood that before the creation of the Tatsuya clan under the leadership of Primus, those with dragon blood were greatly independent. Due to their unruly nature and the foundation of their daos, they didn't do well in clan structures and often went off on their own. Many of the world's lone experts back then had been those with dragon blood who insisted on being leaders of their own. It wasn't until the appearance of Primus that many of these ambitions of individuality were quelled and the Shrine World fell under a single power's control. However, quite ironically, Primus himself seemed to disdain the lack of individuality. His own clan had formulated and left not long after his own son matured, never to return. The appearance of the Tatsuya was both surprising and shocking to the martial world. But it worked. Year after year, they displayed the astounding birth of talents, and without the need to go off on their own and forge a path of individuality, the powerful talents with dragon blood began to flourish all the more, displaying the true might of dragon-blooded humans. When Ryu was born, it was like the pinnacle of this ascension. The martial world had to face a reality where maybe, just maybe, its entirety might fall under the control of just a single clan, something unprecedented in the history of the universe. It was maybe the first time even sky gods paid attention to the birth of a child, as it was maybe also the first time a child who was practically guaranteed to step into their ranks had been born. Not only did Ryu have the talent, he had the heritage and the background. With the strength and power of the Tatsuyas, he didn't even have to worry about being killed before he was matured either. His parents were practically undefeatable with the Cosmic Seed Realm, and when working together could even challenge World Sea Realm experts. His grandparents, and especially his grandfathers, were untouchable within the World Sea realm. And his great-grandfather, well, the looming existence of Primus Tatsuya was the exact reason that though the Tatsuya clan was young, and though they had yet to birth a second sky god after him, no one dared to think of touching them. However, how could anyone have expected that the day the Tatsuya would face a crisis that would wipe them from existence, he wouldn't even show up? Raiza's mind sped into overdrive. The martial world collectively sighed a breath of relief when it was realized that Ryu's spiritual foundation was false. Many felt that things were only right this way. How could so much talent be concentrated into a single person? The heavens didn't play favorites. They should have expected something like this to happen. Ryu had entered the Tatsuya library not long after his failure, so he didn't have to witness all the sneering faces and fake smiles that had come to give their condolences to him and his family. But he could practically feel the searing heat still lingering on his skin, that shame he had felt that day, the moment his perpetual smile turned cold and froze over. If he really is him, then, is there a cure for a false spiritual foundation? Could it be that the Tatsuya faked his awakening ceremony? No, wait. It's impossible for a mortal to live for 1 billion years, and a talent like Ryu, even if he had a common grade spiritual foundation, he couldn't possibly still be using immortal chi after so long. The grade of a spiritual foundation won't start to matter until the Tao pedestal realm. Not truly, anyway. It can't be that they faked it either for the same reason. After almost 1 billion years, he couldn't possibly still be so weak. Raiza's lips twitched at her own deductions. She had just watched Ryu cripple a sky god. Was this still considered weak? Even she couldn't do this. There's only 2 explanations I can think of, but only one makes sense. But there's no way for me to know the details. Raiza was only certain of a single thing. Ryu had reincarnated. And, by some miracle, he managed to gain a spiritual foundation through this process. Finished ogling now? I would still like to see Supreme Blacksmith Windhorn as soon as possible. I've wasted enough time here. Raiza took a deep breath. She had had too many bombs dropped onto her in the short time she had known this young man. She really didn't know if this would be her fortune or if this would go down as one of the worst things to ever happen to her. Okay. I will bring you to see Big Sister Windhorn. But, whether... Raiza was about to say it would be up to Ryu whether he was worthy of asking for her help or not. But thinking back to Windhorn's standards and what Ryu had displayed, maybe this would be the smoothest commission the Swords Faction goddess had ever received. Raiza placed a palm on Ryu's shoulder, causing him to inwardly roll his eyes. What was with all these sky gods ferreting him around like some sort of rag doll? They were sky gods. Didn't they have modes of transportation more convenient than this? Without a care for Ryu's reaction, Raiza flashed away, weaving in and out of the holy battleground with groundbreaking speed. Compared to Aberardus before, it might as well have been like night and day. Chapter 729 True Sky God. The entire armament guild was lit ablaze. While Ryu and Raiza had been distracted by their own matters, it might as well have been the case that a volcano had erupted. The instant they stepped out of the holy battleground, it became very obvious to the both of them that going to see Supreme Blacksmith Windhorn right this moment may very well not be possible. A boisterous laughter boomed over the main armament guild city, a man wielding the skies like a spear standing tall and proud. He didn't seem to notice anyone around him at all, and yet he was easily the center of attention. Raiza came to a full stop, her small hand still on Ryu's shoulder. When she looked up, her gaze flickered with surprise. Aberardus? That's... Raiza felt as though she had had enough surprise for a lifetime this day alone. Though Aberardus was indeed one of the closest to the sky god realm, it still shouldn't have happened so soon. In fact, the number of people who were so close but would never cross over that final barrier were all too numerous. Raiza would have more easily accepted this if it was someone low profile who she had never heard of before. But for it to be Aberardus, it simply didn't make any sense. Aberardus had just come back with his son and caused a whole bunch of commotion. It was obvious at a single glance for anyone at her level that he had done all of this with a true body and not an avatar. So, when could he have possibly had the time to break into the sky god realm? Wait! Raiza's pupils constricted into pinholes. This pressure, there was no way she'd mistake it. This was the state of a true sky god. If she already had a hard time believing it before, right this moment she felt as though her soul might leave her body entirely. Aberartus was most definitely not a talent capable of skipping over the false sky god stage. But, somehow, in a single leap, he had not only become one of the supreme powerhouses of the Armament Guild, he had even surpassed his own ancestor and entered the topmost three. The information most had about the sky god realm was scarce, but this wasn't the case for an existence like Ryza. To put things in simple terms, the divisions between the sky god realm weren't as simple as the divisions between previous realms. Each leap was so large that it might as well have been an all-new realm altogether. There were two things to consider when it came to the strength of a sky god. The first was the power their title held, and the second was their stage. The first division of power was often arbitrary and couldn't be parsed without a sharp eye or a display of strength. The second division was more straightforward, but often information about it was gatekept from the public, likely as an effort by lesser sky gods to maintain their prestige and title. The lowest level sky god was a fragmented sky god. This individual would have formed the weakest of godhoods. This would be either due to their title being reliant on several other far more powerful titles, or because the godhood was simply far too incomplete. Both of these would be viable reasons to become fragmented sky gods. Often, the supreme blacksmiths would fall into this category as their godhoods were all branching from the much larger and sturdier tree of blacksmithing as a whole. The vast majority of sky gods were at this level. The second stage of a sky god was the false sky god. At this stage, a godhood was slightly more complete or a title was slightly more powerful, however not entirely perfect. The title might not rely on many other titles, but it was definitely be reliant on a few, while the foundation of the godhood wouldn't be exactly perfect. The third stage of a sky god was the true sky god. At this stage, a godhood could be considered whole and self-sustaining. While there might be related or similar titles, this godhood wouldn't be reliant on them and could be considered to be its own discipline. The fourth stage of a sky god was the transcendent sky god. The fifth was the omniscient sky god. And the sixth was the origin sky god. These latter three stages were all too enigmatic and difficult to grasp. Even Ryu only had vague inklings of them, as he wasn't quite sure if they even existed. In fact, Ryu was almost certain that these latter three stages were either wrong or missing in several steps. He couldn't explain why, outside of his own intuition as a ruin master and the strength of his heavenly pupils after their evolution. Of course, Ryu was correct. There were 9 stages of sky godhood. It was just that the martial world as Ryu knew it had no right to know of these things. Regardless, to step into true godhood in a single step ensured that Aberartus would have a name that rang throughout the martial world. He had all the right to boisterously laugh and stick his chest out in victory. He had become a man who stood above others. "Let's go up," Ryu said. "Huh? What?" Ryza looked at Ryu as though he was an idiot. Not only was she a member of a faction opposing Aberartus, the current her was no match for him. If Ryu pissed him off, or if he chose to use her as an example to establish his power and authority, there would be nothing she could do. There were many auras converging onto Aberartus at the moment, many of whom were sky gods, so it really seemed like a clash was inevitable. It wasn't smart for Ryu to be there to begin with. "He's a friend of mine. I can go myself, but you'll have to let go of my shoulder." Ryza's expression flickered, suddenly remembering Ryu's threats about how she would find out that she wasn't the only sky god he could form relationships with. It couldn't be? How did he know? Ryza's brain felt muddled. Before she realized what was happening, she too was approaching Aberartus. Chapter 730 Worst. When the Sky Gods and Peak World Sea Realm experts of the Armament Guild realized just who it was that had broken through, their expressions couldn't help but change. The powerhouses of the Ser, Virga and part of the Hastam clan all had glowing expressions, while those of the Ferrum, Arcus, Lorum, Gladio, Gion and Securus clan all had a wide range of reactions from complicated to ugly. "Little Abe? Is that really you?" The one who spoke was an old man with a hunched back. Even as he walked through the air, his walking stick struck down to form chi paths along his way. He really seemed like every bit of a frail old man, but it was this very old man who had been the backbone of the Hastam clan for so long. Sky God Hastam. When he saw that it was actually his own descendant who had not only become a sky god, but a true sky god at that, he was at a loss for words. He had been among the first to make it here because unlike those other sky gods who spent all day, every day in deep meditation, he had already accepted that he had reached his limit. Truthfully, it was because he was so laid back and old that the Hastam clan ended up as fragmented as it was currently. Though even as old as he was, living for several more million years wouldn't be a problem. To the rest of the martial world, this was simply too short of a time frame. It wasn't even enough time for a newborn to grow into an expert capable of holding some weight in the family. At best, even if they were a great genius, they would still be in the Tao pedestal realm when Old Man Hastam passed away. Due to this, the old man wasn't really part of the family's decisions. The only thing he could do was protect the life of Godfried and Aberardus and stop the internal conflict from reaching the point of fratricide. For a long time, Old Man Hastam thought that he would just have to hold on for as long as he could, hoping that the built-up animosity between his family members would be dealt with before he died, knowing full well that this was nothing more than wishful thinking. To think that the heavens would actually give him such a surprise today. Ancestor! Aberardus immediately stopped laughing, falling to his knees in the skies. He respectfully kowtowed to this old man who had always looked after him and his son. If not for Old Man Hastam, many his family line would have already been wiped out. The old man was stunned for a moment before a smile bloomed on his wizened features. Come. Little Abe, you're a sky god now. No, a true sky god. These aren't bows that I deserve. Aberardus stubbornly shook his head before kowtowing once more. This had nothing to do with power. He respected this man to the depths of his heart. Old Man Hastam reached forward and helped his descendant up, a gratified smile on his face. Though his blood ties with Aberardus could be considered thin at best and there were dozens of generations separating the two of them, he still felt a happiness that only a grandparent could feel right this moment. Aberardus allowed his ancestor to help him up, straightening his back with a glowing gaze as he looked around. Many couldn't meet his gaze. Some turned away after trying while many more avoided it altogether. The birth of a sky god in the Armament Guild was meant to be an exciting occasion, but right now, most were uncertain of how to react. At that moment, two powerful, all-encompassing auras descended, causing Aberardus' gaze to narrow. He didn't need to look to know that these two were the only two true sky gods of the Armament Guild, at least before his own breakthrough. Both of these individuals were the reason why so many of the 9 families had already defected to the side of the martial gods. On the left, there was a young man with brows as sharp as swords and a gaze as piercing as a hawk's. Despite the amiable smile on his face, it was difficult to see him as a nice person. His eyes were simply too piercing. This young man was anything but young and was actually true sky god Arcus, the ancestor of the Arcus clan and well known to be the strongest bowman in the whole of the martial world. On the right, there was a middle-aged woman. She had clearly broken through earlier than true sky god Arcus had and as a result, seemed much older as well. However, that did nothing to mar her beauty. Other than a few lines of age, just her elegant posture and graceful gait stole the souls of all men who saw her. She had flowing crystalline blue hair that almost looked like gem-like filaments, and a waist so tiny and hips so wide it made one fantasize about what her back view would look like just from a glance at the front. She was true sky god Farum, also known as Windhorn Farum, the supreme blacksmith of the Swords faction. As for why she carried the name Windhorn and many even deigned to call her by her first name in such a way, this was because she had spent the majority of her life masquerading as a man as women could not inherit the Farum clan. It was only after she became a true sky god did she sweep away competition in a single step and reveal her true feminine charms. Still, she never changed her name back to what it once had been. Nor did she seem bothered to have such a bulky and aggressive name. The appearance of these two, although they were very obviously avatars in Aberardus' eyes, caused a frightening silence to take hold. Who knew, though, that someone would actually break it? Congratulations, old man. Ryu smiled lightly from Rise's side, causing the latter to go as pale as a sheet of paper. Suddenly, she felt like she had just made the worst mistake of her life. Chapter 731 Favor. Aberardus was stunned by the sudden voice. When he looked over and saw that it was Ryu, He was shocked for a moment seeing him by Rise's side, but he immediately lit up afterward. In the split moment between Aberardus noticing Ryu and reacting, dozens of gazes landed on Ryu, each backed by the momentum of a supreme expert. And yet, Ryu seemed unmoved by it all, his expression still filled with the same calm smile. Before anyone else could react, Aberardus grinned wildly and laughed. "Ryu, ancestor, we have to thank this young man. If not for some timely help he gave me, I wouldn't have succeeded." Aberardus' words stunned those listening. They had been fully prepared to lash out against a junior speaking out of turn just moments ago, but now they weren't quite sure of how to react. Aberardus led his ancestor over with the posture of a filial grandson. He gave Risa a confused look, but she simply looked away, not quite knowing what to do in this situation either. Ryu cupped his hands toward Old Man Hestam. For him, this was actually a great showing of respect. He almost never bowed to anyone. If it wasn't his grandparents, parents, or master, he hardly spared many others even a look. But, for sky gods and peak world sea realm experts, they felt that Ryu's actions were far too casual. Even the usually amiable Old Man Hestam couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Aberardus, who pretty much expected these things from Ryu, could only smile bitterly. This boy really knew how to get under people's skin, and it didn't even seem to matter who the target was. In truth, Aberardus knew that Ryu wasn't so reckless. He had obviously spoken out for a reason. Though Ryu's words seemed harmless, he had seamlessly cut through the momentum that true sky god Arcus and Windhorn had been building up. In just a breath, all the pressure on Aberardus had vanished and the tense atmosphere disappeared in a puff of smoke. If it was anyone else, Aberardus might think that it was a coincidence. But, with Ryu, if all the experiences before weren't enough to prove it, he was certain after this last year. If not for Ryu, he might have never stepped into the sky god realm in his lifetime. To think that he would actually touch upon the true sky god realm and become one of the preeminent powerhouses of the martial world. He honestly felt like he was in a dream. What he did know, though, was that if he had anything to say about it, no one would touch a hair on this boy's head. He had wanted to take Ryu in as his own disciple for a long time, but it was ironically after becoming a true sky god that he realized just how unworthy he was. However, in his heart, Ryu would always have a place. The moment he had thoughts of taking Ryu in, he might as well have become a second son to him. As far as he was concerned, Ryu was family. "Don't mind him, ancestor. The brat is a bit abrasive, but he has a good heart." Hearing these words, Old Man Hestam raised his brows and eventually nodded. Aberardus smiled and looked back toward true sky god Arcus and Windhorn. He clasped his fists and bowed lightly. After all, though they should have about the same strength now, they were still his seniors. It was best that he showed them their due respect even though they were on the opposing side of his beliefs. As far as Aberardus was aware, true sky god Arcus was firmly on his opposing side while Windhorn had been far more neutral. Likely to prevent the bending and breaking of the Armament Guild, she felt that it might be best if she acquiesced. But who knows, things might change now that Aberardus was in the picture. It could only be said that Ryu's actions had truly thrown a wrench in the plans of a lot of people. Both Arcus and Windhorn didn't seem to react like this was a huge matter. Both smiled and gave Aberardus his due respect back. "This is truly a boon for our Armament Guild. I never expected that we would be able to rise to the level of the Necromancy and Merchant Guilds by now having 3 true sky gods. This is excellent." True sky god Arcus smiled brilliantly. "I agree with Jan. This is a great boon for us. With the coming troubles we'll have to face, this sort of help will be like coal in the dead of winter." Windhorn's voice was quite sweet, though slightly hoarse, maybe due to the years of pretending to be a man. Jan's own was also quite amiable, but the hidden meanings beneath their words couldn't have been more different. While Jan seemed to be just as encouraging, his words subtly reminded them that their strength was only now on par with the other 2 preeminent guilds, and yet, hadn't many of their members still defected to the side of the martial gods? It was a reminder that nothing had changed with this. On the opposing side, Windhorn seemed to remind them both that they needed to stick together and that just because the Arcus clan wanted to side with the martial gods, didn't mean their safety was suddenly guaranteed. Aberardus smiled. pretending not to understand the double meaning in both of their words. If he was a false sky god, he would have to weigh his options far more heavily. But now that he had strength, he had no intention of bowing his head. He could protect his people now. I will have to apologize to two seniors. I have only just broken through and have yet to consolidate some things. I may have to retreat for a while. Windhorn smiled. Of course, that is to be expected. If there's anything we can do for you, please let us know. Ah, about this. The two true sky gods looked curiously. This junior of mine has greatly admired Senior Windhorn and Supreme Blacksmith Arcus for a very long time. I wonder if you two could do me the favor of hearing out his proposal? I know that Senior Windhorn can make the decision for herself, but I hope that Senior Jan will pass on my words. Chapter 732 Curiosity. The two were caught off guard for a moment. They hadn't expected that the favor Aberardus wasn't to ask would actually be meant for them. This was indeed a surprise. Before, they thought that maybe Aberardus had been exaggerating Ryu's involvement in his breakthrough, but maybe. Windhorn's gaze flashed with interest. For the first time, even considering the moment Ryu spoke out, she looked toward Ryu, eyeing him up and down. Aberardus, you must know that I have certain rules of my own when it comes to forging. If someone cannot meet my standards, I won't light my forge. Also, I do not forge spears. If that is what your friend. Aberardus smiled. Windhorn was taken off guard once again, as were the others. They had expected to hear the word disciple, but to think Aberardus would choose this form of address. It made them even more curious about exactly what was going on here. How had this happened? There's also no need to worry, Senior Windhorn. What this junior of mine wants to forge is precisely a sword, albeit a unique one. This is why he insisted on having your help. He's well aware that there is no better person than yourself. Windhorn recovered and smiled lightly. She had heard such praise many times in her life before, and it couldn't be said that she was moved. This was precisely what anyone who wanted her help would say. But then again, since so many people needed her help, maybe these words were true. A unique sword. I am willing to listen to this little friend's proposition. Then, as for whether I agree or not, that will be up to him. Seeing how this conversation was going, Ryza finally relaxed. These were all her peers to begin with, and although she wasn't a true sky god, she was still a false one nonetheless. It wasn't like she was an ant compared to the others, so she didn't fear them. Rather, she had just been scared that if Ryu said something that got him killed, there would be nothing she could do about it and her foundation would never be healed. Windhorn raised an eyebrow, noticing that Ryza was actually quite close with Ryu. This was even more odd to her. Ryza tried to convey a "we'll talk later" message with her gaze, something Windhorn could only accept. Aberardus smiled brightly. Thank you, Senior. I'm sure this little one won't disappoint you. After saying this, Aberardus turned his gaze toward Jan, who chuckled. This little one's appetite is quite large, to actually need the help of more than one Supreme Blacksmith. You are correct. I cannot make promises in the stead of Supreme Blacksmith Arcus. I can only pass on the message for you. Is that all right? Of course, it's no problem at all. I'll have to thank Senior in advance, then. Aberardus clasped his hands once more. Since this matter has been resolved, I will take my leave. Will you come with me, or? Aberardus looked toward Ryu. It's okay. I will take him to see Big Sister Windhorn. Ryza interjected, realizing that her relationship with Ryu would be out of the bag eventually. Regardless. As expected, numerous were shocked by this change and couldn't help but give Ryu several more once-overs. What is it that they were missing, exactly? Unfortunately, with Ryu's face hiding behind a mask, not many could make the final connection they needed to. Aberardus' brows arched. I see. Farewell. I'll wait for the good news. Ryu was quite satisfied with how things had gone. Since he had the opportunity to meet Windhorn, he felt that this matter was already set in stone. His only worry was how Supreme Blacksmith Arcus would react. But the truth was that even if this final Sky God Blacksmith said no, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Compared to the Great Sword Staff, their bow was obviously far more common and ubiquitous. The Tatsuya family treasury had several of an extremely high quality. It was just that without Ryu's design, he wouldn't be able to use them and would instead be restricted to a lower-level weapon. Ryu was fine with accepting this. He had no intention of groveling. "Big Sister Windhorn, we're here." Ryza spoke out neither too loudly nor softly. Clearly, she was confident in Windhorn's senses. The location was a sky island of sorts separate even from the Armament Guild main city. There were rushing rivers of pink and violet, trees with leaves as white as snow, and grass so green that it was almost a shame to step on it. Up above, a formation formed an artificial sky of blue and white clouds, a light drizzle of golden rain falling perpetually, and yet not a single thing was wet. "Yes, you can enter." The two passed through an invisible wall, finding themselves in an even greater paradise. Within, a middle-aged woman sat, wearing a fluttering blue dress. Though she sat and her curves weren't as obvious as they had been on her avatar, it was without a doubt still a feast for the eyes. When her gaze met Ryu's this time, there was a strong and formless pressure that even Ryu himself couldn't completely ignore. The gap between an avatar and her true body was so large that it spoke for itself. There was no doubt that this was, indeed, a true sky god. "You would like me to forge a sword for you?" Windhorn asked lightly. "More accurately, I would like you to work with Supreme Blacksmith Oki to forge this sword." Windhorn's brow furrowed. As a blacksmith, she had never worked with anyone else to finish her crafts, and to be asked to do so by a junior was a hard pill to swallow. If not for this being a favor asked of her by Aberardus, she would have already thrown Ryu out. "The weapon I want to forge is a great sword staff," Ryu said slowly. It was only after hearing this that Windhorn's tight brows loosened, replaced by a hint of curiosity. Author's note: "My birthday is tomorrow, so I won't be uploading. See you guys in 2 days." Chapter 733 Offended. Windhorn sat up straight from her reclined position. With how wide her hips were, it almost made it look as though her lower half was swallowing her torso up. It was such a seemingly benign action, yet it held a lethal attraction for a man. Ryu never really cared to hold back his gaze. He suddenly remembered that it had been over a year since he touched a woman. If it wasn't for the fact he had been so distracted by his previous rage, he would have likely noticed a lot earlier. It seemed that his dragon and Qilin blood would be a curse he'd have to carry for the whole of his life. Windhorn was stunned for a moment by Ryu's gaze. Her first instinct should have probably been to get angry, but she was so unused to someone even daring to look at her in this way that she was completely caught off guard. The sky gods beneath her rank didn't dare to offend her, and that was even more so for those who weren't even sky gods to begin with. Then, there was true sky god Arcus, who was always playing the fictitious role of gentleman despite his true nature, so he never revealed his true thoughts. Even beyond that, Windhorn had spent the majority of her life pretending to be a man, and only after she gained power did she reveal her true gender. So, even while she was growing up and didn't yet have the strength to protect herself, no one had looked at her in this way. Without exaggeration, it could be said that, in her trillions of years of life, this was the first time someone actually looked at her like this. It left her baffled. But in the end, she was still a true sky god. While her shock at this novel stimulus lasted just a moment, she soon began to frown, a hint of a dangerous aura leaking from her. All her life, she had to repress her true desires and pretend to be something she wasn't. Wasn't it precisely because men like this existed? She was deprived of much of what she wanted to do as a woman simply because she was apparently not allowed to hold power due to being born the wrong gender. Though she had already proved everyone wrong and kicked those old bastards who would have held her down out of power, that didn't mean that the resentment she had built up had vanished. Seeing Ryu do something so reckless, Ryza once again turned as white as a sheet of paper. She had only been out and about with Ryu in this world for all of a few minutes, yet this was already the second time he had put her on the brink of death. How was her heart going to handle years of this? Wouldn't it be better if she just gave up on ever healing her foundation now? Ryu sighed and shook his head. He wasn't the type of person to feel the need to hide his actions, and that had borne some bad habits. This supreme blacksmith's figure was really too good, though. While she had spent so long acting as a man, it also meant that she was a bit naive to her own charms at the same time. That said, Ryu couldn't exactly blame her. All she had done was sit up. Rather than explaining himself, Ryu began to draw in the air, not waiting for Windhorn's temper to flare past the point of no return. As expected, almost as soon as he began, Windhorn's expression turned from fury to a hint of disdain, and then almost immediately to awe. The same way Supreme Blacksmith Oki had been enraptured, so too was true Sky God Windhorn. It was as though she was watching the creation of a beautiful piece of art. Each delicate line of chi vibrated with its own sort of enigmatic prowess, layering the ingenious design one step at a time, almost like the peaks and valleys of a well-written story. This time, Ryu finished drawing it even faster than he had for Oki. While he had taken hours before, he finished in just under an hour this time. And yet, from start to finish, Windhorn couldn't take her eyes off of it. When it was finished, she let out a light gasp beside herself, seemingly unaware of just how seductive it sounded. Ryu could only shake his head again, focusing his mind. Windhorn remained silent for a long while before reclining back in her chair once more. This design is ingenious. It is the first time someone has come to me with their own blueprints, and though I would usually be offended, I have to say that I do not have the face to be so in this case. That said, Windhorn's gaze drifted from the delicate lines of chi to meet Ryu's. I do not decide what swords I forge based on how good the blueprint is. I am a swordswoman first and a blacksmith second. If you cannot move me as a swordman, I won't lift a finger for you no matter how equals good the design is. Do you understand? There was a hint of a warning in Windhorn's voice. Clearly, though she had forgiven Ryu's earlier slight, she had most definitely not forgotten. In fact, she may very well choose to make it harder on Ryu due to this. Ryu couldn't help but smile when he heard this, taking Windhorn completely off guard. This reaction of yours, can I take it as confidence? Or do you not believe my words? Ryu shook his head. Confidence is never something I lack, but the reason I'm smiling is because it seems in all of the swords faction, I've finally met a true swordsman. Riza's lip twitched when she heard this but could only turn her head away, pretending not to be offended. Oh, I can tell that you mean your words. And any blacksmith who can look at my design and still choose to turn it down is worthy of such a title. Both Windhorn and Riza was speechless. Wasn't this just Ryu patting himself on the back? How had he turned a compliment for someone else into a stroke of his own ego? This boy really knew how to get under people's skins. Windhorn's gaze narrowed. You can say that this blueprint is the only reason I haven't blinded your eyes. However, you seem to still be pushing your luck. Ryu didn't seem perturbed by these words in the slightest. However, his smile faded. My eyes aren't so easy to blind, nor do I take kindly to threats. But, since I can be considered to have offended you first, I will let it slide this time. Riza almost fainted, not believing her ears. At the same time, Windhorn was truly speechless this time. Once again, despite the fact she knew well that she should be infuriated and enraged, she couldn't even wrap her head around what she had just heard. Had she just been threatened? Once again, Windhorn didn't even get the chance to react before a sword appeared in Ryu's palm. In that instant, the entire atmosphere shifted and even the artificial skies above seemed to dim. A slight rustling of leaves made one realize just how quiet the surroundings had gotten. Ryu took a slight breath, his inhale calling chi to surge, and his exhale drowning the world in black and white. Windhorn shot up from her reclined position once more, her brows trembling. Even in comparison to how she had reacted to the design, she felt like her soul was leaving her body this time around. Ryu gently raised his sword, his expression unmoved and unhurried. A swirl of jet black and pure white energies surrounded him, his gaze flickering with a gentle silver glow. In an unknown corner of the universe, an unknown distance away, a silver star rotated gently, its every spin radiating outward with a pulse of power. Back in Windhorn's gardens, Ryu gently lowered his sword, not releasing his attack. He didn't believe that there was a point. Instead, he simply watched Windhorn in silence. He could see Windhorn's heart practically beating out of her chest, her face flushing red. Her breasts didn't receive the same endowment her hips and bottom had, and could even be said to be quite small. Yet, her heart rate was so exaggerated that Ryu could still see rippling waves. To Ryu, this was just the start of a fledgling Tao. However, to Windhorn, she sensed a movement in her godhood's foundation for the first time a very long time. If she completed this sword, she felt that the door to the next sky god realm might open up a small measure to her. To forge a weapon for a child? Do you take my profession as a joke? I would never waste my time on such trash. Tell that Aberardus that he can shove his favor up. Chapter 734. Why would L? Windhorn's Tao was very special. Rather than relying on just her blacksmithing like Supreme Blacksmith Oki had, or just her sword Tao like others of the Swords faction, she instead relied on both in a sort of feedback loop. This sort of path gave her a great amount of flexibility. When her sword Tao reached a bottleneck, she could turn to blacksmithing. When her blacksmithing reached a bottleneck, she could turn to her sword Tao. And, regardless of which progressed, both would benefit. However, there's no such thing as a perfect path. As Windhorn had said, she was a swordswoman before she was a blacksmith. In this sort of situation, her sword would always take precedence over her craft. As such, there were certain things that she wouldn't be able to do. For example, just because Ryu gave her such a perfect blueprint didn't mean that she could just jump at it. She still had her pride as a swordswoman to consider. In fact, it was even more important. Even if the blueprint was for the greatest sword ever forged in the history of the martial world, if she was forging it for an incompetent fool, she would rather let it rot untouched. Somehow, though, outside of all of her expectations, Ryu's sword Tao actually surpassed anything she thought of the blueprint. She stared out in awe, finding it difficult to believe that it had come from a boy a fraction of her age. For a moment, she completely forgot that she should be enraged. In fact, even if she remembered, would she choose her fury over a chance to become stronger? Why was it that sky gods or any strong cultivator, for that matter, looked down on those beneath them? Wasn't it because they had no ability to do anything for them? Not only were you weak, but you were only an annoyance not worth much of anything. You brought absolutely no value to their life. So, how could you not be looked down upon? However, this changed everything. Not only could Ryu do something for her, it was weighed so heavily that she should probably be thanking this boy for coming to her. While Windhorn had very suddenly become excited, Ryu's gaze instead narrowed, a bit of a frown touching his brows. This was because at that moment, in Windhorn's excitement, he too had sensed the shift in her godhood. When he grasped the change, he suddenly realized that maybe it wasn't such a good idea to allow Windhorn to do this. He was taking on too much of a loss. Forging sword, shaping Tao. The pair of twin words suddenly caused the world to come to a grinding halt. The wind stopped blowing. The leaves stopped rustling. Even the sparse wildlife Windhorn had allowed into her abode stopped breathing. Hearing these words, Ryza uncomfortably shifted and Windhorn snapped out of her daze, her expression turning serious once more. Those words, they were none other than Windhorn's title. Forging sword, shaping Tao, true sky god. These were the exact pairing of words she had chosen that fateful day she finally stepped through from the peak world sea realm to the true sky god realm in a single step. Now I understand why it is there was such scum right beneath your nose but you never noticed. The holy battleground isn't very useful to you, now is it? Though Ryu spoke out her title, Windhorn wasn't enraged. Her title wasn't exactly a secret, it was just that few people truly knew of it. In fact, for a sky god, the spread of their name was a good thing, which was why the secrecy of Yana's master was so odd. Instead, Windhorn wanted to understand why it was Ryu had suddenly spoken out her name in this way. What was he to gain by doing this? When she heard him mention scum, though her brows couldn't help but furrow. Unfortunately, Ryu didn't seem to care to explain. It all makes sense. You said that you're a swordswoman first and a blacksmith second, but this isn't exactly true, is it? Though in practice it's true, technically speaking, there's either hardly any difference, or you could argue that your blacksmithing is even more important. Whenever you forge a sword, the reason you must choose someone worthy is because your Tao allows you to gather faith toward yourself beneath the deeds of those who commission you. At the same time, you can use their Taos to fill in holes that your own might be missing. Boy, are you truly so eager to die? Windhorn had had her patience tested by Ryu time and time again. No matter how amiable she was, even she would have a tipping point. At this moment, she couldn't help but stand. Despite being more than a full head shorter than Ryu, with the momentum of her cultivation, she might as well have been a giant. Knowing her name was one thing, however, breaking down how her Tao worked was a different matter entirely. In fact, such knowledge could put her at great danger, especially if her enemies were to come to know of it. Ryu matched Windhorn's gaze, his own mood unwavering. I must say, your Tao is among the most complex I've ever heard of. It will inevitably reach a bottleneck that can't be overcome as there are only so many swordsmen you can leech from. But my issue is that if you also latch onto my Tao, you'll be guaranteed to reach the pinnacle of all that is. I can tell you right now that this Tao of mine is incomplete and can only be considered to be half of a whole. I can also tell you that within the next year, I will have completed it and it will be more than tenfold stronger than it is now. When this transaction began, I was willing to give you equivalent compensation for your work. But, if I allow you to forge a sword for me now, you'll be gaining more wealth than any blacksmith in history ever has. Do you think that it's still an equivalent exchange in that case? Why would I give you such a chance? Chapter 735 Agree? Ryu's words hit Windhorn like a falling meteor. Whether it was his perfect breakdown of her Tao, his insolence, and even down to his arrogance and estimation of himself, it all left her speechless. Though Ryu's words were abrasive, there was nothing in them that was wrong. Windhorn was very selective about who she forged swords for because whenever she forged one, her faith would be attached to it. This would not only allow her the chance to benefit from the deeds of the men and women she forged for, but it would also allow her to take a piece of their Taos to strengthen herself. This concept of a blacksmith benefiting from the faith of those they forged for wasn't novel or new. Every blacksmith, so long as they had a certain level of skill, could benefit from such a thing without a problem. Where Windhorn set herself apart was in the fact she could also benefit from said individual's Tao. Could be said that Windhorn was walking a tightrope. She had to be careful not to lose herself while delving into so many Taos. But she could also advance by leaps and bounds the more she took from the comprehension of others. And yet, she could do all of this safely as it would be practically impossible for anyone to notice what was happening. Because of the way Windhorn's Tao functioned, she didn't need to take anything away from the people she forged for so they would never notice anything wrong. This way, she could continue to benefit and no one would ever notice a thing. But somehow, Ryu had noticed. And he had noticed before the sword even touched his hands. Windhorn was hit with a whirlwind of emotions. There was rage, embarrassment, and even a hint of unwillingness. At the same time, there was a voice in the back of her head telling her to calm down. Ever since she had become a true sky god, she had never suffered such a loss. Did she believe that Ryu would bring her to the pinnacle of the world? Of course not. What a ridiculous notion. As far as she was concerned, there were no guarantees in life. As she rose to her current standing, she had seen too many geniuses, some even greater than herself, perish. After she reached her position, the number she watched fall was even more. Ryu's Tao was indeed quite amazing. Couldn't be said to be the most powerful she had ever seen, but that was only because it was at the Dominion level. In terms of potential, it was definitely top 10 she had ever laid eyes on or read about. And considering the sheer number she had interacted with, this was a feat that was mind-boggling even to herself. However, she didn't even believe that this was only half a Tao to begin with, let alone believing that Ryu would be able to increase its might by tenfold in a single year. This was to say that all of Ryu's talk about pinnacle this, and top of the world that, it all fell on deaf ears. Maybe it was due to her own stubbornness. Maybe it was because Ryu had infuriated her enough for a lifetime on this day alone. Or maybe it was because she didn't want to admit that Ryu had seen through her with a single glance. Either way, this was how she felt. Windhorn took a deep breath, allowing all the tension in her body to vanish with the wind. The issue before her was very simple, really. There were only a few ways that this matter could end, and she had been through too much in her life to panic and act rashly. The things that Ryu knew were too sensitive and couldn't be allowed to leave this place, at least not without certain protections. But it was when she thought to this point that Windhorn's brow furrowed. There wasn't a single soul who didn't know that Ryu was here. In fact, it was another true sky god that got her to commit to this meeting at all. In addition, there was still Ryza who was here. Although the gap between sky god realms was as large as the gap between large cultivation realms, she couldn't very well kill someone of her own faction just like that, right? Seeing the calm expression in Ryu's gaze, Windhorn was certain that he had already considered all of this to begin with. It suddenly became very obvious to her that dealing with this matter wouldn't be so simple. Would she really have to make a concession here? Ryu himself was quite calm. He hadn't initially wanted to force Windhorn into a corner like this, but circumstances had changed. Windhorn wasn't his friend, wasn't his family, wasn't his woman or his wife. Why would he give her such great benefits for nothing in return? Windhorn might not have believed him, but Ryu had all the confidence in the world of his own potential. Although it would be very easy for Windhorn to fall prey to his Tao and lose her own, if she was smart about it and only took bits and pieces, she would advance by leaps and bounds. By then, her worries of reaching a bottleneck in her Tao would be dashed. So long as Ryu progressed, she too would progress. Of course, this would only last for as long as Ryu would use weapons she forged. But, considering the make and design of this great sword staff, Ryu shouldn't have a problem using it even well into the sky god realms. Under these sort of circumstances, how could Ryu allow this? When had he, Ryu Tatsuya, ever suffered a loss and not gotten ample compensation back for it? There is, of course, one way that I can allow you to do this, Ryu said evenly. Windhorn's brow furrowed. Thinking back to Ryu's previous gaze, her own turned cold. If this boy dared to say anything perverted, this time she really wouldn't care about anything else. She would directly kill him where he stood. She had already tolerated too much. The martial gods are my enemy and I won't rest until they're all wiped from existence. So long as you bring the Swords faction over to Old Man Abe's side, and agree to a few other things, I will agree to this exchange. Chapter 736, Are you? Windhorn's gaze narrowed when she heard these words. She didn't find Ryu's words too surprising. The martial gods had done a lot since they appeared and had offended many powers. Someone having a grudge against them wasn't odd in the slightest. In fact, it could be said that every major power had caused some child somewhere to grieve and rage for the sake of revenge. It was honestly just part of the way of life in the martial world. The difference was 99.99% of those children didn't have even a fraction of Ryu's talent. Though Windhorn was too jaded to be certain of Ryu's future success, what she was certain of was that if Ryu was allowed to grow and the martial gods didn't snuff him out before he matured, he would be a devastating sort of enemy to have. However, was this enough? Windhorn was being pulled from two angles. On one hand, though she wasn't entirely on the side of the martial gods, she wasn't entirely opposed to them either. They were already here, weren't they? Shouldn't they just learn to coexist at that point? On the other hand, she felt that such a line of thinking was too naive. Her personal strength was extraordinarily important, and if she could piggyback Ryu's Tao, she felt like she would have a chance at breaking through in the next several billion years. Though that might sound like a long time to a mortal, to sky gods, they practically counted sets of 100 million the same way a mortal would count a single year. To say that she could complete such a breakthrough in a few decades was astonishing. Why do you hate the martial gods? Windhorn subconsciously asked this question, trying to hide her indecision. She truly couldn't settle on a single thought right this moment. She decided that maybe she could leave it to Ryu to convince her one way or another. That's not the question you should be asking, Ryu replied. Instead, you should be asking yourself why it is that you've tolerated them at all. Windhorn's gaze narrowed. She didn't even notice that she had subconsciously begun to communicate with Ryu as though he was her equal. In fact, their difference in height was only becoming more and more obvious the longer they spoke, and the longer she had to look up to meet his gaze, though she had long since stood to her feet. The Shrine world is maybe the most mysterious world in the universe. For a long time, it wasn't ruled by anyone, and the guilds, the most powerful existences of the martial world, set up their networks elsewhere, knowing full well that claiming this world for yourself would result in an all-out war. The Mercenary Guild built their headquarters in a virtual world. This armament guild built their headquarters in the depths of space, hanging their cities upon nothing. The Necromancy Guild stationed themselves at one of the known entrances to the Netherworld. But none of you touched the Shrine World. In that time, the Shrine World was owned by nobody, until, that is, Primus formed his clan. Windhorn's expression changed wildly, looking at Ryu as though he had lost his mind. If not for the sake of her face, she might have explosively retreated backward. How could you casually say the first name of a sky god like that as though it wasn't a big deal? In fact, she could even hear a bit of disdain and disregard in Ryu's cadence. Had he lost his mind? Windhorn didn't even remember the fact that Ryu had treated her with even more obvious disrespect. To ogle a true sky god, maybe only Ryu would dare to do so. It was completely unexpected that such a powerful clan would claim the Shrine World for themselves. But it was still acceptable because the Tatsuyas shared much of its strength with other clans. It wasn't a monopoly. There were still many other powerhouses taking part, forming a pseudo-fourth guild of sorts that you three powers had to respect. But now, Ryu looked into Windhorn's eyes, unperturbed. Her irises seemed to flicker from shades of deep blue to deep purple depending on how the light hit it, and he could sense a hidden sharpness deep within, tucked behind her feminine charms. But now the Shrine World, a place that had once been the centerpiece of the martial world and a place filled with mysteries and curiosities yet to be explored, has now been monopolized by outsiders who seemingly appeared from thin air. Now you tell me, why have you tolerated them? Windhorn's pupils trembled. The Shrine World had always been one of endless mysteries that could never be dug up entirely. Many sky gods had explored shrines pertaining to them, many of whom were true sky gods and even transcended above, but none had ever been able to dig up the true core secrets hidden within. It was to the point where there were even an unknown number of shrines to begin with. The Shrine World used to be a place that those who were worthy could explore. The Tatsuya clan made much of its wealth by exchanging the rights of visitation with various powerhouses of the universe. But now, no one but those who submitted to the martial gods could even think of stepping foot in one. The good news was that the martial gods had lost many of the shrines the Tatsuya and their allies had once controlled. But the bad news was that it didn't matter. Aside from Ryu, who could teleport directly into one of these shrines using the one-use escape items his grandparents had left behind for him, who else could do the same? This alone should have been more than enough for people to rebel and be enraged by the actions of the martial gods. But the issue was that their hands had clawed their way much too deeply into the roots of the martial world. Their influence was practically everywhere. This wasn't a light-hearted sort of risk. Windhorn truly didn't know what sort of decision to make. However, Ryu's words shook her once more. Are you a swordswoman? Or a coward? Chapter 737 appeared. Windhorn suddenly realized at that moment that she was considering too much, worrying about too much. That was right, she was a swordswoman. It sounded like she was simply being instigated by Ryu, but as far as Windhorn was concerned, disagreeing only because she was worried about being painted in such a light would be nothing short of childish and immature. She herself knew the truth, and that was all that mattered. Windhorn matched Ryu's gaze once more, her calm returning. I can't tell whether you are brave or foolish. Ryu didn't respond, he didn't feel the need to. Ultimately, he wouldn't be the one to decide which of them he was. Maybe only the result itself could do so. Plus, as far as he was concerned, bravery had nothing to do with it. Being brave implied that he had a fear to overcome to begin with. And the martial gods? He didn't fear them. From this day forth, my sword's faction will be on the side opposing the martial gods. However, I hope you don't believe that this will be a unilateral affair. I may be the matriarch of the Farum clan, but I don't have absolute control over everyone. In fact, there is still the Gion clan as well. The Swords faction was made up of two large halves. One was the Farum clan, the Sword Armament clan, and the other was the Gion clan, the Short Sword Armament clan. The good news was that most of the clans had sided with Arcus because Windhorn was vaguely on the side of the martial gods. If she made a hard stance against them this time, it was likely that the clans would follow suit and fall in line. The bad news, though, was that this had been the status quo for too long. With Windhorn's inaction, the martial gods had been able to sink their influence into the armament guild deeper and deeper. Windhorn suddenly pulling back like this wouldn't automatically erase everything that had happened. There would be many in both high and low positions that had already accepted benefits from the martial gods and couldn't exactly extricate themselves easily. There were also many examples of intermarriage that couldn't just be annulled. There were now children and whole families involved. It could be said that Windhorn's inaction had made the problem far worse, but she wasn't the only one at fault. Weren't there countless others who had made the same decision? To tell you the truth, I don't particularly care about the details. The only reason I insisted on your taking this path is because wouldn't I be too foolish to strengthen an enemy? Windhorn just shook her head. She was already getting used to Ryu's arrogance. Clearly he was implying that he would destroy the martial gods with or without her help, so he didn't care about all these complicated details. If he did care, he would have Windhorn secretly change her affiliation and scheme in the background to spring a trap instead of doing things like this. It was obvious he had no mind for such games, or more accurately, he didn't care to play them. As for what else I would like you to promise me, that much is even simpler. Ryu explained what he wanted. As he did so, whether it was Ryza or Windhorn, both had expressions that only continuously became weirder and weirder. When Ryu finished, Windhorn was speechless. I'm a true sky god. Windhorn finally settled on these words, as though she felt the need to remind herself more than she needed to remind Ryu. What Ryu asked of her wasn't impossible, nor was it difficult. In fact, it would be quite easy on her part. But why did she feel so used and dirty? How could a person use a favor owed to them by a true sky god like this? Ryu smiled. I'll take that as a yes, then. Windhorn's gaze flickered before she finally sighed. Fine. Excellent. Ryu's smile brightened. Supreme Blacksmith Oki has already been studying the blueprint for a year now, and I'm certain that I can trust you two to coordinate appropriately. Here. Ryu handed over a spatial ring. This should have all the materials you need. If there's a failure, let me know, I have a few more sets. Windhorn's expression turned weird again. Just how rich was this young man? Multiple sets of these materials? How was that even possible? Too bad before she could snap out of her daze. Ryu had already left with Ryza. The location was the Bowman faction, deep within its territory. Before Ryu and Ryza stood an elaborate palace of gold. Compared to the silent ambience of Windhorn's gardens or the stoic atmosphere of Oki's valley, this place was abrasive to the point of being blinding. Ryu and Ryza both stood expressionlessly at the gate. The two of them had already given word of their arrival, and the messenger had even already returned to their post as a guard, but there was no longer any movement. The seconds turned to minutes, and the minutes began to stack one after another. However, before even the 5-minute mark, Ryu turned on his heels and began to walk away. Ryza's expression flickered slightly, but she too followed him away in silence. Ryu wasn't a man who liked to explain himself, and saying words of revenge was even less likely. He preferred to act when he could do so. However, that didn't mean that the words themselves weren't spoken in his heart. He would make certain that Supreme Blacksmith Arcus knew that this was the worst mistake he had ever made in his life. Boom! 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 Right at that moment, the world began to shake and quake violently. The cities that hung upon nothing swayed wildly, threatening to fall from the starry skies like streaking meteors. Ryu's gaze narrowed, his head tilting up into the skies. But what he saw caused even his eyes to widen, a rarely seen expression of shock appearing on his features. Ruorar! Bang! The sound of shattering glass resounded, bits and pieces of space spiraling out of control. In the skies, an enormous creature appeared. It was covered from head to toe in vibrant green scales. It had the body of a snaking serpent and the head of a horned dragon. It had 4 legs, each vibrating with shimmering claws. Every time it roared, space would be split apart by countless wind blades, the emerald slit of its pupils reflecting dominance and superiority. A wind dragon had appeared above the armament guild. The ancestral beasts had returned. Chapter 738 as clear as day. Ryu's gaze was locked onto the skies, his pupils constricted to an extreme. This day it was something not only the zoo had worried about, but it was something even the martial gods had alluded to. In that instant, several things clicked into place and Ryu grasped many things. Ultimately, he landed on one conclusion. This was the final effort of the heavens. Boom! 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 The wind's blade ricocheted off of the protective barriers of the main city, but many of the lower-ranking cities didn't weather the storm as easily. Some split directly in two, other, more sturdy ones, found themselves knocked off course, threatening to leave the gravitational orbit of the guild. The attack was so sudden and powerful that no one seemed capable of reacting for several moments. Even Ryu seemed frozen in time for but a moment. A mighty dragon's might descended from the skies, forcing the weak to their knees. Lines of gravity manifested in the air like streaks of whining space. It made it hard for one to tell whether the atmosphere had just gotten a lot heavier or if a storm of raging rain had begun to fall from above. The dragon's might washed over Ryu like a spring breeze. He felt his muscles tingle a bit, but outside of this, nothing at all changed. Under normal circumstances, this might very well be a good thing. But, in this sort of situation, it was exactly the opposite. It took no more than a split moment for the emerald irises of the wind dragon to pierce through the veil, landing on Ryu. It had only just been about to unleash a tirade, a soliloquy of dominance and a reminder of its superiority. But, the moment it sensed Ryu, it was like all of this had gone out the window. "Human, you dare!" The voice was like a rumbling crack of thunder. If not for Ryu's extensive knowledge of ancient languages, not to mention his intelligence in guessing patterns of language evolution allowing him to comprehend the tweaks this dragon tongue had undergone over time, he wouldn't have understood anything spoken at all. The dome of protection over the main city trembled, threatening to collapse entirely. This beast was only at the 11th order, the equivalent to the World Sea Realm. In fact, it wasn't even at the pinnacle of the 11th order and could only be considered to be at the middle 11th order. And yet, its strength already rivaled false sky gods. There was absolutely no way that anyone with strength beneath that level would be able to shake the Armament Guild, let alone do so as casually. When it spoke, it didn't even seem enraged. It sounded as though it was watching an ant that dared to step out of line. It had never thought it would find a human with dragon blood the moment it returned. It had heard its fair share of stories about such a thing, but it could never believe it. A mighty dragon sharing a bed with a pathetic human? Such scourges and trash of the dragon clan didn't deserve to call themselves dragons. As for those who lost in battle and had their blood essence snatched away by the Scarlet Sparrow, they were even more unworthy. Hearing such a voice, Ryu's shocked gaze slowly returned to calm. His blood boiled and his canines grew as his pupils flickered between red, blue, violet, and silver. He grinned, a clash of sharp teeth causing sparks to fly in the air. For a moment, it was as though there was no one else. No one but Ryu and this mighty wind dragon. Licks of flames spread from the corners of Ryu's lips, his pristine white hair fluttering in the wind. "There's nothing in this world I don't dare to do." Ryu's dragon tongue boomed through the air, sending ripples of concentric circles. His own voice was almost immediately drowned out by the destruction and that of the dragon's own. But it didn't seem to matter. Whether it was Ryza who was by his side, Windhorn who had already exited her floating island, or the dragon above that had been paying attention to his every action from the very start, they all heard him loud and clear. The wind dragon was stunned for a moment. There wasn't a hint of fear in Ryu's eyes. In fact, there was only eagerness, as though he couldn't wait to tear it limb from limb. After a while, the wind dragon released a toothy grin of its own, the might of its powerful body causing space itself to bend and quake. "Lucard, that human is yours." Right then, the crack in space the wind dragon had come from suddenly imploded. A flood of beasts rained down from above, each of them exuding powerful auras. However, among them all, there was one that Ryu's gaze locked onto, refusing to move away. Compared to the wind dragon, this junior dragon was much smaller, being only about a kilometer long. Its body was covered in radiant silver scales, and its pupils were just as resplendent as silver. If it stopped and didn't move at all, one would think that it was a precious statue, immaculately sculpted by the gods. It only took a glance for Ryu to realize that this was an especially rare spatial dragon. Every generation would only produce at most a dozen, and their strength existed on almost a separate plane of its own. Despite being a junior and only of the lower 8 order, equivalent of the lower path extinction realm, the pressure it exuded was unlike anyone of that cultivation realm should be able to match. However, this wasn't what shocked Ryu at all. He could sense it as clear as day, and Lucard did nothing to hide it, flaunting it with an arrogance that could topple mountains and dry up seas. The 4th-ranked heavenly pupils, the darkness pupils. Author's note: for those who looked up the auxiliary, the darkness pupils are indeed the chaos pupils. The original name was black hole pupils, but I changed it to chaos when I wrote the auxiliary. Clearly, I was drunk that day. This name change is more apropos. Chapter 739, Don't Dare? Lucard gazed down and found Ryu, realizing that his senior wanted him to fight a human. Old man, that human uses immortal chi. Where's the fun in that? He won't even last a single exchange. I expect him to be dead within an hour. If he isn't, you can forget about marrying my daughter. Lucard was speechless. Even if he wanted to forget about marrying this old man's daughter now, would he even allow it? Never mind him, would she even allow it? She would sooner castrate both him and her father before she allowed such a thing to happen. Though Lucard kept calling the wind dragon Rusil old, compared to most World Sea Realm experts, he was actually quite young. However, Lucard, who was only a few dozen years old, hardly cared about any of that. While the dragons were conversing as though nothing at all was going on around them, the Armament Guild had fallen into complete chaos. Windhorn, who had been enraptured by Ryu's blueprint, had already appeared in the skies, her expression flickering several times. However, just when she went to take action, the wind dragon Rusil, who had had his previous attempt at a speech interrupted by Ryu, finally began to speak. At that moment, true sky god Arcus came out from the Bowman faction, Windhorn too standing in the air. In fact, even the newly minted true sky god Hestam, Aberardus, appeared. Sacrum has been under the control of you humans for far too long. The booming voice in modern tongue shocked many awake. They had never heard of beasts speaking before, and definitely not so fluently. There were many beast masters that could eventually come to understand the gist of their partner's meaning, but usually only beasts of exceptional talent could ever learn to speak like humans did, and such beasts rarely if ever fell into the hands of humans to begin with. This sort of experience was completely novel. Ryu, however, wasn't thinking about this at all. As far as he was concerned, these people were worried about the wrong thing. Sacrum? What the hell was that? Depending on the language you were translating from, it could mean anything from holy to shrine. Ryu's pupils constricted. That was when Ryu noticed it. When the wind dragon spoke those words, the world seemed to calm a bit. It wasn't as exaggerated as when Ryu spoke the name Tatsuya, but there was something about it that still somehow felt more powerful. It was as though the reaction when Ryu spoke the name Tatsuya was like an overcompensating bully that needed to be as loud and boisterous as possible. But this sacrum was instead so much more powerful that it didn't feel the need to flaunt at all. Instead, its presence was like a gentle breeze, tickling the ears and senses to the bare minimum. Almost as though the only thing it cared about was you knowing that it was there and nothing more. Could this be the true name of the martial world? Of the universe? Ryu took deep breaths. This didn't seem like it was a big deal, but to Ryu, it felt like his entire world was being flipped on its head. What did it mean to have a name? On the surface, it was just an identity. A step deeper than that, and it was the representation of all that you were, your faith, your fate, the person you had been up to that point, and the person you might become. There was weight and heft to a name, meaning that went beyond just the surface level of identity. But what if you went even one step deeper than that? What facilitated faith and fate? Who controlled its checks and balances? Wasn't the answer to that the heavens? Over the years, Ryu's attitude toward the heavens had changed. Though he hadn't entirely stepped onto the side of Ailsa's thinking, he had also learned not to hate it. Compared to others, he was much luckier. Even if he never managed to awaken a spiritual foundation, this would still be true. Now, Ryu was quite neutral when it came to the heavens. He was willing to fight it when it stood in his way, but he didn't care to seek it out or hunt it down. To him, the heavens were like an independent arbitrator, giving where it should give and taking away where it should take away. But If this world had a name, what did that mean? Who was assigning faith to this world? Who was guiding its fate? Ryu was shaken to his core, his breathing being heavy. His injuries flared up, causing him to wince, but even then, it wasn't enough to calm him down. Only a fool wouldn't understand just how much weight such a discovery held. Your kings, queens, emperors, and empresses have come back to rule you all as you should be. However, according to the record, you humans are very stubborn and don't seem to ever be capable of understanding your place. So we will show it to you. The aura of the wind dragon continued to grow. As many of you pitiful sky gods come is as many as I will fight. I will give you a chance and won't touch your little cubs. Instead, I will leave that to my own juniors to handle. Come. I would like to see how far the mighty human empire has come, or just how far you've fallen. The last words came out in a rumbling growl. A single 11th order beast challenging all of the Armament Guild's sky gods at once. Was this arrogance? Or was this confidence? At that moment, though, something no one could have possibly predicted occurred. Ryu's figure had flickered, passing through the barrier that protected the main city as though it wasn't there at all. He faced hundreds of ancestral beasts alone. The glares of so many dragons at once was enough to force a man to their knees. It only became worse as they sniffed the air, sensing the dragon blood emitting from Ryu in but a single instant. I will fight your Lucard, however when I win, I want you to answer 3 questions for me. The wind dragon Rusil's gaze narrowed. Didn't this child realize that it would take but a single breath for him to wipe him from existence? What? Ryu's placid expression spread into a grin, his fiendish aura returning. You don't dare. Lucard raised his head into the starry skies, releasing an earth-shattering roar. He hadn't been interested in this human before, but he suddenly wanted to feel his bones between his teeth. Chapter 740 Lucard 1. Lucard's roar didn't carry the depth or strength that Rusil's had, but what it did have was an unbridled arrogance that shone through without regard. The thick, steel-plated scales that covered his neck flickered with dark chi as he rose his head, the dichotomy of bright silver and night creating a beautiful scene in the starry sky. The momentum of this junior dragon was so fearsome that even many Cosmic Sea Realm experts felt their knees grow weak, their gazes looking up into the skies as though they were observing the descent of gods. It felt like the whole of the martial world was gracing their reappearance. The chi sung and the stars twinkled, the heavens themselves opening up to radiate light downward. The combination of dragon's might and innate fear seemed to pull at the strings of one's soul. If these dragons alone were so powerful, what about the mighty 12th order beasts that ruled them? Was the disparity truly so big that they didn't have to bother to appear? Windhorn's frown only deepened from her position. Even Jan's smiling features had long since faded. This situation, it wasn't one they were completely caught off guard by, but it was one they didn't want to deal with nonetheless. These dragons wanted to assert their dominance, but the problem was, did they even have members of the younger generation capable of fighting them to begin with? You're not bad. Ryu reached up to his mask, pulling it down to reveal a face of devilish handsomeness. His fiendish grin and sharp teeth were bared to the world, clattering like sword blades and sending sparks of flames out the corner of his lips. He tossed the mask up, his irises pulsing as a wormhole of spatial chi appeared to swallow it up. Lucard's gaze sharpened before a heated breath of excitement left his lips. How about you become my mount? I'm going to enjoy killing you. Bang! In a blink, Lucard had become a silver streak even as Ryu became a violet one. When they reappeared, it was as though they had become mirror images of one another. One stood with tall white horns and a humanoid body adorned in silver scales and rippling with muscles. However, he had the face of a dragon. His snout was long. His eyes were slit and his teeth seemed formed of endless rows. The other had the face of a human and a body covered in violet scales. His irises were slit with a murderous light, his limbs vibrating with power and his lips steaming with flames. Their fists clashed in the air, violent ripples of space shooting out in every direction and forcing many of the other junior dragons to retreat. You look down on me? Ryu asked. His voice didn't carry much of a hint of emotion. In fact, It was quite placid and unmoved despite the wild amount of pain coursing through his body. Entering a human form would take reaching the 12th order. And for many beasts, even after reaching that level, they preferred remaining in the form they were most comfortable in, their true form. This pseudo-humanoid form that Lucard had taken with the face and head of a dragon was clearly just a technique. In this sort of form, he at most had access to maybe 20 to 30% of his true strength. "Are you looking down on me?" Lucard responded with a question. He was a talent in body cultivation the likes of which was rarely seen. With a single glance, he could tell the proportions of a person's body, how much strength their muscle fibers could output, and what kind of power they should have behind their strikes. However, Ryu too was only using 20 to 30% of his true strength. There were only two possible explanations. Either he was holding back on purpose or he was injured. Considering the strain when he attacked, it was more likely the latter or some odd body training method, maybe even both. Regardless of which it was, Lucard was not happy. To dare challenge me in such a state. I, Lucard, have never been disrespected like this in my lifetime. I will make sure you regret it. Confusion colored the features of most who were watching on. To have even sky gods spectating your battle was the kind of honor most juniors would never receive. However, whether it was Ryu or Lucard, not only did they not seem to care in the slightest, they both disdained to explain themselves. Bang! The two were forced to separate. However, neither immediately attacked. Lucard clasped his hands behind his back, beginning to walk in a slow circle around Ryu. Streaks of darkness followed his wake as space rippled like water currents. He bent and twisted them both to his whims, his steps becoming enigmatic and his gaze becoming especially difficult to follow. Ryu stood at the center of it all, unmoving. It seemed that Lucard had already realized he had a pair of heavenly pupils, a given considering how obvious he had made it, but he had no idea that the pair of eyes he was facing were the number one ranked. Because if he was aware, he would know that such movement techniques were completely useless against Ryu. Ryu reached out a hand, allowing a saber to appear. It was about 1.5 meters long and at its widest, 2 palm widths could easily be placed side to side on its body. Almost as soon as it appeared, it erupted into a blazing fire, the heat in the surroundings skyrocketing to the point just gazing upon the flame seemed to make your irises burn regardless of how far away you were. Take form and conquer the world. The skies seemed to dim, the world becoming the stage of 2 young men. 13 rings of dark gold manifested. The energies of the world that had quelled under the might of the dragons suddenly singing once more. Then the two vanished. Chapter 741 Lucard 2. It would have been one thing if this was a problem being faced by the Armament Guild alone, but all over the martial world, or rather, the sacrum universe, spatial rifts had cracked and split open, unleashing a flood of ancient beasts on the human population for the first time in several eras. To make matters worse, not only had these ancient beasts returned seemingly wielding more power than they ever had before, but they were able to rally lesser beast clans under their banner, causing a surge of beast tides across worlds and an awakening of many slumbering creatures. Many human clans and sects were completely caught off guard by this change. In just moments, many had already died and even more weren't certain of what the future would hold from this point forward. But what was clear to those with sharp minds was that the ancestral beasts had yet to put in even a modicum of their true effort. The strongest of them were only lower 11th order existences who relaxed as they sent their juniors forward. It was as though they were trying to crush the morale of humans piece by piece, making them realize just which of them were truly the superior race and which of them deserved to be crushed beneath the feet of the other. All those years ago, the beasts had been thoroughly humiliated. They gave everything they had to defeat the Fae, and when they finally got a chance to rule the world as they themselves had earned, their bloodlines began to weaken and wane, allowing humans to take advantage and become the new ruling race. Generations of fury and pent-up frustration was all unleashed at once, and the difference was drastic. Humans already had trouble fighting normal beasts at the same level. As these beasts with denser bloodlines and higher talent manifested themselves one after another, the disparity only grew greater. Beasts capable of fighting across 2 and even sometimes 3 realms of cultivation began to appear, drowning out the efforts of humans attempting to fight back and condemning them to hell. Battlefields scattered across Sacrum began to flood the earth with rivers of blood, and yet the Armament Guild, one of the largest targets for the ancient beasts, had ironically become among the most peaceful. Bang! 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 Ryu and Lucard's battle didn't seem like an exchange between juniors. They weaved in and out of space like cosmic seed realm experts, wielded comprehensions that put world sea realm experts to shame, had pure bodily strength that some weak sky gods couldn't dream of replicating. It felt as though all those spectating had been drawn into a dream and forced to acknowledge their inferiority. Interesting. Rusil's gaze narrowed. Neither had used their heavenly pupils. Rusil had been shocked that Ryu even had heavenly pupils to begin with. He had only initially felt that Ryu would be a good candidate to be the first crushed. With his insight, he was able to tell that if Ryu fell, there probably wouldn't be anyone else worthy of stepping up. By then, everything would end simply and easily. But what he didn't know was that Ryu was a relative unknown to most of the Armament Guild. It was only after he removed his mask that some eyes widened, but even then, it was only among the highest echelon. Simply put, his loss wouldn't have the impact that Rusil was expecting. And, to make matters worse, it wasn't certain that he would lose either. Bang! 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 Ryu's saber was as flexible as a whip and as fast as lightning. He didn't use any techniques because he simply didn't know any, but it didn't seem to matter in the slightest. Every one of his swings was venomous to an extreme and seemed to carry a unique air to it capable of slicing through any and everything. Due to this, Lucard had had no choice but to unleash his strongest defense, coating his body in a dense layer of spatial chi that warped reality wherever it passed. Lucard himself, though, was no less impressive. His fists weighed like mountain. His claws were as sharp as blades. Even his kicks were just as venomous and whip-like as Ryu's saber. He was an absolute expert in close combat. Whether it was his fists, elbows, feet, even something like his shoulders and head, they all became weapons. Beneath the might of spatial control, even the dullest blade could become sharp enough to split the skies in two, and even the slowest attack could cross an impossible distance in the blink of an eye. If it wasn't for the fact Ryu was able to see the movement of invisible spatial chi with his eyes, locating the open and closing of portals and the start and finish of rippling blades, he would have lost his life long ago. But, at the same time, if it wasn't for Lucard's astounding defense and enigmatic movement, he too would have long since fallen beneath Ryu's blade. Bang! The two shot backward, their feet drawing deep trenches in the folds of space. Their gazes locked onto one another as though connected by a line of fate. Lucard took a deep breath, his exhale coming out in a low, rumbling growl. His chest boomed and vibrated, his muscles rippling and his scales shimmering with a resplendent light. He hadn't wanted to use his bloodline talents because he felt that Ryu was looking down on him. However, after several exchanges, it became clear that unless they were willing to go all out, this battle would last months if not years. If this was just about him, his pride would have won out. But this matter was larger than that. Children, Rusil's voice suddenly rumbled. Rain down hell. The roars of hundreds of dragons shook the skies, causing Lucard's gaze to narrow, his rage smoldering within his heart. This action was very clearly his father-in-law losing faith in his ability to end this quickly. At that moment, the relatively peaceful Armament Guild fell into its own brand of chaos. I would advise your juniors to be careful who they target. Because if I find out my woman was involved, well, my temper isn't so good, Ryu said lightly. Lucard was so enraged by these words that he grinned, his draconic head becoming the picture of sinister intention. A clap of thunder rang through the skies as the chi around Lucard turned more and more violent. Spatial world. The sound of shattering glass resounded through the skies. I guess it's about time. Ryu looked up into the skies, his horns flickering with sapphire blue lightning. Storm. Check out my Instagram to see the soon-to-be update cover of GAB, starring Ryu and his Fate Star. Here at Awespec, Sir. Note the inner. Chapter 742 Deflated. It was like two worlds were suddenly colliding, their folds of reality battered, pushed and crashed against one another, their immediate surroundings whining and threatening to be ripped apart from their seams. On one side, a world of reflective glass lay. It was difficult to tell down from up and left from right, as though even the air itself had become a reflective surface or the deepest sort of abyss. A weaker mind would find themselves lost and confused, unable to process exactly what it was that they were seeing. On the other side, there was a raging storm of rumbling thunder and striking lightning. Everything in the wake of these beautiful violet strands of judgment were incinerated to ash and wiped from existence, dancing about the skies like the vicious chords of nature. Lucard's expression as well as Rusil's flickered. This talent, how could they not recognize it? There were many ancestral beasts on the level of the dragons, but there was only one they called rival, and that was the Qilin. The rulers of the dragons were the fire dragons, and the rulers of the Qilin, Lightning Qilin. Lucard hardly had the time to be shocked before another shocking flame erupted from Ryu's body, dancing with the golden red runes of the Emperor Phoenix's heavenly patterns. Their power and strength jumped several times over, dancing with a vigorous light. Rage flames. Ryu's bloodlines were too mixed and muddled in the views of ancestral beasts. They had been able to tell that Ryu had a dragon bloodline, but exactly which it was, and even if it had an elemental alignment at all, was completely unknown to them. But the idea that Emperor Phoenix, Lucard felt that his understanding of the world was collapsing. A human with the bloodlines of not just one ruling race but three, he couldn't even wrap his head around it. The human body wasn't designed to hold even a single beast bloodline. Compared to the birth rates of high-level cultivators, the birth rates of high-level cultivators with beast bloodlines was even lower than that. The difficulty only multiplied the more beast bloodlines were in play. This simply didn't make any sense. Ryu's left arm spread outward. Before Lucard even had the time to grasp what was right before him, a second saber appeared. No, it wasn't a saber. It was a sword, this one even longer than the original saber. It was the very same gorgeous blade Ryu had brought out to face Ryza. His aura blazed. On one side, a black-red flame danced, emitting from the edge of the saber and rising up. On the other, ice crackled and popped, space itself seeming to freeze over. The auras they exuded were of the mere ruler realm. And yet, the cold and heat they gave off was so potent and palpable that even cosmic seed realm experts looked on with narrowed gazes, wondering just how it was that they would deal with such a thing. Windhorn and Jan were both frozen in place, feeling that Rusil's attention and aura was locked onto them. They had no choice but to watch on as a flood of junior dragons slaughtered their way through their cities, their expressions fluctuating wildly. Humans weren't nearly as in tune with reading and grasping bloodlines. In fact, even many beasts weren't as sharp as Lucard, who had a natural gift for it. As such, even when Ryu released all his bloodline talents during the banquet, outside of registering that he must have some unique bloodlines, there wasn't much else the martial gods and the others could grasp. Of course, this was mostly due to the fact that those present at the banquet hadn't participated in the war against the Tatsuya and their allies. And, for unknown reasons, even the Holy Wing clan members had not been present. Still, this was all to say that many were at a loss for classifying Ryu's bloodlines. However, what they could see clear as day was a young man wielding both a saber and a sword at the same time, and neither seemed out of place. This was the very first time they were seeing such a thing in their lifetimes. Ice Phoenix, for ancient beast bloodlines. Ryu exhaled a long breath. An alternating current of fiery air and freezing flames emitted from his mouth. The Ice Phoenix martial form circulated, reinvigorating his body as best he could. He was familiar with the spatial dragon's spatial world. It was a domain of mirrors that messed with both illusion and reality. He could take a step to the left and end up on the right. He could take a single step forward and travel a kilometer, or he could flicker at his fastest speed and yet not move a single inch. The worst part was that it was all completely random and at the whims of Lucard. If Lucard melded this domain with his darkness pupils, even if Ryu activated, he would find himself struggling very quickly. The synergy between Lucard's bloodline and his heavenly pupils was too great. With just a few moments, Ryu could think of countless amazing potential abilities. let alone Lucard, who had had these talents at his fingertips for his whole life. So he had already decided to go all out. Everything he had, he would give. He could even rely on Rusil's dragon's might domain to keep the particulars of his heavenly pupils a secret. He could already tell that he was the only one to have noticed that Lucard had a pair to begin with. With as much thought as Ryu was putting into everything, he had shut out everything else. All the carnage and destruction that was going down below had little to nothing to do with him. All he wanted to claim were his 3 questions. After that, he would figure out how to maneuver about this war that would definitely embroil the whole of the martial world. However, he could have never expected that all of his momentum and preparedness would be deflated with a single sentence. "You're his descendant?" "I see." Chapter 743 Not Muted. Ryu's head snapped from Lucard to Rusil, the latter's rumbling voice penetrating his eardrums. Rusil, who had just given a speech in human tongue, had returned to dragon tongue. It seemed he had done so deliberately so that only Ryu could understand him, but why? Ryu immediately reacted quite abruptly because when he heard the word descendant, his first thought was of his father. But, after a logical analysis, his gaze turned cold. In this context, the one that made the most sense wasn't his father or even his grandfather, but rather his great-grandfather, Primus. The coldness in Ryu's gaze made Rusil narrow his eyes. He had a few guesses for where that coldness came from and why it was there, but he didn't care very much, nor was he willing to unpack such things here. "Since you're of his bloodline, you're different. You're one of us. Lucard, leave this battle and go find someone else."
"No."
"I want him." Lucard's words came out like a reverberating growl. However, he had hardly got them out when a claw descended from above, split his spatial world in 2, and knocked him on the head. "Did you forget who your father-in-law is? Show some respect. I said to leave it be, so leave it be." However, what Rusil didn't expect was for Ryu to aim his sword forward. "I still need to defeat him for my 3 questions. Are you trying to weasel out of the deal? I thought dragons were prideful men of their words." Rusil was stunned for a moment before his gaze flickered. He almost knocked Ryu on the head just like he had Lucard, but then he seemed to remember something and refrained from doing so. "Brat, watch your tone. Your battle began before I agreed to anything. Then I still want to defeat him and take him as a mount." "You little imp." Rusil was speechless. "Taking your own family as a mount? Do you have no shame?" The birth of dragons and ancient beasts in general was quite special. A lot like martial gods who could be born into any one of their 4 branches regardless of which branch their parents shared, dragons were a lot like this as well. At birth, dragons were divided into 2 categories, one with no elemental alignment and those with it. Dragons without were a step weaker than those with, but they were still blessed without astonishing physical prowess and gifts, making them fearsome existences regardless. Those with elemental alignment had a wide array of scale color types and displayed elemental powers accordingly. Of course, this changed when these bloodlines were incorporated into humans, as any child that Ryu had, should they inherit his bloodlines, something that wasn't guaranteed, they would always be fire dragons or lightning Qilins. Obviously, Qilins shared this characteristic of dragons. This was all to say that if Ryu was right in the Rusil was referring to his great-grandfather, and that Primus did indeed have a deep connection with the dragons, it wouldn't be very much of a surprise at all if Lucard was a distant cousin of his. Ryu shook his head, suddenly thinking of something. He's too sentient. It would indeed make it a bit inconvenient to use him, Ryu thought aloud. His purpose behind building an army of beast companions was so that he could become a one-man army. But the irony in that statement was that his partners would have to rely on him and follow his orders. Nemesis, Little Rock and Little Gem had essentially been following him since they were children. He trusted them and they trusted him. If Ryu took in Lucard, what difference would there be between that and just building up his own forces? Something he expressly didn't want to do. He didn't want to lead people, and even if he did, he didn't think he would be good at it. Still, despite the fact Ryu had taken a step back, Rusil and Lucard only felt more uncomfortable. Should they be angry or not? Fuck. Lucard couldn't be bothered anymore. He shot past Ryu, diving into the city below and beginning to vent his frustrations. "Are you going to answer my questions?" Ryu pretended like he hadn't seen anything. It's not my place to answer such things. Rusil replied plainly. Those who had been paying attention to what was happening were at a loss. Why had the battle suddenly stopped? And why was it that Ryu seemed to be talking to the wind dragon? What the hell was going on? What was even worse was that they all suddenly realized that even with how high their evaluation of Ryu had been, it hadn't been high enough. The moment Lucard was released from his battle with Ryu, it was as though a natural disaster had been unleashed on the world. Some of the greatest talents of the Armament Guild were wiped out one after another as though they were nothing more than cannon fodder. I mean about your attack. I don't care about that old bastard Primus. Rusil's expression flickered, but his response was still calm. I'm well aware of what you mean. If you did care, you wouldn't be his descendant. However, I still cannot tell you those things. You can't tell me why you're treating the real plane like it's some sort of amusement park for your juniors to train in. You don't seem to be taking any of this seriously at all. If your people piss me off, I won't hesitate to kill them. As you should. Rusil replied nonchalantly. This sort of leeway is only something we dragons will give you. If the Qilin smell their scent on you, they'll hunt you down to the ends of all the planes. The story you share with them is much different from the one you do with us. And there's an awakened Emperor Phoenix among that younger generation as well. There can't be two lions to a single mountain. Ryu looked deeply into the eyes of Rusil before turning to leave. If your main goal is to wipe out the martial gods, you should listen to the woman with the wide hips when it comes to who to kill and who not to kill. Ryu left this word of advice before floating back down to the city. His goal? To find Ailsa and Yana. He could feel that now was the appropriate time to return to a certain place. If he couldn't fight Lucard, there was no point in remaining here. Ryu. Windhorn's voice traveled to him from above. Yes, Ryu asked. The situation here is a bit bad. I've already spoken up for you, Ryu said. The landscape of the Armament Guild should change after today. But Windhorn's gaze drifted toward the Bowman faction. Whether by coincidence or manipulation, they seemed to be suffering the brunt of the extermination. How could Windhorn know that dragons had an inborn hatred for bows and arrows due to the Qilin and those that shared their bloodline? Them? Maybe if Supreme Blacksmith Arcus comes to beg me on his knees, I'll do something about it. Ryu's words weren't muted in the slightest. With the hearing of sky gods and how much attention they had placed on these events, how could they not have all heard him?
Chapter 744 litre advise.
Rise's lip twitched. At that moment, several auras locked onto Ryu. But, just as quickly, the wind dragon bared his teeth, a snarling and heated breath leaving his lips. Aberardus, who had long since been forced to come and monitor the situation, could only shake his head. This kid. Jan's gaze narrowed as he looked toward Ryu's back. This was the first time that a junior had ever so blatantly disrespected him. Of course, Supreme Blacksmith Arcus wasn't himself, but he was still a member of his family, and a very important member at that. The two were as close as brothers. To ask his brother to kneel, wasn't that just as good as asking him to kneel? Jan had indeed passed on question of Aberardus' request to Supreme Blacksmith Arcus. However, he had done so nonchalantly, and even when his brother snapped in response, he only chuckled and didn't say much about it, not putting in any effort to change his mind. In his thoughts, Supreme Blacksmith Arcus had been correct. Asking a sky god to forge a weapon for a junior who hadn't even grasped cosmic chi yet, was that some sort of joke? But how could any of them have possibly guessed that such a thing would happen? Ryu didn't even wait for the impact of his words to land. Already turning to walk away, Jan's body flickered, appearing outside of the dome of protection. While Ryu had used his own abilities to do so, Jan had access to an armament which allowed him to do exactly that. There was no need to rely on the wind dragon's damage like the junior dragons had. His bow quaked when it appeared in his palm, shimmering with resplendent crystalline blue and emerald green colors. Even when raised, it dwarfed Jan in size, continuing a meter above his head and reaching down to his feet. Even without being pulled, the power the bow exuded was undeniable. Aberardus and Windhorn appeared not long afterward along with a host of other false sky gods. There was no other choice. If they wanted to deal with everything else, this 11th Order dragon had to be slain first. Though Ryu didn't look back, his lip curled into a cold smile. That Jan character was good at controlling his emotions. But when it came to hiding them, how could he ever hide anything from Ryu? Even if his expression didn't change, even if his heartbeat remained steady, even if his killing into was restrained to the maximum degree to the point it didn't manifest in the slightest. So what? Could he hide his lines of fate from Ryu? Ryu could practically see the colors of emotion of the people around him. No matter how well trained you were in hiding your true thoughts, how could you hide from Ryu? Still, Ryu simply didn't care. So what if he offended a sky god? The carnage in the city continued, but it was as though Ryu was simply in a very immersive movie. Even Ryza had been forced to leave his side and join the battle with the wind dragon above. So he was alone. His only goal was to reunite with Ryu. Ryu's gaze brightened from his cold smile, a gentle expression taking hold as he saw Yana again for the first time in a long while.
Ah, Ryu.
Your mask. Yana had been quite worried about Ryu in the last year. He had left abruptly and just vanished. It was only thanks to Ailsa that she knew that there was nothing to worry about, but even then, that was just an assurance that Ailsa had as his life partner. It wasn't something she shared. Honestly, Yana was a bit jealous, but there was nothing she could do about it. She knew how important revenge for his family was to Ryu, and she didn't want to stand in the way of that. But at the same time, she wanted to get closer to Ryu. Him just leaving for a year at a time like this while only being able to communicate with Ailsa was making things more difficult on her. Still, rather than showing signs of anger, her first act was out of concern. She realized that Ryu had caused a ridiculous amount of commotion at the martial gods banquet. Was it really all right for him to show his face like this? Ryu flashed and appeared before Yana, his smile still bright as he patted her head. Yana pouted slightly, pushing his hand away and diving into his chest instead. Ryu winced slightly before chuckling bitterly. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to get rid of this one so easily. Ailsa found her seat once more on Ryu's shoulder, laughing. Though, this time, her laugh carried a hint of dark and sinister intent in it, as though she was some sort of mad, evil villain. Seeing her curves undulate in waves like that, Ryu couldn't help but steal several more glances in her direction. Laughing at your husband like this? It seems you need to be taught a proper lesson. Ailsa snorted. You? Teach me a lesson? Have you forgotten which of us is more powerful? Also, don't get cheeky with me, boy. I don't remember saying you had earned the right to touch me again. I'm still not quite satisfied with your remorse. Who said a lesson had to be dirty? It seems my wife has her head in the clouds. Ailsa was speechless and blushed profusely for a moment before she suddenly realized something. Don't try to gaslight me. I can read your mind. Ryu broke into an uproarious laughter, his mind suddenly projecting all of his dirty thoughts he had kept bottled up for a year right into Ailsa's mind. The result was her only blushing more, her body writhing. Ryu, if you need help. Yana's voice was as soft as a butterfly's wings. Ryu realized too late that in all his teasing, his body had begun to show some response and Yana happened to still be hugging him tightly. A tinge of guilt immediately took hold of Ryu.
Sorry.
Ryu took hold of his blood flow instantly. Yana buried her head further into his chest, causing him to completely miss the tinge of disappointment in her gaze. But, even if he had noticed, he wouldn't know what to do about it. What do you want to do now? Ailsa used this chance to get over her own embarrassment, squeezing her legs together tightly. She chose to speak aloud, clearly feeling a bit guilty about leaving Yana out of their discussion as well. If I'm correct, this is a war. There shouldn't be a single corner of the martial world that's safe. We need to return to the moon world, or else the shift in faith will never have anything to do with me despite it being triggered by my hands. But first, Ryu took a deep breath. We need to return to the mortal plane. I've yet to repay my grandfather for what he's done for me. The tours of the past should have already passed away, and if not, they're at death's door. They're the most vulnerable to a beast tide like this one. Ailsa was about to respond when both her and Ryu's expression changed. Who did this? Who did this to me? The fury seemed to paint the skies crimson. Even the battle between the wind dragon and the sky gods which had just begun couldn't help but come to a pause. The resentment was as tall as a demonic wraith, and the momentum was both that of a sky god on the verge of becoming a true sky god and a world sea realm expert all at once. The chi wildly fluctuated between both states, the starry skies being painted in red. Windhorn's brow furrowed. False sky god Gion, the Gion clan, none other than the short sword armament clan of the Armament Guild. If he had been the one to break into true sky god instead of Aberartus, it would have been much easier for them to accept. But this, who did this to me? I'll slaughter you. I'll rip out your intestines and feed them to your family. I'll wipe out your 9 generations to the final child. Who did this to me? False sky god Gion's head swiveled about madly, almost as though he wasn't worried about his neck snapping in two. The signs of chi deviation were as clear as day. And then, his gaze landed on Ryu. Amidst a city of billions, he found him. The taste of that aura he was all too clear. You! It's you! It's you! It's you! An anguished roar shook the starry skies. Aberartus' expression changed when he noticed what was happening. But he suddenly felt a dangerous aura lock onto him. We are fighting a battle, Aberartus. If you leave your spot in the formation, how many will die? I advise that you stay put. Jan said slowly. By the time Jan spoke these words, catching Aberartus, Ryza, and Windhorn off guard, it was already too late. I'll kill you. Chapter 745 Booming voice. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Ryu. Yana's expression changed wildly. Ryu suddenly found himself hugging air as her body vanished, turning around and appearing several meters ahead to block the path of false sky god Gion. Damn it! Ryu felt like banging his head against the wall. What was he going to do with this girl? Why would she do something so foolish? A flicker of rage sparked within Ryu. In one moment, it was nothing more than a fleeting thought. In the next, it became a fiery tempest of fury, the roar of a dragon manifesting from the beating of his heart. There was something about the view of Yana's back to him now that triggered something within him. He knew he had a method to deal with this. He knew that there was still a better than 50% chance he would be able to survive. However, the moment Yana had moved, she made things several times more complicated. And yet, he wasn't infuriated with her in the slightest. He held a deep-seated hatred for this false sky god Gion standing before him. He held a tempest of rage for true sky god Arcus. And, most of all, he hated himself for not being able to lift just a single finger to erase them both from existence. A violent dragon's might surged into the surroundings. But, as quickly as it appeared, it evolved into something far more menacing and extreme. An illusory coat of furious red dragon scales hovered above Ryu's skin. Illusory red wings spread to his back and an illusory tail extended from his tailbone. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to be protected from head to toe in a chi armor shaped into the form of a dragon. Even to the point his head was adorned with an elaborate helmet fitted with a crown of bones that formed 2 prominent horns and several lesser ones. Despite everything that was happening, Ryu didn't seem to notice it at all. He had been controlling his fury for so long, tempering it down, not unleashing his full force, even appearing in the den of his greatest enemy and doing nothing more than taking out a few measly children. He met with his grandmother, and she told him to control himself. He met his grandfather, and he told him to control himself. He spoke with himself, and even his own mind told him to control himself. He was done with it all. I'm going to rip you limb from limb. Ryu's voice no longer sounded like his own. It was so deep that it rumbled like a quaking mountain. It was so rough that it seemed to be tearing into one's eardrums. It was so dense with murderous intent that many hearts stopped beating entirely, never to restart once more. False sky god Gion tore through the skies, his speed so furious that a blazing trail of split space followed him like some sort of warped cape that could reap lives with a single touch. His face was the picture of fury, and his gaze had boiled over into a fiery crimson. It was no longer possible to distinguish between his irises and the whites of his eyes. Too many of his blood vessels had popped. He was so lost in his own revenge that he didn't even register Ryu's words. What might have been a shock to anyone else was nothing more than wind by his sails. He dove down without regard, his gaze not even locking onto Yana. So long as he continued on this trajectory, the young woman before him would be blasted to shreds. For someone so much weaker than him, he didn't even have to launch an attack. Them getting in the way of his charge was more than enough to reap their lives tens of times over. However, he hadn't realized just how much Ryu meant his words. By this point, Ryu's gaze was glowing like two torches. There was no longer any restriction on his pupils, nothing hiding them from the world, no ethereal cover or chaos chi fluctuations. There was nothing but the unbridled strength of the number 1 ranked heavenly pupils in all of existence. The mysteries of heaven and earth. Fate reversal. Ryu's words were like the call of the reaper. It was laced with such a deathly intent that the city constructs around him wilted and withered, his will taking such corporeal form that it manifested into the world, burning everything around him to ashes. The gears of fate began to shift and quake. If one looked into Ryu's eyes and past the blinding silver light they were emitting, it would be possible to see an endless starry sky, as though the depths of the universe themselves were hidden within him. In that moment the world lost its color. The stars dimmed, and the chi in the surroundings seemed to all vanish at once. Bang! Booms began to emit from Ryu's body. His bones popped and crackled. His inner organs reset and set themselves. His heart boomed and his blood surged like tides. The endless and violent pain he had suffered through for an entire year vanished in the blink of an eye. His cultivation soared. Ryu could feel his body's strength surging through the blood-tempering realm. His crimson blood began to pulse with bronze lights, growing heavier and heavier. Soon, flakes of rose bronze began to appear within it, growing denser and denser with each passing moment. Bang! The bronze lights reached a tipping point, spilling over and becoming silver. Delicate rose-silver flakes began to dance about within Ryu's veins, increasing again and again before it rammed into a wall, unable to progress any further. Ryu felt in that moment that just a flex of his arm could shatter space. Just a single stomp could flatten a mountain. Just a single breath could cause a howling wind that covered the face of an entire world. But this was nothing compared to what happened to false sky god Gion. In that moment, a heart-rending screech pierced through the skies. However, what was truly shocking about it wasn't that such a thing had happened, but rather that the owner of the screen wasn't Ryu, nor was it Yana, but it was rather false sky god Gion. The scream was harsh enough, but the result was even more devastating. It was as though a battlefield had erupted within false sky god Gion's body. His skin awkwardly stretched at all angles as though someone was trying to pierce him from the inside out. The sound of his bones snapping reverberated through the skies, his once sturdy body being cracked one pierce at a time, and blood flowed out of him in pressurized waves, spraying in all directions. False sky god Gion's body tried to repair itself as all sky gods could, but he simply couldn't keep up. At the same time, having undergone chi deviation, his control wasn't nearly as refined as it should have been. The result was grotesque tumors rising out of his body before popping into bloodied messes. His aura continued to plummet. However, the fury in Ryu's gaze hadn't abated in the slightest. Bang! The instant false sky god Gion crashed into the ground. Ryu shot forward like a blazing meteor, his illusory dragon armor still hanging around his body. As though Ryu's words were the arbitrator of death, exactly what he commanded occurred. It was like they had all entered a world of black and white. For several kilometers, there were no longer any colors. There were only shades, falling on a single spectrum of light to the darkest grays. To the shock and horror of those watching on, they suddenly found that their connection to the world had been completely cut off. No matter how hard they tried, the only chi they could control was the amount already in their bodies. The atmospheric chi in the surroundings refused to listen to their commands for even a single moment. And then, under the horrified gazes of those spectating, Ryu appeared above false sky god Gion. His fists rained down like an endless torrent, the city quaking beneath his might. Dragon claws coated his knuckles, pummeling the false sky god into the ground again and again. The anguished cries of false sky god Gion echoed through the air, However, Ryu was relentless. The illusory dragon claws felt no different from his own flesh and bone. He could feel false sky god Gion's body deforming beneath his might. He could feel the bones shattering, the inner organs burst. He could even feel as the air within the latter's body itself was forced out bit by bit, unable to recover. Long after the anguished cries faded, the continuous and rhythmic banging of Ryu's fists thumped upon the hearts of those around. Whether it was human or dragon, they had all come to a pause, their pupils trembling as though to double and triple check the sight before them. An immortal ring realm expert had just killed a false sky god. No, that wasn't it. Ryu stood, his fists bloodied and his every breath causing plumes of flames to emit into the surroundings. He knew exactly what he had just done. His first-ranked heavenly pupils had been exposed for the world to know. However, he tilted his head back, an enraged laughter and fury emitting from him. Tell the martial gods that the day I wipe them from existence is quickly approaching. I, Ryu Tatsuya, will never rest until the day the last of them is crushed beneath my feet. The booming of his voice echoed throughout the starry skies. The might of his will carrying so far that there wasn't a single sky god in the universe of Sacrum that didn't hear him. Chapter 746 Nice. Ryu's booming proclamation was like a bomb being set off in the martial world. Whether it was those sky gods across worlds that heard it, or the individuals of the Armament Guild who suddenly understood just what kind of young man they were dealing with, there wasn't a single soul who didn't understand. Tatsuya. Ryu Tatsuya. The moment Ryu claimed this name for himself, a surge of fate that was all his own accumulated around his fate star. There was no doubting who he was and what he represented. There was even less to doubt about his talent and what his future accomplishments would be should he grow to that point. In that moment, a gorgeous beauty appeared to Ryu's side. Her golden hair fell like the dewdrops of the gods and her crimson gaze carried an enigmatic depth to them. Her curves were perfectly proportioned and simultaneously outrageous, filling all those who laid eyes on her with wild and raging thoughts they couldn't control. But, as close as those curves seemed, they were hidden beneath a beautiful flowing white dress. There was only one beauty like this in the martial world, and it was without a doubt Elsa who had entered her true form. She shook her head lightly, giggling to herself. "Husband, you're too reckless sometimes." The voice was soft and soothing. Even after spending years hearing it echo in his mind, Ryu had never grown tired of it. And in this fury-laced state of his, it was like a calming tide over his heart, finally allowing him to take a deep breath and slowing the sparking flames that flew from his mouth. Elsa's dainty feet walked by Ryu and appeared above false sky god Gion's mutilated corpse. The dichotomy of such a beauty and such a gory scene felt almost blasphemous. But Elsa didn't seem moved by it at all. Her crimson gaze glowed, the depths of her irises reflecting a complicated formation. She stretched her hand forward, her cherry lips moving. Having lost her virginity to Ryu, there was something decidedly womanly and charming about the current Elsa that had never been there before. Her every movement was enticing and filled with charisma. Even the silent rhythm of her moving lips was like a hypnotic ritual, pulling those watching into a trance. A dense and complex jade formation appeared above false sky god Gion. It rotated and glowed, causing the lump of blood and gore to tremble and vibrate. Soon, an accumulation of chi surged upward, rapidly coalescing about the middle of the formation. The pulsing power of the chi alone was enough to make those beneath the sky god realm tremble, accelerating backward. "What do you want, little Ryu? I can either make him into a corpse puppet, or I can reform his godhood." Elsa's words were shocking to an extreme. But Ryu, who had already calmed, watched on as though this was just another day. One ability reflected Elsa's new strengths as a naturally awakened Kabus fairy, and the other reflected Elsa's strengths as a cultist fairy. As a Kabus fairy, Elsa could make Ryu's life as a necromancer easier by what felt like an infinite degree. The Ryu of the past wouldn't even have the skill to refine a false sky god into a corpse puppet. And, beyond that, he wouldn't have the strength to control one after their death either. The current Ryu could probably just barely control a Dao pedestal realm corpse puppet on his own. However, when he worked in tandem with Elsa and her World C realm level soul, not to mention relied on his own indestructible soul. Controlling a fallen sky god like this one wasn't impossible. On the opposing side, there was the reforming of a godhood. This was obviously an ability of the cultist fairies. A godhood was the core of a sky god and represented their strength. The highest form of energy in the martial world was cosmic chi. There was no other elevated form. However, what separated a World Sea Realm expert from a sky god was that a sky god could refine their chi and raise it up with their godhood. Cosmic chi was essentially the foundation of a world, and a godhood, on an individual scale, could be considered the foundation of another. A sky god could use their interpretation of their world to mold cosmic chi into their image, outputting a strength beyond what this world alone could create. In the end, a godhood wasn't just comprehension, but it was also a vast store of chi and the infantile stages of a world's formation. There were any number of things that could be done with such a treasure. Just in a few moments, Ailsa had already thought of dozens of possibilities. But, as many as she could think of, she was certain that Ryu could think of the same. In the end, she left the choice up to Ryu. "What do you think?" Ryu asked. "It could probably do it, right?" Ailsa smiled. "Should be possible. There's a better than 80% chance it can bring it to the brink of the immortal realms up from its current mortal state." Ryu nodded. "Then godhood it is." Ailsa didn't hesitate after hearing these words, continuing with her work as though the two hadn't become the absolute center of attention. Ryu felt a tug at his sleeve, only to turn back and find Yana looking up at him with a nervous expression. "You're too reckless." Ryu was about to go on a tirade after he suddenly remembered what Yana had done. But, before he could do so, Yana's worried expression turned into a malevolent glare. Calling her reckless? Which of them was reckless? Exactly. Yana really wanted to give him a piece of her mind. Seeing that she was about to blow, Ryu coughed lightly, changing gears as smoothly as a professional. His draconic form faded and he looked away, his expression completely unlike the man who had just put the whole martial world on notice. "Nice weather we're having today, Chapter 747 Simple Pleasure. Yana was speechless for a moment before she began to giggle. It seemed that Ryu's shamelessness could be applied in other areas as well. At that moment, a shimmering gold caught Yana's attention. Though it was broken and fragmented in several places, and was contaminated with other colors as well, it still had an appeal that couldn't be ignored. Right then, Nemesis and Little Rock appeared. Without hesitation, both took half of false sky god Gion's corpse for themselves. "All right. It seems like it's time to go." Ryu looked back, finding numerous pairs of eyes on him. But, through the veil, his gaze chose to land on true sky god Arcus. Ryu was the type of person who wasn't very good at forgiving. He had let Fedroha live only because she had become an ant completely unworthy of his effort. But a true sky god, though, that was a grievance who would make sure to repay. He was far too petty to let Jan live. The moment he had the strength to do so, he would be near the top of his list. There was nothing that had occurred on this battlefield that had escaped his notice. If you wanted to kill him, you should be prepared for retaliation. Ryu's fingers snapped and his storm talent surged. Dozens of thick bolts of violet lightning fell from the skies, crashing into the bowman faction until it was razed to the ground. The dragons and humans fighting in the region were completely caught off guard. But by then Ryu had already stepped onto the nearest long-distance teleportation formation. Jan's expression had turned a frightening shade of cold already. But Ryu didn't seem to care in the slightest how much he was pissed off. Could his rage compare to his own? When Ryu vanished, the entire armament guild fell into complete silence. Even the wind dragon was speechless. This brat is going to be even more of a disaster than his old man. Is it really safe to come back here, Ryu? Yana looked around, feeling worried once more. The group found themselves on the pedestal plane not long afterward. The long-distance teleportation provided by the Armament Guild was among the best, and with Ryu's manipulation, there was almost nowhere he couldn't go with its help. He would have directly entered the mortal plane, but it could cause some complications due to his current cultivation, so he had refrained from doing so. "It's no problem. Now that my eyes are in the cosmic realms, I can hide from most detection methods." Plus, the safest place is probably almost always the most dangerous place. Ryu explained. The most potent detection methods in the universe were all related to fate and finding lines of them. But who was better at this than Ryu himself? In addition, after the complete reset of faith, it was no exaggeration to say that Ryu had the greatest faith tied to him currently, or at least among the greatest. He might still be slower compared to many sky gods as they had formal titles and people felt an innate reverence to them. But this still meant that the backlash associated with trying to find him by these methods were quite heavy as well. Took a while, but Ryu finally managed to calm Yana in this way. Then, the group began making their way to the mortal plane. Ascending had been as easy as breathing for Ryu, but descending was a different matter entirely. There was even a chance that he could be fiercely rejected considering how high his cultivation was. But he had to at least try. Ryu, how'd you do it? Yana finally couldn't hold back her curiosity. Do what? How did you kill him? I used an ability called. Depending on several factors, I can reverse any injuries I've suffered onto an enemy, essentially giving myself an instant heal to peak condition. Against someone who had lost control of themselves like that fallen false sky god, using it cost me almost no effort at all. Yana's eyes widened. Wasn't that ability almost too ridiculous? Imagine that you were in a tough, long, drawn-out battle and someone pulled out such a card. You'd end up with double the fatigue and injury, and suddenly find yourself fighting someone in pinnacle condition. It was almost unfair. The truth was that was only supposed to appear deep into the cosmic realm awakening of Ryu's heavenly pupils. But when he broke through, he awakened both. And at the very same time, in fact, the latter could often be even more useful than the former. Was a weaker form of an ability of the second-ranked world pupils. It essentially stripped those in its domain of the ability to use atmospheric chi. The trouble was that it also did the same to Ryu. Still, it was quite useful because Ryu didn't need to be in the range of the colorless domain. He could control the size of the domain and he could project it outward as far as his eyes could see. Without atmospheric chi, those at and beyond the immortal ring realm lost at least half their strength, if not more. Against an enemy who couldn't control their internal chi at all like false sky god Jion, Ryu had essentially forced him into a corner where he could do nothing else but take a vicious beating. Of course, Ryu also got a lot of help from the awakening of his dragon soul. It seemed it wasn't difficult at all for him to evolve his dragon's might to this upper level. But, since he had fire dragon blood running through his veins, it made sense. After all, this species was entirely fueled by rage, and Ryu had a lot of that. Then that godhood. What are you going to do with it? Yana had finally completely relaxed, a bright smile on her face. She seemed to take a simple pleasure in Ryu telling her secrets he would tell almost no one else. It made her feel a lot closer to him. She couldn't help but reveal an adorable smile. Ryu's steps stopped in seemingly the middle of nowhere. His gaze could feel it. The entrance was here. Oh, that? I'm going to use it to evolve my realm heart from the mortal realms to the immortal realms. Chapter 748. Ow? Why? At this point, about the only thing Ryu's realm heart was good for was protecting his heart should it be stabbed through. After entering the immortal realms, there was simply little else that a mortal realm heart could help Ryu with, especially since he had already reclaimed the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation, so he didn't need to rely on it to cultivate without a Dantian. The truth was that the realm heart had so many abilities that Ryu had just never used because he outgrew the mortal realms so quickly that they were hardly useful. For example, in terms of comprehension, a realm heart allowed for a grasp of knowledge even beyond Ryu's heavenly pupils. And, when the two were combined into one and used as one, the speed of comprehension could be considered to be obscene. However, because the ruler realm was the dividing line to the immortal realms, it had been useless to Ryu. With Ryu's own personal comprehension, entering the air realm and clearing the impose realm was as easy as breathing. He had never truly needed to rely on the realm heart. If you could complete a task in 1 second, was it really that much more beneficial to complete it in half a second instead? The difference had been negligible. Now, though, with an immortal realm heart, it was vastly different. A realm heart evolved to this level would be able to give in great insights and comprehension into the ruler realm and the monarch realm. Of course, the dominion realm and the divinity realm were considered to be cosmic realm comprehensions, so an immortal realm heart would be unable to help with them. But, in Ryu's current state, where his comprehensions had been forcefully regressed back to the ruler realm, wasn't this absolutely perfect for him? With the tandem of a realm heart and Ryu's heavenly pupils, the enormous mountain he would have to climb to break through in his inheritances again would become that much more manageable. To understand just how great of a chance this was, just consider the abilities of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils for a moment. The signature skill of these number 1 ranked pupils is in the fact that they can peer into the secrets of the heavens and read into the hidden lines unseen by others. Thanks to this, those with these pupils could improve very quickly through cultivation realms that relied heavily on comprehension. With a realm heart, though, it would be like taking a closed book exam with an open book. Ryu would have to put in less effort pulling back the curtain and could put all his effort into just deciphering what was right before him. The difference would be akin to night and day. Even then, this was just one ability of the realm heart that Ryu had never gotten the chance to use. The second benefit of the realm heart was its ability to nurture treasures, especially treasures of the origin grade and the unique grade. Usually, the birth of a world was accompanied by all sorts of amazing treasures, so it was a natural ability of infant worlds to be capable of nurturing such things. After all, disciplines of blacksmithing and alchemy, and even formation mastery were all learned by observing the heavens. It could be said that a realm heart was like a window into this world of crafters. While Ryu was uninterested in blacksmithing and alchemy, even he had to admit that the idea of peering into the secrets the heavens hid of formations intrigued him. Coupling his own knowledge with his evolved realm heart, not to mention ancestor Morvar Zu's personal visualization technique, the applications were nearly endless. There had only been so much knowledge of the mortal realms could help Ryu. But the immortal realms was a different matter entirely. In fact, though Ryu was far more interested in straightforward battle, he couldn't help but be intrigued by the possibilities. Of course, even this paled in comparison to the true strength of this ability, nurturing the northern heavenly wind. The progression of Ryu's northern heavenly wind had already stalled at the pinnacle of the mortal realms because that was the limit of Ryu's previous realm heart. But now, it would be able to be nurtured to the pinnacle of the immortal realms, giving a great boost to Ryu and make grasping the true wind inheritance even easier. Still, this was just the beginning of the benefits. Ryu had still yet to find the core natural enlightenment of this realm heart. It had to be remembered that the birth of a realm heart came with it a precious form of natural enlightenment that rose above others. This core natural enlightenment was not only stronger than most other natural enlightenments, Ryu wouldn't need to grasp at straws and comprehend it himself. After all, the origin of the natural enlightenment would be within himself. Then there was the recognition. With a realm heart, other realm hearts and protector spirits saw him as one of their own. If Ryu could use this to refine Shrine Mountain, the strength he would be able to display in the Shrine World would exceed anything imaginable. It was precisely this final ability that smiled down upon Ryu and blessed him. He had been so worried about if he would be able to return to the mortal planes or not, but he had forgotten to consider that with his realm heart, even at the mortal realms, he was beloved by other realm hearts and protector spirits. Even if Shrine Mountain would have stopped him from returning previously, it most definitely wouldn't stop him now. After all, he was a dear friend. Thanks to this, when Ryu stepped onto the heavenly path for the second time in so long, this time walking in the opposite direction, he felt refreshed as though a calm had spread over his heart. When Ryu reached the end and stepped onto the mortal planes, he felt his heart tremble, his gaze turning vacant as a swirl of energy whirled around him. Within the incubator, Yana and Ailsa watched on with a bit of confusion before Ailsa's own brows shot up. Enlightenment? But how? And why? Chapter 749 Return. The mortal plane shouldn't have felt so good. It was a place immortals and beyond saw as degenerate and backwater. What good was a place where there was only mortal chi? To those who had already transcended beyond those limits, it should have felt like breathing in foul or contagious air. But for some reason, Ryu felt the exact opposite of this. In fact, the air was so clean and refreshing that he felt his whole body relax. Ryu had just spent the last year in a perpetual state of pain. Just hours ago, that pain had been completely alleviated and he thought he had already reached peak levels of comfort. But, the instant he stepped onto the higher mortal plane, It was like all the pressure within him had been released at once. Completely out of Ryu's control, a large amount of impurities began to rush out of his body. Crackles and pops sounded within him as the rose-silver flakes that danced within his crimson blood grew to their peak, fusing with him until his entire stream became rose-silver before shattering to allow flakes of rose-gold to begin to accumulate. Impurity expulsion? At his level, Elsa's gaze flickered. The curiosity of a cultist fairy got the best of her. This was something that all the case studies in the world couldn't have prepared her for, and it left her fascinated. As the princess of the cultists, Elsa had been accumulating her knowledge for millions of years. All the time she spent waiting for Ryu was used on exactly that. The same way Ryu's historical knowledge was practically endless, when it came to fields of medicine and nurturing, not to mention cases of cultivation and progression, there was almost nothing Elsa was unaware of. There were probably only a handful of people in the martial world capable of using a godhood to evolve a realm heart, and she was one of them. And yet, she was at a complete loss. This wasn't even the first time. The first time was when Ryu grasped that odd fist inheritance that seemed like both a natural enlightenment and a mortal endowment at the same time. And now there was this. The difference between this time and the last, though, was that Elsa felt like she was worlds away from even beginning to comprehend Ryu's fist inheritance. It seemed like an odd mutation one could only shrug their shoulders at. However, this was very different. One had to remember that the mortal planes were protected by Shrine Mountain. One could ascend should they have the talent or fortitude, but descending from the immortal plane to it was a different matter entirely. Ryu had been right to be worried previously. If he hadn't had the realm heart, there was simply no way that Shrine Mountain would have let just anyone through. To Elsa, the distinguishing factor here was that rather than observing something that made little sense, she was instead observing something that was potentially reproducible. The issue was that realm hearts were so rare, and immortals were so uncaring of the mortal world, that this was likely the first time in the history of the martial world that such a thing had happened. If one thought about it, this was actually the second time Ryu was undergoing such a large expulsion of impurities. The first time was when he fused with his realm heart to begin with. Back then, it had taken weeks for his body to finally return to normal. Could it be related to his realm heart again? Elsa didn't want to miss a single detail, even stepping out of the incubator to observe everything with a keen eye. She walked around Ryu in circles, observing not only Ryu's impurities, but even how they interacted with the outside world. To her shock, the impurities Ryu was currently releasing were like a toxic venom to the outside world. The grasses popped and sizzled, the soil turning harsh shades of black and gray as they withered and died. Even Ryu's clothes themselves were being torn apart, burning to ashes. Just what kind of impurities could possibly be so volatile? While she observed everything on the outside, Elsa was also paying attention to Ryu's mind and how he was feeling using her connection with him. She could feel how comfortable Ryu was at this moment and how he was simply on cloud nine. His blood rushed about smoother, his organs were pumping so efficiently they might have looked like machines to another, and his heart, it was so slow and steady, only pumping once every several minutes, and yet this low maintenance was more than enough to keep Ryu feeling fresh and revitalized. Is mortal chi really so useless? This thought took hold of Elsa's mind and refused to let go. Ryu's body released another snapping pop, the rose gold fusing with his blood before allowing royal blue flakes to form in his body. It doesn't make sense. How is this possible? Ryu was tearing his way through the blood-tempering realm as though it was nothing more than child's play. But the issue was that the start of the blood-tempering realm was the equivalent of path extinction realm, while the pinnacle of it was the equivalent of the peak of the cosmic seed realm. Ryu had yet to reach the peak of the blood-tempering realm because his blood had yet to revert back to its natural state. But with his bloodlines, every step for him was worth far more than a single step for another. By now, his body was already far stronger than a normal peak cosmic seed realm expert, and Elsa was finding it difficult to accept. One wasn't supposed to go through these realms so easily, even if your name was Ryu Tatsuya. It should have taken millions of years, or at the very least millions of years worth of resources. The blood-tempering realm started from base. Then there was the rose-bronze stage, the rose-silver stage, the rose-gold stage, the royal blue stage, and finally the return to origin stage. Return to origin. For some reason, those words hit Elsa like a ton of bricks, as though someone had slammed it over her head or pierced it right through her chest. Chapter 750 Returning to Origin. Returning to Origin. It was a simple 3-word phrase, but it was one that had held undeniable importance to the cultists for a very long time. One of the largest problems faced in the martial world was the problem of bloodline. Inevitably, as time passed, a clan would always decline no matter how many countermeasures they had set up to help mitigate this. There was simply no getting around this. The fairies were just yet another example of this. As the descendants of the Fae, their bloodlines had long since diluted to the point a Fae hadn't been born in several eras. Instead, they continuously birthed lesser versions of themselves, forced into niche and boxed in affinities that could never match up to their ancestors. The thought was quite depressing when you thought about it. The Fae used to be split into just 2 categories: the moon and Sunday. Being born the former gave you control over all that was Yin, and being born the latter gave you control over all that was Yang. But now, fairies could only control very specific and narrowed types of qi. Though the depth they could reach was the same, they lacked the breadth their ancestors had had. But even this problem was just the tip of the iceberg. The fairies hadn't produced a sky god in a very long time. It was to the point where Elsa's father was forced to use a secret technique of the cultists to raise his level to the peak world sea realm. Within the ethereal plane, so long as the 3 kings came together, even a true sky god would have no choice but to turn tail and run. But how much longer could such a thing last? If peak world sea realm was their limit now, what about in another generation? What about in another 2 generations? 3? With the way things were going, the fairies were bound to fall from grace, never to rise again. Knowing this, the cultists had poured trillions of years of research into finding a method to rekindle bloodlines. Truth be told, when the ancestral beasts returned, Elsa was even more shocked than Ryu had been. The reason for this was simple: her perspective was different. While Ryu was shocked by the event itself, what she saw was a group of creatures who had returned to their former peak. The question was, how had the ancestral beasts done it? When the ancestral beasts were forced to retreat from the real plane and disappeared from the martial world, the situation of their bloodlines was even worse than that of the fairies. The reason for this was quite simple. Ancestral beasts were promiscuous and reproduced with practically everything. Lower-level beasts, humans, other subspecies, it didn't matter. Because of their dense bloodlines, they had the most trouble reproducing with their own, so their lax practices eventually came around to bite them. But somehow they had recovered. When Elsa saw this, she felt a light of hope rekindle. If the ancestral beasts could do it, didn't that mean that they could too? But almost as soon as she had had this thought, she smiled bitterly, realizing how naive such a thought had been. The ancestral beasts were able to disappear from the martial world not by some stroke of luck. They had won the war with the Fae and became heaven's favored. As such, they were granted the grace of heaven and were allowed the chance to preserve their race. Logically, then, wouldn't it be appropriate to conclude that the rekindling of their bloodlines was also related to the interference of the heavens? In that case, was it even a method Elsa could think of using? However, seeing the state Ryu was currently in lit her up with the rays of hope. Ryu was probably the very first immortal to step onto the mortal plane since its inception. The result triggered a change within himself, cleansing his body and purging him of impurities so toxic it was hard to believe that he had even survived with them within himself to begin with. Return to origin is something that we've been studying for a very long time. In the martial world, the idea of faith and connection by it is so important. There's no greater connection of faith and fate than sharing a bloodline with another. Though it's impossible to produce talents into infinity, it would still extend the lifetime of a bloodline by countless factors. This was the general gist of the theory formed by the cultists. It was sound and cogent. The issue was that they had no idea how to execute it. They had tried everything. They went through countless formation derivatives, made several experiments. They even tried to fuse disciplines of alchemy and formations, even at one point thinking of making a treasure that could facilitate the connection of bloodlines, only to give up realizing that such a theoretical treasure would surpass the origin grade by untold amounts. But in all that hard work, in all that effort, even as all the generations passed, What they had never once thought of doing was using mortal chi. Elsa stood in silence, feeling the pure euphoria coming off of Ryu. Her mind was lost in a haze and she was pretty much doing everything in her power to not pounce on her husband right this moment. Of course, the terrible and toxic impurities coming from him were a large part of that barrier. This discovery wasn't just a small matter that could be shrugged off. If she was correct, this could be the root of not only the revival of the fairies, but also the foundation of Ryu's climb to that highest mountain peak he longed for. Chapter 751 Anyone. When Elsa thought about it, mortal chi was quite amazing. It was able to take the weakest of creatures and lay a foundation that could allow them to climb to the highest of peaks. It was calm and gentle enough to not kill such fragile individuals, but strong and sturdy enough that to be that base that supported a skyscraper. This was something that Elsa had always subconsciously known, but not something she consciously acknowledged until right this moment. Was mortal chi truly just some lesser, inferior chi? Or did it have secrets no one quite understood? It was easy to dismiss mortal chi in this way. After all, one had to remember that the lowest grades of chi in existence, those of the common and black grade, only had mortal chi forms. It was easy to take this information and conclude that mortal chi must be useless, then. But didn't higher-level chis also have mortal realm versions of themselves? If mortal chi was truly so useless, why would this be? Even the highest forms of chi in all of existence, essence and chaos chi, both had mortal chi versions of themselves. In fact, had chaos chi not had a mortal chi version, Ryu would have imploded under its might a very, very long time ago. If even the highest echelon of chi had a mortal stage, who were they as creatures born mortals, to dare say that mortality was weakness? What if mortality wasn't weakness at all but rather simply represented the start, the origin? When a child was born, no matter how talented their parents, no matter what level they had reached, said child would always be mortal. No matter how much talent such a child had rushing through their veins and hidden within their bones, said child would still be born immortal. No matter which high plane or lofty location you were birthed upon, no matter how grand and grandiose the momentum of your birth was, you would still be born immortal. Was that meaningless? Or was it a very obvious hint that should have slapped them all awake to the reality of things? Elsa almost felt ashamed that she had never made the connection before. This is still just the beginning. There are still so many things to consider. Elsa flashed and disappeared. When she appeared again, she had Yana by her side. Yana stood in confusion. She looked toward Ryu, a bit worried that he was still in a daze, but when she looked toward Elsa, her expression flickered. The current Elsa looked at her as though she was some sort of test dummy. It made a shiver run up her spine. Interesting, you're also in the immortal ring realm but nothing happened. Is that because we're part fairy or is there another reason? Elsa looked between Yana and the euphoric Ryu, her crimson irises spinning with complex gears and runes. She had initially thought that the reason nothing happened to her when she stepped foot here was because she was a fairy or because she had a habit of stepping into the ethereal plane. But she immediately eliminated the second by stepping into the real plane and bringing Yana out. Now it felt like the only potential answer was that fairies didn't receive the same treatment, but that made no sense. There were other problems with this theory of hers as well. There was mortal chi everywhere, even on the immortal planes. If not, how would those who had yet to step into the immortal realms cultivate? The difference was that the mortal planes did not have any immortal chi or cosmic chi to speak of. Is it purity? Does this process require a certain concentration of mortal chi? And if that's the case, what's the concentration? If not, is it a matter of this kind of mortal chi specifically? Is there a difference between the mortal chi on the immortal planes and the mortal chi here? And even if there is, why is it triggering for Ryu but not for us? Is it because of his realm heart? That's very possible. There needs to be a trigger, a sort of enlightenment of sorts that can only activate after entering a special state. But it's likely that little Ryu skips those steps because his realm heart does it all for him. With the realm heart, one didn't need to peer into heaven's secrets. They were all already opened up to you. Maybe it was the case that without the noise of other chi levels, re-entering the mortal plane had allowed the blinders that had been up to be removed in a single instant, sending Ryu from a benign state into one of euphoria in a single leap. If that's the case, then the root to everything should be in a method capable of peering into the secrets of mortal chi. Fascinating. I've always wondered about this. The immortal realms rely heavily on comprehension. The cosmic realms also rely heavily on comprehension. The sky god realm relies almost entirely on comprehension. But why is it that of all of them the mortal realms are the simplest? Is it really that they're the simplest? Or is that there was a flaw in our systems of cultivation to begin with? What if we've simply missed the comprehensions we were supposed to gain from the very beginning? Elsa's mind spun. She hurriedly sat and began to meditate. Though she didn't have, like Ryu did, she still had other methods of calming and focusing her mind as a cultist fairy. Yana, watch over us. I'm not sure how long this will take, but this is an opportunity we cannot miss. Ah, yes. I will. Yana realized how heavy this matter was and swore to do her best. Elsa closed her mind off, immersing herself in the feeling that Ryu was experiencing. She felt like she had faintly grasped something. Maybe mortal chi was so special precisely because it was the only chi that allowed you to make such thorough use of it without understanding anything about it. When one compared two creations, which one was the best? Was it the creation that was difficult to use and had a high barrier of entry? Or was it the opposing creation that everyone had access to? It might be a difficult question to answer, especially if it seemed that the creation with the higher barrier of entry was the more useful and powerful of the two. But to Elsa, she had a different way of seeing things. What made origin techniques so great? Wasn't it because anyone could use them regardless of their cultivation level? Chapter 752. Just while Elsa was practically losing her mind at the prospect of finally grasping onto something that had eluded even the cultist fairies for so long, Ryu himself was in a state of absolute euphoria. He remembered very clearly the last time he had felt so good. There was only one place of comparable comfort, a place he remembered oh so clearly thanks to his now complete origin flame, his mother's womb. Everything was so warm and inviting. There was no danger, and he was always perfectly protected. The chi that nourished him was always so rich and pure, devoid of any impurities. He could feel the soothing rhythm of his mother's heartbeat. He could hear the slow and methodical rush of her blood, and the perpetual darkness he was in didn't feel endless or abyssal. It was more like the gentle embrace of sleep and relaxation. This was a moment in life no one would ever remember. Even the cultivators with the greatest of memories would have long since forgotten this event by the time they grew to the point their minds became infallible. However, Ryu remembered it so clearly that it was almost as though he was experiencing those moments again right this instant. And it was exactly because of this that even within his state of absolute euphoria, he was shocked. There's a third chi on the level of essence and chaos chi, a chi that everyone has experienced in their youth. A chi we all forget about in due time. Even after gaining the full origin flame, Ryu never really thought about it. He had so many memories that he now remembered so clearly. He could remember his first steps, his first word, even his first coherent thought. It was simply impossible to focus on just one memory. Ironically, it all ended up muddled, becoming a bundle of memories he didn't ever really think about, mostly because along with all of those moments, there were plenty of awkward memories from that time as well, memories he would prefer not to think about at all. But now that he had a perfect one-to-one comparison, Ryu was almost infuriated. Why was he such a fool? Why was he so simple-minded and idiotic as a child? Why did he have to wait for an awakening? When he reached 7 years old, why wasn't he enough of a genius to start cultivating in the womb? With this kind of chi, Ryu felt that he could have stepped into the peak of the connecting heaven realm in just a few months. Had he been able to start cultivating as a fetus, his progress would have been so fast and unrestrained that he would have been able to accomplish something most took thousands of years to do in less than a fraction of that time. When Ryu thought about how, even with his current talent, just how many fortuitous encounters had he needed to reach his level so fast? There was of course the help of his fast comprehension helping him to absorb large amounts of essence every time he took a step forward. But even then, he needed a realm heart which gave him ridiculous cultivation speeds in the mortal realms, a rare treasure that only 3 others in the history of the martial world had ever been able to take part in, and he received the primordial een of 2 Dao pedestal realm level women and a sky god. And even then, It still took Ryu years to reach his current level. This didn't even consider the fact he was lucky to stumble into Chaos Chi by awakening to the true abilities of his Meridians, something that made his cultivation speed even faster. It didn't consider the fact he had a cultist fairy princess by his side that could streamline and optimize his growth. It didn't even consider the fact he had all sorts of natural treasures that made his comprehension speed faster than what it normally already was. He had all of these advantages, all of this help, and it couldn't even match up to a single strand of this chi. Ryu was at somewhat of a loss. How many other things was he in the dark about? If even he, the wielder of the number 1 ranked pupils in all of existence, could miss such a thing, what chance did others have? Was he really the only one who knew about this? Or were there others who were aware? Just these impurities leaving his body now. Ryu felt that once they were all gone, his cultivation speed would be on an entirely new level. He was already at the very peak of the immortal ring realm, and he wasn't even 25 years old yet. But after learning this, he felt slow. Too slow. Then he began to think of something else? What was an awakening, truly? Why did it have to wait until 7 years old? He had always thought that there wasn't much of a difference between him awakening using a ceremony and his awakening naturally, but now that he thought about it, was this really true? Or was it the case that there was a hidden difference he was completely incapable of grasping right this moment? Ryu's mind wandered again, suddenly stopping on a thought that made him tremble. Could it be that the Phoenix Sky God was aware of this difference? Or was it all a coincidence? If not for the Phoenix Sky God's trial, Ryu would have never awakened naturally. It was because he went through all of that he was able to push himself to the limits like he had. And also, why would the Phoenix Sky God choose the mortal plane of all places as a trial? There were a near infinite number of worlds with a near infinite number of situations he could have been birthed onto, and yet of all of them, he just so happened to land in the one place with maybe the purest stores of mortal chi, unobstructed by higher-level energies, in the entire martial world. Just how much did this Phoenix Sky God plan exactly? And what was their purpose with Ryu? Chapter 753 Stop. Ryu gasped awake. The feeling was not much unlike the very first cry of a newborn child, though he was far too grown now for it to truly reach such a level. His body was coated from head to toe in the most foul of scents. In fact, it felt so toxic even Ryu's skin began to tingle. Without hesitation, Ryu took out an enormous vat of a frosty liquid, diving in. All his clothing had been incinerated by the impurities leaving his body to begin with, so there was already not much else to be reserved about. This vat of liquid, though, well, it could only be said that Ryu was truly extravagant with his spending. That said, he had the capital and riches to do exactly that. This barrel of liquid was an ancestral-grade natural treasure and was known as Frosty Dew Aloe. It was the inner liquid of an ancestral-grade herb known as the Frosty Dew Cactus. Not only was it expensive, but even a cosmic seed realm expert's life would be in danger if they were too rash in harvesting this spiritual herb. The Frosty Dew Cactus spines were so translucent and crystalline in nature that they could fool even a cultivator's sharp eye, appearing completely invisible to most. By the time you realized that something was wrong, you could have already been pierced through. The instant you were, all of your blood would freeze over first, followed by your organs, and then finally your bone and skin. If you tried to retreat at this point, the barbs of the spine would cause you to shatter into a million pieces. But if you didn't move, you would have to hope that an expert came to extricate you. If this expert was too slow in their arrival, well, you would become the nourishment of the Frosty Dew Cactus. However, this was just the worst-case scenario. With the expertise of the Ice Phoenix clan, harvesting Frosty Dew cacti wasn't impossible. In fact, Ailsa herself had taken it upon herself to grow some in the incubator because they were simply too useful, or at least their dew was useful. Frosty Dew Aloe was most definitely in the top 3 of skin nourishment treasures and was among the best liquids for cleansing. Usually, it would be used to deal with poisons and to ward off curses. But, as though he didn't know about this purpose at all, Ryu used it as his bathing water. What happened next, though, left Ryu completely speechless. The Frosty Dew Aloe, a liquid just a hint more viscous than water, known for its ability to even purify and relieve poisons of the ancestral grade, almost instantly turned entirely black the instant Ryu stepped into it. Ryu furiously scrubbed himself down, causing the liquid to turn deeper and deeper shades of black. By the end of it, he was forced to go through 5 separate vats worth before he was finally clean. Ryu could imagine what would have happened if he stepped into a normal river. Maybe he would have caused the entirety of the higher mortal plane to die. Just what kind of impurities could possibly be so potent? Ryu stood up from the last vat. Though it hadn't turned completely black like the others had, the radiant blue light the aloe usually gave off had dimmed considerably. But instead of that, it was Ryu's skin itself that began to shimmer as though it was giving off its own light. Ryu looked down at himself before shaking his head. His member down below was standing at full mast, his blood rushing as though it had a mind of its own. But that wasn't even what shocked him. While it stood up menacingly, it shone almost like there was a disco ball hidden within it. "Why is my skin so?" Ryu couldn't even finish the words. Finally, he looked up to find Ailsa was actually right before him. But what was so confusing was the fact he hadn't quite sensed her before. It was a weird feeling. She was right in front of him, but... Ha! Ryu's gaze shifted, only to find a furiously blushing Yana. But what astonished him was that he hadn't sensed her either. What the hell? Wasn't a breakthrough supposed to come with a boost in senses? Why did it feel like he had regressed so much? Ryu's brows furrowed, focusing his attention. But everything seemed blank, like an endless torrent of darkness surrounding him from all sides. My eyes? Ryu was suddenly astonished to find that his heavenly pupils had been completely unsealed. All 999 had blasted open completely outside of his expectation. Even with his resources, it should have taken several more years, and even then it was only theoretical. Heavenly pupils being completely unsealed was an extraordinarily rare event. In fact, Ryu only had guesses that it had happened before, but no conclusive proof. He had basically been hoping that he didn't reach a bottleneck that he couldn't pass through. But for him to suddenly reach such a state caught him completely unprepared. But why? Ryu wasn't confused about this sudden change. He was confused as to why everything felt so empty. He could barely feel himself. It almost felt as though he was looking into a mirror, but couldn't quite grasp that the person staring back was truly him. Ryu closed his eyes, growing exceptionally focused. His state of meditation rushed upward at a speed he had never experienced before. And then, bang! Shit! This was the only thought Ryu could finish before his skin suddenly became a shining beacon. The furious glow was like a pillar of light piercing through the skies and drowning out even the sun above. In that moment, the blue skies were painted in white, being completely outshone by Ryu himself. And then it was like a vacuum took form. Every strand of chi from the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles surged toward a single location. Stop! 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 Chapter 754. But now, Ryu panicked. This was the first time he didn't seem to have absolute control over his chi, and it was ironically because he was exerting too much control, so much so that he was on the verge of draining an entire plane of its energy. On the surface, this might seem benign to some, but in the martial world, chi was as fundamental a part of an ecosystem as even oxygen was. Suddenly sapping it all away might not have drastic immediate effects as an equivalent loss of oxygen would, but over time, the result might even be worse. Ryu's skin glowed like it was a beacon. He had always been able to absorb chi through his skin, speeding up his cultivation speed far beyond most who could only absorb it through their mouths and noses. But this was ridiculous. It felt like the number of chi pores he had had increased 1,000-fold. Ryu could guess why. If his body had really had all those toxic impurities within it, then it only made sense that this would happen after they were all expelled. But the issue was that Ryu had no need for so much mortal chi. Luckily, the surge listened to Ryu. It was forced to come toward him by his will, and it was also forcefully stopped by his will as well. Ryu was about to breathe a sigh of relief when the wall of wind rose up. Shit! Bang! 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 The forest threatened to fall completely flat. The grass was pressed down into a smooth road. The trees bowed so fiercely that many snapped from their foundations and roots, and the cries and shrieks of beasts filled the skies, only to be drowned out by the violent whoosh. The likes of Ailsa, Yana and Ryu were hardly affected by this wall of wind, standing amidst it as though nothing at all had happened. However, to the mortal creatures and beings, it was a devastating natural disaster. Ryu frowned, reaching out his hands. His wind inheritance surged and began to exert pressure. Slowly but surely, the harsh winds wailing across the higher mortal plane came to a halt. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop it instantly, or else the result would have been just as devastating as the initial wall of wind to begin with. But he still managed to slow the damage. It's suddenly very obvious why Shrine Mountain doesn't allow immortals to come down here. His chapter is updated by LibreAd.com. Ryu had the strength of Dao pedestal realm experts. Actually, that was just the last time he checked. He had no idea what realm his current strength was under, and he didn't dare exert himself here to find out. To the people of the mortal planes, though, he might as well have been a god. With a single thought, he exerted control over the entire plane's chi and then subsequently the entire plane's wind. He wasn't the type to feel pity for others, but when things were his fault to this extent, even he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. He could only hope that the damage wasn't too severe and the casualties were at a minimum. With how things are here, though, would there really be ancestral beasts? Maybe. Ryu had come here for the sake of his grandpa Tor. By now, the old of the Tor clan had already passed away, and all that should be left were their descendants. He thought that he should, at the very least, help stop the Tor name from being wiped out completely. That was the least he owed a man who saved his life. But, with how fragile the mortal plane seemed, Ryu didn't even know if it was possible to even open a spatial rift here without it ripping everything to shreds. Ryu shook his head. He couldn't think about anything else with his body in this state. He realized that his senses were being managed by an uncontrollable faucet right now that could only turn all the way on or all the way off. In one moment, he couldn't even sense Yana and Ailsa who were right before him. In the next, he was grasping chi strands hundreds of thousands of miles away and controlling them to come toward him. It was a shocking imbalance that Ryu hadn't been ready for. The only explanation was that he had improved more now in one leap than he ever had before, so much so that even his own talent couldn't immediately adjust for the changes. For Ryu, who had once leapt from the chi refinement realm right to the divine vessel realm, and even from the divine vessel realm right to the immortal ring realm, this was a baffling conclusion to come to. However, this time, Ryu knew that outside of his body, there was no leap. His chi realm and mental realm hadn't experienced any changes. Ryu could feel the changes, but this definitely wasn't enough to describe it. There were only two potential explanations. It was either that this weird imbalance was being caused by the unsealing of Ryu's pupils, or it was because of these expelled impurities compounding whatever advancements he made. Ryu leaned toward the second. He had a feeling that there was something extraordinary about the impurities he had just released. The toxicity wasn't on a normal level at all, even to the point it felt like poison. Just by expelling it, Ryu felt lighter, he could think faster, he could absorb more chi, he felt more flexible. He could even feel that his vitality and lifespan had skyrocketed beyond what he should have gained for the improvement in his body. But this was only the tip of the iceberg. The largest and greatest change were in Ryu's bloodlines. One had to remember that Ryu's phoenix blood was meant to give him 1,000 gene of base strength. In comparison, his Qilin and dragon bloodlines provided him with 2,000 gene of base strength. These numbers referred to what Ryu gained when he just began body realm cultivation, and they all scaled up from there. However, because Ryu's body had to balance 4 bloodlines at once, he lost a little of each. The result was each of his phoenix bloodlines giving him 800 gene of base strength and his Qilin and dragon bloodlines giving him 1,700 gene each. But now, Chapter 755 Ties of Fate. Ryu felt that the full potential of all of his bloodlines had been released. If he had to describe it, it was like his body was a jar and his bloodlines were the objects he had placed within it. Due to his ice jade crystal body, he was able to balance 4 bloodlines almost perfectly, making the objects he placed within the jar, that was himself about the size of a fingernail. However, even with the objects being so small, the air gaps were inevitable. In Ryu's opinions, his impurities, especially the toxic ones, had been hiding within these air gaps, thus diminishing his overall strength and limiting how much power his bloodlines could flood his body with. The moment these impurities were gone, Ryu's bloodlines fell into place like fine sand. Not only was there not the slightest air gap between them, but they had become absolutely perfect. His Phoenix bloodlines had gone from 800 gene of base strength to 1000. His Qilin and Dragon bloodlines had gone from 1700 gene of base strength to 2000. This seems like a small change, but when it's considered that a change in base strength results in a continuous changes upstream, it becomes quickly obvious just how large this change was. To put this matter into perspective, Ryu's base strength had increased from 5000 gene previously, to now being 6000 gene. At the peak of the pulse tempering realm, he was meant to have 500,000 gene of strength, but with this change, he was now granted 600,000 gene, a 100,000 gene difference. To put this into even further perspective, it had to be remembered that the normal base strength for a common talent was 500 gene. Ryu was already 10 times better than this before, but now he was 12 times better. An ancestral level talent would usually only have a single bloodline and the average for them was around 1000 gene. Ryu had once been 5 times better than this, but now he was 6 times better. Even in comparison to a talent with a strength-type bloodline on the level of the Dragon or Qilin, Ryu was still 3 times better. If this wasn't enough to understand just how large the difference was, the peak of the Vessel Tempering Realm was equivalent to the half-step path Extinction Realm. A Qi realm expert on this level would usually have around 100 million gene of strength. At that level, Ryu originally had 5 times that at 500 million gene. However, now he had 100 million gene more than that, the equivalent of an entire half-step path Extinction Realm expert more, and reached 600 million gene. Of course, Ryu was no longer in the peak Vessel Tempering Realm. In fact, he was well into the Blood Tempering Realm now. In fact, he had stepped into the very first stages of the final level, the Origin Blood level or Royal Blue level. The peak of the Blood Tempering Realm was meant to be equivalent to the half-step World Sea Realm. Ryu was still a ways from the peak since the Origin Blood level was meant to be the longest, heaviest and hardest of the levels to wade through. But, with the enormous boost to his base strength, he truly wasn't very far from matching a pinnacle Cosmic Seed Realm expert with just his body alone. However, as far as Ryu was concerned, the boost to his physical strength was just the tip of the iceberg. Ryu had never felt his bloodlines so clearly before. They sparkled and shined throughout his body almost as though they had spirits of their own. No, it was exactly like they had spirits of their own. When Ryu focused his attention, he was certain that he could read the thoughts and grasp the memories of some unknown entities. Whoosh! Ryu's mind suddenly felt light. He had reached out and touched one of these memories, only for it to instantly assimilate with him. What once were vague recollections, under the might of the Origin Flame became like a clear movie reel. Ryu was able to stop frame by frame. Wow! Ryu felt like the entire life of a being capable of crushing him with a single finger had suddenly been assimilated into him. It was all as clear as day. This was where the synergy of Ryu's treasures and abilities came into play. First, Ryu was lucky enough to have his entire body cleansed and all its impurities, allowing the lingering bloodline ties that had been hidden within him to manifest. Second, Ryu was able to sense and touch those ties because his realm heart and pupils made his senses especially sharp to matters of the ethereal and hard to grasp. Third, when Ryu touched these memories, his Origin Flame activated, making what should have been blurry recollections as sharp as if he was reliving an entire life right this very moment. Fourth, one had to remember that one couldn't just pass on comprehensions to another person. The most important thing Ryu had grasped by observing Yana's situation was that how you learned something was even more important than the fact you learned it. This meant that just because these memories had assimilated with Ryu, didn't mean they were his own. He would still need to very slowly digest them. But Ryu had something others did not, the first-ranked heavenly pupils and the access to an ability through them known as. It had been a very long time since Ryu used to copy a technique. The first time he used it, it was to perfectly grasp. The second time was to grasp the sacrificial technique of the martial gods. Ryu knew he couldn't just copy any technique. He had to establish strong fate ties to the person he was targeting. Only then could he follow the strand of fate to the origin of the technique and comprehend the intentions of its creator perfectly. By now, Ryu's advantage was obvious. What could possibly have stronger lines of fate with him than people whose memories were quite literally rushing through his blood? If this is possible, could I use lines of fate to see through the intentions of my past self, and weave them together to forge a path forward for my inheritances, despite them constantly regressing? Chapter 756, Deathly Silence. Ryu retracted his mind from its odd state. It was simply too much. He stepped out from the vat of aloe he had been standing within, his body glistening. Though, his lip couldn't help but twitch when he noticed that Yana was covering her face with both hands, and yet not obstructing her own vision in the slightest. For some reason, he kept forgetting that there were people around him as his thoughts bounced all over the place. It also didn't help that a certain member was pulsing about like it had a mind of its own as well. The instinct of a beast was even more potent after the cleansing of his bloodlines. In the past, Ryu felt that his state was perfect. His fire dragon bloodline wasn't as pure as his father or grandfather's, nor were his other bloodlines comparable to his mother and grandparents, but he never worried about it. Even though he had access to the stored blood essence of 2 of his ancestral clans now, he never used them. This wasn't because Ryu was a fool. Rather, it was because he understood the importance of not letting his greed get the best of him. People being born with 2 bloodlines had happened in the past. But the idea of 4 bloodlines appearing in one body, many of which had clashing ideologies and histories of violence tying their faiths down, was completely unheard of. It had to be remembered that Ryu's mother had a Qilin and Ice Phoenix bloodline within her, while his father had 2 fire elemental beast bloodlines. His mother was able to coexist her 2 bloodlines firstly because they didn't clash, and secondly because she shared Ryu's bone structure. As for his father, his 2 bloodlines synergized perfectly. This was all to say that Ryu could quite literally not exist if not for the balancing ability of his ice jade crystal body. If he was born with literally any other bone structure, his mother would have miscarried him. There was no way he would have survived. Messing with the balance that his bone structure had found was foolish, and may very well weaken instead of strengthen him. But now that all of his bloodlines had been simultaneously cleansed, Ryu took a deep breath. Elsa was still in meditation and he still wasn't certain what to do with Yana. If she had all of her memories and he still saw her as his big sister, the conclusion would be obvious. But he was still finding it hard to meld those 2 images together. I need to calm down. I rule these bloodlines, not the other way around. A heated breath left Ryu's lips as he closed his eyes. The good news was that with his senses dulled like this until he could get control over them, he was mostly disconnected from the true raging lust he should be feeling. With deep breaths, he soon felt himself calming down. As easily as he could focus on his fire dragon bloodline, he could just as easily focus on his ice phoenix bloodline. Though the Ice Phoenix was still a beast and had plenty of lust of its own, it would never match up to the Qilin and dragon in that regard. Plus, the cooling sensation helped Ryu keep a level head. Yana watched this scene feeling a bit conflicted. She knew that this was an opportunity to take advantage of Ryu and she even thought of doing so, but in the end she shook her head. She didn't want Ryu to choose her because he had run out of other options like he had with Eska and Ice Mine. She wanted him to choose her for other reasons. Ryu's mind finally calmed enough for his body to cool down. With a thought, his spiritual chi swarmed and his body was covered in dark black robes. However, deep within them, the flickering of heavenly patterns could be seen, making it both feel as though Ryu was right before your eyes, and yet somehow transcended above at the same time. Ryu opened his eyes and smiled toward Yana before looking around. Seems like I caused a bit of a mess. Yana blinked before almost doubling over in a fit of giggles. A bit? The entire forest was practically in shambles. If it wasn't for Yana acting to block some of the debris, Elsa would have been knocked over in the head by a stray flying tree trunk. There was no telling what kind of reverberating effects this kind of destruction would have. Ryu rubbed his nose. He really should do something about all of this. He exhaled a light breath, feeling the rhythm of his southern heavenly wind. When it came to matters of the mortal plane, he didn't have to dig too deep, he just needed to touch the surface. A refreshing breeze of gold hung around Ryu. And then, his gaze suddenly snapped open once more. A ring of gold pulsing around his silver irises. Whoosh! A strong surge of chi brimming with life force flew out from Ryu as a center. Like a seismic wave, it radiated outward in pulses. The grass beneath Ryu's feet was almost instantly revitalized, growing an entire inch in the blink of an eye. The bowing trees regained their elasticity and snapped back into place. Destroyed and ravaged greenery healed themselves, and heavily injured and dying beasts suddenly found the strength to allow their hearts to continue to beat. When the strong surge finally slowed, Ryu exhaled a breath. Wow! Yana's eyes glowed with admiration. Ryu's actions hadn't done anything for the trees that had already snapped in two, nor could he do anything for the beasts and potential humans that had already died. But with just a thought, he had practically revitalized the whole Martial Plane. It was just a crude measure, Ryu said with a smile. He wasn't being humble, it truly was a crude measure. Ryu was just lucky that these were all mortal realm things he was dealing with, or else it would have never worked. With the vast gap between himself and them, just the slightest strand of immortal chi was like a heaven-sent treasure. Ryu took a step forward, vanishing several kilometers into the distance. "I will be back soon," he said, his voice fading. "Take care of Ailsa." Yana sighed as she watched Ryu disappear into the distance. Couldn't he take a bit more time to speak with her? Was she really so scary? "He's a bit soft, my little Ryu." The sudden voice drifted to Yana's ears. She didn't need to look to know that it was Ailsa who was speaking. "Big sis." Yana was caught off guard because she thought that Ailsa had been in a deep state of meditation. But when she looked over, she saw that Ailsa still hadn't moved a single inch. He doesn't really know how to use his words, but his worry is pretty obvious. He's afraid to take advantage of you now, not because he magically began to see you as his little sister when he spent a lifetime seeing you as his big sister. To him, you're still Nuri. All your mannerisms, quirks and actions are all the same. There's not even a single step of deviation. Trust me, he's been watching. Then why? Yana asked. Yana simply couldn't understand. She didn't know much about this past life of hers, and a small part of her still worried that the one Ryu was pining after was still her mother, who had passed away long ago. If that was the case, she didn't know how she would be able to deal with it. However, if she really was this Nuri, and they really were exactly the same person, then she didn't care so long as she could be by Ryu's side. To be forced to think of the same man for hundreds of years, and to finally have him so near and yet be unable to do anything, it was driving her mad. Even though he doesn't say anything, his situation with Elena is eating him up from the inside out. He feels like he failed her. One reason he doesn't dare to reconnect with the portion of Elena's soul in his mind is because he wants to respect her wishes and not act as her husband would before she's ready to accept him again. But a second reason is because he's afraid of what he would see once he did. When two souls connect in that way, there's no hiding anything. If to the deepest depths of her soul Elena wanted nothing to do with him, it would devastate little Ryu. Yana listened attentively, even though she didn't know what this had to do with herself. She didn't believe that Ailsa would be bringing this up for no reason. And soon, she was proven to be correct. He worries that one day you will reawaken to your memories as well, and the same betrayal Elena feels for him, you will too. He's unwilling to risk that. Yana fell into a deathly silence. This sort of situation, she had no idea how to deal with it. Chapter 757 Runes. Ryu quietly observed the higher mortal plane for several weeks. In truth, he had never expected to spend so long here, but he unexpectedly found it quite peaceful. That, in combination with the fact Ailsa was still deep in meditation and he didn't really have much of a choice but to finally take a break. In this place, there was no cultivation he could accomplish. After all, he had long since left the mortal realms, and without immortal chi, he could no longer improve himself. But he oddly found himself relaxing instead as he observed what remained of the Tor bloodline. It was suffice to say that Ryu's actions had left a dynasty that had ruled for countless generations in shambles. The Tor kingdom was no more, and it was the Ops kingdom that had once been the weakest that was currently thriving. After Ryu left his supposed father to bask in his own ruin, the Tor kingdom had very quickly been divided up not long later. While Ryu had given concubine Leilani, his mother in this life, a path to live out her days in peace and silence, he didn't provide that same opportunity for his father. Ryu didn't know what happened to him, But the man was definitely long dead, and he had left descendants behind that could only be said to be struggling. Ryu was very purposeful with his actions back then. He had acted in a way that lingering strings of karma couldn't affect his cultivation down the road. In fact, he gave more than he should have so that he could ensure that it would never harm him. After Ryu awoke his memories, the truth was that he didn't particularly care about the Tor clan any longer. All the hardships he had faced and all the blood he had shed, he chalked it up to just being the pain he had to exchange for gaining a spiritual foundation. That was the reality. If it had been up to Ryu back then, after he entered the Natural Order sect and ransacked what was left of their wealth and he plundered the crystalline jade of the Zu clan, he would have directly left to the immortal planes. The competition of heirs had been worth next to nothing to Ryu. Dancing around with those children was only made barely worth it when he handicapped himself and pretended to still be blind. Only then was he able to eke out a bit of worth to those events. As Ryu had always said, the only reason he participated was to get revenge for Granny Miriam, the woman responsible for him to be able to stand here today. It was she who raised him up from his youth when his mother never did. It was she who was his support when everyone else seemed to hate him. It was she who didn't blind his eyes when ordered to do so by his father, allowing him to retain one of the greatest foundations of his strength. He owed her too much. That was why he insisted on giving her sister so much help after ascending to the immortal planes. By now, Melody was likely a great powerhouse of her own. Ryu knew that Melody had entered his grandmother's legacy world, but he never got the chance to meet her face to face. He didn't mind, though. Their path of karma should have already come to an end. Not much unlike his path with the Loom clan's young princess, Tae, had also come to an end. Ryu's mind drifted through all of these matters. With his origin flame, it felt like just yesterday he foolishly sat in the heir position of the Loom clan, making the mistake of tainting Tae. Back then, his pride and rage was still at its peak. The current him would never make such a mistake, but the Ryu of then felt like the world owed him everything. In a lot of ways, it was only inevitable that he would stumble into a clan and lay waste to it in such an almost comical way. Ryu's gaze flickered with fury when he thought of how Patriarch Loom almost made him kneel during their first meeting before that rage dispersed, and he chuckled to himself. It seems that maybe he hadn't changed much at all. Even after getting revenge 10 times over for that matter, it still bothered him. Though Ryu joked with himself about this, the fact he could laugh at all showed just how far he had come. Ryu felt no sort of responsibility toward Tae, nor did he have any intention of marrying her. He had left her treasures beyond her wildest imagination, and if she was the kind of woman he thought her to be, she had taken advantage. That said, Ryu's thoughts toward Tae's cousin, Mattias, who he had recently met in the replica Nether realm, were a bit more layered and complex. Mattias was a great talent, obviously, since he was a throne. His rage toward Ryu when they met for the second time wasn't entirely unwarranted. Ryu knew that if he had a cousin or little sister he was close with that such a thing had happened to, he too would have flown into a rage. Ryu shook his head. He decided that he didn't feel guilty and his mind cleared tremendously. If Mattias wanted revenge, he was free to come. But by now, Ryu had left him far behind and he had no intention of letting someone he had surpassed to catch him. Ryu's mind drifted once again, and it landed on the image of a beautiful young woman named Meralda. Ryu met Meralda for the first time on the Blossom Plain. The instant he saw Meralda's reaction to him, he realized that she recognized him. Back then, he had some inkling as to why, but the moment he gained the full-fledged origin flame, he realized where it was that he knew her. He knew her voice. She was the overseer of the herbology exam he took, the very same world he met Elsa for the first time in. When Ryu realized where he knew her voice from and he matched their faces, he realized then exactly what the problem was. First, this woman definitely knew his name was Ryu Tatsuya. And second, she knew he was the one who gained Elsa's partnership back then. Of course, the fact she knew these two things now wasn't a big deal at all. Ryu revealed both to the world just a few hours ago. However, for her to have known this all those years ago, it could only be said that she held Ryu's life and death in the palm of her hands, and yet she hadn't taken advantage. As Ryu thought about all these strings of karma, he realized that he would definitely have to pay this woman back as well. Ryu continued to drift through the mortal plane. Unbeknownst to him, The odd dissonance he felt with his power skyrocketing was slowly fading as his mind calmed. His talent slowly clawing back its advantage piece by piece. One step at a time, the impact of completely unsealing his heavenly pupils began to show itself to Ryu, and the world became a fantastical painting of floating runes. In a moment, Ryu subconsciously realized that he could view the world through different lenses and magnifications as he pleased. There was the first normal view of the world. Then, with a shift in lens, he could view the world through that he seemed to have gained the ability to turn off and on now. With this, he was able to see the invisible flowing chi of the world in vibrant, flowing colors. With another shift in lens, Ryu could see the world through a world of black, white, and gray strings, forming everything from the skies to humanoid figures. Then, with another, he could layer, and opening himself up to a world of colored with strings. Just alone allowed Ryu the capability of seeing the flow of chi and making his cultivation speed even faster. Just allowed Ryu to predict the probability of certain futures and see through the intentions and histories that connected people. However, when the two were brought together, those muddied images became as clear as day. Ryu could more precisely pinpoint exactly what he needed to know and grasp it, just like he had when he converted his Tatsuya saintly weapon comprehension into the foundation of his great swordstaff inheritance. However, Ryu had gained an even finer and more pinpoint lens. With a thought, he could zoom into this lines of fate and see the fundamental runes that made them up. Almost as though he was looking at the foundation of the world itself and way the heavens constructed them, the secrets of everything was laid out before him, and it felt good. Of course, while Ryu was basking in the changes to how he could see the world, the entirety of the martial world had been thrown into chaos. The news of the return of Ryu Tatsuya felt like a tsunami drowning out even the return of the ancestral beasts. Chapter 758 Echo 1. The concept was akin to a sky god always knowing when their name was being mentioned except in reverse. But, in order to pull such a thing off, the weight of Ryu's name had to have an enormous amount of faith backing it. Such an enormous amount that no one in the martial world could ignore it, and that he did. The things that Ryu had accomplished on his own were simply ridiculous. But the weight of the Tatsuya name would always outshine him, and the legend of his talent weighed almost just as much. The reappearance of Ryu Tatsuya was something no one would ever forget. Tell the martial gods that the day I wipe them from existence is quickly approaching. I, Ryu Tatsuya, will never rest until the day the last of them is crushed beneath my feet. In a secluded region of the shrine plain, Elena looked up and into the skies. A wild vibration of faith caught her attention, the words entering her ears just a moment later. All around, the sound of battle and cries of war resounded. The ancestral beasts had not only descended onto the armament guild, but they had descended everywhere. In fact, a large bulk of their forces landed here, their eagerness to reclaim the shrine world for themselves being at the absolute highest. Elena, though, was indifferent to it all. One would have thought that it wasn't her family being attacked at all, but rather that she was watching a play being acted out before her. Despite being among the strongest the martial gods' younger generation had to offer, she didn't move, nor did anyone dare to command her to do so. The fear they had for that father of hers was far too great. When she heard this voice, though, she sighed. She could feel all the internalized rage and fury in it, and the determination to do exactly as he said. The momentum behind it was already tens of times stronger than when she last met him. Just how quickly was he improving? If others could see Elena now, it would be hard to say how they would react. Something like sighing wasn't a matter she did normally, and it definitely wasn't something others would be prepared for. But the stronger Ryu got, the more distant she seemed to feel she was from him. Was it selfish? Elena was mature enough to admit that it was. She might be a woman, and many in the martial world seemed to think that that fit her into a particular box, but her will to protect Ryu was maybe even stronger than his will to protect her. Her thoughts felt like they were all over the place, but Elena had had almost 1 billion years to think about it, 1 billion years to reflect on it. To others, they might be jumbled, but to her they were quite clear. But maybe, deep inside she had worries that didn't lose out to Ryu's own. Elena's expression flickered. The battle outside had come to a halt after the martial world remembered her husband's name. Another woman might have been filled with pride. After all, that was her man. How many could make the world freeze with a single roar? But, for some reason, it just left her agitated. Elena rose to her feet and vanished. When she reappeared, like a goddess descended from above, her pink diamond hair fluttered and her dress clung to her curves as the wind danced about. Across from her, a mighty bird flapped its wings. Its individual feathers were like intricately carved sapphire gems laced with golden veins. This royal rock had caused maybe the greatest devastation of any other creature in this general vicinity, reaping the lives of martial world geniuses one after another. After snapping awake from its stupor, the royal rock's gaze met Elena's. "You finally decided to stop hiding in your little hole? Didn't you hear?" Elena said plainly, her voice like a block of ice. "My husband has returned. Shouldn't I come out to greet him?" The royal rock couldn't even react before an astonishing pressure crashed into its head. It had no idea when, but Elena had appeared above its head, a violent palm crashing downward and leaving a hand-shaped dent in its scale-like feathers. Bang! The royal rock spiraled to the ground below, its skull rupturing and its life and death unknown. Elena's cold gaze swept through the battlefield, scanning through the ancestral beasts. It had been too long since she unleashed herself, and right now she wanted to vent. It soon became obvious that the reemergence of Ryu wasn't the most shocking matter. But what it represented was maybe even more important. Many began to speculate about how these matters had occurred and how Ryu managed to survive for so long. But it was then that many turned their attention toward the person who should have been the only surviving member of the Tatsuya, Primus. Primus was an ancient character and his whereabouts were even further unknown. However, he had a name that shook the hearts who heard it. He was the first man to unite the Shrine world under his rulership and the first of dragon blood to subdue his kind under his banner. The sudden attention he received led to an even more shocking realization, though. Primus was a member of the Mercenary Guild and was well known to be the only sky god amongst their ranks who had not a single member within his faction. But when he was checked today, Saintly Weapon Sky God Faction. 1. Ryu Tatsuya. Age, 22. Talent designation, common. Battle prowess designation, incalculable. Status, direct descendant. Cultivation, half-step path extinction. Chapter 759 Echo. 2. Common grade talent? That much was fine on its own. But how could a common grade talent have incalculable battle prowess? Never mind that, but how could a common grade talent have reached the half-step path extinction realm at 22 years old? What these people didn't know was that when Ryu initially signed up for the Mercenary Guild, his battle prowess had been designated at the black grade and his talent was designated at subcommon, even worse stats than he had now. Unfortunately for the Mercenary Guild, they had an inability to detect Ryu's spiritual foundation. So their system designated him as a person with a false spiritual foundation. As such, even after taking into account his ridiculous amount of talent in the other three pillars, not to mention his heavenly pupils, his overall talent was slotted into their lowest possible rating. To make matters worse, back then, Ryu's mental realm talent could only be classified as terrible. It was more a joke than anything else. The only reason Ryu had received a bump up from subcommon to common this time was because his soul had gotten a vast improvement. But even that wasn't enough to overturn his false spiritual foundation. It was no wonder everyone was confused about what they were seeing. The only way they could justify it was believing that there had to be a mistake. Plus, how could Ryu possibly be 22? The memories of the upper echelon of the martial world were practically infallible. Though they might not remember matters of their youth, nor would they in as much detail as Ryu with his origin flame. Something as meaningful as Ryu's birth wasn't something they would ever forget. Ryu, at the very least, made it to his 1000th birthday, and it had been almost 1 billion years since then. Even if the day he committed suicide he had actually been placed in a special state where he didn't age, he would still have to be at least 1000 years old, not 22. The system of the Mercenary Guild began to be greatly doubted. If they couldn't analyze a direct descendant well enough, what about everyone else? Who else were they screwing over with their scanning system? The grades one received from them could make or break whether one could enter certain factions. They were playing with livelihoods here. The public pressure eventually led to an announcement by the Mercenary Guild. But the result was even more shocking than the original news itself. As Ryu had speculated previously, privacy, that was nothing more than a joke. When you were powerful enough, you could break as many rules as you wanted and no one would speak a word. It was only proven more so when no one batted an eyelash when the Mercenary Guild exposed Ryu's real information to the public. It was then everyone came to the understand that it wasn't a mistake. The Mercenary Guild's scanning formation had designated Ryu as a common grade talent because it detected his spiritual foundation as false. Those that were intelligent understood that there were only two possible explanations for this. The first was that Ryu had a formation high level enough to hide the truth of his spiritual foundation, something that wasn't entirely impossible considering who his great-grandfather was. And the second was that Ryu had a spiritual foundation they weren't able to evaluate. There was only one kind of spiritual foundation that could meet such a mark: a sky god's spiritual foundation. Without holding anything back, the Mercenary Guild released all of Ryu's reports for the world to see. If there was any doubt before as to if this was the very same Ryu Tatsuya, there was none remaining now. For Ancestral Grade Bloodlines: Ice Phoenix, Fire Phoenix, Lightning Qilin, Fire Dragon,
Mutated Quasi-Origin Grande Meridians.
Chaotic Silk Meridians, Mutated Quasi-Origin Grade Bone Structure, Ice Jade Crystal Body, First-Ranked Heavenly Pupils, Mysteries of Heaven and Earth Pupils, Indestructible Soul. A hushed silence fell over the martial world after the roar that took their hearts. This sort of thing, it was completely unlike anything they had ever laid eyes on. Had the heavens truly allowed such a talent to be born? Deep within a familiar volcano, not having moved a single inch since when last he was seen, Primus crimson-gazed looked forward placidly. Was he surprised by this news? Not particularly. Ryu had never held back in saying and thinking Primus' name in the past several years. It was to the point where even when Ryu called him by his favorite nickname, Bastard, Primus would be aware of it. However, Primus felt that things were better in this way. At the very least, his great-grandson was no longer embarrassing him. As for whether Ryu hated him or not, he didn't particularly care. He had grown up with dragon blood running through his veins, an age where brothers didn't hesitate to spear each other through the heart. Of course, these weren't acts of betrayal. Dragons and those with dragon blood usually fought fairly and upfront. These spears through the heart were all committed in upfront, one-on-one battles. In fact, Primus had killed many of his brothers in this way, one of which was his true blood brother. Those were back in the days before he found an entrance to the dragon world and began his rampage there. It could be said that if his great-grandson wasn't reacting like this, Primus would only look down on him. The day Ryu wanted to come and seek his revenge, he would be right here waiting. For Ancestral Bloodlines, Quasi-Origin Meridians and Bone Structure, First-Ranked Heavenly Pupils, an Indestructible Soul, Primus' head tilted back, a booming laughter leaving his lips that sent the world around him in a state of natural disaster. Volcanoes erupted, the earth split and the skies thundered and boomed. Take as much time as you need. Trillions of years, tens of trillions, hundreds or even more. If you dare to point a blade toward this great-grandfather of yours, I'll skewer your heart through just like I did all the others. I, Primus Tatsuya, am undefeatable in this world. The roar was like a response to Ryu's own. However, only Ryu heard the first part of it. To the rest of the martial world, it felt that even in shambles, even with just two to their name, even with no one to rely on but themselves, the Tatsuya clan was back. Chapter 760 Human Beast. In the martial world, a married woman, or more accurately in this case, a widow, was often considered to be used goods. There weren't enough matriarchal societies in the martial world to shift this sort of view, and the result was as expected. However, this didn't mean that there weren't exceptions to this rule, and Elena was quite a special exception. The first reason was because of her background and the person her father was. Being attached to such a family was something even a sky god would want for reasons that were still a bit unknown to Ryu. The second reason was, of course, because of her beauty and strength. The more astounding the woman, the more concessions powerful men were willing to make for her. In such a situation, these men weren't concerned with her past, but were more concerned about conquering her future, as there was great merit to be gained in doing so. The number of women who could gain such respect were maybe even fewer than those who had the background necessary for such men to ignore everything else. Whether it was bearing, talent, or strength, Elena had them all. After breaking into the World Sea realm, there were already very few people that could match her. And the limits of her strength were completely unknown, as no one had ever seen her go all out. The potential such a woman presented for building a legacy and clan, not to mention bolstering fate and faith of a man, was immeasurable. She wasn't just a trophy, she was the trophy. The third reason, though, was maybe why, in combination with the first three, many powerful men had no qualms with chasing Elena. And that reason was a combination of circumstances of her life and plausible deniability. After Ryu died, the Holy Wing clan of course wanted to take her back. However, this was when Elena made it clear that they had become husband and wife, and it was much too late for the Holy Wing clan to do anything. She had effectively married into the Tatsuya clan, becoming a widow of their household. Of course, Elena had been telling the truth. But that didn't mean others had to believe her despite there being many modes of confirmation. The truth was that verifying such a thing wasn't as easy for others as it was for Ryu. Ryu could tell even if a person was pregnant at a single glance, even if they had just conceived. Seeing through whether a person was a virgin or not, or if they had their soul melded with another or not, was just as simple for him. Assuming that the person was within range of his eye's abilities, of course. However, for others it was more difficult and involved. And if they had a vested interest in, say, not confirming this truth, then they could do so as well. Whether or not Elena was a husband to someone else mattered less than whether or not it could be confirmed by the masses. Even if they didn't dare to force Elena to do anything, so long as there was Elaine, and they could protect their reputations at the same time, there would always be a chance. But now, Ryu's return had seemingly thrown a wrench in all of their plans. In fact, it felt as though they were all being slapped in the face one palm at a time. These pinnacle World Sea realm experts and sky gods were absolutely furious. Bang! On a distant world, an entire half of a palace threatened to collapse entirely. Luckily, the reinforcing formations ensured that it stayed intact, but this didn't stop the earth from quaking and splitting outside the scope of this sky god's territory, and sending the city he had built into chaos. And yet, when a god was furious, no one dared to say a single word. The man seemed to be the picture of wild energy. He wore a beast skin skirt and his chest seemed a size too big for his torso, though it was hard to tell if this was because he was truly so muscular, or if it was because the dense forest of hair that called that place home painted such an illusion. Much like the man in question, the entire palace was decorated in the bones of wild beasts and their fur. Fireplaces were instead open pits of flickering red and gold, while the musty smell of nature and manhood hung in the air. The outside of the palace itself wasn't what one might expect and was just as rustic and wild as the interior. The owner of this palace and city was actually one of the pillars of the mercenary guild, a man of wild nature known as the human beast true sky god. The moment he had heard the news, he had entered a furious state. He had none of the bearing one would expect from a sky god and even less of the grace. It was only made worse that it was his own mercenary guild forced to help this bastard spread his fame. His servants and concubines could only remain as silent as possible, not wanting to become the subject of their master's rage, all while hoping they didn't get crushed to death beneath his might. Fuck! If I don't tear that little brat to pieces when next I see him, my name won't be Alit Ugror any longer. Alit wasn't the only one who was enraged, but he was probably the only one whose reaction was so violent. That said, he wasn't the only one who wanted for murder. Among them, there were more of the mercenary guild, as the powerhouses there had the most investment in wanting to build something new. None seemed to care that Primus was amongst their ranks, or maybe it was just that the mercenary guild never really had such camaraderie to begin with. While this rage spread like a wildfire, countless powerhouses already blazing trails toward where Ryu's voice had projected from to deal with this scourge. There was another powerful existence with a reaction that could be considered to be quite odd. Chapter 761 agreed. The man didn't share Primus' crimson hair, but he did share his crimson eyes. His hair was, instead, non-existent, though this didn't seem to be by necessity, but was either the result of a purposeful action or maybe an accident. Either way, this man's hair was growing back at a slow pace but was deeply shaven. It looked more like a shadow than a head of hair, but it seemed to suit the man quite well. What was a bit odd about this man's appearance, though, was that he had blade scars running across both of his eyes, giving him a sinister look that hindered some of his handsomeness. And yet, he didn't seem to be blind at all. While everyone else was shocked or enraged by Ryu's roar, this man blinked for a moment and looked up, his eyes opening for meditation. He shook his head. This son of a bitch. Can't you see I'm in the middle of meditating? You were always like this, the world doesn't revolve around you, you arrogant prick. I swear if I get my hands on you, I'm gonna bend you over my knee and spank you real good. This time, your daddy isn't here to protect you. The man tried to go back to meditating after saying these vulgar words but suddenly found his heart to be too agitated to focus. Fuck, I'm gonna kill that bastard. I was so close to a breakthrough. Bang! The pool of magma shook and quaked. By the time it settled down, the man had long since vanished. The first ones to react to the news were, without a doubt, the martial gods. The investments they had in the name Tatsuya didn't need to be explained, but the weight they placed on the name Ryu Tatsuya was far more than anyone could possibly expect. It was difficult for those in the light to react to this news because the invasion of the ancestral beasts was in full swing. A single roar for Ryu, as shocking as it was, wouldn't be capable of stopping this invasion, and that was especially so considering he wanted to destroy the martial gods just as much as they did. However, the deepest reaches of the martial gods, where their true power lay, was a completely different matter entirely. That child is alive. With how many slumbering ancestors there were in these catacombs, it was impossible to tell who had spoken, but it hardly mattered one way or another. This timing couldn't be worse. We don't have the luxury of splitting our forces right now. This is only the first wave. It feels purposely done. The ancestral beasts are nothing more than jumping clowns. We should just make a move and erase them now. If there's still a lingering problem when they arrive, it will cause issues. Don't be ridiculous. The ancestral beasts are still a favored race. Such existences shouldn't be looked down upon. In addition, sticking with the initial plan is smarter. Why wipe them out if they're more useful in other ways? This isn't what's important. How is it possible that he is still alive? And why is it that he can cultivate? This isn't a small variable. From what it seems like, he's likely reincarnated. The probability is over 90%. In that case, it is likely related to the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation. This inheritance is the only one we weren't able to seal properly. The Phoenix Sky God was clever. How can we seal something without properly understanding it? With all those muddied folk tales and lore, pinpointing the fate of that sky god was impossible. Others seems to be learning their lesson as well. That Lady Demure had hidden her true name very well and others are following suit. This could lead to problems down the road. There's no need to worry about this. Even with such talent, it's already too late, they've fallen too far behind. If the child had had 9 cycles of 100 million years, there might be something to worry about. But now, time has run out. He's already entered the half-step path extinction realm in such a short time. Is it really proper to dismiss things like this? I'm also of the belief that he is related to the untangling of faith that further complicated our matters. Much of the groundwork we laid over trillions of years was undone in that single instant. While the child doesn't have much time left, we don't either, and we've already made too many mistakes. Don't forget who it is our true enemy is. They won't rest until existence is all their own. Against an enemy like that, even one mistake is too much, let alone so many. Then we should send Drugo after him to end these matters once and for all. There is no need to drag this out, and Drugo has spent enough time in seclusion. This war is a good chance for him to gain battle experience, as he has never managed to find someone near his combat prowess. Release the demigods as well. We've laid low for long enough. The ancestral beasts seem to think sending 11th order beasts is enough to crush us. Make them pay for their arrogance. We'll see whose younger generation is truly stronger. Agreed. 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 On the mortal plane, Ryu looked up into the skies, the words of his great-grandfather reverberating through his ears like a gong. His placid gaze seemed to pierce through the veil as he stood in the air, unmoving as though to make certain that he had heard properly. And then, his lips spread into a fiendish grin. Funny words, old bastard. My heart happens to be invulnerable, though. Better aim for the head. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow. Everyone. Chapter 762. It was quite an interesting experience, if Ryu was honest with himself. The act of playing God left him with an odd feeling, and the realization that just a few benign actions on his part could change the trajectory of several generations in this place was a baffling thing to wrap his mind around. There was something decidedly beautiful about it all. Ryu's roots in this life could be considered to have been planted here. Now, years later, it was he who was helping new roots to anchor themselves and blossom the flowers of the future. The fluid and cyclical motion of it all felt good. Ryu was a man who sought out revenge for the slightest grievance. There was something about revenge that also felt quite cyclical and fluid. But right now, Ryu had learned that this wasn't the only feeling that could be classified in such a way. In the end, Ryu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It seems that I've grown soft. Something tasting just as sweet as revenge? Ridiculous. Ryu tapped his feet, his body vanishing. When he reappeared, he was once again nearby Yana and Ailsa. But, this time he could actually feel their presence. It was then he realized that this trip had done him some good. It allowed his body to acclimate to his changes, and he could feel the limits of his strength with far greater ease. Once again, he felt good. Oof! Ryu let out a muffled puff of air as Yana dove into him. Ailsa still seemed to be meditating, but Ryu could only shake his head. He could read this woman's mind. He knew well that she was already finished and her gains were most definitely not small. How long had he spent here? 2 or 3 months, maybe. It really whipped by like a flash. He almost hadn't noticed. His sense of time was slowly dilating as his cultivation rose up. If it didn't, who would be able to sit and meditate for millions of years on end like many cultivators did? I guess it's about time to break through into the path extinction realm. Can't keep dodging it forever. Whatever comes will come. Ryu patted Yana's head. I was only gone for a bit. Is there a need to act like this? Ryu spoke with a hint of amusement in his tone. He would allow Yana to be as willful as she wanted. He had always wanted a little sister. Now that he thought about it, that little girl had probably also grown up. Ryu still remembered that he had handed off Gaiat's little sister, Sephair, to the Awoken Moon sect. By now, a few hundred years had passed due to the time dilation of the fake Nether realm, but he hadn't gone back. The Awoken Moon sect should have blossomed. But there was something odd. Ryu remembered hearing someone say that the Ember Clan had conquered the whole pedestal plane. So he couldn't help but wonder, what happened to the Awoken Moon sect, then? Of course, Ryu still have no idea that it was Serial who was the mysterious backer of the Ember Clan and the enigmatic Night Terror sect. He also had no idea that the Ember Clan was pushed to conquer the entire plane by Serial either. These were simply matters that he was in the dark about. Ryu was so distracted by his thoughts that he almost didn't register the decidedly smooth feeling of the young woman in his arms right now. He looked down and his pupils couldn't help but constrict. No, it was far more than that. In fact, Ryu's pupils rapidly shifted from human to draconic, oscillating back and forth as his bloodlines rampaged through his body. Yana was fully clothed, but the sparkle of spatial chi twinkled in Ryu's gaze. Her control was so precise and perfect that she managed to coat her clothing in just enough that Ryu's body slipped right through the layers of her dress and undergarments. The result was despite the fact she was clothed from head to toe, even to the point of still wearing a veil, Ryu felt as though a completely naked Yana was clinging onto him tightly. And then, her clothes slipped through her body. As though they were made of air, it passed through everything and slipped to the ground. Ryu couldn't see Yana's face, as she had buried it into his chest. However, he was too much taller than her. With a simple glance downward, he could see the slender slope of her back, those delicate but toned muscles and skin so soft and supple that it looked as though a single poke might leave behind a bruise, and it all led to that curved, sultry, round, elastic mound of lust-inducing flesh that was her ass. Ryu wanted to bring his gaze away, but he could already feel his mouth running dry, an undying fire slowly being stoked in the depths of his lower belly. Ailsa continued to pretend to meditate as though she hadn't sensed anything odd at all. Ryu had already shouted in her mind several times, but she was like a stone wall, leisurely meditating. Oh, what nice weather we're having. Oop. I can't think that when I'm supposed to be meditating. I meant to say, this formation is so complex, look at all these gears and nodes. Yup, I'm definitely a genius, a great genius to be able to deduce, that's wrong too. Cough, I mean this formation is so complex. Oh my, how long would it take me to fully comprehend it? Might take me at least several more days, maybe weeks, who knows. A genius like me definitely wouldn't take too long, though. Ryu suddenly realized that his wife was probably more shameless than even he was. Chapter 763 Gods of Lust. He smiled somewhat bitterly, his last bit of self-control keeping the beast in his pants at half-mast. So long as it was like this, he could still manage it a bit. At the very least, he could fool himself into believing that he was in control. The issue here was that Ryu didn't have the same disdain he had had for Ice Mine in this situation. Seeing Yana's body before him like this was like feeling a bomb go off in his mind, but he didn't have the same pride or arrogance attached to his inaction. Back then, Ryu had truly seen Ice Mine as beneath him. If Eska didn't appear, no matter how much lust he felt, there was nothing in this world capable of making him take her body. He simply didn't care about her and was more ready to watch her die a horrible death. But Yana was a woman Ryu deeply cared for. Even when he didn't know that she was his Nuri, he had a good impression of her. The youthful him of this life had even turned down his maternal grandfather when he suggested something as terrible as forcefully taking her as his woman. Even though he knew it would make his life easier to do so, even though he knew having Yana's grandfather as a backer would ease the burden on his life, he hadn't cared. He would have rather suffered than hurt such an innocent, pure soul. But right now that innocent, pure soul was making him think of doing all sorts of devilish things. He suddenly really wanted to see what Yana's expression looked like when she was lost in pleasure. He really wanted to hear what her soft voice felt like when it turned hoarse and forceful. He really wanted to feel the heat of her skin beneath his. Ryu, am I beautiful? Yana's voice had a slight hint of trembling to it. It was fairly obvious that she had never done anything like this before. She felt particularly exposed, especially since they were in the middle of a forest. Even though she knew it was nonsense, she still felt that anyone could walk in on them at any time. It left her feeling particularly vulnerable. Yes, Ryu replied instantly, his voice coming out like much more of a growl than even he expected. Yana's shoulders couldn't help but tremble in response. While Ryu was almost excessively turned on right this moment, the same couldn't be said for Yana. In fact, she was so nervous that it was hard to feel anything other than anxiety and embarrassment. But there was something about Ryu's voice just now that sent goosebumps racing across her skin. Even the small hairs dotted across her body couldn't help but stand at attention as blood rushed to places they had never rushed to before. Then why don't you want me? God damn it. This wasn't part of the script. Having a wife should be like placing a mountain twice the size of Shrine Mountain between you and your chances of finding other women. Well, that was the case when your wife had a strong background and talent of her own, a category Ailsa most definitely fell into. But what was with his wives always trying to force other women onto him? Was there something wrong with their brains? First it was centuries of Elena trying to pick out concubines for him, not to mention trying to get him to accept Nuri as well. And now it was Ailsa looking for sex partners and ignoring him while he was sexually harassed by Yana. Are you not a man? Yana's voice was as soft as a butterfly's wings. It was obvious to Ryu that she didn't even want to say these words. It was probably more of Ailsa's machinations pulling the strings in the background. Unfortunately, Ryu was ashamed to say that it worked. Fuck! Ryu's roar echoed through the forest. His clothing, held together by his spiritual chi to begin with, vanished into motes of light. With a single powerful arm, he swept Yana off of her feet, sliding his forearm beneath her thigh and grasping onto a single cheek of her bottom firmly. The feeling was so otherworldly that his fingers seemed to sink endlessly into her flesh, the rebound of elasticity combined with softness making his mind go completely blank. Yana suddenly found herself looking directly into Ryu's eyes, the feeling of his powerful body both making her feeling more safe than she ever had in her life, and more excited than she could describe in words. Her heart beat wildly and out of control. Something about the unbridled lust and heat in Ryu's gaze made her blood rush through her body, her fair skin turning red as her breathing became rapid. The oppressive masculinity of Ryu's aura alone left her gaze misty, and she completely forgot about any embarrassment. Come here. Ah! Elsa never expected to suddenly find a strong surge of wind wrapping around her. She couldn't even react in time before her dress was also forcefully dispersed into the wind, her large breasts being pressed against the side of Ryu's ribcage. Elsa, who was still trying to pretend to be meditating, had her eyes closed, at a bit of a loss of what was happening. But Ryu's meaning was clear. Yana was still a virgin. Since the two of them decided to light this fire, they would have to continue until there was nothing but a pit of ash left. Yana most definitely couldn't handle such violence alone, so her big sister would have to take responsibility for her actions. Elsa gasped lightly, her eyes shooting open when she felt a large hand grip her bottom forcefully. She subconsciously lifted up to the tips of her toes, her body trembling and becoming akin to a small boat amidst Ryu's strong tide. Yana didn't get much of a chance to register exactly what was happening either. All she heard was Ryu's gruff, commanding tone. And, as though an obedient little wife, she threw her arms around his neck, bringing her soft lips to his. She could already feel his cock hovering around her entrance, poking and teasing at it as his powerful arm held her up. The agitation in her waist and hips as she wound and grinded toward it was enough to send a flood of blood down any man's nose. Ryu didn't wait long to oblige. Yana felt a thin veil being pierced through, a heat entering her lower belly, and her toes curling as her legs locked around Ryu. That day, no, that week, the escapades of three immortals would likely become a legend of the mortal plane. The day the gods of lust blessed their small little world. Chapter 764, Lesson Number 1. Ryu basked in it all. His senses seemed to imprint their moans and their every expression onto his heart. Elsa was just as sensitive as she always was. Her compatibility with Ryu was simply too great. It felt like just delicately teasing her breasts could send her over the edge. It wasn't long into their session that her mind went completely blank, unable to think, see, or hear anything. All she could feel was heat. She practically went limp, weakly latching onto Ryu as she tried to weather the storm. It was almost as though she had entered survival mode, only doing what she could to hold on. Yana, though, was very much different. Her breasts weren't nearly as large as Elsa, but they fell like two delicate drops of dew, having a pair of pink protrusions that stood erect and tall. Every time they grazed along Ryu's chest, he felt an endless surge of energy roll within him. She was far more active than Elsa was. While Ryu's second wife completely lost control of her body, Yana's seemed to go into overdrive. She hyperfixated on Ryu's every reaction, taking great pleasure in learning more and more about him. Compared to Elsa, Ryu really had to work to bring Yana to climax. She was so focused on him that she seemed to completely neglect herself. Maybe she had spent too much time speaking with those old ladies with unfulfilling sex lives. She probably already had a preconceived notion that this was already as great as it got. But even then, her mind couldn't help but disagree with all those women. Making Ryu feel good brought her such a high that she almost felt addicted to it. She squeezed down on Ryu's member, her eyes rapidly shifting between Ryu's irises. Every subtle change his expression underwent, she would catch. Her hips moved in a rhythmic and hypnotic pattern, her speed varying and the suction almost threatening to rip Ryu's soul out of his body. She kissed along Ryu's collarbone and neck, her hands gliding across his back and following the deep trenches of his defined muscles. She was absolutely intoxicated by his warmth, and her embarrassment had flown away long ago. Her lips moved to the side of Ryu's ears, her hot breath making his spine tingle. Yana seemed to pick up on this and didn't move away immediately. Her hips slowed their rhythm. She brought herself all the way up to the point it seemed that Ryu might fall out of her at any moment. She bobbed up and down at the very tip, the slight wet noises reverberating through the quiet forest. Yana hadn't realized just how sensitive the very entrance was until right this moment. An unplanned moan leaving her lips, but this only drove Ryu more wild. She descended down just a quarter of the way, her hips rotating and grinding before she moved back to the tip. Then she descended halfway, the ripple of her cheeks as she moved sending Ryu into a trance. Glancing over her shoulder, he could see a sight he would imprint onto his mind for a lifetime. Fuck! Yana descended all the way down, grinding to the point it seemed she might want to fuse her pelvis with Ryu's own. Her body shuddered when she felt an uncontrollable gush rush into her body, her teeth involuntarily biting down on Ryu's earlobe. Sweat beaded down Yana's forehead and her long, cascading black hair clung to her body. A smile of satisfaction graced her beautiful features. She had never felt so good in her life. Her blush deepened when she thought of the possibility of having Ryu's child, and her heart blossomed. Ryu held Ailsa in one arm, keeping her close to his hip, and held Yana to his front. Every time he took a deep breath, his exhale seemed to come with a growl. The drop of fragrant liquids fell in a pitter-patter and Yana rested her cheek on Ryu's shoulder, a content expression on her face. But, at that moment, she suddenly felt a slight trembling within her as Ryu seemed to grow to another size. Yana blinked. Didn't they say that just once was enough? Yana had thought that things were already over. But, little did she know that this was just the very beginning. You're already so well versed in teasing your husband, Yana. Yana's shoulders trembled when she heard Ryu say these words, her eyes moistening. But, the beauty of it all was shattered in the next moment. It seems I have to teach you a lesson. Yana squealed, suddenly finding her back pressed flush against soft grass. She looked up to find Ryu's powerful body kneeling between her legs, his free palm pressing down firmly on her lower belly, as though to force her to feel every single last inch of him. Ryu pulled out slowly before rocking forward. Yana shuddered, the sensation somehow feeling 10 times what it had been before. Her knees rested on Ryu's hips, her legs opening wide to greet him. The glistening sweat of her body painted an image of allure and beauty that could enrapture any man. Ryu pulled out again, teasing Yana's entrance just as she had done to him, before rocking forward with slightly more force. Yana's legs trembled, her gaze becoming mistier. Ryu's pace increased slowly but didn't seem to cross a certain threshold. Every time he approached it, he would pull back once again. Yana began to squirm, her hips vibrating uncontrollably. Lesson number 1. Ryu grinned. The ride doesn't really begin until we both climax. Chapter 765 Interesting. It was as though the moment felt so good that she cared about nothing else. Whether it was the faces she was making, the convulsions of her body, those lewd sounds that came out of her, none of it was in her control. It felt so good that she was almost scared of it, causing her to try and squirm away. But Ryu's clamp on her was so firm that she couldn't seem to gather up the strength to go anywhere. Following lesson 1 came lesson 2, then 3, then 4. She was ravaged almost endlessly and she thought her soul might permanently leave her, never to come back. Just when she was nearing her absolute limits, Ryu finally gave her a break and placed Ailsa on top of her. Their breasts pressed flush against one another, their arms clinging to each other as though in a form of silent solidarity. But it wasn't long before Ailsa was swept up once again, and no longer even had the presence of mind remaining to continue showing any sort of sisterly affection. Through misty eyes, Yana watched as the woman she maybe respected the most in the world, her big sister, made faces and noises that should have never seen the light of day. And yet, over time, it only made her grow hotter. She could feel a dull ache between her legs, but it didn't seem to matter. She wanted more. A small competitive fire lit in Yana, but it wasn't against Ailsa, but was rather against Ryu. And thus a different sort of battle began. Ailsa was like a poor, unfortunate bystander, while Yana and Ryu became rivals in the forest that day. Unfortunately, Yana could never win against the southern heavenly wind, nor could her inexperienced body take the punishment. In the end, she ended up lying limply on one side of Ryu's chest while Ailsa lay on the other, both gasping for breath. Ryu smiled contentedly. With two beauties clinging to him like this, what man wouldn't be? Just the feeling of their soft bodies in his arms was enough to make him grin like a child. Yana had truly given him a lot of surprises in the last few days. He hadn't known that she had it in her like this. It was quite funny. Ailsa and Elena both had more outgoing personalities, but both were far more reserved in bed, while it was Yana, the shy one, who was like this. Though, to be fair to Ailsa and Elena, the former wasn't so much reserved as she was just limp. It wasn't really Ailsa's fault. When she had sex with Ryu, it was like her mind and body were being stimulated at once. It also didn't help that while Ryu's ice jade crystal body was lethal to women, it was even more so to Ailsa, who was both a woman and a part of nature. As for the latter, it was Elena's first time, and the heaviness of that day meant something completely different. Maybe it was hard for her to display the emotions she wanted to display because she had the thought of Ryu leaving soon afterward lingering in the back of her mind. "I'll be sure to make it up to you," Ryu thought resolutely. After he settled himself, Ryu thought of moving away from his two wives but decided there was no point. Currently, Ryu was within one of his many immortal caves. Now that he had the treasure stores of both the Ice Phoenix clan and the Tatsuya clan, it was no surprise that he had upgraded from the Deathworm Immortal Cave. Ailsa had even transferred over the chi sources, not that they were useful. After all, Ryu now had more cosmic-grade chi sources than he knew what to do with currently. This aside, it went without saying that Ryu had not hesitated to fuse his soul with Yana. There was no large boost to his strength after taking in her primordial Yin, but this was only to be expected. Yana was the first of his wives with a lower cultivation than himself. However, this didn't mean that Ryu gained no benefits whatsoever. As a heavenly pupil wielder, Ryu gained a small spatial chi affinity from the very beginning. Of course, he had always called this affinity small, because compared to his other affinities it was far too weak. However, when compared to most talents, it was leaps and bounds beyond, and this was especially so after he undid all of his seals. The current Ryu felt that there was no element out of his grasp. So long as he put in some effort, it would heed his beck and call. He believed that this was likely related to his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. After all, if he could see through the mystery of all things, then why would a certain element elude him? Still, it was one thing to be able to comprehend and grasp something after some effort, but it was another thing entirely to have that affinity etched into your bone and come to you as naturally as breathing. While Ryu could make it to the latter condition with some time and elbow grease, his attention was already split into too many lanes. This was all to say that he had enough affinities already. What was the point in stretching himself thinner? But Yana was like a nice shortcut. Ryu felt like he didn't even need to think to use the spatial element anymore. In fact, he felt that his self-created visualization, Warped Ripple, could be vastly improved by him once again with these new insights. And, now that he could easily peer into the fundamental runes of the world around him, everything had become even easier. Rather than having to break down fundamental runes from visualizations that already existed, Ryu could take inspiration from the world around him itself and build his own from scratch. The difference was akin to night and day. Ryu also seemed to realize something else as well. He was used to gaining benefits from his wives, but this time, it seemed that they had benefited far more from him. The impact of their union with an indestructible soul was interesting, to say the least. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow. Everyone, Chapter 766. Until this moment, the indestructible soul was a rare phenomenon of the martial world. In fact, it was so rare that Ryu didn't know much about it outside of its base abilities. Seeing it interact with the souls of Yana and Ailsa, though, he found it all to be very fascinating. The gap between his soul and Ailsa's was enormous. When they dual cultivated, it should have been her nurturing his soul, not the other way around. But, somehow, the exact opposite occurred. Beneath the influence of Ryu's indestructible soul, both of his wives found their souls growing in foundation and gaining tinges of gold. Though it didn't seem like there was any amount of sex that could bring them to the same level as Ryu, What was undeniable was the fact that the stronger Ryu's own soul grew, the more they would benefit from it. These benefits were fairly subtle for now. But Ryu had a feeling that it would be a great help toward the two women forming their godhoods in the future. If others knew that Ryu was planning for the day both of his wives would become sky gods, they would definitely call him a madman. If they knew that he actually planned for the day all three would step into that stage, they might very well directly try to lock him up. The sky god realm wasn't something you could just guarantee entering because you felt like it. But Ryu didn't seem to care about common sense and logic. He felt like there was nothing out of his reach with his current pupils. He believed that his wives would be able to make it on their own. If that failed, he was confident in his ability to guide them. If even that failed, there was nothing in this world that could hide from his eyes. He would scour the whole of the martial world for the treasures they needed to take that final step. Nothing would stop him. It's been a while since I've seen Master, I should go. Ryu closed his eyes, his arms still wrapped around his women as his mind entered the crystalline jade. This feels different. It had been a very long time since Ryu entered this space because it had mostly outgrown its usefulness if he was honest. The technique floor was useless to him as he already had the visualizations of the four Zu ancestors. They alone would take a lifetime to master and bring to their peak, so why would he waste time with other visualizations, especially since they were so powerful to begin with? Flora's divine chaotic annihilation of visualization was endlessly versatile. Could do everything from protecting Ryu's mind all the way until stripping the surroundings of chi. But that was all auxiliary. Its greatest strength would always be in an ultimate defense and counter visualization, capable of taking even the most powerful of attacks, tearing them to shreds, and then breaking them down to the most fundamental of spiritual chi. With an indestructible soul, Ryu's current spiritual chi reserves were already vast, but they weren't endless. In tandem with Flora's visualization, his mental realm stamina was leagues and bounds beyond most others. Eska's immortal Sakura visualization spoke for itself. When fused with Ryu's heavenly patterns, it was a practically impenetrable defense. And, even in the case attacks shattered the petals, something that rarely happened nowadays, Ryu's indestructible soul would no longer take damage like it had in the past, making it an absolute nightmare for enemies. Morver's infinite formation Aya visualization was probably the most versatile of them all. It allowed Ryu the ability to deploy large-scale formations without having to rely on precious materials and formation flags. If Ryu was honest, if he put time and effort into this visualization, it would likely quickly become one of his most lethal abilities. A combination of this visualization, with his heavenly pupils and origin flame, would wreak havoc on a level never before seen. Of course, since Ryu realized he had neglected it, he would also make the effort to change things. With how matters were now, his next step to becoming the one-man army he always viewed himself as was this. If he could deploy large-scale formations mid-battle, who cared how many enemies he faced? He would destroy them all. Finally, there was the visualization of Ryu's master, elemental war god. The staff stage, the outline stage, the skeleton stage, the vein stage, and finally the wheel stage. Ryu had already reached the skeleton stage, allowing him a perfect spirit body that even allowed him to and reconstruct his soul into and out of the elements without much issue. It was thanks to his master that the mysterious white flame leapt to action, becoming the foundation that allowed his soul to become indestructible, or, maybe according to a theory of Ailsa's, return to what it once had been. Ryu had yet to properly research the vein and will stages, so it can be said that he had let his master down in this regard. He couldn't allow his skill in the other ancestors' visualization to surpass his comprehension of elemental war god. This was all to say that Ryu was very confident that all of his bases were covered when it came to visualizations, so the first floor wasn't something he needed to visit for them. And now that he had the treasure vaults of two of his clans with him, not to mention Ailsa by his side, he didn't need the other techniques here either. So, when Ryu stepped into the crystalline jade once again for the first time in a long while, and felt how fresh and novel the feeling was, he couldn't help but bask in it for a moment. Was this how it felt to step into a world of the ethereal plane while having the talent to back it? Things no longer felt foggy or distant, and because his heavenly pupils were unlocked to their full degree, nothing could hide from him either. And That was precisely why when he stepped foot onto the first floor for the first time in a very long time, he could finally see it. Ryu had neglected a point. There weren't 4 ancestor visualizations on the first floor, there were 5 of them. The 5th had always been covered in a dense layer of fog Ryu could never see through, until this moment. Chapter 767 Big Mouth. Ryu didn't know who owned this 5th visualization, but if he was honest, he wasn't thinking about this at all right this moment. Instead, he felt like he was staring into the depths of the universe. The visualization was in the form of a silver star, but it also felt different from one. Rather than feeling like a dense ball of gas, it was like only its surface was covered in a thin layer of gaseous heat capable of wiping worlds from existence, while the inside was instead a transparent mass of complex gears and flickering runes. The longer Ryu spent looking at it, the more information was forcefully packed into his mind. He had never seen a visualization so complex, and he felt like he would need to stare at this one for years just to grasp its foundation entirely. He couldn't fathom or even begin to comprehend why it was that this visualization was so much more complex than the others. Even the second most complex behind it, a title Ryu gave to Flora's, couldn't match up to even a single % of its depth. Wow! Even though Ryu couldn't grasp the full visualization, he could feel its power. Just his instinct called out to him, almost breathing its functions into his mind. He could feel the pride and arrogance of this visualization alone. He could only imagine the kind of ego its creator had. At its most simple, it warps space. At its most complex, it warps reality. This was the conclusion Ryu had come to, and he didn't need anyone to confirm it for him. He was absolutely certain that this was the case. In fact, Ryu was certain of another thing as well. This crystalline jade. How was it created? Ryu, of course, knew that crystalline jades were natural resources created by the heavens, but this wasn't what he meant. What he meant was, how did all of these facilities enter this place? All of these techniques? All of these visualization statues? All of those books on the upper floors? And the training rooms on floors even higher than that? Someone had to have had the ability to transfer things from the real plane into this ethereal plane, a feat that was nigh impossible even for most sky gods. And yet it had happened, it was here. Now Ryu understood. Whoever it was that had created this visualization, they were the ones who had done so. To reach the highest point of this visualization meant gaining the ability to warp reality itself. And, in warping reality, could you not make the corporeal incorporeal and vice versa? Who is this person? Ryu's gaze narrowed, but in the end, he shook his head. He didn't care. It was hard for Ryu to be impressed. And this was the first time he had come across something so unfathomable that his immediate thought wasn't, "I will surpass this one day." The mountain seemed so tall that even he couldn't see its peak. It was simply too high. A crystalline jade was known for its ability to hold a ridiculous amount of information, but Ryu was certain that despite everything here, despite all the visualizations and the techniques and the facilities, and even taking into account the souls of 4 sky gods, this visualization alone took up 99.99% of the space here. This was how enormous the gap between him and it was. But it was precisely because of this that Ryu's mental state shifted. He turned from curious to indifferent about this person's identity. All he knew was that he would make this visualization his. "You're mine," Ryu said. The result of this was completely unexpected, though. The silver star trembled before vanishing into a beam of light. It pierced through Ryu's forehead before he could react, the scent of death permeating the atmosphere. Pissing off the creation of such a powerful existence wasn't child's play. At certain levels, even techniques could have minds of their own when having been fueled by enough faith. A visualization lashing out against arrogant words spoke to it wasn't outside the realm of possibilities at all. Ryu somewhat understood this. But his gaze only flickered when he noticed the actions of the silver star. He had no intention of taking a step back now. However, outside was quaking slightly when it entered Ryu's mental realm. Nothing else happened. In fact, now Ryu felt that he could feel the layers of the visualization even clearer than he could before. Why? Ryu had great belief in his talent, but his first reaction wasn't happiness. It was instead incredulousness, and he even put up his guard somewhat. This only made sense. After all, Ryu's experience with high-level beings leaving things within his body wasn't exactly good. The Phoenix Sky God had almost killed him just for attempting to communicate with his true spiritual foundation. Who knew what the hell this silver star visualization would do? Unfortunately, there was no movement from the silver star beyond this. Now Ryu felt like he had a ticking time bomb in his mind that might implode at any moment, and for the first time he almost regretted words he had spoken. "Seems my mouth is a bit big," Ryu chuckled to himself. Whoever created this visualization was most definitely beyond the true Sky God realm. As for how far beyond, Ryu had no idea. But it was safe to say that now that they had their claws sunk into him, it would take Ryu quite a while to shake them off. In the end, Ryu could only take a breath and calm down. This visualization would be greatly useful to him, especially with his recent boost in spatial affinity. For now, he could only look toward the bright side of things. At least like this, he wouldn't have to waste time finding an appropriate method to make use of the gift Yana had given him. Ryu's pupils constricted. "I can bring my real body into the crystalline jade now?" Chapter 768 Silver Star Visualization. If he could enter the crystalline jade while it was within his inner world, it would be able to save his life at a crucial moment. The inner world of a heavenly pupil wielder was cut off from normal space. It would take an absolute expert with a top-tier spatial inheritance or someone above the true Sky God level to pinpoint its location without the protection of Ryu's body. If Ryu performed this, it would be like he vanished into thin air. The residual traces would be something, again, only someone like Yana or someone above the true Sky God realm could trace. It was definitely a nice card to have so long as Ryu had a small buffer of time to execute it. But still, he had Ailsa and Yana by his side. He couldn't just up and leave. Also, he was in the business of pushing himself to his limits so that he could become as strong as possible as quickly as possible. The life-saving measures his grandparents had left behind for him were already too much and could potentially stunt his growth. This might make it even worse. Ryu shook his head and decided to focus on the good of this. If his body could personally enter now, the third and fourth floors of the crystalline jade were no longer as useless as they had become. It had to be remembered that the third floor was the natural order floor. It helped along Ryu's comprehension of inheritances, speeding up and allowing him to progress faster. The fourth floor was the battle spirit floor. Exactly as it sounded, it was a place for Ryu to hone his battle prowess and fight against strong and worthy opponents. At the end of each level, he would have to face and overcome himself. The issue with these floors, though, was that Ryu could only visit them in spirit. In addition, it was only a projection of Ryu's mind, and couldn't even be considered to be his real soul entering, making the feeling even more distant. Due to this, the third floor became too inefficient for Ryu. His pupils had grown strong enough in the outside world that the trade-off of entering this place wasn't worth it. He could improve faster by feeling the changes to his heavenly winds and his bloodlines. As for the fourth floor, because Ryu's true body couldn't enter, it was difficult to translate the muscle memory he gained here to his real body. As his battle prowess became more exaggerated, it also became more and more difficult for the floor's projection to get an accurate read on him. Even the mercenary guild was forced to put down his battle prowess as incalculable. As a result, Ryu ended up in a situation where the battles he would have to fight to gain any stimulation on the fourth floor were far too high, thus making it even more difficult for him to translate the skill and experience he gained to his real body, and ultimately making it a venture that wasn't worth his while. But now everything was different. With his real body here, it would be more than worth it. The only question was whether he would experience a true death or not when he entered the fourth floor this time. He really wanted to see what absolute geniuses of the cosmic seed realm fought like. Ryu took a deep breath and shook his head. He was getting ahead of himself. As good as the fourth floor was for simulating real battle situations and forcing himself to improve, it was ultimately still a simulation. It was nowhere near as good as real-life combat with all its variables and variations. With a war between humans and beasts raging right this moment, wouldn't he be too stupid to hold himself up like this? As for the third floor, it could wait as well. Ryu had a feeling he would need it when he finally stepped into the path extinction realm. There were troublesome waters ahead. Instead, Let's get used to this ability. If another sky god is going to come and try and claim my body for themselves, I might as well take advantage of their strength while I have it. Ryu shook his head. He couldn't deny that he had definitely gotten himself into this situation this time. He had no one else to blame. However, he would still make the most of it. Whatever roadblocks were put before him, he would bulldoze through. Ryu began to focus on the visualization that had now appeared within his mind. His current spiritual sea was a gorgeous sight to behold, something that even he who didn't care for such things had to admit. His spiritual sea had turned into clear golden waters that seemed to expand endlessly in every direction. Right in the center of it, there was a crystalline tree with violet blossoms. Its trunk was short but extraordinarily thick, giving it the foundation it needed to carry the enormous canopy of branching branches and fluttering petals. Above this scene now hung a silver star, reflecting the hues of gold from the spiritual sea below it, and giving a unique blend of dynamic colors in return. Around it, a ball as dense and black as black could possibly get rotated, falling into a silent and peaceful orbit. About the immortal Sakura, motes of white light hovered aimlessly. They had multiplied several times over compared to the past, and there were easily hundreds of them without end. In the skies of Ryu's mental realm, rumbling violet clouds arched with lightning from time to time, sparks of flames dancing about as well. Everything about this space felt otherworldly and gorgeous, not to mention peaceful and completely in harmony with a small golden soul that sat atop the immortal Sakura. If Ryu didn't know better, he would think that this was the depiction of a land of Buddhism. When Ryu felt for the silver star, he could already feel the space around him bending and warping. Just with a thought, it folded and multiplied. With another it dispersed and widened. With yet another it flipped on its head and disoriented direction. Of course, this sort of flexibility was only something that Ryu could manage within his mental realm, just the same way the black hole of his divine chaotic annihilation could have so much more freedom in this place as well. But that didn't matter. What Ryu wanted was to get used to the limits of this visualization and understand exactly what it could do. After a few moments, the best way he could describe it was like a domain of space, not much unlike Lucard's bloodline talent. In fact, that was probably the most perfect and apt comparison. However, there was a difference here, though. The foundation of this visualization was designed to go beyond normal parameters. From what Ryu understood about space, it was a fundamental law that built the foundation of the world. Without space's anchoring, even concepts like time seemed to cease making sense. Everything else was a matter of relativity, and what gave that relativity meaning was space. From space, everything else could be given life. Ryu could tell that this was the concept this visualization was rooted in. At its highest levels, the deconstruction of space would reach such a profound level that almost anything could be distorted, even if that meant taking something tangible and real, only to convert it into something intangible and ethereal without it losing any of its properties. Is this what the highest levels of Sky God have in store? Just what kind of monster could make such a visualization? For now, to keep this visualization to within parameters that Ryu's own stamina could sustain, the best that Ryu could do was use it as an extremely flexible movement technique. However, this alone, with Ryu's calculative abilities, made this ability monstrous. Ryu felt that he no longer had to waste his time learning other movement techniques because his visualization alone was that lethal. Within the domain he created, he would be able to move about to any location almost instantly. It wasn't just himself who could do it, but just with a bit more effort, he could give his attacks and offense the same ability. In addition to this, Ryu could move the location of the domain with ease. After all, it was only a matter of moving his visualization along with him. In that case, this silver star visualization could even be used to increase his straight line speed outside of combat as well. This discovery made Ryu even more grateful that he hadn't chosen the Northern Heavenly Wind that day. Though this domain and the Northern Heavenly Wind would be a lethal combination when used in unison, it wasn't a need, it was more like a luxury. I need to ask Master about who this person was. If the zoo had such a person, how did they fall to this state? Ryu took a deep breath, beginning to walk up to the second floor. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow. Everyone, Chapter 769 These Damn Skies. When Ryu stepped into the library of the second floor, he immediately gained 3 sharp gazes observing him. But there wasn't the slightest thing serious about any of them. His master had a ridiculous grin on his face. Flora looked him up and down as though she was observing meat at the local market, and Morver's usual calm, cold and quiet demeanor had become tinged with a frown of jealousy as though he was trying to understand what bullshit luck this brat slipped and fell into. It was only then that Ryu seemed to remember that this was the first time he had entered the crystalline Jade since Eska sprung that honey trap on him. In fact, another reason he had avoided it for so long outside of the fact it had grown less useful to him was precisely because these old bastards had tricked him like they had. If it was anyone else who had done this to him, Ryu would have probably treated them as enemies for a lifetime. But since it was his master and Ryu took his word very seriously, he had been far more lenient. But even then, it had been almost 2 years since he came to this place. "Tell me, how'd my big sister taste?" Flora licked her lips, still looking Ryu up and down. According to their original talk, Eska was supposed to return after calming Ryu down. After all, Eska wasn't supposed to have gained a permanent body back then. The plan was to take control of Serial for a little bit and then return her body to her so that Ryu didn't get too mad. Despite having known Ryu for a very short time, the Zoo ancestors knew how stubborn this kid was. Balor was very much prepared for Ryu to never talk to him again after this incident. But judging by how Ryu returned but Eska hadn't, it seemed things had gone even better than they thought. None of them thought for even a moment that Ryu had killed Eska. Even as a mere fragmented soul whose life had been extended far too long, Eska was still a sky god. Even the Ryu of now couldn't hope to casually deal with her. In fact, it was more likely that she would casually deal with him. It could be considered a nice boon for Ice Mine in exchange for allowing Ryu to use and practically abuse her. Ryu shook his head. These 3 really had none of the bearing 3 sky gods should have. But Ryu was still Ryu in the end. Great. She's the kind of woman I like the most. Morver's lip twitched. But it only got worse. Unfortunately, she was forced by circumstances, so it wasn't as pleasurable as it could have been otherwise. Flora, who had always assumed that Ryu was shy and reserved, was speechless for a moment before she burst into a fit of laughter. She laughed so hard that if she still had a human body, she'd probably be coughing and wheezing by now. She really couldn't hold herself back. What Flora didn't know was that Ryu was never shy or reserved. He just didn't speak to these Zoo ancestors often because he saw them as enemies previously. What words did he have to exchange with people who had tried to get him killed? His unwillingness to sleep with Eska had little to do with wanting to protect her dignity, as he never really saw her as a friend. Rather, it was because of his own pride. He didn't like the idea of a woman sleeping with him because she had no other choice, and most importantly, he hated the idea of him being a slave to his own talent. Something about his lust ruling him and his bloodlines being so unfettered and unpredictable just didn't sit right with him. Balor soon joined her in uproarious laughter. In truth, Balor had had thoughts on Eska before, but that woman was like a block of ice. Plus, if there was going to be any man who enjoyed her taste other than himself, the fact it was his disciple was the second best odds. "Little Ryu, you've grown so fast. Half-step path extinction realm already. I don't even know what to say. With things like this, you have to come back and visit me more frequently. I keep treating you like a normal person, but with your pace you'll need at least some guidance every few months, even if you have a cultist fairy by your side. After all, your Ailsa still only has the view of a cosmic seed realm expert. Even with her talent, her scope is still a bit limited." Ryu didn't refute his master's words. Though Ailsa's soul was now the equivalent of the world sea realm, his master's words still applied. In addition, Ailsa was so focused on him that she had yet to bring out her full potential after undoing her seal. Yet, even while being so distracted, in this last year, Ailsa's Chi realm cultivation had already broken through from the Dao pedestal realm to the cosmic seed realm, and she was already blazing a trail toward the world sea realm. Though Ryu was used to fast cultivation, and he also knew that once Ailsa was unsealed, 900 million years of lack of progress would come rushing out all at once, he was still astonished by this pace. Because of this, Ryu felt like Ailsa should focus a bit more on her own improvement for now. She was racking her brain, trying to figure out the problem he was facing with his regressing inheritances, But maybe this was something Ryu should have just asked his master about instead. Though Ryu had a feeling his master was probably 1 or 2 levels below the Phoenix Sky God. Any man who could have the title Elemental War Sky God wasn't to be trifled with. It was definitely among the most powerful titles Ryu had ever heard of. I do have a lot of questions I want to ask you, but first, I thought I should tell you that you all were right. The ancestral beasts have returned. In fact, the whole martial world is embroiled in war right now. The moment Ryu said these words, the Zhu ancestors lost all of their joking airs. In fact, each one of them became as serious as they could be. When was the first time Ryu had been warned about this day? It wasn't at the hands of the martial gods or the fairies or Ailsa. It was right in this very room. The first time he spoke with the Zhu ancestors, they warned of this day coming. In fact, they had heavily implied that the reason they sealed themselves up in this way was to prepare to help their Zhu clan weather the coming storm. Balor took a deep breath. What is the situation? The strongest they've sent out are only of the 11th order, and they seem to be holding back on purpose. They said something about letting their younger generation shine to show just how large the disparity between them and we humans are, but I'm not sure if I buy that. They seem to be reserving themselves for something else. The 3 ancestors looked toward one another, seemingly agreeing with Ryu's words but not expanding upon what that could mean. Balor sighed. What do you think of the ancestral beasts, little Ryu? I think that they are very powerful. Among humans, I feel like there's almost no one who can match me in talent. If a human wants to battle me, they'll have to be at least in the cosmic seed realm now. There's no one near or at my cultivation level that can even begin to match me. However, the ancestral beasts are different. Their best talents could probably give me a good fight, so long as they're at least a realm and a half above me. Actually, make that 2 realms. The lips of the ancestors twitched. Even in the serious atmosphere, Ryu's words sounded far too ridiculous. But the fact they were actually true was what was really baffling. Still, this could be considered a high evaluation on Ryu's part. The ancestral beasts could actually match up against Ryu an entire realm lower than what the humans could muster. That alone was enough to paint their talent. Of course, Ryu didn't mention Serial, but he didn't lie either. After all, Serial was a fae. Something deep inside Ryu rumbled when he thought of that woman. He really wanted to fight her again. This time, he would leave no question about which of them was better. He'd beat her into the ground until she turned back to that shy little girl. In the end, Balor beamed. After all, this was his disciple. But his expression soon became serious once more. You are indeed very talented, little Ryu. But existence is much larger than you think. There may even be people out there who snub their noses at your level of talent. If you ever meet them, how would you react? Balor gazed toward Ryu deeply. It was rare that he gave his disciple such an oppressive stare, especially not after they had made their relationship official. But this time, he really wanted to understand Ryu's true thoughts. Beneath his gaze, there was simply no lying. There was no room for false bravado. Everything within Ryu's heart would be laid bare. But it was exactly because of this that Ryu's response made the elemental war sky god's heart skip a beat. A wind rustled Ryu's hair and a fiendish grin involuntarily spread across his face, his canines lengthening as though to paint the perfect picture of his bloodlust. I hope that you're right. Ryu's grin grew wider. This world as it is too boring. I can already see the mountain peak, and it isn't high enough. These damned skies are too low. Chapter 770 even more sadly. There was nothing in life worth getting if it was too easy. At least that was what people said. Ryu wasn't sure if he believed this entirely. It sounded like a saying that meant well but was actually terrible when put into practice. However, when it came to reaching that mountain top, he couldn't agree with it anymore. With how fast Ryu was progressing, he felt it wouldn't even be more than a few centuries before he was untouchable. But then what? He felt that existence would be quite hollow and meaningless if he reached that mountain top too quickly. He knew himself well. He would be immensely unsatisfied. The only saving grace would be that he would have his wives by his side. But as another saying went, it was lonely at the top. Though it was in a lesser vein, Ryu already felt somewhat lonely now. There were no individuals his age that could match up to even a single one of his fingers. Lucard was probably the closest, but just as quickly as Ryu had found him, he had already surpassed him by leaps and bounds. It was almost as though the heavens didn't want him to have any opponents. There was something satisfying about putting old bastards in their place. But at the same time, Ryu somewhat wanted a rival. Maybe it was because he suddenly remembered a friend he had had in his youth, or maybe it was triggered by Serial, or maybe it was a combination of both. But Ryu somewhat felt that it would be nice to have someone to push and grow with him, even if he already had immense self-motivation. Of course, by now, that friend of his was already an old bastard, even if he was somehow alive, while Serial, though she had technically experienced about the same number of years of life as he had if he factored in both of his lives, she too was much older than he was. That said, Ryu had a feeling that when he next saw Serial, this matter would be so simple. Regardless, Ryu meant the words he had spoken. The skies in this place truly were too low. Balor took a deep breath. Then, little Ryu, I'll have to ask you to look out for our Zoo clan. We tried our best, but we were still a bit too late. We wouldn't be able to complete the formation of our bodies in time to help. Not necessarily. Balor blinked. What do you mean by that? The reason Balor was sighing like this was because the timeline seemed to have been pushed up. Of course, he had no idea that this was in large part due to Ryu. Because Ryu unwound faith like he had, the ancestral beasts no longer had to bide their time and wait for the perfect opportunity to flip the situation. With things like this, all the faith of Sacrum was up for grabs, so how could they continue to lean back and do nothing? That said, I happen to come into some wealth. If it's combined with what I'm sure your Zoo clan has already gathered, it wouldn't be impossible to reconstruct your bodies. As for the rest, it would be up to you. Even now, Ryu was certain that the immortal Sakura faction he had met in the Mercenary Guild was related to the Zoo clan. Whatever that event they had been preparing for, it was likely they managed to get their hands on it, and Ryu wouldn't be surprised if this item was greatly important to the rebirth of the Zoo ancestors. In that case, Ryu wouldn't be surprised if the Zoo clan that remained had already accumulated a lot of the materials needed. He would end up just be filling in what remained. Little Ryu, it's not a big deal. Ryu shrugged. I could never use all of those resources myself anyway. I'm just one person. Balor shook his head. You don't understand yet just how much it takes to progress a single inch in the Sky God realm. When it comes to nurturing your godhood and filling it with vitality, you're essentially being tasked with giving birth to a whole new world. The resources you need are astronomical. Isn't it just based on comprehension? Ryu asked. In truth, he only had a vague understanding of the Sky God realm, but he had just always assumed certain things. The Sky God realm is indeed heavily reliant on comprehension, but the issue is that comprehension is very slow. Forget it, since you're progressing so fast, there's no need to hold this back from you. If you were a normal boy, I might say that learning these things would only be a detriment to you, but since things are like this, I'll explain. When one becomes a Sky God, they build the foundation of their godhood on their comprehension. But after that comes a long process of gathering and compressing energy through the use of your godhood. The higher your comprehension, the purer this energy. But, simultaneously, this also equates to a higher degree of difficulty. The higher grade your godhood, the more chi you'll need to compress to satisfy and give it form. There is always an equivalent exchange for everything in existence, including the highest realm there is. This is where your resources and what you have at your fingertips becomes invaluable. There are many Sky Gods who die because their comprehension has run out or run amok, leading to the end of their lifespans. But, even more sadly, there are Sky Gods who have comprehension that have far surpassed their current level, and unfortunately, there simply isn't enough chi in this world for them all. Chapter 771 shot his own foot? But was this really a problem he would ever have to deal with? Ryu technically had an entire secret plane all to himself, filled with high-level chi that no one else could access. Then again, according to that talk he had had with Eska through the use of Ice Mine, the martial gods had located the Chaos Plane as well. But this didn't necessarily mean that they could make use of it, nor did it mean that they could make use of it as easily as Ryu either. Regardless, this was definitely a plane of existence that was practically tailor-made for Ryu and Ryu alone. In addition, from what his master was saying now, It seemed that high-level energy was practically a necessity. What could be a higher form of energy than Essence's counterpart, Chaos Chi? And even if that wasn't necessary, didn't Ryu have access to all the primordial Chaos Chi he could ask for? The only question was, would it work? Cultivation was a process of moving toward order, but Chaos Chi was clearly the direct opposite of this. Whether or not these thoughts of his would come to fruition would be reliant on time and experience. It was likely that the chaotic silk meridians had another surprise in store for Ryu because he very much doubted that it was finished with diverting the path of his cultivation. Thinking to this point, Ryu's gaze suddenly flickered. He hadn't thought of it before because his run-in with the Phoenix Sky Gods had jaded his view. On top of that, the fact reanimation had fallen into his hands in that fake Nether Realm trial had put Ryu even more on guard. It felt like there was one, but likely even multiple people trying to pull the strings of his life in different directions, and each of them was far beyond himself to the point he couldn't even catch a glance. But what if the continuous regression of his inheritances wasn't due to foul play, but was rather related to his chaotic silk meridians? Of course, though Ryu thought this, he didn't accept it immediately. He was still very much skeptical. That was because if it was the doing of his own meridians, then why would it have to erase his memory of the events or keep him in the dark? Unless Ryu's pupils constricted. If I was a set of meridians and I had an ability to regress the inheritances of my owner, I would likely have a purpose for doing so. Though it might be possible that this is a defective effect caused by its mutation, I highly doubt that this is the case. I don't believe that my meridians mutated. That's just a label the mercenary guild placed on it, because their system had never seen such a thing before. Rather, this is the true method to make use of the chaotic silk meridian's true abilities. In that case, let's assume for a moment that this isn't a defect. That would mean that this was done on purpose. And, if it was done on purpose, it would likely do so for the sake of strengthening myself. This all began as I was gearing up for the Path Extinction realm as well, the first realm heavily reliant on comprehension, and specifically comprehension of inheritances. Laying out all of this, wouldn't it be in the best interest of said meridians to keep their owner in the dark? Ryu thought back to Yana. Why was it that she progressed so fast? It was because she had already learned it all once and she didn't remember that she did. As a result, rather than making it harder on her, it actually became easier. She thus gained the best of both worlds. Not only would her inheritances be stronger after grasping them a second time, but it also wouldn't be harder to grasp because she had no memories of doing so in the first place. The same logic would have applied to Ryu. Why did his wills keep regressing back to the ruler realm but never lower than that? Wasn't it because the ruler realm was the first inheritance level of the immortal realms? If every time he grasped something, he was forced to pull back and it continued compounding again and again and again, by the time he entered the Path Extinction realm and began to extinguish his paths, wouldn't he be able to cut through the realm like a hot knife through butter? So, did I shoot myself in the foot? Ryu's gaze wavered somewhat. Why was it that he remembered and realized what was happening? It was because he managed to get his hands on the origin flame that all of this happened and he was made aware of what was going on. Before that, he was completely in the dark and things had been working as expected. Ryu shook his head. Why was he thinking about this himself when he had his master right here? So he chose to ask. For a moment, Balor was speechless. Not to mention the unique mutation of Ryu's meridians being shocking enough, he was baffled that among these treasures Ryu had, the origin flame was among them. If he had also known that Ryu was responsible for finding the origin flame as well, who knew how he'd react? I can only speculate, but I don't believe you're entirely wrong. Your reasoning is sound, and it does seem like this is the natural progression that was meant for your meridians. But this isn't a bad thing. In fact, I think you're underestimating the origin flame by a large margin. This is one of the greatest, if not the greatest natural treasure you can get your hands on. If all it could do was give you indelible memory and speed up your fire inheritance comprehension. When a person normally remembers something, even for a sky god, there will be certain truths left out. However, when you have the origin flame, you can quite literally feel like you're experiencing that moment again. Do you understand? Ryu's gaze glowed. You mean to say the same restrictions that apply to those relearning an inheritance don't apply to me? Not necessarily. It's more accurate to say that the same restrictions don't apply to you, they're a bit different. It will still be harder for you, but if you use the origin flame properly, the leaps your inheritance will take when recomprehending them will be leaps and bounds beyond another person. You can put yourself back in the same headspace you were in when you first advanced. You can remember every feeling, every thought, every emotion. You can remember the precise route of reasoning you used and even at exactly which point the heavens blessed your progression. The most important point is that you can remember every time you went through this, how the feeling was different and what small tweaks your logic underwent every time you broke through. If you layer these experiences and combine each one of their strengths, rather than just comprehending something better, the collective result will be beyond your imagining. Ryu's gaze glowed. Chapter 772. Firstly, thanks to the origin flame, Ryu was even able to remember that mysterious mortal chi he had experienced within his mother's womb. There wasn't a single expert without an origin flame that could replicate such a feat. If he translated this toward his own comprehension instead, the change would be massive. Why was it that breakthroughs in inheritance were stronger after regression? It was because to experience the same breakthrough and allow the heavens to recognize it, it had to be on a level beyond what the original was. It was like taking a hit of drugs. The same dose wouldn't be able to allow you to reach the same high. You had to surpass it to feel that same feeling. This was all to say that there was a clear distinction. Better didn't necessarily imply an improvement upon the original. Meaning, your next breakthrough could have little to nothing to do with your original comprehension on the matter. For Ryu, who had broken through and regressed so many times, this was especially glaring. He was continuously mastering better inheritances, but he was benefiting from his previous comprehensions. Instead, it was like he was abandoning one foundation after another, all for the sake of building a completely new skyscraper. However, if Ryu took his master's advice, he would be able to return to the previous foundations he abandoned, fuse them into one large base, and then build a skyscraper that put his current one to shame. Even if he wouldn't gain the benefit of blazing through the path extinction realm like he would have initially, every step would be so firm and solid that every extinction event, so long as his Tao didn't crumble, would raise him up 2, 3, maybe even tenfold what it would have originally. Of course, with this sort of approach, it would make the amount of chi Ryu needed at the Sky God realm even more astronomical. But this wasn't something Ryu would even deem to worry about right now. If there came a day where that was the only problem he faced, then it would mean that his enemies had long since been buried beneath his feet. I'll do as you say. Ryu nodded. It wouldn't be a simple one-step solution unless he was hit with a sudden enlightenment. In fact, the process of fusing his foundations and comprehensions would be just as arduous as fusing his comprehension of the 9 weapons into his great sword staffs. Considering Ryu hadn't even finished doing the latter yet, he had his work cut out for him. Master, what do you think of the Phoenix Sky God? Why would they not allow me to communicate with my original spiritual foundation? In explaining his thoughts on what it could mean for his inheritances to constantly regress, Ryu had, of course, mentioned his previous speculations. In the end, that touched on the Phoenix Sky God and their oddities. He wasn't quite sure of what to do. Balor paused for a moment before answering. I think you're a bit too quick to conclude that the Phoenix Sky God has sinister intentions. Though I wouldn't lower my guard, I also wouldn't say that this was an evil act either. When you sign a contract, there are certain stipulations to be met. A Sky God's spiritual foundation can only be given out once before it falls dormant for a very long time, and considering how things are going for our world, there's not much time remaining to begin with. Normally, your original spiritual foundation would have been used as a sacrifice to summon the Sky Gods. This is how inheritances normally work. Your situation would almost never happen. I know that you have a hot temper and don't like to take any losses, but think about this from the Phoenix Sky God's perspective. They invested all they had left in you, so how could they let you walk out on your responsibilities so easily? Ryu's gaze flickered, seemingly picking up on a subtle meaning behind his master's words. Is there another purpose behind the inheritance of a spiritual foundation that I'm unaware of? Now that I think about it, if a Sky God just wanted to pass on their inheritance, why not just do it with a legacy world like everyone else? You seem to be implying that there's a deeper reason. Ryu wasn't wrong. If he gained one inheritance from a legacy world, then used it as a springboard to become stronger and gain a stronger inheritance from a different legacy world later on. The original legacy world creator wouldn't smite him from the afterlife. There was give and take in everything, true. But the fact the Phoenix Sky God was the reason Ryu could cultivate at all was enough, was it not? The reason experts left their inheritances behind was to gather karma from the afterlife so that when they were reborn, their circumstances would be more favorable. There was no guarantee that they would become experts again, but even in the case that they weren't, they hoped for a peaceful and uneventful life at the very least. Following this logic, the fact that the Phoenix Sky God was the impetus for Ryu's cultivation journey was enough, no? They wouldn't just stop gaining credit for this if Ryu returned to his old spiritual foundation, and that was on top of the fact Ryu wasn't even sure if that was possible. So, why was the Phoenix Sky God so territorial? They had reacted almost like a scorned lover. Ryu couldn't quite understand. That was why he had jumped to the conclusions he had. In his mind, the only logical conclusion was that the Phoenix Sky God had sinister intentions. But it seemed his master had other thoughts. Firstly, are you aware of what a spiritual foundation is and how its meaning differs across cultivation realms? The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow. Everyone, Chapter 773 they would. The first time your spiritual foundation has any sort of relevance at your awakening. It becomes the foundation for your future cultivation and you lay the groundwork for it immediately. The further you progress through your rites, the larger it becomes and this foundational size becomes important toward your later strength. When you step through your rites and enter the pulse opening realm, the chi fumes your spiritual foundation releases become the driving momentum you need to open your chi pulses. The larger your spiritual foundation, the more chi fumes will waft into your meridians, and the faster you will be able to open your chi pulses. Of course, this will also be reliant on the sturdiness of your meridians as well. Upon crossing the pulse opening realm and entering the chi refinement realm, the thickness of your accumulated chi fumes will be what decides how quickly you can solidify and catalyze it into true mortal chi. Beyond the chi refinement realm, you enter the spiritual severing realm. It's only by severing the connection between your spiritual foundation and reconnecting it in continuous cycles can your meridians grow in strength. As the connection strengthens, the chi fumes that spiritual foundation wafts become more complex, higher in purity and more valuable. What your meridians weren't able to sense at lower realms, and the high-level chi fumes that couldn't make it through your weaker connection previously, now makes itself known, strengthening you many times over and even giving your meridians the same spatial characteristics your foundation has, allowing you to store far more chi. You can see here, each foundational step is connected to the spiritual foundation. Many say that the spiritual foundation doesn't show its true strength until the Tao pedestal realm, but this is wrong. From the very beginning, it's been with you every step of the way. It's only thanks to the strengthening that the spiritual foundation provides that a normal individual can survive the opening of the chi vessels of the divine vessel realm, that one can take on the connecting of pulse and vessel in the connecting heaven realm, and one can withstand the concentration of immortal chi upon entering the immortal ring realm. Even for you, my disciple, who skipped the spiritual severing realm, you experienced endless benefits just reconnecting your spiritual foundation after just a single severing, allowing you to reap all the benefits in one sweep. But then comes the path extinction realm. This is where the fundamental function of the spiritual foundation truly begins to change, not the Tao pedestal realm. While you undergo your extinctions, it is your spiritual foundation that keeps you roots. It's it that remembers what your foundation is built upon, and it's it that guides you back. The feedback loop strengthens your spiritual foundation in return and enhances your connection with it. Finally, at this point, after reaching the pinnacle, the spiritual foundation is no longer just about wafting chi fumes. The connection has become strong and sturdy enough that it can even begin to store chi for you, exponentially increasing your strength. Upon entering the Tao pedestal realm is the second chance you get to increase the size of your spiritual foundation. You have now gained one chance in the mortal realms, and this will be your chance in the immortal realms. After undergoing your extinctions, your inheritances and comprehensions have been beaten down and bloodied for years. However, this will be your chance to build them back up once again. The stronger you build up your comprehension, the stronger your spiritual foundation becomes and the larger it will grow. Because your connection has been solidified to the greatest degree, This directly correlates to a stronger store of chi for you. But ultimately it will still be fumes. The truth of the matter is that 99% of chi is in the form of fumes. When you catalyze chi fumes into mortal chi and then to immortal chi later, you were just stepping into a higher form of chi fumes. Even if it seemed thick in your meridians, it can never compare to true liquid chi. This is precisely why the cosmic seed realm and everything you've done to this point is so important. When you reach that realm, the reason you gain access to cosmic chi is because the cosmic seed of comprehension you plant into your spiritual foundation will cause a crack. This crack will release chi fumes unlike anything you've experienced before, allowing you to catalyze immortal chi into cosmic chi. When your cosmic seeds have dug deep enough roots to become blooming flowers, your entire spiritual foundation will shatter, forming your world C and the highest form of energy you will ever touch upon. The density and depth of your spiritual foundation is beyond your wildest imagination, and it also become the foundation for your godhood. Balor gazed deeply toward Ryu, his expression painted with the utmost seriousness. A godhood is no longer as simple as comprehension. When your cosmic seeds have germinated, they grow, becoming flourishing plants and lands. Life is breathed into your godhood and it can become a world all its own. When a sky god passes a spiritual foundation down, they aren't just passing on an inheritance, they're passing on their personification. A legacy can only be inherited once and that will be it. It will be up to the inheritor whether or not they want to pass it along. But a sky god's spiritual foundation is left in a perpetual loop and cycle, a continuous funnel of karma of a sky god across as many lives as they live. The difference is like night and day. They cannot be compared. Ryu frowned. And what if a sky god manages to accumulate enough karma to become a sky god once again in another life? Balor didn't respond immediately. The chances of this happening were almost nil. Becoming a sky god was simply too difficult. Even if you lived through millions of lives, chances were you wouldn't even reach the Tao pedestal realm once in those chances, let alone sky god. But though Balor had said that the Phoenix Sky God likely didn't have sinister intentions, he still had to be honest. In the case that they reawakened to their own memories, they would want it back. Chapter 774, last line. The most troublesome part of it all was that if there was a sky god who could do these things and accomplish these matters, wouldn't it be the sky god that had absolute reign over life, death, and reincarnation? It almost fit too well. The scent of a plan seemed to form and Ryu could almost feel these invisible hands wrapping around his neck. The feeling only made his gaze grow colder. In the end, Ryu shook his head. He still hadn't reached a point where he could take this spiritual foundation out of himself. And, even if he could, as he progressed through the cultivation levels, it seemed to become more and more an inseparable part of himself. By the time Ryu became strong enough to deal with whatever backlash the Phoenix Sky God had left in store for him, their spiritual foundation would be such an ingratiated part of his personal strength that he would more likely than not cripple himself. Even if he managed to reconnect with his previous spiritual foundation, he would have to start from the very beginning. And, since it was unknown if he could go through the awakening and Tao pedestal realms once again, he might be stuck with a spiritual foundation that was permanently stunted, forced to stay in its infantile phase. Knowing all of this, Ryu realized that he didn't have a choice to step back any longer. Maybe from now on, he could only treat his original spiritual foundation as a foreign object he had lost fate with. As things stood now, it didn't seem like he would ever be able to reconnect with it. But what Ryu did know was that he wouldn't allow anyone to just snatch things from his body, even if it was theirs to begin with. If the Phoenix Sky God wanted to come, they could come. After all, his realm heart was in need of more godhoods. Did the Phoenix Sky God think they could just use Ryu as a karma farm and then throw him away when they had no use for him left? He would ensure they pay a great price for trying to step over his head. Master, there's another thing of importance. The fifth visualization on the first floor. The three ancestors visibly tensed. Ryu hadn't even finished his words, but even the most immature Flora seemed to have dropped everything to look at him. It was either that these four had been greatly emotionally scarred by this fifth ancestor of theirs, or the difference between them was so enormous that they didn't even dare to have disrespectful thoughts. Seeing such a reaction, Ryu's words slowed and trailed off. He suddenly wasn't sure if he should explain what happened anymore. But in the end, since he had already begun to speak, it was probably too late to do much of anything else. The three ancestors fell into a deep silence after hearing Ryu's explanation. They didn't quite understand how these things had happened, but that man had always been on a level that existed beyond their plane of understanding. Technically, those statues on the first floor were real things. They had just been brought from the real plane into the crystalline jade, something that was already a nonsensical feat to begin with. But, for it to then take root in Ryu's spiritual sea, that was another monstrous feat all to its own. In fact, it was probably more impressive than the first. Ryu waited patiently, but his master and the other two remained silent for much longer than he thought they would. He thought he might ask again, but it was then his master finally deemed to speak. Little Ryu, the truth is that none of us really know who that man is. As you might have already guessed, myself, Eska, Flora and Morvar were all born in vastly different eras. If 4 sky gods had appeared in our clan at once, maybe it would have been us who took control of the shrine world. Each of us led our Zoo clan to its own era of prosperity, but it was never to an exaggerated amount. At best, we could be considered to be among the top few dozen clans in the whole of the universe, but we were nowhere near being invincible. Inevitably, the end of our lives came and we prepared to pass on. But it was then that that man appeared before us and brought us into the crystalline jade. For a long time, I was alone until Morvar appeared here. Then it was just the two of us until Eska appeared. And finally, after that, Flora appeared and she became the last. Ryu nodded. He had already figured as much. These were things he could have understood on his own. As for the details, they didn't matter very much. But what was fascinating was the involvement of that man. If he really could do such a thing, didn't that mean he had outlived the lifespans of 4 sky gods? In fact, it was even more exaggerated than this. It was unlikely that Balor, Morvar, Eska and Flora were born back-to-back in quick succession. It probably took several generations for another to be born, making the lifespan of this individual even more exaggerated. Of course, Ryu thought of the possibility that he was overthinking things. Considering what he had seen from this man's visualization, it might very well be possible that they bent reality to their whims and traveled back in time. But that thought felt more like fantasy than anything else to Ryu. For an expert, going forward in time wasn't actually all that difficult. Just Ryu's experience in the fake nether realm proved this. Not only had the martial gods been able to warp time around this era, shifting Ryu forward hundreds of years, but they had even managed to gather up all sorts of talents from across eras as well. Folding time and shuttling people through it in a forward and linear way wasn't difficult, at least not relatively speaking for what was actually being accomplished. So long as you had the resources and the backing of a competent sky god, it could be done. In fact, slowing down time to a crawl wasn't impossible either. In Ryu's possession, he had multiple immortal caves with this function. It was less involved than shuttling through time, and any competent ancestral grade formation master would be able to lay an array capable of this down. Though it was impossible to comprehend inheritances under a time dilation, it was quite useful for maximizing rest or practicing various more physical arts. But the distortion made comprehension too difficult, and even if one tried to press past this distortion, the likelihood of chi deviation skyrocketed the more exaggerated the time dilation. This was all to say that so long as time was going forward, manipulating it to the whim of a true expert wasn't a problem and could even be considered easy by Ryu's standard of the word. However, going back in time, as far as Ryu was concerned, and based on his understanding and expertise as an origin-grade ruin master, was absolutely impossible. Just logically, the paradoxes involved were almost impossible to fathom. Ryu couldn't even begin to grasp how one would resolve them all, and that was with his intelligence. Unfortunately, that just left him with two things that were about just as difficult to accept. The first option was a sky god that had somehow lived the lifespan of 4 on the low end and maybe upward of 10 sky god lifespans on the high end. And the second option was that there was a sky god capable of ignoring the paradox of time. Both were equally ridiculous, and Ryu couldn't quite decide which was more so. Seeing the fluctuating lights in Ryu's gaze, Balor knew his disciple had thought of the same problem they had. But they were all sky gods. There was no way they would have mistaken the same person for someone else. They were 100% certain that this man they met was the very same man for all of them. We don't quite understand the purpose of this man. All we know is that he has a vested interest in our Zhu clan, and we've always assumed that he was an ancestor of ours, but that would only make things even more complicated. He was the one who warned us about the return of the ancestral beasts, but things also aren't as simple as they seem. The return of the ancestral beasts is only a signal for something far more sinister. The ancestral beasts won the favor of the heavens by defeating the Fae. They are considered to be the champions of the heavens. Balor met his disciple's gaze, the weight of his next words echoing throughout Ryu's mind. The return of the ancestral beasts represents the last of the heavens' efforts. Everything it had left has been poured into them. They are the last line of defense for Sacrum. Author's note. Sorry everyone, just one chapter for today. Good news is now we can get to the meat of this volume with all our prep out of the way. In no uncertain terms, shit's about to go down. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow. Everyone, chapter 775 upward. He suddenly felt restless. He couldn't just stay here. He had done what needed to be done to do right by his grandfather. It was likely that the Tor clan would have a resurgence very soon, and in a generation or two, they'd likely have a generation no weaker than the one Ryu had been born into. Of course, that would be only if this excluded Ryu himself. Now, all Ryu wanted to do was to wreak some havoc. The ancestral beasts were the so-called last line of defense. But, as far as Ryu was concerned, what they actually were was a treasure trove. It was about time Little Rock stepped into his final stage of evolution, and Little Gem, after years of being cared for by Ryu and Ailsa, finally showed signs of normal and healthy growth. It was about time the world learned of his true strength. Ryu Tatsuya was back, and Sacrum was about to understand exactly what that meant. Ryu sat in a pool as cool as ice. Yana's hands glided down his back, scrubbing down with a delicate forcefulness while Ailsa kneeled before him, scrubbing his hair. They moved about with lovely smiles on their faces, seemingly unaware of the lethal temptation they brought within such an environment. But it somehow seemed that even Ryu himself was unaware of this. Of his gaze looked to be laser-focused. His silver irises were glazed over, his breathing rhythmic and unhurried. The clarity of his mind was unprecedented even as his wives served him. The trio left the pool not long later. Despite Ryu's ability to use his master's visualization to form clothing for himself, his wives still picked out what he would be wearing. They knew quite well that Ryu was very fond of black, and it was almost all he ever cared to don on his body. But, through light giggles, they picked a shade that was its direct opposite. The white robes were form-fitting, tightly pressing against Ryu's broad back, shoulder, and chest. They were designed like a long and flexible trench coat. Its collar was tall, and it was unbuttoned enough to reveal the definition of his upper chest and collarbone. It flared out at his hips, splitting into two and revealing a pair of pants that were neither too tight nor too loose. If Ryu had been paying attention, maybe he would have said something about his wife's selection, but even now he seemed almost too focused, his long white hair falling loosely to his shoulders as a powerful aura of dominance exuded from him. Let's go. Alone, Ryu walked up the steps of the immortal path. It was the second time he had done so, and he was just as unbothered and unhurried as the first. He could still remember almost losing his life to a connecting heaven realm expert here. It could be said that he had only survived that day due to luck and a 50/50th chance. Back then, he had fallen into a several-month-long coma, and when he awoke and reached the top of these steps, he roared with all the strength he had. For the first time in his life, he had felt alive. He wasn't a coddled and crippled genius of the Tatsuya. He wasn't someone who had to be spared glances of pity and sighs of what could be. He wasn't that disappointment who let the whole martial world down for failing a ceremony even mortals could pass. He finally felt like Ryu Tatsuya. He finally felt that all the arrogance he had, all that pride etched deep within his bones, all that bravado he put up as a front to the fury he had for the world, was finally justified. Ryu stepped onto the highest step once again. He felt at peace, his mind entering a state of catharsis and soothing rhythms. He stepped through that final threshold and it felt that he had been thrusted into an all-new world. Above, enormous beasts roared and pranced about. The earth shook and quaked, splitting and shattering beneath mighty strengths deployed tens of miles away. The scent of blood hung in the air, growing thicker with each passing moment, the drums of war beating the hearts of all those who could still proudly say they were among the living. A slow exhale let Ryu's lips, the noise of the world around him falling on deaf ears. It was as though he was in a room of white. The floor beneath his feet was unblemished. The walls around him were untouched and as pure as ice, and the ceiling was too low. Spotting a stranded human, a torrent of beasts seemed to have lost their sanity. Something about the smell Ryu was giving off was especially pleasing to them. Having been mutated by his Qilin and dragon bloodlines, the friend of nature scent Ryu perpetually gave off was still enticing, but it had gained an even more masculine bite to it. It was the sort of change that made his scent even more lethal to female beasts, but could often be taken as a challenge to mature male beasts. This mixture and cognitive dissonance caused the beasts to roar out in displeasure. It also didn't help that, among them, there were no ancestral beasts. While it could be said that this war was started by their return, it had also stirred the movements of every beast in existence as well. And unfortunately, these beasts lacked the intelligence higher-level ones would have. Hundreds of beasts swarmed Ryu. In their midst, he looked like nothing more than an ant beneath a mountain's avalanche. Like all he could do was wait for death. But then, he looked upward. Chapter 776 Some Fun. The beasts surging toward him hit a wall, their bodies shredding to pieces. Flesh, bone and blood fell from the skies, screeches of horror echoing through the landscape. Ryu took a step forward, his white robes fluttering, completely untouched by the mass of crimson. He didn't even seem to care what sort of beasts he had killed and which had managed to survive. He simply took out a bow, stepping through the skies with an indifferent expression on his handsome features. The bow was tall and bathed in fiery rubies. It was more than 3 meters tall from head to toe and had a bowstring forged of dragon tendon. Just touching it made the blood rush and roar through Ryu's veins, almost as though his ancestors were ready to pounce and tear his weapon to shreds. Such a thing made the bow especially docile. Despite being of the ancestral grade, it seemed to shake in fear beneath Ryu's touch, willingly listening to each one of his commands without the slightest hint of reluctance. Ryu stretched out his free hand, pinching 2 fingers to his thumb and drawing a line with it across the skies. Before the eyes of all those that could see it, a solid arrow of fire was formed, and yet it looked no different from a metal-forged construct. The heat in the surroundings skyrocketed. Maybe had Ryu cared, he would have realized he had overdone it a bit. But this didn't stop him from knocking and drawing this arrow. When he released it, it was as though the whole skies were lit ablaze. The clouds burst apart, incinerating to nothingness. The blue of the dome above was painted in red, and the space threatened to split apart. The beasts in the wake of this arrow couldn't even enter a 100-meter radius of it without being incinerated to ash. Snow of ash began to fall from the skies, making the bright day feel as though it had lost all color. Bang! A mountain in the distance was flattened to the ground as Ryu continued to walk through the skies, his pace unhurried and yet resulting in him crossing several kilometers at a time with a single bound. Somehow, Ryu could instinctually feel that the bow and arrow had exactly the last piece he needed to complete his Tao. Unfortunately, having been run out of the armament guild, and being very much aware that their people hated his guts, he probably wouldn't be able to get enlightenment from them. Luckily, though, these beasts seemed to have provided him with the perfect targets. Unluckily, though, Ryu's strength was too exaggerated for these middling beasts to handle. Much like he had the first time, Ryu appeared randomly in a forest of the pedestal plane. It used to take him months to even years to travel through this place, but now his speed couldn't be compared to the first time. In addition, the space of the pedestal plane was far weaker than what he had become used to in recent years, so he tore through with even greater ease. It took Ryu not even an hour to make it over the location of the Awoken Moon sect. But, as he had somewhat expected, there was nothing but an endless snowy plain. Even the pit that had likely once been here had been buried beneath the perpetually falling snow. The heat coming off of Ryu threatened to turn this place into the pedestal plane's largest ocean. But he retracted his aura, looking around. Ryu didn't seem too surprised by this outcome. In fact, it could be said that he had expected it. The Awoken Moon sect had its own fail-safes, and if it had been destroyed, he would be among the first to know as its throne. He was mostly just worried about Gaiat's little sister's well-being. He had grown fond of that little girl. That day when Ryu saw the teleportation formation to the moon world, he had also easily been able to see through the fact that there was a function that would allow the entire sect to be taken with it. Clearly, if the Awoken Moon sect could afford to take this option considering the dire financial situation they had been in last time Ryu had seen them, they were doing very well. Ryu remembered having to slave away for over a year to gather the chi stones he needed just to send himself and Gaiat over. But in just a few hundred years they had actually gathered up enough wealth to send the whole sect. How could Ryu not be impressed? Of course, he knew that this was in large part due to himself. With how many battles and escapades he had been on in this time, he had gathered a ridiculous amount of faith for his Ice Phoenix clan's old subordinate sect. Could be said that he had done right by them. At that moment, Ryu sensed several auras converging from the horizon, but they were surprisingly human. They barreled forth, streaks of fire following in their wake as they blazed a path toward Ryu. Ryu had actually seen many humans on the way here. In fact, in the first batch of beasts he had brutally slaughtered, there were many humans among them as well. However, after saving many of their lives, he didn't mind them afterward. It could only be said that the war had taken the whole pedestal plane by storm. In fact, the mortal planes for once weren't the victims of the backlash. Though soon, Ryu suspected that many beneath the immortal ring realm would try to make their ways toward safety. Like this, the vicious cycle of violence would repeat itself, and the previous generation of white devils would be replaced by a new legend of horrors. Well, that was what would have happened had Ryu not left a nice surprise for them when he made his way down the first time. How could he possibly allow anyone to casually mess with the growth of the Tor clan? Plus, although Yana hadn't said it, she also had fond feelings for the Opus Kingdom who had taken her cousin and her aged grandfather in. Ryu didn't like cowards to begin with, so he didn't care how many of them died in their endeavor. They had already enjoyed the gift of the immortal plane for so long as humans, but now they wanted to run. Ryu was so absent-minded and uncaring of the people approaching that it wasn't until they were already within a kilometer that his gaze focused and suddenly realized who they were. When he saw a very familiar Patriarch Ember, the very man who had almost killed him that day of the tournament, his indifferent expression almost gave way to a smirk. Patriarch Ember seemed to have remembered Ryu well. Not only did he know of Ryu, he knew of Ryu's last name long before the world shuddered beneath his roar. However, just the same, a seething humiliation was within his heart even after all this time. Ryu, though, wasn't only thinking of one thing. It seemed he could have some fun before going to the moon world. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow. Everyone, Chapter 777 Thin Air? To Ryu, this matter had only occurred 2 or 3 years ago, but to Patriarch Ember, it had already been hundreds, and yet he was still holding on to such a grudge. It could only be said that the matters of that day had become his own heart demon, and the truth was that it wasn't entirely because of Ryu. Of course, back then, Patriarch Ember had tried to stop Ryu from leaving the tournament using a dome of fire. But, due to the flame immunity Ryu's rebirth flame gave him, the low-level flames of the Ember clan couldn't even touch the hem of his robes if he didn't want them to, quite frankly. As a result, he had been able to escape that day after killing an apostle. Though that had been a bit embarrassing for Patriarch Ember, there were too many ways to explain it away. Ryu could have had a special treasure that helped him, or Ryu could have even been dead. After all, he simply vanished after that with this help of his black cloak. This made it easier for Patriarch Ember to weather the storm of the questioning gazes that had fallen like an avalanche around them. Unfortunately, what came later was something he couldn't ignore, because it was impossible to trick himself. The reveal of Ryu's name, Serial's words exposing his cowardice in not even daring to say them out loud, all compounded by Old Man Aberardus coming to give Patriarch Ember a warning, left the Patriarch feeling like a shell of himself. Patriarch Ember had always known that he was weak in the grand scheme of things. After all, He could only be considered to be the pre-eminent powerhouse of the pedestal plane, the absolute weakest of the immortal planes. However, he had always been able to somewhat ignore this feeling. He could explain it away with his relatively young age and his foul luck at being born on such a low plane. After all, hadn't he made the best of what he was given? What more could he ask than to become number one in the place he had been born? But something about that day shook his inferiority loose and revealed the scars he had been hiding for so long. Even after all this time, those scars had only scabbed over, pulsing with pus and blood and refusing to heal. As such, when the Ember clan and the Awoken Moon sect first clashed, Patriarch Ember immediately remembered Ryu. He had initially thought that he could force Ryu out by destroying his crutch. But the Awoken Moon sect somehow managed to find ways to survive time and time again. Every time they seemed close to collapsing, Patriarch Ember's attention would be ripped away, forcing him to train his eyes on something else. The task to unite the pedestal plane was something that he simply couldn't ignore as it had come from Serial herself. As much as he feared the Tatsuya name, the fear he had for that woman was ingrained onto his very soul. He didn't dare to skip out on her wishes for his own selfish desires. Uniting the pedestal plane might sound simple since the Ember clan was already the top powerhouse and one of the only powers with Path Extinction Realm experts, but it had to be remembered just how much sheer uninhabited space there was on the pedestal plane. And in this context, uninhabited unfortunately only related to humans. There were large swaths of beasts and beast clans strewn throughout the plane. In fact, this was true of all three planes. Many of them had been no less powerful than Patriarch Ember himself, making the task especially daunting. By the time the Awoken Moon sect could be cornered, they were no longer the Awoken Moon sect of the past. Their inheritor disciple had begun to shine forth with her true potential. One talent after another seemed to continuously be born, and the wealth of the sect exploded with each passing year to the point where their growth was the envy of all. If it wasn't for the fact only a few hundred years had passed, they might have already begun to rival the Ember clan. Luckily, cultivation was far too difficult to allow such a thing. The younger generation of the Awoken Moon sect might have been blossoming, but the older generation was still stagnant and was having trouble progressing. How could they stand a chance against a real powerhouse? In the end, though, they managed to disappear without a trace, leaving nothing more than a hole in the ground. And, to make things even worse, Patriarch Ember was absolutely certain that all of this luck and accumulated karma was the result of Ryu's actions, a fact that only infuriated him all the more. Thinking of all of these things, he had already riled himself up to a furious extreme when he entered Ryu's range. He wanted nothing more than to rip Ryu limb from limb. But, the moment he crossed the 100-meter barrier to Ryu, he suddenly felt as though everything within him had frozen. It was as though it was no longer a human that stood before him, but rather a wild, seething beast. The kind that pat him to death with a single claw. The feeling was completely irrational. How much could Ryu have possibly improved in just 200 years? He had been in the Divine Vessel realm back then and should still be in it now. How could anything have changed? You've come at a good time. Ryu's words snapped Patriarch Ember out of his thoughts, those silver irises seeming to see right through him. Now you tell me, why is it that my sect vanished into thin air? Don't tell me that they chose to leave their home for no reason. Chapter 778 3 seconds. Instead of answering Ryu's questions, his heart steeled. Surround him. Patriarch Ember had brought with him several Immortal Ring Realm and Connecting Heaven Realm experts who didn't dare to disobey his orders. Ryu was actually surprised to find that among the latter group, there was even another person he recognized. Oh! Felt like a reunion of old friends. Not only had Patriarch Ember appeared here, but so had Tay's grandfather, City Lord Loom. The City Lord had also had a terrible experience with Ryu. The last time they met, if it hadn't been for Mattias, he would have been forced to kneel for who knew how long. But, even with the help of his grandnephew, he had still been forced to a knee by a youth who had only just stepped into the Divine Vessel realm back then. In truth, City Lord Loom still had no idea how such a thing had happened. The Ryu he knew had only been at the Chi Refinement realm. He had no idea how Ryu had managed to step through from that stage to the Divine Vessel realm in a single bound. At the moment, though, City Lord Loom still hesitated. Ultimately, he now had a grandnephew who was a great talent and even a throne. In addition, thanks to the resources Ryu left behind for Tae, she had blossomed into a strong warrior as well. In fact, it was no longer even obvious which was more talented, though this was greatly due to the fact that Mattias had vanished for over 200 years and none of the clan had heard from him in that time. Unfortunately, it seemed that City Lord Loom was still the very same City Lord Loom, weighing pros and cons before deciding incorrectly. Maybe it wasn't entirely his fault. After all, Patriarch Ember was a Path Extinction Realm expert, and it had only been a few hundred years since Ryu last displayed the strength of a Connecting Heaven Realm expert. There was no way to bridge that gap in such a short time. City Lord Loom concluded that Ryu must have found a treasure during that selection tournament. Even after so long, no one had an explanation for why the small realm had collapsed, so that must be it. But even such a treasure couldn't allow one to progress so fast. Reaching such a conclusion, City Lord Loom tentatively took a spot around Ryu, his jaw steeled. However, Ryu didn't even feel the need to bother with this. He had been too lazy even to raise a finger against Fedroha, who had almost killed him that day. Why should he care about a middling city lord who would never amount to much? So you aren't going to answer my question? Ryu raised an eyebrow.
Patriarch emberes géz neród.
Do you understand the situation the pedestal plane is in right now? We've already ordered all humans to enter the battlefield. This is a war that decides all of our fates. But, not only are you not on a battlefield, you've even been found looking for a traitorous sect that escaped from their duties? What is the meaning of this? For a moment, Ryu didn't respond. He just found it all to be so amusing. It had been a long time since he got into a battle of politics and public perception. The Awoken Moon sect had definitely vanished long before the ancestral beasts descended. So how was it now that they were cowardly traitors? And, even if they had escaped because of this attack, so what? With the Ember clan hounding them, wouldn't they just be waiting for their deaths? Who would believe that the Ember clan wouldn't take this chance to send them all to the front lines to die? Plus, was this the only world the beasts were attacking? The answer was no. No matter where they went, they would be fighting. In fact, due to Ryu's breakthrough back then, and the subsequently making it even worse by untangling all faith, the situation on the moon world was probably even more volatile than the situation here. If anything, they were diving head first into danger. Now that Ryu thought about it, it probably wasn't a coincidence that the wielders of the world Pupils, the mighty Griffin clan, would choose to drop their cursed little cub there of all places. Maybe they had their own particular reasons. Remembering the events around claiming Little Gem, Ryu couldn't help but shake his head. That was yet one more person that had almost killed him that he should probably get revenge on. It seems that he had made quite a few enemies in his time. I'm going to give you a chance to take those words back. I don't want to waste a lot of time in place, so how about 3 seconds?
Patriarch Emberfroz.
You see, I know that you're aware that I'm the throne of this cowardly sect. 3. So you should know that tarnishing their reputation will reflect back on me. 2. So you tell me, what should I do about this? A cold sweat felt down Patriarch Ember's back. How dare you? The Immortal Ring Realm experts felt that they had found an opportunity to curry favor, causing many of them to surge toward Ryu without a care, each looking to be the first to claim his life. Ryu's gaze turned a frightening shade of cold. 1. He didn't even move from his location. Just like the beasts that came before them, all those who shot forward found themselves shredded to mince's meat, their blood and flesh slowly falling from the skies. Ryu's hand reached out, causing several soul birth realm souls to appear in his palm before he crushed them. His gaze tilted upward, meeting Patriarch Ember's. But, just as he was about to act, his head shifted toward a particular direction. Several powerful auras converged, and it didn't take Ryu long to understand. The martial gods. A fiendish grin spread across his face. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow. Everyone. Chapter 779. Who? Patriarch Ember didn't seem shocked by the change. Though the Ember clan had swallowed the pedestal plane for themselves, they were still under the jurisdiction of the martial gods, not much unlike how the mortal planes were still considered to be as well. The difference here, though, was that the martial gods cared enough about the immortal planes to make an appearance. The Apostles. It was a title that struck fear in those of the shrine world and that of other worlds as well. It could be said that their presence alone was enough to maintain control over the holdings the martial gods had claimed as their own. The moment Patriarch Ember saw their appearance, his gaze flashed. The group of apostles was led by a young man with wildly golden hair. His body was almost covered in it, making his sideburns and beard look more like the mane of a lion and his chest look more like one might expect to see from a golden ape. The sheer vitality wafting from him was on a complete other level, and just the strength of his body alone was clearly far beyond the path extinction realm, let alone his chi realm cultivation. Ryu stood in the skies, unmoved. His bow still rested in his palm, but he hadn't bothered to raise it even once since all of this began. He had killed a lot of martial god geniuses that day, but it wasn't nearly enough. It seemed the heavens had blessed him with another opportunity, and he had no intention of missing out on it. Bang! The martial gods came to a harsh and sudden stop. The wall of the force that led their charge sent those with weaker strength spiraling out of the air. It was no surprise that the only ones who seemed capable of holding on were Ryu and Patriarch Ember himself. As for the others, even City Lord Loom found himself crashing into the ground below, a deep fear hidden within his eyes. Immediately gather your men. We need to set up a protective barrier around the base of Martial Mountain. I think you meant to say Shrine Mountain. Patriarch Ember had had every intention of exposing Ryu, of letting these apostles know that this was, in fact, the Ryu Tatsuya they had been looking for. But he seemed to have completely forgotten the kind of young man that was before him now. Ryu was a madman. The gaze of the Heaven's Dew Branch member narrowed. What did you just say? Are you hard of hearing? Ryu took a step forward, appearing so close to the golden-haired man that their noses were only a hair's breadth away from touching. I said it's called Shrine Mountain, not Martial Mountain. In fact, while we're at it, the highest plane of this world is called Shrine Plane, not the Martial Plane. Oh, and the golden era hasn't ended just yet. Not while I live and breathe. Ryu's aura was suffocating. All the endless vitality and breath this ape of a man was giving off was suddenly swallowed whole, stamped down by a mountain far heavier and taller. Ryu's head tilted to the side, looking past the man before him as though he wasn't worth much at all. His gaze landed on the apostles that had followed him, staring them up and down as though they were meat on a chopping block. The golden-haired young man gazed toward Ryu deeply. Of all the things he thought he would find here, someone who dared to spit in the face of the martial gods so blatantly was the last. But after a moment he understood. This aura, this arrogance, that white hair and those silver eyes, this was most definitely Ryu Tatsuya. The young man went by the name of Khan. Among the apostles, he was ranked quite highly, and after he had stepped past the path extinction realm, he had found a place for himself amongst the elite rankers of the Tao pedestal realm as well. To think that such an opportunity would come to him of its own accord. Ryu's head wouldn't only get him promoted to demigod. The resulting riches would be far beyond his wildest imagination, and none of that even included the treasures Ryu must have on his person right this moment. Then, there was the best part of it all, the #1 ranked heavenly pupils in the universe. Cut off his paths of retreat. His life is mine. Khan growled. He had barely finished saying these words when his hand shot forward like a blade. Ryu was so close to him that it was impossible to take out a weapon, but it didn't matter. The confidence he had in his body strength was enough to build a sky all to itself. He could already envision his arm slicing through Ryu's chest. And yet, the light sound of skin slapping skin resounded. It was far too soft, the momentum that had been behind the strike. There should have a cacophonic boom, a violent swish of wind and a collapse of space and earth. And yet, other than a light rustle of robes and a sound that reminded one of a light pat on the cheek, there was nothing else. Khan's pupils constricted. He suddenly found that no matter how hard he pushed forward or pulled back, he couldn't seem to budge his caught hand. Crack! Khan's eyes widened, a sharp pain assaulting his mind as he lost all of its structural integrity at once. Whether it was his skin, flesh or bone, all of it had become nothing more than a pile of mush, unable to exude even the slightest hint of strength. If Khan was a lesser man, he would have screamed out in pain and horror. However, as a body realm expert, he had long since become used to the harsh realities of pain. He was more than capable of dealing with it. But there were several matters that made this far worse. For one, the gap between his own strength and Ryu's felt so large that he couldn't even begin to fathom it. And secondly, his passive healing factor was among the best considering the branch he had been born into. But, with the way Ryu was squeezing his arm, any attempts at healing only multiplied the pain several times over. But that was when the sickening sound of tearing flesh resounded. Ryu only seemed to lightly pull down. His movements weren't even all that fast and could have probably even been followed by a mortal. And yet, with it, the entirety of Khan's arm was taken with it. Bang! Ryu's bow tapped Khan's head. To him, it happened exceptionally slowly, but he already knew what it meant before it even landed. He was dead. His head imploded into bits and pieces, coloring the snow red and yet not leaving even the slightest speck on Ryu himself. Ryu took a step forward, his finger looking as though it had teleported to tap the chest of another apostle. A scream of horror resounded as they combusted from the inside out, their body falling from the skies in a rain of ash. Ryu took another step, his body appearing to the back of another apostle. This time, his finger lightly touched their back and their body froze. What sounded like glass shattering resounded, the figure that remained cracking into countless little gem-like pieces and falling from the air. Every time Ryu took a step, he vanished. Every time he reappeared, he would stretch out a finger. Every time he stretched out a finger, another death would follow. Protecting the shrine mountain from the beasts. Huh? It seems I need to make a trip and bathe in a little blood. Bang! The last head imploded as Ryu looked into the distance. He could feel his palm itching and he suddenly very much wanted to watch the world burn. What good was unlimited stamina if he didn't use it? He really wanted to see if the southern heavenly wind truly had no limits. However, first, he turned his head toward Patriarch Ember who stood frozen in the skies. The latter couldn't even begin to wrap his head around how this had happened. How had Ryu grown so powerful so quickly? How? Ryu stretched out a hand and Patriarch Ember's neck flew into his palm of its own accord. The mighty Patriarch Ryu had had no choice but to run from just a few years ago was now nothing more than a dangling chicken between his fingers. Wait, you can't kill me. You have no idea who's backing me. Ryu paused for a moment. Of course, this wasn't because he was afraid of Patriarch Ember's backer. He was about to lay a massacre on the martial gods, and it could be said that Patriarch Ember was the only one stalling this. But Patriarch Ember wasn't a fool. Relatively speaking, anyway. He had just seen how many martial gods Ryu had just slaughtered, so he couldn't possibly be stupid enough to threaten Ryu with more martial gods, right? Everyone had heard the words he spoke just a few months ago. He should know he had no fear of them. Oh? And who's backing you? Ryu smiled. You couldn't possibly imagine. An ancient race comparable to the ancestral beasts. I have a Fey Queen on my side. You can't kill me. She doesn't fear even the martial gods. Ryu paused. Of all the things he had expected to hear, this was the very last. Chapter 780 My Corpse. Could it be that there was more than one Fey? Ryu highly doubted it, but soon he couldn't quite come up with a reason for why he should. Who was he to say if there weren't others like Serial? Regardless, it didn't matter much. What was important was that even if there was more than one of them, it made no difference. The likelihood that there was more than one Fey and that they didn't have a connection with Serial was astronomically low. So low in fact that the other possibilities weren't even worth considering. So she's been here the whole time? I wonder. Has she been watching me? Ryu had concluded that Serial likely got close to him for the sake of the Ice Devil Legacy world. It was obvious that even if Ryu hadn't appeared, Saintess Qilin would have never handed over the entire treasury of the Ice Phoenix clan to an outsider. At best, she might give them one or two treasures for their troubles and continue to wait for Ryu. However, if Ryu's life was under Serial's control, that would be a very different matter. There was very little Ryu's grandmother could have done as the mere sliver of a soul. If Serial controlled Ryu's life and death, his grandmother would have been forced to give Serial what she wanted. Had such a thing happened, it wouldn't have been the worst-case scenario. After all, Saintess Qilin could choose to hand over all the treasures of the Ice Phoenix clan and still leave Ryu the life-saving measures that could take him to the treasuries of the Tatsuya, Qilin, and Fire Phoenix clans. In the end, though, Serial's plan had obviously failed. But Ryu was still confused. He wasn't confused about her intentions, that seemed obvious enough. But why had she chosen the approach she had? And how could she have been so certain that Ryu would end up at the Moonlight Blossom sect? Serial's personality shift was baffling enough. Even with his intelligence, Ryu never doubted it. It was only the other factors that made him realize that the robed woman before him was indeed her. There was simply no one else that could fool his grandmother's eye and allow Path Extinction Realm experts to enter. Only the Truth Pupils could accomplish this feat. But their coincidental meeting truly felt coincidental. It shouldn't have been possible for her to tell where it is that he was going. Also, why hadn't she just attacked him and taken control of him right then and there? It had to be remembered that Ryu's intimacy with Ailsa back then had yet to reach the depth it did now. As such, she was only able to display the strength of a Path Extinction Realm expert for a few hours at best. Considering the poor battle prowess of cultist fairies, and also considering the fact that Ailsa's meridians were still sealed, Serial could have wiped the floor with her, then treated Ryu like a broken ragdoll. As though that wasn't odd enough, when Ryu and Ailsa's intimacy finally did reach its deepest levels, she fell into a coma, leaving Ryu alone. That meant that in that stretch, Ryu had no other protections but himself. Putting these things into perspective, Serial's actions were quite difficult to comprehend. Of course, there was the possibility that she simply didn't know all of these things. After all, though the Truth Pupils started quite like the Mysteries of Heaven and Earth Pupils, they diverged quite quickly. This was to say that Serial's ability to read situations and see through deception and layers wasn't as good as Ryu's own. She was more focused on deception. Knowing this, maybe Ryu really was overthinking things. For a woman so adept as fooling others, why wouldn't her actions seem baffling? For all Ryu knew, she might not have even been as powerful as he thought her to be. This was nonsense, of course, but it painted the image of just how little he knew. I really want to see if there's still something she can hide from me with my fully unsealed pupils. Patriarch Ember, who had begun to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and felt that he truly had a chance to survive, suddenly felt the grip around his neck tighten again. So you know Serial?
Patriarch Ember froze.
He had never known her name before, but he felt something within him shift when he heard these words. It was quite a simple trick on Ryu's part. With his affinity for fate and the like, especially after he had comprehended a part of his Tao, manipulating it to a limited extent with his words wasn't difficult. Even if Serial had given him a false name, or even if Patriarch Ember didn't know of what her name was, by using the karmic string she had formed with the both of them, Ryu could test to see if they knew the same person. Of course, Ryu could have done this with just his eyes alone without asking questions. But he was still testing the limits of this Tao of his and how flexible it could be. In the future, these small comprehensions would only help him all the more so. Seeing Patriarch Ember's reaction, Ryu got all he needed out of him. Crack! Patriarch Ember died with his eyes wide open. Even up until the last moments, he hadn't been able to reconcile with the situation he had been in. In truth, Ryu was quite a vindictive person. He was in a special sort of mood when he had let Fedroha live, and he wasn't sure if he would do it again. Controlling his rage and fury was one thing. Allowing those who had trampled all over him and would kill him if they had the chance was a different matter entirely. Since Patriarch Ember had actually targeted him and even slandered his sect, he deserved to die. City Lord Loom still lay in the snow, looking up in shock. Even after several moments, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. When he realized that Ryu had actually turned his gaze toward him, he scampered backward, his heart almost beating out of his chest. Ryu could hardly believe that such a person had actually once almost forced him to kneel. The disgust he felt in his heart seeing such a thing couldn't be explained. He almost wanted to kill City Lord Loom simply because his existence was an embarrassment to him. In the end, Ryu shook his head. Even after all these years, you're still so pathetic. You don't have many years to live, but you're still rushing around being the lapdog of others. City Lord Loom's expression reddened before something within him seemed to snap. A fury he had buried deep within his heart threatened to bubble forth, but he clenched his teeth hard, so hard that blood seeped between his gums. He was still a man at the end of the day. How could he take such humiliation? Do you have something to say?
I'm curious.
Ryu continued to look down. I won't kill you for the sake of your granddaughter and grandnephew. Speak. Ryu didn't know why, but he truly was curious about what City Lord Loom had to say. And he was correct to be, because the words the old man spoke made him pause for a moment. Out through clenched teeth and looking on with crimson eyes, City Lord Loom squeezed out his words. You're nothing but a lucky brat. Had you ran into any other connecting heaven realm expert that day, they would have killed you on the spot for your arrogance. You live today because I showed mercy. You're nothing without your luck. Ryu fell into silence. The City Lord's meaning was clearly deeper than just that. He was referring to Ryu's talent as a whole. Not everyone could be born like he was, especially not City Lord Loom, stuck in a middle inner ring, unable to move forward for fear of offending the wrong person. Ryu could say that it wasn't luck that made him survive, but rather the fact that Loom City needed a genius to rely on for the selection. But ultimately, didn't that just go back to his talent? You know, I've been thinking about that a lot. You'd be surprised how many people have said those exact words to me, one of whom is actually now my lovely wife. I've even now heard that there's a world out there somewhere where I might very well be average. And you know what I decided? Ryu's placid expression became a fiendish grin. If I had your pitiful amount of talent, my corpse would have already been hung out to dry and picked clean by passing birds. I would rather die than become like you. Ryu took a step through the air, letting Patriarch Ember's corpse fall through the skies. With a wave of his hand, the latter's spatial ring shot into his palm. He had a feeling he just might find something useful in there. He didn't spare the City Lord another glance as he vanished into the distance. He would clear out some trash before he went to the moon world. Could this be considered to be helping that woman? Ryu's grin widened. Well, I took her first kiss. This is the least I can do as a proper gentleman. He could already imagine Serial's furious gaze if she knew his thoughts, but that only made his carefree laughter more boisterous. Every beast he came across fell beneath the strike of one arrow, the momentum of an expert bathing the pedestal plane. He was Ryu Tatsuya, he wouldn't be sneaking around any longer. Chapter 781. Yes and no. And yet somehow it felt like he was moving in place at the same time. For any other visualization, it would feel as though was already close to mastery. But, for some reason, this particular visualization was so vastly beyond anything Ryu had ever experienced that he hadn't even grasped a single % of it after all this time. For someone else, this might make sense. But, for the wielder of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, especially when fully unsealed, it was unheard of. To put this matter into perspective, Ryu's current cultivation allowed him to use heaven-grade techniques. With his current perception, he could fully master one to great circle of perfection in just a few seconds. What was truly shocking about this was that even Cosmic Seed Realm experts still used heaven-grade techniques as the bulk of their foundational strength. This was because mystical-grade techniques were extraordinarily rare, for one, and secondly, they were taxing to use. This didn't even consider just how difficult it was to raise mystical-grade techniques to the great circle of perfection as well. And yet, for Ryu it was just a matter of a few minutes to a couple hours. Maybe only an ancestral-grade technique would now require Ryu days to weeks to fully grasp. But even then, it was just a few days to weeks. But somehow this visualization left him feeling like he wasn't progressing at all. Ryu's smile widened. Is this the taller mountain? I kind of like looking up at it. With a thought, Ryu brought out Patriarch Ember's spatial ring. He dumped everything out, finding useless treasure after useless treasure. Someone else might have been enraptured by the cultivation resources of a Path Extinction Realm expert, but Ryu saw nothing but inferior materials, treasures, and craftsmanship. He didn't even want to waste his time. Ah, there it is. Ryu smiled, bringing out a communication device. Of course, it was well hidden. It took the shape of a skin of wine. Within, there was definitely a few 100 liters worth and was a convenient spatial treasure for drinking. However, it had its own secrets. Ryu put his bow away and used his free hand to flick at the side of the skin of wine. Numerous hidden formations glowed and took form. Not long after, a voice as sweet as a spring breeze yet as cold as a vat of ice spoke. "Did I not tell you to not contact me? I don't have time for this. If you can't handle even this task alone, just let the pedestal plane rot." Serial had every intention of hanging up right this moment, but the voice she heard on the other side made her gaze narrow. "How rude. It's been so long since we've met, and I can't get a hello or a how are you doing?" Serial fell into silence for a long time. This was a voice she had had in the back of her mind for a long while. It was deep and had a hardly concealed pride. But it was brighter than she remembered and far more relaxed as well. If she didn't know better, she would think it was someone failing to imitate Ryu very well at all. "Your words have become more childish," Serial replied. Ryu nodded after a moment. Maybe so. Serial wasn't wrong, but Ryu still felt like himself. Or rather, he was feeling more like himself than he ever had. He had always had a streak of witty comebacks and words that could teeter between teasing and venomous. However, it had always been suffused with an irrefutable coldness. It seemed, though, that his coldness had diminished quite a bit. That said, that was only for certain people. Ryu didn't normally give anyone leeway, even if she was a beautiful woman. He had killed more than his fair share of gorgeous women in his time. But he couldn't seem to carry the same anger for Serial. Of course, he still wouldn't hesitate to punch a hole through her chest, he wasn't that foolish. But he couldn't maintain the same exterior of coldness. "Patriarch Ember, he is dead, I presume?" "Of course he's dead. Since you've been lurking in the dark all this time, I'm sure you're aware of what he's done to me in the past. You don't need to justify his death to me. Am I a child to you?" That depends on which version of Serial we're talking about. Though Serial didn't respond immediately and he couldn't see her face, Ryu could almost sense the palpable irritation through the communication formation. "If you're done, I'll be hanging up now. No need to leave so fast. I have a feeling we can work together, don't you think? You seem to be occupied and I'm already on my way to the Pedestal Plains Shrine Mountain. If you tell me what your goal is, I just might decide to help out a bit." "My goal? You're a bit aren't you? Why would I waste my time having a goal related to this world?" Ryu chuckled. "You have a lot of bravado for a person who schemed so much to steal from a family of this world. Your Ice Phoenix clan's riches would have made things more convenient, but that is all. You have no idea that 99% of what are in its treasure vaults are completely useless and in proper context, wouldn't be worth more than a piece of copper by the roadside." Ryu's gaze narrowed. "It sounds like you know quite a lot." "I know enough. Once I find what I need, I'll have no use for anything here any longer." Now it was Ryu's time to fall into silence. Eventually, he settled on a question and asked it. "Are you really the last left? In Sacrum?" "Yes." "In existence?"
No.
Chapter 782 Human Scum. These words alone told Ryu more than he could have ever expected. It somehow left him in a state of anticipation and yet apprehension at the same time. He couldn't quite understand how he felt about this. "Is it really the same?" he asked. "It makes no difference," Serial replied coldly. "I don't really believe you. I'm pretty good at telling when people are lying and when they're telling the truth, and the one thing I'm certain about is that you were very much serious about reforming your family. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Ah, you know me so well. Helping you rebuild your clan from the ground up would, indeed, help me sleep very well at night. You won't find a man better than me anyway. You overestimate yourself. Trash like you litters all of existence. And I think I've already made my stance clear. It makes no difference." Ryu chuckled. She might have said this, but Ryu could very clearly remember the look of relief she had on her face when she realized that her womb and ovaries were unharmed. She had obviously not been protecting them for Ryu. From the very beginning, reviving her Fae clan had been at the forefront of her mind, and without a womb, it would always be impossible. She might sound selfish, but she had goals of her own. If she wanted to revive the Fae clan, not only did she need to become as strong as possible, but her husband also needed to be the strongest man possible. About the only thing she was serious about in her words of deflection was that Ryu might be the best there was here, but that was all. These sort of words didn't disappoint Ryu. In fact, they made him feel tingly on the inside, as though something was awakening within him. Even when he was a cripple, no one had ever looked down on him for his talent. Even when he fought enemies who hated him to the bone, they always acknowledged his talent. Even as he stepped into higher and higher stages of cultivation, he could simply not find anyone who could possibly match him. But now, for the past several days now, he had had several people warn him of his lack of it. He almost couldn't control the grin spreading across his face. This feeling, he kind of liked it. Last thing, Serial. Don't you think you should tell me where your bubbly and shy self went? When'd you become so cold and distant? I'm leaving now, Serial replied stiffly. Don't do that. We still haven't decided what to do about Shrine Mountain. Be serious. I don't really have any other goal but to wreak havoc and kill martial gods. But, if there's something better to go for, I'm all for it so long as they suffer more. The goal was obviously to control the gates of the immortal plane. Controlling Shrine Mountain didn't only mean claiming the most energy-dense region, but it also represented owning the immortal paths. That was invaluable in such a large-scale war. Plus, there were only 2 of these entrances to control since Ryu's mother had sealed the shrine plane. Ryu wanted to know what it was Serial wanted to do. In the future, having claim on a plane will be invaluable. Even if all the other worlds of Sacrum fall, the Shrine World will still stand tall because it is the core. So long as at least one plane is protected, there will always be a chance. Ryu remained silent for a moment before a wild grin spread across his face. So, kill everything in sight. Kill everything in sight. They both spoke at the same time and hung up at the exact same time. There wasn't even an ounce of deviation. Ryu's figure flickered once more. This time when he reappeared, the sounds of battle seemed to be right by him, and that it was. The Shrine Mountain of the pedestal plane wasn't surrounded by a clan, sect or power like the Blossom Plane was. Given Patriarch Ember's disposition, he was mostly worried about not offending anyone he shouldn't, so he had left it as neutral ground, or so it seemed. Ryu could tell at a glance that there was a hidden sect in this area. And, with another glance, he could find their secret tunnels and passageways. Clearly, there had been a hidden ruler of the pedestal plane all this time, and it was no surprise that it was that woman. Night Terror Sect? I see. Ryu had met the throne of the Night Terror Sect again just before entering his grandmother's legacy world, and she was just as unimpressive as ever. That sort of facade made the Night Terror Sect seem completely worthless, but maybe that was what Serial wanted. Knowing that arrogant woman, she probably didn't feel like she needed anyone else. To her, they were probably for convenience and nothing else. Ryu had definitely learned a lot more about Serial in the time they exchanged blows than the several months he had spent with her before. But that was just how things were. Ryu lost himself in his thoughts for a moment. His reaction so nonchalant that one would never think that there was a war going on below him. Ancestral beasts, martial gods, humans, they all clashed in the surroundings, making it difficult to tell just who was on what side and even who was winning. Ryu's appearance went unnoticed for a moment, but it wasn't for long. The sight of singular young man dressed in robes of white and unblemished by the world was too stunning to miss. It felt as though he himself was his own blinding sun. In that moment, a bird of black soared into the air. It had beautiful black feathers that reflected as though they were coated by crystals, but they would sometimes dance and distort as though they were really made of flames instead. Its long, proud neck led its path through the skies, its arrogance and deathly aura practically reaching a palpable level. A dark phoenix had appeared. Human scum, why do I smell the scent of a phoenix on you? The cries resounded through the air, the battle cries of countless bird creatures trembling the skies. Chapter 783 Menacing. Ryu continued to scan the battlefield for a moment before his gaze fell onto the dark phoenix. This was the first time he had ever seen such a creature. Quite frankly, despite its crude words and the fact it was definitely a male, Ryu wouldn't deny that it was a beautiful beast. Just the way its body seemed to dance between corporeal and flickering flames filled one with awe. Though Ryu had also never personally laid eyes on ice phoenixes or fire phoenixes either, his grandmother's clans had very realistic depictions of them he had had the pleasure of looking through. If Ryu had to choose a beast that suited him best as a mount, it would without a doubt be the beast right before him for nothing other than the fact he liked its black color. Of course, if the Dark Phoenix knew that these were Ryu's thoughts, it would have set its hostile curiosity aside for the sake of attacking with everything it had. Just 8th order? Ryu mumbled aloud. After a moment of thought, he felt this made sense. Lucard had been of the 8th order as well, but his talent was far beyond this Dark Phoenix's. In addition, the backup of dragons he had had with him were far beyond the entourage here. It was clear that the ancestral beasts had divided their attention and power based on the location at hand. No one extremely powerful would be on the pedestal plane, so this was all they had sent. Hearing Ryu's words, though, the Dark Phoenix, Erlon, had what seemed to be a sneer spread across its black flame-laden features. It seems that we've been gone for so long that you humans have begun to overestimate yourselves. If Erlon had been speaking to a normal human, he might have been correct. Even at the 8th order, he would have no trouble fighting a human equivalent to their 9th order. Or, in other words, he was at the equivalent of the Path Extinction realm and could fight someone well into the Tao pedestal realm. In his mind, Ryu was truly overestimating himself. Hey Elsa, what do you think? He's not really talented enough to take as a mount, and it would be a hassle to strengthen him as a corpse puppet too. Should I even waste time? Elsa, who was within the incubator, shook her head and laughed. Ryu really didn't like to take a loss. He was obviously only saying all of this because the Dark Phoenix had called him human scum. That said, she still answered. The ancestral beasts are a treasure trove. Why waste time picking up scraps by the roadside? Ryu laughed. Well said. By this point, Erlon's gaze had begun to flicker with a red light hidden deep within their abyssal black. The aura of death that hung around him was palpable. Without a word, he opened his beak, a beam of dark flames shooting outward at a speed that was almost impossible to track if not for just how large the contrast between the bright skies and its dark aura was. The sound of a high-pitched whistling wind grated on the ears, the world seeming to be divided in two for just the briefest of moments. Bang! Ryu reached out a hand, dark heavenly patterns swirling about his palm as he clamped down on the beam. It scattered before Erlon's gaze, a sprinkling rain of black fire falling down from the skies in patches and causing an unlucky few below to scream out in horror. Ryu didn't move immediately, instead choosing to look at his palm. But, as expected, there wasn't even the slightest blemish on it. The Dark Phoenix's death flame was maybe the most destructive flame in all of existence. On top of that, its comprehension was already at the equivalent of the Monarch realm for sure. Ryu had immunity to flames equivalent to his own. But his comprehension had regressed, so he hadn't expected to be so unmoved by Erlon's strike. It seemed that there was something else odd going on here. Could potentially be explained away because of how powerful Ryu's body had become. But Ryu could tell the difference between something resisted by his raw strength versus being immune to something, and this definitely felt like the latter. Maybe heavenly patterns? Or potentially a combination of the two. Interesting, I have to test this out against more powerful phoenixes. That wind dragon said that there's an Emperor Phoenix in this generation. I hope they don't spend too long hiding. That definitely sounds like a worthy target. You! Erlon's words seemed to snap Ryu awake from his thoughts. With the chaos of the battlefield, the interaction between man and bird hadn't gotten much attention initially, but there were more and more eyes beginning to turn this way. Erlon was one of the more prominent figures among the beasts in this current battle. Among the chain of command, he was fringe top 10. So, it wasn't a surprise that his movement would get attention many others wouldn't. Many frowns began to form from the martial gods. Looking at Ryu's white hair, they thought him to be from the nourishing soul branch, but he didn't share their white eyes. In addition, he was making no effort whatsoever to try to gather up with the humans. In fact, Ryu stood amongst the beasts high in the skies as though he was on their side. It wasn't until Erlon attacked him that the martial gods realized that something was off here. At that moment, Ryu waved a hand. A majestic, silver feather bird appeared. his long and proud neck raising high into the skies as sparks of lightning danced around him. "Oh, is that tribulation lightning?" Ryu's lips curled. He knew that Ailsa had been diligently nurturing Little Rock, Nemesis and Little Gem while he focused on other things, but he hadn't expected such a large change. He could tell immediately that Little Rock had begun to cultivate a technique Ryu had previously abandoned since he no longer needed it. "Ailsa must have found some tribulation lightning treasures among my clan's treasure vaults and put them to use like this. My wife really is a genius." Ryu would take some time to praise his wife for somehow converting a human technique into something a beast could use. But he had a battle to fight. With another wave of his hand, Nemesis appeared, snapping his hooves along the air and causing resonating booms to shatter the ground below. At that moment, Little Gem, who apparently didn't want to be left out, leapt out and dove into Ryu's arms. Seeing such a scene, Ryu really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Gem had been born at 2 palm lengths, but the little one had grown to about 3. She was much healthier now than she ever had been in the past, and she looked like an adorable little white furball. Ryu spent a lot of time spoiling her when he wasn't busy, but it seemed she had gotten bored of staying inside of the incubator day in and day out. Ryu chuckled and let her find a cozy place to peek her head outside his robes. "Little Rock, this dark phoenix is yours. You're both of the 8th order. Don't disappoint me." Little Rock's proud head rose high into the skies, his sonorous call causing the battlefield to tremble beneath his presence. "Chi! Chi!" With a single flap of his wings, he vanished, reappearing before the dark phoenix in an arc of lightning with the claws of his feet already stretched out toward the latter's head. "Nemesis, you'll be with me. I don't plan on doing anything but firing arrows, and I won't be moving a single inch other than that. Don't let Little Gem suffer the slightest grievance." The heavy snort that came from Nemesis' lips carried with it a steaming heat. Ryu stepped onto his partner's back, his feet seemingly having been anchored in place as his bow appeared in his hands once more. "Nye! Nye!" The martial gods thought they had gained themselves a sudden and powerful ally. They hadn't expected much from Little Rock, but when the clash of the 2 birds settled, one clearly by far and away much larger than the other, it was actually Erlon who was forced to measure back. However, what baffled the martial gods all the more was the fact that when Ryu pulled his bowstring, there wasn't a single beast in his line of sight. Instead, his gaze had landed on the martial gods who were currently protecting the looming wall of Shrine Mountain to their back. Ryu smiled lightly, a menacing light in his eye. He was going to very much enjoy this. Images of what his clan must have gone through in his absence ran through his mind. Thoughts of how much his parents and grandparents had to sacrifice just to give him a chance in the future almost threatened to make his heart explode. In that moment, his smile faded and he seemed to have gained the face of a demon. Shoo! A single arrow seemed to blot out the skies, the raging chi behind threatening to rip the world apart. Sorry everyone. Just one chapter today. Chapter 784, Losing Touch. They had already been embroiled in their own battles, fighting the heads of the beasts that had come to claim this land for themselves. They didn't even truly have time to register that Ryu was an enemy before all hell broke loose. In one moment, Ryu had been bashing heads with a dark phoenix and setting his beast companion on it. And in the next, he had aimed a bow and arrow toward the defensive line of the martial gods and released it. Boom! Under the prowess of just a single arrow, hundreds of cultivators met death that day. An eruption of fire and sparks flew out in all directions, leaving a large gap in the defenses of the martial gods the beasts seemed to want to shoot through. But, at that moment, Nemesis flashed, his hooves covered in reflecting silver plating bouncing with the rays of the sun as he appeared above. With a single strike of his hoof, a blast of air pressure traveled downward, flattening the weaker beasts into minced meat and shattering the bones of those that were just barely strong enough to hold onto the structural integrity of their bodies. Ryu inwardly shook his head as Nemesis dove into the crowd of beasts below, unsatisfied with his performance. How was he supposed to hone his skill with a bow if everything within 100 meters of his strike found itself blown to bits? With a thought, Ryu's hand flickered and a familiar glove appeared. He had wanted to focus on controlling his flames so he could simultaneously work on the path his master had set him, but there was no need to try to do everything at once. He would let the glove of natural order work as it was meant to. Ryu drew his arrow back once more, suddenly feeling that the process was much easier. This time, the arrow drew itself. The power was far more contained and controlled, and it exuded an ancient sort of aura that made Ryu's gaze flicker. In one smooth motion, Ryu's fingers released the bow string. Pong! The forehead of a distant Dao pedestal realm cultivator found itself with an additional hole. They seemed to feel stunned for a moment before their head imploded into a rain of blood that instantly fried to ash. Still not good enough. Ryu continued to let Nemesis move on his whims. He had done this on purpose, or else things would simply be too easy. With Ryu's talent, calculating trajectories and aiming an arrow perfectly was as easy as breathing. Accuracy wasn't what he needed. There was something more fundamental, more special about the bow that he had still yet to grasp. That wasn't the glove's fault, that was my fault. My strike was accurate, but it not only used more power than it needed to, but it also contained a tremor and didn't fly as straight as I thought it did. I subconsciously already accounted for it, so it was still accurate. But that dispersed my strength and caused the explosion. Ryu's eyes were on a completely different level. He suddenly realized that he was accounting for a lot of things automatically that he didn't quite understand. Due to the inherent design of the bow, an arrow never truly flew straight even if it felt like it did. After all, the bowstring and bow arch were in a line with one another, but in order to nock and aim an arrow it would have to be, by design, slightly off-center. And yet, when you released the bowstring, the string itself continued forward in a slight misalignment with the forward trajectory of the arrow itself. The result of this was that when an arrow was released, it actually wiggled back and forth in the air as though it was a snake. Much of the inaccuracy Layman had when using this particular weapon was precisely because of this and an inexperience in how to account for it. Ryu was a rare example of somehow the exact opposite. He had a feel for the accuracy and touch he needed thanks to his eyes, but he had never truly come to understand what that entailed. He also suddenly understood why his self-created arrows were so violent. They lacked flexibility. An arrow shaft that was too sturdy wouldn't be able to wrap around its bow arch and wiggle like it was designed to do. The result of that would be it veering off course. One could probably fix that by aiming the bow slightly to the left or right depending on your dominant hand and stance, but by then, due to simple physics, you would never be able to use 100% of the power of your bow. Of course, this was only if you were using a normal bow and were a person of normal strength. Because he was Ryu, and was wielding an ancestral-grade bow, despite the sturdiness of his self-created arrows, he still forcefully bent them around his bow arch. But the result of that was the impact of his arrow being even more violent. Ryu was suddenly enlightened and intrigued. It was such a simple concept, but he had never even been aware of it. He had once seen his grandfather use a bow with a hole cut out of its center, but he never really thought about until now. His grandpa Qilin had always said he hated that bow. It made things too convenient, he had always said. It made him feel like he was losing his touch as a bowman using them. Losing his touch as a bowman, Ryu mumbled, pulling at his bow string yet again as an arrow formed on a whim. With such an obvious design flaw, why did bowmen still insist on using bows like this? Chapter 785 Eyes. Someone kill that son of a bitch. The figurehead of the Berserk branch already had a belly full of fury. Unfortunately, he was locked in battle with a Dark Phoenix commander that had no intention of letting him go anywhere. Can't you see that he's killing your people too? Let me go. The Dark Phoenix, who went by Desai, chuckled. Do you think I'm blind? For every one beast he kills, he slaughters at least 10 of you. Clearly, while he's not on either of our sides, he hates you all a lot more. Maybe you humans shouldn't have been such arrogant pricks. Human! Jose erupted into an arrogant and infuriated sort of laughter. We are the martial gods. I will make you regret daring to sully out names in this way. Veins of red began to pulse about Jose's eyes and his forehead. His head of black hair slowly becoming painted in a deep magenta color as he raised a blood-red halberd into the air. I'm going to soak in your flesh and eat your bone marrow tonight.
Diasi Shuklat.
Though he was a male, his tone was actually quite feminine. With just you. Bang! 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 The other three martial god figureheads weren't as hot-headed as Jose, but they still had deep frowns on their faces. The Dark Phoenixes were extraordinarily difficult opponents. Inheritances of death were usually used by humans for necromancy and were rarely used via the method these phoenixes did. This truth only made them all the more troublesome. They had to tread carefully and didn't dare to turn their backs for even a single moment. The explosive strength death was enough to kill even them in an instant, and it didn't even seem difficult for these dark phoenixes to use. Barold, the figurehead of the nourishing soul branch, had the deepest frown of them all as he felt like something was off. Diasai wasn't the only one joking and playing around. It felt like all the dark phoenixes were, and yet they still couldn't defeat them. It was clear that they were all waiting for something. Though the 4 figureheads and 4 leading dark phoenixes couldn't leave their battles, that didn't mean others couldn't. However, with Nemesis' speed and the erratic nature of the battlefield to begin with, no one seemed able to catch up. Nemesis weaved between the defensive lines of the humans and beasts as though a fish in water. Whenever it seemed they might get swarmed by one or the other, he would cut to another side, making pursuing him almost impossible. How could either the beasts or martial gods allow their enemy to so easily breach their ranks? They couldn't stop Nemesis and especially not Ryu, but that didn't mean they couldn't stop others. Ryu didn't seem to sense anything around him. Whenever he locked onto a target, it would only be himself and them in the world. It would only last for the briefest of moments before this individual found themselves dead. But in Ryu's current state and with his high-thinking speed, it felt like he had intimately gotten to know this individual. The more Ryu did it, the more he felt he understood those vague phrases and sayings his Grandpa Qilin always seemed to string together. The erratic movement of Nemesis made Ryu feel more like a normal talent. Because all of his attention was diverted, the sudden changes in direction and the shifts it forced him to make in his calculations lowered his innate high accuracy to something he had to put more deliberate effort into. It seemed to open up an entirely new sort of sense within him. It felt like an anticipation, a prediction, an ingrained assurance being slowly built on the back of experience. For a long while, Ryu didn't understand why it felt so different. Anticipation? What could do this better than his eyes? Prediction? He could literally divided the world into predictive paths and assign probabilities to each of these potential futures.
Un grain assurance?
Who was more confident than himself? He had already reached the pinnacle of all of these things, so why did relearning them in this way feel so much different? It all seemed to point back to same tired words. What you knew wasn't as important as how you have come to know them. Ryu had lost count of the number of times he was reminded of his grandfather's words. The most important thing to an archer are his eyes. Ryu always thought that this meant he was born to be a bowman. What eyes could be better than his own? Everything should have come so easy. And yet, whenever he picked up a bow, it all felt so superficial. He didn't have any fun with it and even convinced himself it was because he preferred close combat. But if he needed that thrill so much, why not just get rid of his weapons entirely and become a fist master? Wouldn't that give him the excitement he truly wanted? Ryu didn't think he was entirely lying to himself back then, but he was definitely only seeing a part of the picture. Right this moment, though, it felt like that door was slowly opening wider and wider. The most important thing to an archer were their eyes. But that wasn't the end of the story. What Ryu had been missing all this time was that it wasn't just that an bowman's eyes were important. It was in how these eyes were cultivated to begin with. What were their foundations built upon? What sort of experience had helped them reach the level they did? What sort of sweat and effort did they have to blink away on your behalf? Ryu's hair shifted in the wind, his surroundings becoming oddly silent. Unknown to him, looming over his back, a birth phenomena had appeared. Chapter 786 Karmic Strings. The feeling was vague, almost as though just the barest outline had begun to form in Ryu's mind. However, the leap in strength was so astronomical that it almost knocked Ryu out of his concentrated state. If it had been anyone else, this truly would have been what happened. But with Ryu, his focus ability was so potent that even this influx of chi couldn't shake him off. It had been a very long time since Ryu had sensed a birthed phenomena. Ever since he cut his Tatsuya saintly weapon inheritance away from himself, he had chased after the ever-elusive birthed phenomena, but he never seemed able to grasp it. Of all the things that could have happened, though, Ryu could have never expected that the first birth phenomena he created himself would actually come from the bow. Then again, maybe this was simply inevitable. The tug-of-war going on in Ryu's mind when it came to his great-grandfather and his self-created technique and path made things far too difficult to rectify. On one side, he hated his great-grandfather and wanted nothing to do with him. On the other side, though, his great swordstaff comprehension was built upon it as a foundation. And, on yet another side, Ryu didn't want to let down his father and grandfather. He was a Tatsuya. The meaning of that name had gone beyond Primus long ago. Even though Ryu had accepted Ailsa's reasoning, it still felt like he had to fight against a piece of himself. And then there was the largest elephant in the room, his pupils. As powerful as Ryu's mysteries of heaven and earth pupils were, having them form birth phenomena in the previous state might have been too early with all the compounding factors Ryu was dealing with. But right now, it was as though the whole world had opened up to him. Rather than becoming faster, Ryu's arrows seemed to slow to a crawl. His movements were easily observable even by mortals. And yet, with every one he released, another life would be reaped, the birthed phenomena in the skies becoming more and more prominent. It felt to those observing that Ryu was testing just how slow he could make his arrows and still kill his target. It was like they had become guinea pigs walled in within thick fences, hoping and praying that they wouldn't be the next target. The enigmatic air around Ryu's arrows only became more and more profound. Subconsciously, Ryu's dividing karma Tao. Right at that moment, a halo of blinding golden light pulsed outward, thrumming with a pressure that forced a weak down to their knees. Ryu didn't even spare these individuals a single glance. How would they help him to hone his bow if they didn't even dare to stand and fight back? His targets began to be among the more and more powerful. And yet, without doubt or hesitation, it only took a single one every time. The glove of order pulsed like it had a mind of its own. Its deep black color began to crack, giving way to a hidden crystalline layer that made it almost impossible to see with the naked eye, at least in its glove form. However, when it began to snake up Ryu's arm and coat his body, it wrapped about its owner's figure and formed the image of a deity. An almost illusory armor that looked like a painting of the depths of a starry sky covered Ryu from head to toe. The arrows he formed took up even less energy and were somehow all the more powerful. The unique grade title of the Glove of Order shining forth in a way that maybe those of the Natural Order sect could have never expected. Ryu's arrows became even slower, but this time he began to shoot 2 at a time. Each flew as though they had minds of their own, carving a path through the air and finding their mark upon someone's forehead, shattering their brains and souls in one sweep. Roars began to follow Ryu's dragon bow. As though it had been awoken from its slumber, a towering mounted, fusing with an already impossibly great suppression. It felt like even with his eyes, Ryu could see the karmic strings that tied all of his enemies before him. It was a surreal experience that left him only more in awe. He hadn't activated. In fact, other than, he had turned all of his other abilities off. And yet, it was all so clear. That was when a realization hit Ryu like a ton of bricks. There were dozens of sky gods alive right now, and yet not a single one of them had heavenly pupils. In fact, among the heavenly pupils, the only one that could be said with any confidence to practically guarantee one's spot as a sky god was the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils to begin with. In the past, Ryu had dismissed this thought because of rarity. Maybe heavenly pupils simply didn't appear often enough for them to gain adequate representation. But what if it was something else entirely? What if heavenly pupils weren't as powerful as they seemed to be in the first place? What if they were just a crutch that hindered your ultimate progress like even Ryu's own had impeded his comprehension of the bow and his path toward becoming a true archer? The combat prowess one with heavenly pupils would be obscene. Even if you were at the peak World Sea Realm, if you have a pair, you just might be able to fight weaker sky gods. However, none of that would guarantee you taking that final step. If you spent your whole life relying on heavenly pupils, how could you forge your own Tao? When Ryu's mind wandered to this point, he suddenly felt a jolt go through him. He had gotten rid of his spear, halberd and glaive comprehensions because the fate that tied it down to all the masters that had used it in the past was hindering his forward progress far too much. But what he had never considered was, what about the fate of all those that had wielded his own heavenly pupils in the past? Chapter 787L Understand. The thought hit Ryu like a ton of bricks. With his pupils fully unsealed, he could suddenly sense the vast emptiness waiting for him ahead. In a lot of ways, it was even more vacuous and heart-rending than a normal pit of despair. With pupils that opened up the path of your Tao for you, you might never step into the Sky God realm. But what would happen with pupils like Ryu's own? Technically speaking, the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils were completely open-ended, or so it seemed. Could help Ryu to comprehend anything he wanted, whenever he wanted. There was no element or affinity he wouldn't be able to master so long as he put his mind to it. This sounded great, but Ryu suddenly felt a looming danger up ahead. It wasn't the kind of danger that would reap his life, but it was rather his eyes opening up to a realization that things just weren't what they seemed. The rankings of the heavenly pupils is dependent on faith. The more faith the wielders of it in the past have accumulated, the higher the rankings, and the more powerful the pupils become overall. It's a lot like the heavens investing in what works and ignoring what doesn't. Of course, this is part of the reason why Serial's truth pupils, having always been ranked 7th without any sort of movement, felt odd. But this wasn't what Ryu was thinking of right now. As a pair of heavenly pupils gained more faith, its appearances would also become rarer and more spaced out throughout history, resulting in a situation where those ranked higher on the list only appeared from time to time while those lower might appear once every few generations. This, unfortunately, is where the first problem came in. While Ryu's mysteries of heaven and earth pupils seemed unfettered, were they really? For a pair of heavenly pupils to almost guarantee an ascension into the Sky God realm, it meant that despite its rarity, every time Ryu's eyes appeared in history, it would be followed along by a powerhouse that shook the world. How could this be compared to the faith that tied the spear? People from all over the universe used the spear. There were exceptionally weak individuals who used it and also many strong people who used it. But it was nothing like Ryu's own, where every imprint on his heavenly pupils was made by a world-shattering expert. The faith that tied down Ryu couldn't even begin to be untangled because each was strong, sturdy and powerful. There were no weaknesses to pick apart because it was all a strength. This might not sound so bad. After all, if you combined rarity with the fact the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils allowed you to comprehend every and anything, while the ties of faith might be strong, it didn't necessarily mean that they would hinder Ryu's path, right? All Ryu had to do was choose a path that none of his predecessors had ever chosen. And, since each of them would have likely forged their own path anyway, they would all be pulling equally in opposing directions. When things are looked at this way, it seemed that Ryu's path into the future would be even easier than others. After all, just how rare was a balanced approach like this? But that was when the question needed to be asked again. Was this really true? Or was it something Ryu was just telling himself to make himself feel better? The elephant in the room was large and ominous. So much so that Ryu almost forgot that he was in the middle of a battlefield, his arms lowering as Nemesis continued to weave through it all. So many couldn't move beneath Ryu's presence, and it only took a simple stomp from Nemesis to end their lives. Ryu continued to stand on his partner's back, his gaze somewhat vacant as he looked off into space, the birthed phenomena to his back shining brighter and brighter. Was it really the case that the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils didn't have a desired path it wanted its owner to take? What was the ultimate goal of these pupils? Why was it that Ryu could gaze upon his fate star whenever he wanted? Why was it that he could see lines of fate and karma on a whim? Why was it that he could communicate with the heavens and enter states of meditation on a whim? Why was it that he could read faith and grasp a person's death acupoints? Why was it that he could take hold of fate and bolster his strength to a version of his future self? Didn't all of these abilities revolve around the same concepts? Even with all the paths laid out before him, even with all the steps he could have taken, even with all the talent to grasp any doctrine he could have ever dreamed of, Ryu's Tao still ended up being built on karma, faith and fate. Ryu's heart shuddered, a sudden comprehension overwhelming him. It felt like the sort of epiphany one would only experience once in a lifetime, even for him. He could see a glass ceiling above, and somehow the hammer to smash through it had appeared in his hands. Even without knowing how, Ryu understood. Why was it that those with his pupils always managed to enter the sky god realm? But why was it, at the same time, that he felt like there was a wall ahead that if he remained ignorant of, he would never be able to burst through? It was for the same reason he felt he could now sense karmic ties without even using his eyes. The same reason sky gods could sense their names being used no matter how far away they were. It was because from the very beginning, all Daos converged toward the same path. Any Dao, taken to the extreme, would begin to twist the lines of fate, to play with the karmic strings of the world, to take matters of faith into their own hands. If one wanted to truly reach the pinnacle of existence, you would have to form a Dao that could mirror the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils at its highest levels. What was so impressive for Ryu now was likely nothing more than a thought for a sky god beyond the true level. If Ryu continued like this, there would eventually come a day where he met a bottleneck he couldn't surpass, a mountain he couldn't climb, a sky he couldn't transcend. The birth phenomena to Ryu's back continued to grow and pulse. I understand. Chapter 788 Storm. The birthed phenomena looming to Ryu's back solidified, its enormous figure stretching from the earth to the heavens above. However, this only seemed to make the raging lightning clouds above rumble with a greater ferocity, almost as though they were accumulating strength to strike Ryu down in a single instant. The prayer mat within Ryu's inner world trembled more violently than it ever had in the past. The drain of focus chi had touched upon an unprecedented level. If not for its existence, Ryu wouldn't even be able to use his fully unsealed pupils without having to take a several days-long nap every few minutes. But now, its prowess was even more defined and obvious than it ever had been before. Bang! Ryu's body tore through the canopy of the immortal ring realm, the aura of a path extinction realm expert violently swirling outward in all directions. Pulsing rings of immortal chi manifested in the skies. There were a total of 13, spread out such that they almost formed wings to Ryu's back as they pulsed with a dark gold chi that seemed capable of suppressing and swallowing everything. Ryu raised his bow. In the past, this action was benign as it could be. But, right this moment, it felt as though he was lifting a behemoth from the ground, frozen over by the tides of weather, history, and time. The heft of the bow alone seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. He could almost feel the chains pulling against it and trying to force it back into the ground. And yet, his movement upward remained steady and contained. There was no struggle or jerkiness, and if not for just how slow it was, no one would have ever suspected a single thing. Ryu could almost see it. The higher he raised his arm, the more of these chains shattered. Every time one shattered, the strength of his birth phenomena seemed to touch upon a new realm, skyrocketing throughout layer after layer of strength until it too suddenly began to raise its hands. The movement of a birth phenomena seemed to come with it the movement of the world. Hundreds of kilometers away, the waters of large seas rose and fell. The earth beneath their feet collapsed and crumbled. Harsh winds whipped about in all directions, forming numerous cyclones and pockets of strong vacuums that suffocated those in the surroundings. The appearance of a birthed phenomena represented a kind of fortune rarely seen. But, to experience the birth of one at the hands of a person right before your eyes was a level of shock and awe that would only be seen once in a lifetime. The birth phenomena was the very foundation of human ingenuity and strength. It was acknowledgement by the heavens that something you or your lineage had created could be raised to the point of being blessed by the heavens. It was a reminder that who had formed something that even the heavens themselves had failed to. It was because of the birthed phenomena that humans could lay claim to the power they had now. But the birth of a new one wasn't something that happened very often. In fact, it was so rare that it might only occur once every several generations and was so potent that it could become the foundation for an all-new clan. Much like the Tatsuya had been built on the back of the Tatsuya saintly weapons, so too could Ryu's own reach such a level. But it was this realization that shook those present to their core, because the only sorts of birthed phenomena that could move in this fashion were ones that were self-created. No matter how perfect you felt you had come to understand your inheritance, you would never be able to receive its full blessing. Even Ryu, who had lines of fate and could retrace the intentions of his ancestors perfectly, wouldn't be able to replicate this feat. This was a sight that could only be dreamt about, the creation of an origin-birth phenomena. Ryu's birth phenomena was the perfect reflection of himself if he were to have been completely inverted. Its skin was a grayish hue and lacking in the fair luster of Ryu's own. Its robes were a pristine white, shifting between corporeal and illusory. But the largest change was its hair. It looked like an expanse of blackness, blanketing the surroundings with a river of stars that extended into infinity. It felt like the entirety of existence was hidden within its hair, an ethereal and enigmatic aura wafting out from it, as though one could pick out their fate star within its depths. Somehow, it made one feel like their lives were in the palm of its hands, prepared to be snuffed out at any moment. However, its eyes were closed, locked shut and hidden away from the world. A tingling sensation of incompleteness tugged at the heartstrings. As powerful as it was, it felt like it wasn't enough, as though there was still another level, still another mountain beyond. And that was when it happened. The gaze of Ryu's birth phenomena snapped its eyes open. However, within, there was nothing but an endless murky darkness. The vast emptiness left those expecting something more feeling empty themselves. They didn't know why they felt this way. After all, Ryu was an enemy to them all. The more powerful he got, the more of them would die. But then the skies began to rumble. Ryu's bow reached a level height but astonishingly continued to rise. It passed a plateau and was soon aimed at the very skies themselves. The rumbling of thunder above only grew, the culmination of black clouds becoming so ominous that even a large portion of Shrine Mountain became shrouded in darkness. In that case, I'll make my own eyes. A wild, tingling violet spark lit within Ryu's pristine white hair. Storm. Chapter 789 now. Ryu released a roar, his arrow pulling back and suddenly being released in a flashbang of arcing light. It tore a path into the skies, splitting space as it passed by and shooting into the construct that lay ahead. It looked as though Ryu had completely lost his mind. To attack the skies like this and for seemingly no reason was nothing more than the pinnacle of madness. However, for some reason, it left him feeling exhilarated, as though he was finally free of a shackle that had held him down all his life. He was Ryu Tatsuya, so what if he attacked the skies? Weren't they only shocked because they didn't dare to? Bang! 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 In that moment, the clouds above formed an enormous eye, swirling about like the center of a hurricane as its violent outburst only became more and more exaggerated. Without even lifting a figure, every arc of lightning that landed on the ground without even so much as Ryu's attention toward it tore the armies apart. Ryu focused his attention on the skies above, his gaze becoming fiercer and more concentrated. Veins popped up across his body, his vision turning red as he focused on the skies above. What those around didn't know was that Ryu was using every fiber of his storm talent to control the tribulation clouds that had been formed above. Tribulations like this were rare occurrences in the martial world. Unlike some tales that told of cultivators having to step through these to reach higher tiers of power, in practice this didn't happen. The actual act of cultivation alone was enough to set up barriers that most would never be able to cross. The rites of the awakening realm, the pain of opening pulses and vessels, the poor survival rate of the spiritual severing realm, the painful accumulating of chi one had to undergo in the connecting heaven realm, the path extinction realm and its continuous tests of the heart and comprehension. The so-called tribulations were found everywhere and at every realm. The only so-called tribulation clouds that appeared to strike at cultivators were only found in fictional tales. The act of cultivating alone was difficult enough alone and filled with more than its fair share of death traps. However, this didn't mean that there weren't reasons for tribulation clouds to appear. In some very rare instances, they could appear for a myriad of reasons. The creation of a treasure or weapon of a certain caliber, a natural phenomena of the heavens, the creation or birth of a rare herb or creature, the invasion of a world, and in this case, the birth of a birthed phenomena. The acknowledgement of the heavens didn't come so easily. Every birth of a phenomena would find itself being attacked. Only those that survived would have the right to remain in this world, but many more would find themselves blasted to smithereens along with the comprehensions that had formed them in the first place. Unfortunately, even those that survived would find themselves greatly weakened. The heavens were impartial and didn't care. It wouldn't be a surprise for a phenomena to lose as much as 95% of its original strength, weakening it severely. But, even then, just the act of having created one would make one almost untouchable among the same cultivation ranks. However, what Ryu wanted to do was far beyond this. The only one who understood how maddening his idea was were Ailsa and Yana. But, neither of them moved to stop him, realizing that he had already made his choice. Ryu looked into the skies, a wild grin spreading across his face. His veins pulsed about wildly. The rumbling of the clouds above became fiercer, the eye of the storm becoming large as the vast blackness above began to spiral faster and faster. The first arc of lightning suddenly sent out a rippling pulse, but it was quickly trapped by the black clouds once again, unable to escape. However, in just that brief instant, it lit up the entire battlefield in a wash of gold as though the sun had peeked out once again. And then there was a second, then a third, as though a revving engine. The clouds pushed its gears, but a suffocating pressure held it back. Blood began to flow down Ryu's ears, eyes and down between his grinning teeth. However, as though he couldn't feel the slightest bit of pain at all, he continued to push, the flecks of royal blue in his blood shimmering like gems beneath the darkness. His storm talent was pushed to its limits, holding back the tribulation clouds for longer and longer. The heavens only became more furious with each passing moment, the coming tribulation only becoming stronger as the blood continued to leak from Ryu. At that moment, the figureheads of the martial gods and the head beasts of the ancestral beast army realized just what might happen in the next moment. Run! The roar was deafening, and yet it was drowned out in the next instant by a rumbling collapse of thunder. It sounded no different than what one might expect when an entire world crumbled from the inside out. In fact, the sound was so loud that many froze, blood and brain matter oozing from the ears as they slumped to the ground, dead. That one rumble of thunder wiped out tens of thousands, more than Ryu had killed even while he was trying. But Ryu himself didn't seem to care, his gaze only glowing brighter as blood continued to spill over. Right there. Now! Ryu roared into the skies, violent arcs of blue lightning flickering in his pupils. In the next instant, his irises vanished entirely, becoming nothing but orbs of hovering blue that released streaks of sapphire to their sides. If Ryu had the attention to spare, he would have realized that he had awakened yet another Qilin talent. Unfortunately, his entire world was encompassed by a mighty bolt of judgment descended from the skies. The pillar of energy was so thick that it covered hundreds of kilometers in diameter at its start, and yet it all concentrated down into a single beam. As for its destination, it was the empty eye sockets of Ryu's birthed phenomena. Chapter 790L will call. However, Ryu was a man who had faced the wrath of the heavens just months earlier. Not only had he faced it, but he had defeated it with his fist. The confidence that coursed through his veins was unlike anyone had ever experienced before. Ryu knew that his eyes were simply too important to him. As much of a fuss as everyone made over his bloodlines and his meridians or his bone structure and spiritual foundation, Ryu knew that the greatest of his talents was undisputedly his pupils. This alone was able to paint the picture of just how Ryu felt when he came to this sudden realization. The greatest of his talents, the one meant to pave a path for him into the future, would actually end up becoming the greatest obstacle to his future progress. There was only one way Ryu could think of to escape this fate, and that was to force his heavenly pupils to mutate just like his bone structure had. He had succeeded in this before. His ephemeral tapestry was an ability that had never before appeared in the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils and could be considered to be a mutation. This mutation occurred thanks to the influence of Ryu's bone structure on his heavenly pupils, resulting in a perfect synergy that allowed him to lay eyes on otherwise invisible chi. However, this mutation was superficial. It couldn't possibly change the foundation of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, and Ryu was of the belief that he likely wasn't the first to wield these pupils that had experienced a similar sort of mutation. That said, While it was superficial, this experience told Ryu that it was possible. His pupils could be morphed and changed to his image, mutated to the point where the glass ceiling he saw ahead could be shattered through and destroyed beneath his will. And that was where this heavenly tribulation came in. Thanks to his storm talent, Ryu had already gained a modicum of control over tribulation lightning. The instant he had awakened it, he had formed a dominion. But, unsurprisingly, said dominion had fallen back down to the ruler realm just like all his other comprehensions had. Regardless, the truth was that even if this fall didn't happen, the tribulation lightning Ryu could control wasn't enough. The Lightning Qilin were ancestral beasts and were, as such, darlings of the heavens. Much like their counterparts, they were given control over a dominion that blessed them with untold strength. However, this didn't mean that there wasn't a limit and limitations to said strength. The fire dragon could endlessly fuel their strength with their rage. This was a ridiculous concept and one that humans couldn't even begin to grasp. To a human, emotion in battle wouldn't help in the slightest. If anything, it would only put you at greater danger as you would lose hold of your rationality. By now, it was quite obvious why Qilins and dragons had but so often. One was the representation of fighting against the heavens, while the other was the arbiter of justice and judgment for the heavens. How could two such species not absolutely abhor the other? However, this hatred and clashing was exactly what Ryu needed, and it was also precisely why blood flowed out from all of his orifices, slowly beginning to drench his white robes in a deep crimson color. Ryu knew that even if the heavens bestowed his bloodlines with such astounding capabilities, there would always be limits. And, in this case, that limitation was his own comprehension. Though he had gained the memories of all his ancestors, his tribulation was already here, and he simply didn't have the time to go through them one by one. It was simply impossible. The mysteries of heaven and earth pupils could be considered to be treasures forged by the heavens. A mere dominion-ranked comprehension would do nothing to change it, and in Ryu's opinion, even comprehension at the level of a true sky god wouldn't move the needle. The only chance Ryu had was to lay a foundation that relied on the help of the heavens above. Only it would contain the amount of strength he needed. Only it would be able to help him now. That was why Ryu was smiling right now. It was why he was laughing as a bolt of lightning that could eradicate his very existence descended from the skies. He was a man who had hated the heavens for as long as he could remember. It had taken everything away from him, or at the very least, it had snatched what he thought should have been rightfully his. He had had all that talent, and yet there was nothing he could do but stab a blade through his own heart and leave his family to be eradicated down to its roots. He could still remember all that anger and fury he had on the inside, all that angst and hatred for the world. Maybe if he had never met Elsa, he would still be holding on to that hatred, his head stuck in a dark cloud and his rage fueling his every dark action. But since then, he had learned so much, grasped so much. He had faced the heavens, fought with their warriors, looked down the gaze of death and crushed his fears. And then, he had learned. He had learned that the heavens weren't his enemy. They weren't even real beings, at least not in the more literal sense. All that rage he had bottled up inside was aimed at nothing more than a concept, an almost empty meaning. However, he had also learned that his rage wasn't useless. When his talents had abandoned him, when his spine had frozen him in place, when his mind had gone blank of all thoughts and emotions outside of fear, it was that spark of fury that allowed him to carry on. And now, facing the heavens once more, it was that very same spark that allowed him to dare to do such a thing. It was a beautiful balance, a delicate symphony of perfectly layered notes. The strings, the horns, the percussion, they rose together in a steady tide, thrumming against the hearts of those who were lucky enough to witness it all. There it was, the perfect and most complete of Taos. On one side, there was dividing karma. It was a blasphemous action that stole from gods and slapped their faces, ripping away the strength the heavens had bestowed upon the strong and shaming them to their faces. It was the kind of Tao that spit upward at the heavens and dodged the falling spittle that had lost to gravity, the kind of Tao that perfectly embodied the fury of the fire dragon. And on the other side, there was dividing tribulation. It was a holy action, embodying the judgment of the heavens and following the letter of the law. It was the kind of Tao that ingratiated itself with the heavens, soothing itself within the loving caress of Mother Nature and lulling itself to sleep and on the soft golden clouds of heaven. It was beautiful in its irony. In order to complete his Tao, Ryu embraced the heavens. And yet, this was only the first layer. The mysteries of heaven and earth pupils were bestowed to him by the heavens. He willed to surpass their limitations and reach beyond, and act in clear defiance of his benefactor. And yet still, it was only by embracing the skies above that he could accomplish this feat. Beautiful in its irony, gorgeous in its cyclical cycle, elegant in its simplicity. Bang! The pillar of lightning crashed into Ryu's birth phenomena. It took no more than a single instant afterward for him to violently cough up several mouthfuls of blood. He nearly fell over from Nemesis back entirely, but luckily his partner compensated for his faulty balance, managing to keep him on his back. Ryu was indeed a madman. A large reason why birth phenomena would so severely weaken after their tribulation was because, in order to save themselves from the damage, their creator would weaken the connection to lessen the backlash. However, Ryu had done the exact opposite of this. Not only had he used his storm talent to hold the tribulation back and force it into an even more infuriated state, he had strengthened the connection to the greatest degree, making it seem as though his very soul was being shattered. In that moment, Ryu's birth phenomena cracked. As though a porcelain doll, its body became covered in spiderweb-like fissures, each radiating with a blinding golden light. It looked as though a single touch would cause it to splinter into countless pieces, vanishing into the void, never to appear again. It teetered on the edge, more and more cracks spreading with every passing moment. Ryu couldn't even spare it any attention, his body strongly convulsing and threatening to collapse itself. But even then, he released a bloody grin, his orifices still bleeding. This, I will call, Dividing Heaven. Chapter 791 Big Brother. The sight seemed like something out of this world, carrying with it an undeniable sort of beauty that existed only in a tale woven of a fanciful world beyond imagination. Bang! The change was just as sudden as Ryu's breakthrough was. Several attacks converged from all sides, bombarding the birth phenomena that called the center of that battlefield its home. The violent storm of attacks were still dwarfed by the momentum of the clouds above, but in the fragile, cracked state Ryu's birth phenomena was in, it didn't need to be able to match it. Ryu hardly got the chance to name his Tao when those in the surroundings no longer held back. Finding his most vulnerable moment, they bombarded him from all sides, seeking to tear the behemoth that had just been given form apart. In truth, they weren't sure if such a thing would work. A birthed phenomena, as far as many of them knew, was an illusory construct. There shouldn't have been a point in targeting it. However, after seeing that bolt of lightning and what it had done to Ryu, they acted in a final moment of desperation. They had a feeling that even half dead, so long as Ryu could summon this construct, it was only a matter of a thought for them all to suffer gruesome deaths. And somehow it worked. Their attacks landed as though they were hitting something tangible and, better yet, Ryu looked as though he had taken a direct hit, his body convulsing as more blood flew from his lips. It had been a while since Ryu had taken such a loss. He didn't even really count his bout with Serial as he had managed to remain relatively intact. But the current him felt as though his entire body might shatter at any moment. The good news was that the southern heavenly wind was finally showing its prowess. The bad news, however, was that it seemed his birth phenomena would collapse before he even had a chance to recall it. However, despite how bad the situation looked, Ryu didn't seem to have a violent or panicked reaction. His eyes continued to shine like two orbs of divine lightning, radiating outward with a gorgeous sapphire color. The eyes of his birth phenomena, though, had closed. Ryu took deep breaths. The ancestral beasts had finally realized that they couldn't just continue sitting idly by. Even though Ryu had killed far more of the humans, it was only a matter of time before he interfered with them as well. Jose was finally able to separate from his Dark Phoenix, his wild halberd technique being among the first to bombard Ryu's birth phenomena. At the same time, Gervis of the Heavenly Dew Branch, Linnet of the Silver Touch Branch and Berold of the Nourishing Soul Branch all sprung into action at once, each releasing their own attacks all at once. At the same time, the dark phoenixes released beams of death flames that put Erlons to shame. Taking the helm, Dyasai spread his wings, his beak opening wide as his dark feathers fluttered in the air. With a breath, his neck expanded a size before a sizzling black beam shot out with blinding speed. Bang! 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 Ryu fell to a knee on Nemesis' back, his face paling considerably. Retracting his birth phenomena now would leave it in a slight state of vulnerability even worse than it was now. If they managed to get the timing right, it truly would be over. What shocked the martial gods and dark phoenixes, though, was that despite how fragile Ryu's birthed phenomena looked, it withstood their attacks with hardly a tremble. Though the fine cracks that ran across its body did expand somewhat, it wasn't nearly large enough for what one might expect from a construct that looked like it was on the verge of collapse. Ryu suddenly felt something moist licking at his chin. With a chuckle, he looked down and patted Little Gem's head. The little one was a bit dirted by his blood, but she had been taking in a steady dose of it for a long while now as well. After all, it was part of her recovery plan. The more chaos chi the little one ingested, the closer to breaking the shackles of her curse she was. In fact, the truth was that Little Gem would have already grown to the size of a normal griffin, had it not been for Nemesis sharing his adept body talent with her as well. As such, she still looked like a normal cub. But the reality was that Little Gem was already about to break into the Second Order. This sounded like nothing. After all, it had already been years and the Second Order was merely the equivalent of the pulse-opening realm. However, if those who understood what it meant to be cursed knew that Little Gem's cultivation had actually progressed, it would cause an uproar of uproars among the martial world, larger than even the ripple Ryu's talent had caused. Little Gem, though, didn't seem reassured by Ryu's pats, a light of panic in her eyes. She tried to peek over Ryu's shoulder, growling at the people who were still attacking his birthed phenomena. But her frame was so small and adorable that they came out like little yips that melted the heart. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of jumping clowns. Just because the heavens can harm me, they seem to believe that they can. It seems they have no idea how high the skies above their head are. Little Gem licked at Ryu's chin again as his body convulsed. Ryu gave her one more smile before shifting down, taking a seat on Nemesis' back. Every time Ryu took a deep breath, his body would pulse with a golden light, the southern heavenly wind quickly healing him. However, at this pace it would definitely take quite some time, at least a few hours, before he could display his strength once again. That said, he wasn't worried in the slightest. Ryu felt that it was about time he displayed some of his true strength, lest some individuals truly think themselves to be invincible. It was right that moment that the eyes of his birthed phenomena opened, causing a world of volatile energies to become frighteningly still. The next volley of attacks completely froze in their tracks, a gaze of unfathomable depths staring down on the world as though it wasn't worth much of anything to it. The eyes of Ryu's birthed phenomena rotated about like two stars. One was a beautiful silver and the other was a gorgeous blue, each having an enigmatic aura all to its own. However, just when the fear of God had gripped the surrounding experts, the birthed phenomena began to slowly fade away, vanishing into thin air as though it had never been there to begin with. To use his birthed phenomena on this sort of trash? Ryu didn't think that it was necessary. In that moment, a golden figure slowly emerged from Ryu's forehead. The instant it did, all the dark phoenixes felt as though they had been frozen in place. Their deity had appeared and their blood had run completely cold. At that same instant, the pitiful cry of a dark phoenix resounded through the now quiet skies. Little Rock had already managed to gain an upper hand in his struggle. The moment Ryu had acted, it was as though he was given the final leap he needed. His claws sunk into Erlon's fleshy chest and his beak tore into the latter's neck. Streaks of golden lightning surged, jetting out from one side of Erlon's neck and exiting through the other. A cry of pain, remorse and rage resounded, but it ultimately meant nothing as a dark phoenix fell from the skies, never to rise again. With a single flap of his wings, Little Rock returned to Ryu's side, his proud silver neck rising into the skies and the glistening wounds of battle reflecting a bright crimson across his scale-like feathers. Chi! Chi! Ryu burst into a fit of laughter. Though Little Rock didn't speak in human tongue, Ryu could understand him just fine. Yes, yes, you look better than I do. Fair enough. After challenging Little Rock like he had, Ryu had definitely come out the worst of them. There was a reason that Ryu would never think of replacing Little Rock. Though Little Rock didn't have Nemesis nor Little Gem's talent, Ryu would always remember that battle the two shared atop an obsidian mountain. He and Little Rock viewed the world in the same exact way. The both of them wanted to dominate it until none remained above them. There was no amount of talent that could replace that kind of mindset. Alright then, little brat. Your big brother will just have to show you that he's still the big brother. Then, Ryu's indestructible soul began to grow even brighter. He sat back on Nemesis, his breathing slowing. Then, his spiritual chi flourished. One after another, powerful visualization after powerful visualization began to appear. First it was the gorgeous, immortal Sakura. Then came the devastating a divine chaotic annihilation. Then came the tome of the elemental war god. And finally, there were the countless motes of light of the formation Auther. Since his body could no longer fight this battle, his soul would just have to. Countless arrows of lightning, ice and fire blotted out the skies, casting the battlefield into darkness once more just after the black clouds above dispersed. Chapter 792 AM LA Fool? The dark phoenixes felt their hearts seize. The pressure Ryu's soul was giving off was something they had only experienced once before. But, for the life of them, they couldn't wrap their minds around how such a thing could possibly appear within a human. Unfortunately, they didn't have the time nor the luxury to think about it. In that moment, the arrows began to fall from the skies. A volatile sort of upsurge took hold as the elemental war god tome shone brighter and brighter. In those moments, as long as it was a chi Ryu had affinity with, it was stripped from those in the surroundings. Wind elemental users found themselves unable to use their speed and cast their techniques. Ice elemental users found their bodies to be decidedly hotter than they were used to, the cold they had come to know no longer responding to their touch. Lightning elemental users experienced a drastic dip in their offensive output, their weapons and fists no longer able to give off even the most minor of sparks. And fire elemental users, the dark phoenixes found that the code of flames that flickered about their bows dimmed considerably in that instant. Their death flames didn't seem to want to respond to their call, their bodies suddenly becoming heavier as they had to rely on the strength of their bodies rather than the strength of their elements to hold themselves up. In the presence of the elemental war god, weren't you too arrogant to think you could wield the elements as you pleased? The halo above Ryu's soul's head pulsed, the radiant beauty of the immortal Sakura shimmering with a royal violet color. In that moment, the entire battlefield was enveloped by the canopy of Ryu's immortal Sakura, fluttering snowflakes of purple falling from the skies and shattering every attempt at attack. Some tried to attack Ryu from a distance and found their chi blocked before it could even leave their weapons. Some tried to charge forward and close the distance, only for a delicately fluttering petal to appear in their way, sending them flying backward and coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. Gorgeous ice phoenix heavenly patterns lined these fluttering violet petals, the control of purple and sky blue reflecting delicate lights all across the battlefield. Linnet of the silver touch branch stood in the air with silver hair fluttering about wildly. They had all realized that they could no longer hold back. If they continued to do so, this would truly be the place they fell. Her palms shimmered with a silver color, a strong suction force suddenly pulling an unsuspecting dark phoenix into her direction. Daisai noticed this change too late, but the time he wanted to act. His junior had its enormous body grasped by Linnet, shrieking out in horror as it began to shrink before all their eyes. In the blink of an eye, there was nothing left but dried flesh and bone, the corpse of a dark phoenix falling through the skies. A delicate shout left Linnet's lips, her hair expanding outward until it became a long river of silver, dancing in the skies as though it was truly a stream of water. Not long later, though, this beautiful scene became nothing more than a nightmare. Shooting out like vicious tendrils, her hair used its newfound fluidity and length to latch onto beasts and humans alike, sucking them dry until nothing remained even as the glow on her hands became fiercer. Gervis of the heavenly dew branch roared. Realizing that Linnet had begun to go all out, he too took action. In fact, they all did. A dense fog of white gold erupted from his body, twinkling with the depth of a shimmering nebula as his body expanded by a size. Jose of the Berserk branch rose his crimson halberd, his once black hair becoming an even deeper shade of magenta as veins popped up across his body. And finally, Berold of the Nourishing Soul branch raised his hands into the air, the crying sharpness of countless swords rising up. The four acted with a tacit understanding. Jose and Gervis would take the vanguard and occupy Ryu in close combat. As for Linnet and Berold, they would build their assault from a distance. With the four working together like this, Ryu's death was set in stone in their minds. They were the apostles of the martial gods. To lose to a human, was that a joke? Retreat! Desai's call shook the skies, spoken in the tongue of the phoenixes. Desai, what is the meaning of this? We will be moving our efforts to the Blossom Plane. The others were right, we don't have a chance at the Pedestal Plane. Get your people, Phalon. What are you talking about? They're so weak. You're the one who made us drag this out. He's weak. I'm talking about those four jumping clowns. Damn it. If it wasn't for his beast form, Phalon would have definitely been blushing at this point. Do you take me for a fool, Phalon? No. Then stop asking so many questions and get ready to retreat. If we don't enter the Blossom Plane now, it will be difficult to do so in the future. We'd have to go by some tedious roundabout method when the door is still open for now. After saying this, Desai ignored everything on the battlefield, his body suddenly lighting up. A violent whirlwind formed around him, soon forming into the swirling patterns of the Dark Phoenix. In those moments, it looked as though he had been encased by cyclones, his heavenly patterns springing to life with an artistic conception that seemed to want to drown the world in death. And then he shot forward. Everything in his path crumbled to dust, a line of dark phoenixes following to his back. Ryu's gaze narrowed, the feeling of Desai's oppressive might feeling very clear to him right now. A grin couldn't help but spread across his face. Interesting. Chapter 793 Annihilation. Ryu chose to directly ignore the dark phoenixes as they blazed a trail toward Shrine Mountain. Instead, he calmly observed Desai's use of his heavenly patterns. They seemed so much more alive and powerful than when Ryu used them. In fact, they almost breathed as though they had a life of their own. Ryu took a mental note of this and turned his head away. He already understood why the dark phoenixes had chosen to retreat. Whether it was the martial gods or the ancestral beasts, they all seemed to have given up on the pedestal plane, and that wasn't a coincidence by any stretch of the imagination. It seemed that even now, he had really underestimated that woman. The martial gods had been preparing for generations, the ancestral beasts for even longer. But, with the way things were going now, it felt like of the three planes, they would each get one while the last would fall into the hands of a young woman who seemed all alone. Much of these matters were still hard for Ryu to wrap his head around. After all, he still couldn't understand the nuances of these choices. He only understood things from a macro perspective. If he was correct, the martial gods would likely end up securing the Shrine Plane. The ancestral beasts would end up with the Blossom Plane. And finally, Serial would end up with the Pedestal Plane. From the very beginning, the ancestral beasts and martial gods must have felt that something was off about the current circumstances of the Pedestal Plane, and as such, they purposely chose to divert their attention elsewhere. There was no doubt that the strongest and most violent contests of strength would be occurring on the Blossom and Shrine Plane. It seems I'll have to make a trip there soon, but first, I'll finish this. Ryu had originally come for the sake of slaughtering martial gods and venting some frustration before he went about accomplishing his duties. But he hadn't expected to stroll into such a big matter. It seems that there was quite the conspiracy occurring right under his nose. Ryu's gaze suddenly shifted toward the martial gods. They had been caught off guard by the sudden retreat of the Dark Phoenixes as well. However, they took this matter as a victory. With less variables to consider and worry about, they would take this victory for themselves. Jose and Gervis blazed a blinding trail toward Ryu, one a streak of crimson and the other one of gold. They weaved and dodged the falling violet petals, realizing that despite how delicate they seemed to be, running into any one of them felt like ramming into a thick steel wall. Berold's array of swords covered their charge, deflecting Ryu's rain of arrows and deflecting the fluttering violet petals to open up a path. When Ryu regained his focus on the battle at hand, the two had already cut the distance between himself and them to just under 100 meters, a distance that was less than negligible to individuals of their caliber and yet just too far away when facing an enemy like Ryu. The pages of the elemental tome flipped, growing a size in the skies until it radiated like it was its own moon. Its cover danced with beautiful embroidery, the pulsing runes of the Emperor Phoenix suddenly springing to life across it in a gorgeous golden red. In that moment, a pillar of golden flames shot into the air, taking the form of a crying phoenix. Many of the dark phoenixes were still charging for the path toward the Blossom Plain and saw this scene with their own eyes, and yet, they still didn't believe it. Ryu's soul soared, changing out of its humanoid form entirely. A radiant phoenix bore down on the battlefield, its cry suppressing all those beneath. With a single flap of its wings, it vanished and reappeared before Jose and Gervis, its speed touching a realm of untold horrors. Two enormous claws reached downward, carrying with it the momentum of a world. Jose and Gervis felt so completely insignificant in that moment. Despite the fact they had all seen it personally, despite the fact they knew that this should have been Ryu's soul and that it should have been vulnerable to attack, their hearts froze over, their instincts screaming at them to run. But it was already too late. Both martial gods roared, a crimson halberd and a fist jetting forward with all the strength they could muster. However, at that moment, the left claw of Ryu's soul construct began to whirl about with violet, blue heavenly pattern-etched petals, forming a tornado of volatile defenses. On the right claw, cyclones of dense black appeared, mirroring Desai's usage of dark, heavenly patterns with a deft skill that made it seem as though Ryu had long since comprehended this ability. Jose's halberd crashed into the whirlwind of violet and blue. The insurmountable wall before him proved to be far too much, his forearms and wrists shattering on impact. Gervis' fist didn't even get a chance to land. In fact, neither did his arm in general. His entire shoulder vanished, leaving a beaten and bloodied figure. The flesh in his wounds tried to quickly repair themselves, but this only lasted for but a moment before his entire body shattered into a bloody rain. Jose's berserk state dimmed, his gaze flickering and his mind swirling with thoughts of running. However, his last sight would be forever tied to that final devastating attack. Ryu's soul phoenix opened its beak, peering right before it. At that moment, a violent swirl of chi shot forward from all directions, bearing down on the black hole-like vortex as though being pulled by the hands of a god. Ryu himself continued to sit on Nemesis' back, unbothered and unmoved. His breathing grew more steady and his wounds rapidly healed with every passing moment. And, when his soul phoenix took a breath, it felt as though the whole world had come to a pause. In the distance, Berold and Linnet froze. The latter had already gathered up a great amount of power and was preparing a large strike of her own. But now, it all felt so insignificant. The cry of Ryu's soul phoenix shook the skies, a swirling beam of gorgeous rainbow colors jetting out with the forceful rotation of divine chaotic annihilation as its foundation. Everything in its path was drowned out. For tens of thousands of kilometers, it was the only thing people could see, a memory that would be forever imprinted onto their souls. Chapter 794 Lunteristed LN Such things again? A large majority of the army was completely wiped out. But the largest blow was most definitely the loss of their 4 leaders, each of whom had died so miserably that there wasn't the slightest shred of their corpses left. Ryu took a breath and released it. This was the first time he had used his soul to actively attack, and it truly felt far better than he had ever thought it could. Without having to worry about the usual vulnerability of the soul, it was like he had a perfect copy of himself. The only unfortunate part was that the cultivation of his soul was still a bit lacking. But there was a good reason for this as well. Because of the talent of Ryu's current soul, his foundation had expanded by hundreds of times, making the basin he had to fill countless-fold more difficult to please. His soul was currently still within the soul birth realm, the equivalent of the immortal ring realm of mental realm cultivators. And yet, it could display such unbridled strength. It seemed that Ryu's soul combat prowess was even a tick above the combat prowess of his actual body. It felt somewhat different to take the form of a beast. Though it was just his soul, Ryu felt as though his entire body was enveloped by the change. He became far more acutely aware that there were simply things the beast form of a body was far more equipped for than a human body could be. This made sense. After all, beasts were far more powerful in their true forms than their humanoid forms, and this went beyond just a level of comfort they had. Their bloodlines were perfectly tailored to be used with exactly those sorts of body constructs. Ryu realized then that maybe he had been too stubborn about not wanting to shift into a bestial form. There was at least a compromise to be found here. He could maintain his human form and techniques with his corporeal body, and then tap into his bloodline legacies with his soul with a beast form. Ultimately, if he completed this transition well, there was no doubt that Ryu's strongest beast companion would actually be none other than himself. Ryu thought of these matters absent-mindedly while he cleared what remained of the battlefield. He didn't have any moral qualms about massacring those that remained. Though he could probably find some decent bodies to turn into corpse puppets here, there really wasn't much of a difference between killing them and doing that anyway. Plus, Ryu found that his strength improved too quickly to nurture normal corpse puppets. The corpse puppet he had formed to replace Esme had already been left far behind by him. He didn't even consider taking it out to battle any longer. It was just a waste of time. Though, there was the bear god corpse he hadn't gotten around to using just yet. Then again, he could probably find an even better bear god somewhere in this wild, raging war. After all, since the ancestral beasts were back now, there were definitely bear gods among them. Ryu was still very much interested in the rune armor of the bear gods. He only had a white rune armor now. He definitely wanted to aim for a gold rune armor. Soon, there was simply no one left. But, unsurprisingly, things weren't over. This wasn't because there were more enemies coming. The Dark Phoenixes had vanished up the immortal path to enter the Blossom Plain, and the martial gods that had remained either followed suit or had been slaughtered by Ryu. No, the reason things weren't over was because Serial finally acted. Or, rather, the contingencies she had left behind finally sprung into action. The region began to glow with an odd light, an enigmatic energy spreading into the air. At first, it was hard to tell exactly where it was coming from, but very quickly, the light concentrated into bright spheres dotted across the landscape. Ryu sat on Nemesis back in the air, watching this scene without a word. But he was inwardly laughing, seemingly already understanding what was about to come. Despite being aware, he didn't seem panicked or hurried, nor did he seem very angry at all. Instead, he continued to watch the play. The only thing he was missing was a snack to enjoy himself with, but he soon took even something like that out. Ryu took a sip of his grandmother's favorite tea, the icicles forming around his body relieving much of his pain in an instant. Despite all the wealth Ryu had, he had still insisted on healing normally for a few reasons. First, he couldn't allow his life to become too easy. Second, there was no need to waste resources on something he could do himself naturally regardless. And lastly, a more recent addition to his list, Serial's words had been very interesting to him. She had said that 99% of the wealth his clans had accumulated would soon be useless. Of course, this wasn't because they would lose their function, but rather because they would become so ubiquitous that they would become valueless. Such words fascinated Ryu. As an origin-grade herbologist, the idea of such rare materials being everywhere left him with a great amount of intrigue. He wondered just what he could accomplish with so many things to experiment on. What could he do when he didn't have to divert so much attention toward resurrecting long-since-extinct species? Oh, what an interesting thought. Am I getting interested in such stuff again? Ryu didn't get much of a chance to continue down this line of thought before a strong spatial fluctuation covered him and his beast companions. He couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed this woman was kicking him out after making use of him. Chapter 795 Lightning God. Snow covered everything for as far as the eyes could see. Large mountain ranges in the distance were beautifully capped with pristine and unblemished snowfall. And the skies continuously supplied more of these precious snowflakes. Ryu had returned to the moon world. Well, at least she was nice enough to help me get to my destination. Ryu wasn't enraged by this despite his usual temper for a myriad of reasons. Firstly, he had already expected it. He might be ignorant of how things were going and what the hidden lore and secrets behind it all was, but he wasn't a fool. Why would Serial want to share these matters with him after all the effort she put in? She definitely had a method of dealing with the phoenixes and martial gods without him. He had just made things more convenient. Secondly, Ryu was planning on leaving anyway. The moon world wasn't a world of benefits that he could ignore. They had already been benefiting from him changing their fate already. And, just from the few seconds he was here, he could sense that they were on the verge of evolving from the small world they were to a large world. Once this happened, the cultivation cap here would increase from the Tao pedestal realm to maybe even the world sea or sky god realm. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. The birth of natural treasures that would follow this evolution would be what everyone wanted to get their hands on. Of course, it had to be understood that this cultivation cap didn't refer to what existences could step foot here. After all, when Ryu came to visit this place with his mother and grandmother, they had already been well beyond the Tao pedestal realm. Rather, the level cap represented the peak of what those who remained in this world could achieve. Simply put, this world didn't have a high enough concentration of high-quality chi to allow breakthroughs beyond this cap. And finally, the third reason Ryu wasn't angry was because he had already formulated a backdoor for himself to return. Serial would be a bit too naive to think she could fool his eyes now. Though this wasn't necessarily her fault, how could she have possibly guessed that Ryu had unsealed all 999? It was practically impossible to unseal just a few hundred, even relying on all sorts of high-class treasures. If not for Ryu stumbling into the truth of mortal chi, he would have eventually run into a bottleneck he couldn't break past. Regardless, Ryu let Serial play her little games. He would be back to claim what was his soon enough. Though something told him that he might not have to go back to run into her again. Ryu still believed that him running into Serial on the moon world was nothing more than a coincidence. In addition, she didn't accomplish anything important in the fake netherworld either. Or, more accurately, that was what he believed. Serial wouldn't do anything for no reason, so that meant that she had come to the moon world for a purpose as well, and maybe he would find out what that purpose was very soon. Ryu blinked, suddenly raising a hand to his eyes. Oh? So you finally noticed? Took you long enough. What am I going to do with you? Ryu laughed. I was a bit distracted and the sensation didn't feel too tangible. I'm still getting used to the feeling of having my eyes completely unsealed. Ryu's eyes were still blazing balls of crackling lightning. From a glance, it didn't even look as though there was anything tangible within. It looked like nothing more than an intangible mass of energy sparking with radiant blue lightning. Only you could ignore this level of talent awakening. What can I say? Your husband is too talented already. Oh? But according to Serial, you aren't worth very much at all. That woman is just feeling a bit inferior. I let her say what she pleases. Elsa released a light laughter. She had wanted to reprimand Ryu for daring to flirt with another woman with two of his wives by his side like this. But he was apparently a bit too slick with his words. She had no idea what she would do with this hooligan. She almost missed the much colder Ryu. Her husband in the past would have probably already charged over to teach that woman a lesson. Suddenly, though, Elsa remembered that this was sort of her fault. It was she who pushed Serial onto Ryu so fervently. However, as soon as this thought appeared, she shook her head. Accountability? Ridiculous. She was his wife, she had the right to be a bit willful from time to time now. This is good, though. Pairing the lightning god talent with the storm talent will make things far more interesting. It was probably triggered to awaken when it saw you doing something so recklessly dangerous. It was a calculated risk. It was reckless. Both Elsa and Yana spoke into Ryu's mind at once, causing him to cough lightly. Okay, let's just test it out. Then, Ryu raised his head to the skies, a sudden rumbling thunder taking place as he activated his storm talent for just a moment. Right then, a thick bolt of blue lightning fell from the skies. However, before it could hit the ground, Ryu's gaze flashed, his hand reaching out and snatching it out of the air. Just like that, a bolt of lightning danced within Ryu's hand in a controlled fashion, obediently beginning to compress itself more and more. This was the lightning god talent. The storm talent allowed one to gather up the rage of the weather, creating a large area of effect attack that could wipe out an entire world. The lightning god talent, though, allowed you to rein that power in, concentrating that wrath into fine and controlled points. The bolt of lightning in Ryu's hand compressed so much that it became nothing more than a silver needle, even hiding much of its original blue color. With a flick of his finger, the silver needle shot out. The screeching of space against metal made one's ears bleed as it shot through the skies. And then, Chapter 796 Lightning God 2. The result, however, seemed completely anticlimactic. It tore into the face of a mountain's wall and completely vanished. For a moment, nothing at all happened. As though a drop into the middle of an ocean, there was hardly even the slightest ripple. But that was only for a moment. With a flick of Ryu's fingers, the needle came to a grinding halt and shot backward. In the blink of an eye, it hovered above his fingers, buzzing with a slight hum. And then, boom, 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 boom. The entire mountain range crumbled from the inside out. Pillars of sparking lightning shot into the skies and out in every which direction, piercing into the earth and eradicating everything for hundreds of miles. Though Ryu sat on Nemesis back thousands of miles away, the result was exaggerated to the point a wall of wind threatened to throw his partner off balance, early flinging himself away as well. Not too bad. Ryu smiled, his white hair dancing in the wind. The lightning god talent was like giving an engine fuel. Combined with the storm talent, the kind of strength it could exude was unlike what most could possibly imagine. Lightning was an unruly element to begin with and could be considered to be one of the only elements on the same level as fire when it came to the power and faith attached to it. Fire was the origin of the human race, while lightning was the punishment of the heavens. The two had an opposing push and pull effect on one another, and each stood on a plane above normal elements. Unsurprisingly, because of the power they wielded, controlling fire and lightning were two greatly difficult tasks. Ryu had always had a simple time with fire, not only because of his talent, but because of the origin flame, the king of flames. And now, he had suddenly gained the ability to do the same with lightning. The lightning god talent allowed free manipulation of the unruly lightning element. Restructuring its shape, size, and density became entirely a matter of those. The storm talent removed the burden of forming and controlling lightning from the body. This allowed not only a much larger vessel, but it eliminated much of the potential harm that came with it. One only needs to look at how much Lionel had struggled with Tribulation 9 Clouds to know how dangerous it was to practice lightning-type techniques. But the storm talent took all of that trouble away. Still, the storm talent had its downfalls. It was hard to control, it wasn't very precise, and in a one-on-one battle, its usage was greatly limited. In fact, even when facing numerous opponents, unless they crossed a certain threshold of numbers, it still wasn't worth it. However, the lightning god talent changed all of that. Not only would Ryu be able to dodge the burden of cultivating lightning techniques himself, he would be able to use the tribulation lightning of the heavens, and on top of all of that, he would now be able to manipulate and control it on a whim. Streaks of lightning continuously fell from the skies as Ryu took control of them as he pleased. He formed numerous needles, fused them into a javelin, unfused them, manipulated their form into a sword, then a spear, then a great sword staff. The things he could do felt endless, but what was even more shocking was the strength of them alone. Each needle Ryu formed rivaled the strength of a mystical grade technique and could kill almost any Dao pedestal realm expert in a single stroke. And yet, the burden was next to nothing. The lightning came from the skies and the manipulation was as easy as breathing. Quite literally felt as though there was no burden on Ryu at all to display such strength. And this power would only grow as Ryu's inheritance also grew in strength. This was only the tip of the iceberg when it came to the lightning god talent as well. While manipulation of lightning was a core of its ability, it could be said that its strongest potential wasn't in this but was rather in nurturing your own special lightning. There were heavenly winds, an origin grade flame, special water cheese, rare earth cheese, so on and so forth. However, lightning didn't have a special categorization like this. Though it had different sorts of cheese, these could all only be considered low-level. As far as Ryu was concerned, there were only two divisions of lightning, regular lightning and tribulation lightning. With the storm talent, Ryu was able to cross that barrier, manipulating tribulation lightning to his whims and doing what most humans could never hope or dream to do. However, that was ultimately the strength of the heavens. If there came a place where Ryu's storm talent couldn't work or his connection with these heavens was cut off, what would he do? That seemed like a ridiculous thought to Ryu just a few years ago. But now, as he learned more and more about the calamity about to befall this world, he realized that this might not be so much of a dream as it was an inevitable reality. Ultimately, Ryu knew that if he wasn't to bring his dividing heaven Tao to the pinnacle of existence, he would have to learn a perfect balance of relying on himself and exploring the secrets of the heavens. Regardless of whether this worry would come to pass or now, he knew he would have to take this road regardless. The trouble was that forming your own special lightning source was difficult and very complex. Even if he succeeded, it could very well be far weaker than tribulation lightning and ultimately not worth using. It seemed he would have to take his time with this matter as well. Yet another headache to consider. Chapter 797 Kills Faster. For one, he had awakened his dragon soul, evolving it from dragon's might, and yet he hadn't really considered anything about it since then. Of course, when he had awakened it, he had been extremely pissed off as Yana was just a measure away from dying before him, so it made sense. But he couldn't very well continue to ignore it. The feeling of using a dragon soul was very special. The same way Ryu felt that his soul was so much more powerful when it entered its beast form, the beast cloak that enveloped Ryu when he used his dragon soul felt much the same way. In fact, if Ryu thought about it, Dragon Soul was a lot like the lightning god talent of the Qilin. Dragon Soul made Ryu feel as though all the skills of the dragon were right at his fingertips. His rage went a long way towards strengthening his rage flames, the power output of his body felt like it practically doubled, and even doing things like using Dragon Claw and Dragon Breath became several multiples easier. Ryu used to burn his throat through using Dragon Breath, and though that sensation wasn't much different when he used Dragon Soul, that was also because his Dragon Breath became so much stronger at the same time. In the same way, the Lightning God talent was able to maximize the abilities Ryu's Lightning Qilin bloodline inherently gave him as well, especially when it came to manipulating lightning. Now that Ryu thought about it, his Lightning God talent had probably been provoked into awakening. He had originally thought that it was because he forced his Storm talent to try and do something only the Lightning God talent could do. But now he felt it was likely a combination of the two. His Qilin and Dragon bloodlines had always been in a heated competition with one another. When he awakened his Lightning Spirit body, his Fire Spirit body followed not long afterward. And now it seemed like the vice versa was occurring. Ryu only smiled at this, though. This was perfect for him. This way, one bloodline would never fall too far behind the other. What was more interesting to Ryu at this point, though, was his dividing heaven Tao. He felt such an almost intangible strength constantly hanging around him now, as though he could see the future with striking clarity. The muddiness of his mind had disappeared and a purposeful beauty painted the coming path he had to walk. Ryu actually hadn't used a common tongue to name his Tao. Instead, he chose the original language of the humans, often known as the origin language. Though it had a fanciful name, it wasn't actually very special or enigmatic. In fact, many would rightfully proclaim it to be quite crude and unsophisticated. There weren't many words to use. Describing things often relied on the same bland and benign mixture of syllables, and things were quickly lost in translation without proper context. But all of these reasons were precisely why Ryu loved the first language so much. In this language, the word heavens was probably the only one with just a single, defined meaning. There was no questioning what it meant. It referred to the intangible overseer, the rule-maker, the unbiased judge of all that was and all that would be. This was what the heavens meant. Even back then, the awareness their ancestors had for such things was palpable and laced all throughout their culture, as it should be. The word dividing, though, it represented a great many things. The first layer of explanation spoke for itself. To divide was to separate, to pull or push apart, to split. However, the second layer was far more fascinating. It began to touch upon concepts of parsing and teasing apart. When you reached these secondary layer of definitions, the word no longer just meant to divide. It implied a certain understanding of what you were dividing, an in-depth comprehension and a certain organization of what you were piercing apart. To parse required one to analyze. It was a deeper sort of requirement, a deeper sort of burden. Ryu was splitting the heavens, he wasn't fighting it or sundering it in two. No, he was coming to understand it, breaking it down into its pieces, its nuances, and parsing them apart with a hand that transcended it all. A rumble shot through the skies, the moon world trembling as Ryu meditated upon the meaning of his own Tao. His presence alone seemed to have transcended the limitations of this world by a measurement impossible to label. It was akin to comparing two subjects of vastly different intrinsic value. What was maybe the most fascinating about Ryu's Tao, though, was in the two individual Taos that made it up, each powerful to an extreme, more than enough for Supreme Blacksmith Windhorn to feel as though she had rarely seen something that could match just a single one of them. Dividing karma and dividing tribulation. Ryu felt like the two fit together almost too well and built within it a fundamental understanding of the overarching umbrella that was the heavens. What was life if not karma and a series of tribulations relating to it? How could a simple two words possibly describe the heavens more than karma and tribulation? When Ryu gazed upon the foundation of his Tao, an odd pride welled up in his heart that he hadn't experienced before. He had always been arrogant, but this pride felt different. It was almost like he was watching his child be born and grow before his eyes. In one arm, he would wield the power of karma, controlling fate and gazing upon the lines of faith. In another arm, he would wield the strength of tribulation, doling out judgment and casting his will as the final arbitrator of the heavens. One would divide karma, the other would divide tribulation. Together, they would divide heaven. This one kills, but this one, kill faster. Chapter 798 at a loss. But, even compared to most others, the happiness Ryu felt right at this moment was beyond. There wasn't even the slightest shade of doubt in Ryu's heart. None of the shaky confidence one might feel upon taking a road no one else had before. Instead, his back was straight. His smile was broad and his heart beat at a steady rhythm. He could feel it. This Tao, though still in its infancy, could take him to the peak. That glass ceiling, he could no longer sense it. Of course, there was always the chance that he had just pushed the glass ceiling up to a level he just couldn't see at his current level. But, with the confidence gained by having broken it once, Ryu would never hesitate to claim that he could break it again. In fact, not only would he break it, but he would shatter it to pieces, ripping it apart for daring to stand in his way. When Ryu reached this point in his thoughts, a light silvery glow enveloped his body. It vanished not long afterward and was hardly perceptible, even to the point that Ryu himself missed it. However, there was one person who hadn't. Elsa. Elsa watched on as Ryu meditated, falling deep within her own thoughts. She had, of course, built her own Tao long ago. Ryu had never probed to find out what it was, but she was fairly confident in herself as well. However, in recent times she had felt it wavering. Elsa knew that this was an enormous deal and something she couldn't ignore, but there truly wasn't much she could do about it. That feeling just now, it was so similar to little Ryu's fist technique. But what is it? This was where all the doubt stemmed from. Elsa's confidence was built upon her nurturing. She took pride in her abilities as a cultist fairy and had chosen to build her Tao upon it. Unlike Ryu, though, she had yet to choose a name for her own. To do so early was something rarely done. In fact, it could be said that the fact Ryu had decided on a name already was almost more impressive than the strength of his Tao itself. The picking of a name denoted supreme confidence, a confidence that couldn't be faked, and a confidence that Elsa didn't quite have just yet, and it seemed that she was right to have these doubts. She had built everything she knew based on the cultivation system she had known all her life, but what if what she had come to know was flawed and incomplete? In fact, she was almost certain that it was. Elsa had already broken through to the cosmic seed realm. Her cultivation after being suppressed for so long was just as fast as advertised. But she had come to a grinding halt here. The formation of one's cosmic seeds was maybe the final chance you would have at shifting the focus of your Tao. Though there were other methods Elsa could think of, none were as perfect. All of these other methods would likely leave behind flaws. In the past, maybe Elsa wouldn't have cared much about this. But, the deeper in love she fell with Ryu, the more she came to understand that she couldn't allow herself to be normal. The truth of the matter was that Elsa was a prideful person all to her own. She was the perfect match to Ryu. How could she not be? Across all of time and existence, these two were the ones brought together, the two of them were meant to be together. Ironically, though, Elsa felt that a lot of her sharp edges were being dulled. Her entire world revolved around Ryu, and she loved it that way, but it also made her complacent and not as hungry as she had once been. What were her original goals? Wasn't it to prove her brother right? To deviate from the path of the fairies and forge a better future for them? She remembered in her youth how dissatisfied she was with the idea that the Fae were their superiors. The Elsa she knew would have treated Serial as a rival to surpass and crush, and yet her love for Ryu had dulled those instincts to the point she even invited her with open arms into their family. Maybe Elsa wouldn't even care to worry about these things if she was still as useful to Ryu as she hoped to always be. But it seemed that more and more frequently, her life partner was making breakthroughs without her. Even something as important as his Tao, something that she should have been the one to help him with, was formed all by himself. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened either. Ryu's breakthrough while fighting the heavens, their sudden discovery of the importance of mortal chi, even back to when Ryu found his realm heart. Each and every one of those events was far more pivotal to Ryu's current strength than anything she had ever done. And most of these were things she had no idea or clue about. She wanted to build her Tao on nurturing, but she was so ignorant of so many things. How could she possibly still have the face to say such a thing? Elsa sighed to herself. The only time she dared to have such thoughts was when Ryu had lost himself in meditation. She didn't want to weigh him down with her burdens. He had enough on his mind and plate already. But she was at a loss and didn't quite understand what to do. What should she do? Chapter 799, What's Wrong? Whether it was the odd fist inheritance or now this weird silver glow, she couldn't quite understand what was going on. It was as though Ryu's cultivation was constantly paving new roads. But they were roads Elsa simply didn't have the expertise to help him down. Even setting aside those two anomalies, just considering Ryu's Tao alone, Elsa found herself at a loss. It was by far the most complex and powerful Tao she had ever laid her eyes upon, and she had spent much of the first portion of her life doing nothing more than reading endless records about the most powerful existences to ever grace their world. On the one hand, she was endlessly proud of her life partner and husband, but, on the other hand, it made her feel inadequate and lost. The mysteries of heaven and earth pupils had always been in existence the cultist fairies called their bane. When Ryu had activated his first instinct, she had told him as much. But now, Ryu wasn't only set on a path to reach the pinnacle of what these pupils had to offer, but he had already laid the foundation to surpass it in all aspects in the future. Elsa herself was still stuck in the mindset that her husband's eyes were the greatest treasure ever bestowed by the heavens, and yet Ryu had already seen its greatest weakness and thought of a method to break past it. The difference was palpable. Elsa had many things she could blame this on, the worst of them probably being her clan. Despite how free-spirited she was and how much she had pushed against the grain, it was inevitable that the thoughts of her father and their clan would wear her down, whittling much of her individual thought away until all that remained was a poor recreation of what she thought was defiance. Her husband was true defiance. Even when he had lost himself in a murky darkness, hating the world for all that it was and wasn't, the one thing he had never lost was his will to fight. Maybe it was inevitable that a nurturer would lack a sharp edge. Maybe it made little to no sense for her to have an edge to her at all. But she wanted one. How could she have one, though? She couldn't remember the last time she fought anyone. Maybe she was being a bit too selfish. It didn't even make much sense. What she didn't understand were things that should be studied. Why would fighting help her? Elsa's mind was still undergoing a whirlwind of emotions when Ryu finally opened his eyes. But right then, it was as though nothing had ever been wrong, her smile becoming just as bright as it always was. Ryu shifted his neck from side to side, a relief-filled cracking filling his body. He felt like he was untouchable at that moment, free and unfettered. With a thought, he brought Elsa and Yana out from the incubator. There was no need for them to stay in there constantly. HM? What's wrong? Ryu's gaze narrowed as he looked toward Elsa. He looked her up and down. Despite the bright smile on her face, his eyes saw something completely different. The state his pupils were in right now didn't feel much different than they had in the past. The process toward transcending past the limits of the greatest eyes in existence would be a long and grueling one. It would be no more than a joke if Ryu had had a large breakthrough in that fashion. However, the original state of Ryu's completely unsealed pupils were more than enough to expose some things. And, with Ryu's Tao now completed, it was an even more impossible task. Ryu could see the murkiness of the chi surrounding Ailsa. Even if he hadn't wanted to see it, he would have still picked up on it. With his Tao, Ryu could piece apart a person's karma and look into its flow. There was clearly something wrong with Ailsa's own. It was filled with hesitancy, self-doubt, and worry. Even back when Ryu's Tao was still incomplete, if Ailsa was for some reason his enemy, she would currently be maybe the easiest target he had ever seen to target. It looked almost as though she only needed a few pokes to completely collapse. Ailsa's expression flickered when she heard Ryu's question, and her bright smile waned when she saw through his thoughts. It suddenly became very obvious that she couldn't hide such things away from Ryu any longer. Ryu wanted to say something else, but his gaze suddenly shifted toward the distance. With all the commotion he had caused earlier, it was a wonder that it had taken so long for someone to come and see what was happening. But, when Ryu laid eyes on these individuals, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. It was a pack of griffins, majestic and pure, completely unlike the impure monstrosities depicted in some folklore. Their snouts somewhat resembled beaks, but they were covered in soft layers of fur. Their foreheads were adorned by gorgeous gems, and their feathers were a wise array of shades between vibrant gold and gorgeous browns. They didn't have the claws of eagles but rather had soft and pliable paws hiding sharp claws within. Their heads were adorned by tall crowns of colorful feathers, making each one of them look like a king and queen of their own space and world. But what was the most damning were their pupils. An oppressive aura bore down from a simple glance. Even those of their race who hadn't awakened their own carried some of its characteristics, the characteristics of the world pupils, the only pair that could be said to somewhat rival Ryu's own. However, it was thanks to his own eyes that Ryu realized that these griffins hadn't come because of the commotion. Instead, their eyes were completely focused on little Gem, who was taking an adorable nap near Ryu's chest. Her little tongue licking forward from time to time, only for her little paws to wipe at her snout. Ryu's gaze turned cold. Chapter 800 Number 2. In truth, Ryu didn't know what the purpose of the griffins were for coming here. However, he didn't think it was a coincidence at all. The place he was in now was completely uninhabited and was no less barren than the original land he had come across the first time he came to the moon world in this life. There was no way they would come here without a purpose. When Ryu first came across little Gem, it was in a place just like this one. The little one was just about to be born, but judging by the situation she was in at birth, the chance that she would have survived was close to nil. Ironically, Ryu had almost died back then due to his run-in with Zulfikar, a young man he had yet to properly settle his debts with. But that was once again because the momentum of little Gem's birth had caused such a great commotion. A far greater commotion than Ryu's lightning needle could have possibly hoped to measure up against. It was clear and obvious why they were here. Little Gem shifted within Ryu's robes, her little body shivering uncontrollably. She seemed to want to get closer and closer to Ryu, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't seem to do so. She was already as close as she could get, but she wasn't satisfied with just this much in the slightest. She released little whimpering sounds that could break the heart. Ryu's cold gaze gave way to a softened expression, his hand stroking the little one's head. It seemed that little Gem was only able to calm down somewhat after feeling Ryu scratching the back of her fluffy eats and feather crown. Ryu could remember quite well how he felt when he found little Gem. The little griffin reminded him a lot of himself, cursed from birth, forever unable to grasp at power that should have been rightfully hers. From the moment they found her, Ryu and Ailsa had both agreed that if there was something in this world that had talent that could rival or surpass Ryu, that something would most definitely be someone in little Gem. However, this wasn't what Ryu felt connected the two. That sort of helpless feeling when talent that was yours couldn't be used, that hatred you would feel for the world, that insignificance. It was almost better if you hadn't been born with such talent at all. At least then you could be normal, at least then you could blend in with everyone else and escape the scrutiny. Of course, Ryu wasn't one to accept that sort of mediocrity. The way he looked at it, if he was going to be sealed away because he was too talented, give him weak talent so that he could climb to the top anyway. Give him something he could do, something he could work with, some way that he could place one step forward at a time. Even as a baby in her egg, Ryu could feel these emotions coming from Little Gem. They weren't so complex or thought out, but he could feel the resentment, the unwillingness, the feeling of abandonment. The griffin was one of the very few ancestral beasts who didn't have live births. But, with that came the ability for their elders to measure their talent precisely long before they hatched. Those that were worthy gained a great amount of resources to facilitate their birth, and those that were unworthy were left alone, thrust to separate worlds without first receiving the support of the clan. It was clear and obvious which received the best benefits and which did not. As a cursed beast, Little Gem didn't receive the support she should have as a hatchling, making her already frail constitution all the more frail. If she had really landed in Zulfikar's hands instead of Ryu's, it was likely that the little one would have died within a few weeks to months of her birth. And yet now, the griffins were looking for her? Bang! The horde of griffins came to a grinding halt, a wall of wind threatening to send Yana, Ailsa and Nemesis flying off into the distance. However, it was precisely then that Ryu's gaze flickered, a stifling pressure snuffing out the wind as though it wouldn't dare to move without Ryu's say-so. 3 of them stood loftily in the air, looking down. Ailsa and Yana took the opportunity to come to Ryu's side, their expressions both frowning and serious. They were no less fond of Little Gem than Ryu was, and this was especially so for Ailsa, who had practically spent every minute of every day nurturing the little one. The lead griffin's gaze narrowed before its expression turned to one of surprise. As expected, there was a fluctuation here, and this change wasn't a small one in the slightest. Si Lang. Return. The name carried momentum and weight. Ryu didn't miss it when Little Gem's forehead gem glowed beneath the call. It seemed that the little one had already been given a name before she was shipped off to this place. But that would make sense. Even if the Griffin clan didn't want to invest in Little Gem, in the small chance that she found a way to break the curse, they would most definitely not miss the chance to have such a genius by their side. Little Gem was already close, just a measure away from the second order. Once she reached that step, there would be a large watershed that would allow her to improve like a flooding tide of water. And there was no doubt that these griffins sensed that. Ryu smiled lightly, pulling Little Gem out from his robes and holding her up. "Are you Cielon?" Little Gem's adorable large white eyes blinked with one part apprehension and fear, and another part anxiety. She had thought that Ryu was going to give her away, so she had hardly registered the words at all. But, when they did finally settle in, the little griffin furiously shook her head so hard that Ryu was worried she might twist it off. Ryu's smile grew a measure brighter. "Are you Little Gem?" "Mie, Mie." Little Gem's little wings flapped as hard as they could as she nodded. Even her tail began to wag. When she ran out of ways to show her enthusiasm, even her paws began to wave around frantically. Ryu laughed, bringing the little one into his embrace. "Well, you heard her. Why haven't you scrammed yet?" The lead griffin's gaze only narrowed further. This human had actually understood their language easy enough to communicate using it with such ease. To make matters worse, this might as well have been a slap to their face. "Human, I plan to leave you be as you've a certain bond with our princess. But it seems that you don't appreciate kindness. AI. It's like I have princesses all around me. Am I really just so lucky? First my wives, now even Little Gem. I almost feel bad for ever having hated the heavens." Yana blushed profusely at this sort of praise. Since when was she a princess? But then she remembered that Ailsa and Elena were so in the literal sense. Still, she could feel Ryu's intention through their soul connection and knew that he included her as well. Yana might not have seen herself as a princess, but as the adopted daughter of the Tatsuya, what was she if not one? The griffin's temper threatened to flare when he heard Ryu's words. Not only had he given their princess such a ridiculous and demeaning name, he was now comparing her to one of his wives? Since when could human scum compare to the royalty of the greatest of the ancestral beasts? Ryu handed Little Gem to Ailsa, gazing toward her. "You need to trust me more. I don't like making the same mistake twice." Ailsa shuddered slightly when she heard this, but the warmth in Ryu's gaze and the smile on his face spoke volumes. My princesses can all stay here and look pretty. This prince of yours wants to stretch his limbs out a bit. Nye. Yes, Nemesis. You count as one of my princesses too until the day you can beat me. Ryu's uproarious laughter shook the skies as Nemesis neighed in dissatisfaction. In a single step, Ryu stood a mere 10 meters from the snout of the leading griffin, a distance that might as well have been a hair's breadth considering its sheer size. A wide grin spread across Ryu's face, his arms raising into the air as rolling clouds of thunder began to form. How about I show you today why your eyes will always be number 2? Chapter 801 Red Skies 2. But the moment Ryu spoke, the moment he had decided on something, it was as though the world itself had shifted, as though the heavens themselves had decided to back his choices and act as a witness to his actions. The skies rumbled. The earth quaked. The air solidified and chi surged. Ryu's hair fluttered, his silver eyes brightening until they vanished into orbs of sparking lightning. With a flip of his palm, a bow appeared, a bolt of blue falling from the skies and landing upon the palm of his hand as his fingers pulled back. It concentrated into a beam under Ryu's control, the volatile chi becoming as obedient as a child under his whims. I've heard so much about you ancestral beasts. Could be said that I spent an entire lifetime researching and learning about you all. But I have to say that you all have given me nothing but disappointment. Show me why it is that you were chosen as the warriors of heaven. Bruley felt a spark light within his heart, the gem that took the center of his forehead sparking. A human brat of the mere path extinction realm was actually challenging him, a beast of the 9th order. Bruley's neck proudly raised into the skies, flexing and arching his head forward. He looked as though he carried the deified air of an emperor, pulsing lights beginning to radiate off of his body as his wings spread. Come die, human. The other 2 griffins shot backward, a wall of pressure sending them spiraling away. They realized in that moment that Bruley had been provoked. Let alone them participating to help, even just the slightest intention on their part to do so may very well result in him turning his fury toward them. Ryu grinned, his body vanishing in the very same instant that Bruley struck forward. Bang! A ripple of wind and shards of space spread out in all directions as arrow and paw met. Bruley slapped downward, the pressure of his strike causing a tsunami of snow and land to rise beneath them. Ryu's fingers plucked at the air, forming a second and third volley of arrows, each more powerful than the last. A roar left Bruley, concentric circles of rippling air and concentrated shockwaves knocking them out of the sky. Distance. Bruley spoke out a simple word in an obscure and ancient language just as Ryu shot out a 4th volley. In that moment, it looked as though Ryu's arrows had been frozen in midair, unable to move. However, what was most shocking was that Ryu could tell that this wasn't what had happened. The truth was that the distance between himself and Bruley had suddenly been multiplied several hundredfold, making a distance that was now barely a kilometer countless times that. The shimmer of Bruley's gem became more like a bright beacon of light, his irises blossoming with a reflection that contained the depths of the stars. The grin on Ryu's face only became wider. He liked this, less of a waste of time. Bruley brought out the true power of his griffin race almost immediately. Not every member of the griffin clan would awaken the world pupils. However, so long as your bloodline concentration met a certain standard, you would have some of the more basic abilities of them without fail. There was no doubt that Bruley met this standard. In fact, he was likely among those closest to reflecting the true abilities of the number 2 ranked heavenly pupils without having actually awakened them. Ryu could feel his blood boiling, his pupils pulsing as though they were being instigated by something. It had been too long since the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils had appeared in the world. Then, when they did finally appear, their wielder was a cripple who was forced to commit suicide and vanished for another several 100 million years. It could be said that as a result of this, the number 1 position had never been so vulnerable, and maybe now that Ryu's pupils had been fully unsealed, he was more keenly aware of this than he ever had been before. Ryu had realized that he liked this feeling of pushback, that feeling of uncertainty and doubt. It fueled him in a way that few others things could. To be threatened by number 2 like this, even to the point of warning me to go all out. Ryu almost wanted to throw his head back and laugh. Were these really the pupils that he had placed so much pride in? He was Ryu Tatsuya, but he was actually so arrogant because of a talent so many others in history had already been born with. He almost felt embarrassed for his past self. Those that I, Ryu Tatsuya, have passed, shouldn't dream of ever catching up. Enjoy the view of this back of mine that will one day carry the weight of all of existence. If it was a battle of heavenly pupils this griffin wanted, it was a battle of heavenly pupils that Ryu would give him. Lines of fate. The world disappeared into an assortment of colored karmic strings. It felt in that moment that everything was in the palm of Ryu's hands, that there was nothing that could hide from him, nothing that he could see through. But this was exactly why Broly felt so antagonized. While the truth pupils seemed similar to the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, there was only one true life and death rival of Ryu's heavenly pupils. The mysteries of heaven and earth pupils and the sovereign dominion world pupils. These were two behemoths constantly vying for supremacy upon the mountain peak that was the martial world. The former saw through all things and read the world as it was. There was nothing that could be hidden or distorted beneath its gaze, nothing that couldn't be stripped down to its barest bones and reconstructed beneath its will. However, the latter, it molded the world as it saw fit. It brought things into being, gave things without form. It could turn the skies from blue to red, and dye blood black or gold depending on its whim. Could make life death and death life. As for which was truly better than the other, Ryu would say that second place had no right to speak, and the Griffins would say that they had spent countless eras in seclusion, hidden away from the world. Who was truly number one seemed to be a matter of opinion. However, Ryu vanished, appearing above Broly's head. He vanished through the flaw in the Griffin's created distance, slicing through his world construct as though a hot knife through butter. Broly accelerated backward, but it was at that moment that an arc of lightning fell from the rumbling skies, intercepting his path. Death acupoint. Ryu had been using his lightning god talent to concentrate the lightning his storm talent produced, holding it back and making it seem as though the first strike was nothing more than a coincidence. He could read the movements of Broly as though he was reading a book beneath the prowess of lines of fate. Layering this atop of death acupoint was like painting his enemy into a trap they had no choice but to step into. Broly felt the scent of death overwhelming him. He made a sharp change in direction, halting his backward progress. But that choice left him with a perfect no-man's land for Ryu to exploit. The fiendish grin on Ryu's face didn't fade for even the slightest moment. Dragon Soul. A flourishing coat of illusory red scales coated Ryu's arm, expanding it to 10 times its usual size as he rose it into the air. The momentum of its formation alone caused space to bend and whine, as though the arm of a dragon was truly manifesting into reality, the kind of arm that could sunder a world on its whim. Dragon Claw. At that instant, the skies rumbled, 5 arcs of lightning striking downward at the same time as the downward swing of Ryu's claw. They perfectly fused with Ryu's 5 claws, following their path as they tore the world in 6. Ryu's claw descended upon Broly's head. By the time claw met Griffin, the former had expanded to hundreds of times, rivaling the enormous size of the creature it targeted. Bang! The sound of bone and flesh being torn apart followed by the collapse of the earth below sung within the heart. Ryu stood in the skies, the mangled corpse of a griffin beneath his feet. The clouds above rumbled, the earth below surged like tides, and he stood in the middle of it all as the only stabilizing force. He roared into the skies, the mighty fury of a red dragon painting the dome of the world crimson. If he wanted to turn the sky red, he could do it too. Chapter 802 Gem. He didn't even particularly care that he had killed such a talented ancestral beast in just a few moves. The weight of the achievement itself was practically meaningless. It was rather the deeper underbelly that rocked his soul and filled him with an overwhelming pride. The other 2 griffins who had been blown away by their first exchange stood in their own locations, seemingly frozen in time. They couldn't even seem to wrap their heads around what they had seen. The only rivals the ancestral beasts had ever had in their history were the Fae. Every other race had always been far beneath their notice, and, quite frankly, The only reason they gave the martial gods the time of day was because they could tell that there was something different about them. However, it was clear and obvious to them that Ryu was a normal human. In fact, he was not just a normal human, but his cultivation was an entire order beneath that of their leader. It just didn't make any sense to them. Even they were able to fight humans and even martial gods far above them in terms of cultivation. This was the first time they had come across someone who could do the same to them in reverse. Without another moment of hesitation, the griffins turned and ran. They didn't want to have to stay in this place for even a single moment longer. No matter what, they had to report this. Ryu's head lowered from gazing up at the skies, locking onto the fleeing griffins. But, in the end, he couldn't be bothered to care. Since they could find Little Gem once, they could do it again and again. It was likely that so long as Ryu was in a world with a griffin, they would be able to find their traces. Well, unless Ryu left the little one in the incubator all the time. But Ryu wasn't the type to change the course of his actions for the benefit of others, and definitely not in fear of others. If they wanted to come, they could come. He would dice them apart to pieces just like he had with the one beneath his feet now. It was only after vanishing thousands of kilometers over the horizon and realizing that Ryu hadn't followed them that the two griffins relaxed. But it was also in their relaxed states that they were able to think back to the battle and realized what had happened in those final moments. When it clicked, it felt like their minds were turning too much, their hearts skipping several beats. Dragon Claw, Lightning God, Storm Talent, all appearing in one humans. No, that wasn't the worst part. They had definitely sensed that aura, the aura of their most bitter rival. It wasn't necessarily true that they had never taken any race outside of the Fae seriously. Or, more accurately, there was another group of individuals they had no choice but to take seriously, as many of the greatest losses their people had experienced had been at the hands of those people. The difference was that these individuals weren't tied down by a particular clan, bloodline, race, or species. They appeared at random intervals. Sometimes they were beasts, sometimes they were humans, sometimes fairies or treefolk, sometimes demons or devils. However, the one constant was that they would always be obscenely powerful. An unfettered monstrosity that did as they pleased and wreaked destruction and havoc wherever they set foot. The wielder of the mysteries of heaven and earth Pupils. The two griffins looked toward one another, the shock and fear on their faces evident as they continued to shoot off into the distance. In those moments, it was as though a fire had been lit on their tails as they blazed a trail, flying faster than they ever had before. This information they had to tell someone powerful enough to stop the carnage. Ryu descended from the skies, landing by the corpse of the enormous griffin. By this point in their cultivation, griffins were already easily hundreds of meters in length and size. Likewise, their gems were enormous, taking up a large segment of their foreheads. The gems of griffins were precious treasures in their own right. In fact, even the griffin clan themselves believed this. When a griffin died, especially if they were extremely talented, the gem would be harvested for future use. It was a lot like what Ryu's Tatsuya clan had done with their bloodlines. Of the ancestral beasts, the griffins were the symbolism of order. In this way, they aligned much more with the Qilins than they did the dragons. At the same time, this sort of dominion made them among the strongest of even the ancestral beasts, and for good reason at that. This order is where their world pupils formed and where their strength came from. They gave structure to the world, and as such, they were granted the privilege to mold it into their image. The most powerful of the griffins could bend and warp reality as they saw fit, changing the fundamental laws that govern the surroundings. Something like making a distance of 1 kilometer equivalent to the distance of thousands of kilometers like Brulé had done was nothing more than child's play. Their domains could make Lucard's spatial domain look like nothing more than a joke. Ryu reached out a hand, touching the enormous 5-meter-tall gem. Even though he had gone right for the head and split most of Brulé's face into pieces, the gem was still completely unscathed. In fact, Ryu had felt his middle claw shatter in that final attack. This gem could actually be greatly useful. If refined properly, they would be the dream of any formation master. Chapter 803 Gemstone. The simplest ability of the gemstone was its spiritual sense. Others had to awaken their own, but the griffins had spiritual sense from birth. This was the earliest example of their influence on the world around them. At its core, spiritual sense was just spiritual qi interacting with the world, blanketing it and studying it. This process could then relay an image back to the host of the qi. Griffins were able to exude this sort of pressure to interact with the world from birth, allowing them to see with far more than just their eyes. It was also this special spiritual sense of theirs that allowed them to understand the order of the world in a way many couldn't even hope to. In this way, their gemstone was a lot like Ryu's mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. It was no wonder they thought themselves to be superior. They felt that not only did they have the ability to comprehend the world in a much deeper way that Ryu could, they also had the ability to manipulate it to their whims once they reached a certain level of skill. Maybe in the past, Ryu would have been stubbornly stuck in his ways. But, after seeing through the true weakness of his pupils, he was more open to seeing things from the perspective of others. Plus, what better way was there to find a path of improving his pupils into the future if not by comprehending the paths other similar pupils have taken? It's quite interesting. If you think about it, most heavenly pupils seem to share some characteristics with the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils in one way or another, it's just that they're restricted by some laws. Even if you take the fire pupils as an example, they might not be able to see through the mysteries of all things, but by design, they're meant to be capable of seeing through the mysteries of fire itself. In that way, it shares a portion of my abilities. And, if you take a step further, though those born with my pupils tend to make it further in cultivation, there's likely a much weaker glass ceiling for those who wield the fire pupils as well. If they ever made it to the level where they could wield the ability of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils in full, they would have had to forge such an ability for themselves so they wouldn't be faced with the same bottleneck I would be. Ryu thought these things, but none of it brought him to a sudden breakthrough. It was a simple deduction and a mere single brick laid upon the foundation that would rise countless years into the future. But Ryu still smiled when he thought about it. After a moment, Ryu turned his attention back to the gemstone. Each one was unique in its color and often swirled with a mix like a beautiful nebula. The pressure it exuded was quite strong. It almost felt coming near. It was like crossing a barrier over into a new world entirely. It could be said that formations were the attempt of lesser species to follow in the steps of griffins. Formation masters learned from the natural runes of the world and eventually formed amalgamations of them that could execute all sorts of fantastical things. But, ultimately, formation masters were just taking a longer route to accomplishing things that griffins could do with a single thought. If Ryu wanted to form a world of ice pillars, he would think of formations like the 9 purgatories of hell, or rising phoenix, setting sun, or abyssal flame rising. Of course, each one of these formations was of the ancestral grade and examples of protective and offensive formations he had run into during his ruin hunting days. Each and every one was powerful to an extreme, and if not handled properly, could incinerate not only you to ash, but everything within an entire world. Just setting up these formations required not only the expertise of a Grand Master, it required skill beyond imagination, and, most importantly, resources of ridiculous proportion. An ancestral grade formation required ingredients not weaker than this, and in a large amount at that. It could be said that most of the reason Ryu had never really used Morver's formation eye visualization was because though it didn't require ingredients or resources to deploy, the resulting formation suffered as a direct cause of this. Ryu knew the ins and outs of countless formations, though he had never drawn any personally. Still, it could be said that as long as he wanted to learn how to, it would take him a fraction of the effort of anyone else. It was just never worth the time. But with this, I can threaten some real powerhouses if I do this correctly. Ryu's gaze flickered. He wasn't under the illusion that he would be able to keep improving at this speed constantly. But there was a shortcut right in front of him. His own personal strength was still the most important, but this war wouldn't wait for him to slowly improve. The trouble was that Ryu wasn't sure if he had the skill to do it, even if he felt it was feasible with his knowledge. Would he have to ask one of the supreme blacksmiths for help again? Returning there might be a big issue, though. Ryu's thoughts danced back and forth. But the more he thought about it, the more he wanted to do it. With the gemstone of a powerful griffin, he would essentially have a replace-all measure for every resource one might need to form a formation. If he combined this with the formation eye visualization, he would be able to deploy any and all formations without suffering even the slightest drop in their performance. In his mind, Ryu even had countless formations that could entrap even sky gods. Let alone entrap them, he knew formations that could outright kill true sky gods, let alone false and fragmented ones. The trouble would be that Ryu would need either a 12th Order Griffin's gemstone to accomplish that feat, not to mention a much deeper comprehension of the formation I visualization than he had now. Or, he would need the gemstone of a griffin who had truly awakened the world pupils. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Chapter 804 third and final. As far as he was concerned, the one that needed to be punished was Supreme Blacksmith Arcus. But this was, at most, a slight inconvenience to the fragmented sky god. The ones that would truly suffer in the rampage of the ancestral beasts were the weak and fragile. The sky gods would suffer in that many of their investments would be ruined and they would lose some wealth and prestige, but outside of that there was nothing. Plus, there was the fact that true sky god Arcus had tried to kill him. Though it was passive initially, he had actually blocked Old Man Abe from coming to help him afterward. Of course, Ryu still came out completely unscathed, but that was, once again, not the point. If he punished people only based on what happened to him, then that would mean that the person who eventually killed him would get off scot-free. That wasn't the way he liked to do things. Then there was one more matter to consider. Ryu remembered that feeling he got when Serial told him just how useless much of his treasures were in some places. What Ryu felt first when he heard this wasn't inferiority or even defiance. It was rather excitement. What was surprising though was that this excitement wasn't through the lens of battle and growing stronger, but it was rather through the lens of innovation and invention. Ryu was actually excited to see where his herbology skills could go by entering such a world where he could divert his attention from resurrecting extinct species and rather focus on creating new and intriguing forms of life. To Ryu, this had been a greatly shocking thought for obvious reasons. In his first life, he had only learned herbology, the four arts, formation theory, or any other endless number of things he had completely ignored in this second life of his because he didn't want to be seen as useless. He couldn't fight, so he strove to make an impact in other ways, in a way that could help his parents and repay their kindness to him. It was quite funny. Ryu abhorred being tested by others. He didn't see them as worthy of his time or effort. Someone testing you always implied that they saw themselves as a superior authority, as though their opinion mattered in the grand scheme of all that was much more than yours did. It was the kind of feeling Ryu hated the most, and yet, it was exactly the kind of pressure he always put himself under when he sought ways to improve without being able to cultivate. To Ryu, those kind of things were a cage. But, interestingly enough, wasn't he still trying to prove himself now? He was growing stronger not just for revenge, but also so that he could carry on the mantle of the Tatsuya in a way that would make his father and grandfather proud. He had just traded in one cage for another. If things were framed in that way, maybe trying to escape what he had done in his first life was the wrong approach to begin with. Or maybe there was no escaping it to begin with. He had made it such a large part of himself that it couldn't be separated. Or maybe it was just as simple as him being so jaded in his first life that he couldn't even see how much he was enjoying what he was doing. When Ryu thought about it, if he had to choose a hobby, which one could possibly suit him better than herbology? The idea of becoming the god of a patch of land, bending its nature to your whims and terraforming what the heavens had formulated into your own image. Huh? Terraforming what the heavens had formulated into your own image. A breeze whistled by Ryu, making him feel as though he was walking on air. Elsa and Yana, who had been watching him this entire time, couldn't help but be baffled. A breakthrough? Again? Elsa's gaze flickered with complicated emotions. Just how much was this? It didn't even seem to make sense anymore. It was as though Ryu was taking the world of cultivation and turning it into a joke, comprehending things that it took the greatest geniuses across countless epochs and eras trillions of years to accomplish and grasp once every few months it seemed. While it wasn't a cultivation breakthrough, Elsa could feel that Ryu's Tao had taken another large step forward. But, such an advancement in Tao, even without the slightest tick upward actual cultivation foundation, was still as good as causing a qualitative change in combat prowess. Simply put, Ryu had grown stronger again. Elsa sighed. Am I even useful anymore? Ryu's hair gently flowed in the wind. With how firm his Tao was, He felt like he could cut through the Path Extinction realm and step into the Tao Pedestal realm with just a few days of meditation. The Path Extinction realm was difficult because most who entered it were still considered among the younger generation of the martial world. They had yet to form their foundational Tao. As such, when asked to challenge and destroy the comprehension they had of their inheritances, most couldn't withstand the backlash. But, as things stood now, not only was Ryu's Tao incredible, it was no less firm than many World Sea Realm experts already. What was a challenge for others had suddenly become as easy as breathing to him. However, there was something that held Ryu back from moving forward, something that told him it was in his best interest to stall his cultivation right here and now, something that told him not to take a single step forward in anything but his Tao. Ryu would have never expected that his third and final use of intuition would come like this. Chapter 805 Unknown. His previous two uses of intuition had been so useful to him that he would have been lying if he said he wasn't looking forward to the third. He had been prepared to wait millions, billions, even trillions of years for it to trigger. After all, there were many of the previous owners of these pupils that might not experience a single call to intuition in their lifetimes. Ryu was definitely the first to have not only used all three, but to have actually experienced a fourth in a previous lifetime. Even though Ryu knew that he was luckier than others in this regard, wasn't this shift a bit much? It didn't lead him to a treasure or a massive boost in cultivation, it just told him to not cultivate. If he didn't know better, he would be asking for a refund. As for who he would get it from, he didn't know. But he had already fought against Heaven's incarnation once. He could do it again to find out who was responsible for this sick joke. Ryu shook his head. Despite his thoughts and despite the recent developments, the one thing that was true was that he did still trust his eyes. If they deemed it fit to use intuition in this aspect, then he trusted them. It was very likely that in due time he would come to understand why. If he was stuck at the Path Extinction realm for the foreseeable future, though, he would need to make himself stronger in other ways, namely his body and his soul. In addition, just because intuition had given him this information, didn't mean that he should stop looking for the reason why. Ryu could think of a great many possibilities. The first could be that this was related to his Meridians again. Maybe there was a step he was missing to properly use it. This was maybe the greatest possibility. The second possibility that Ryu could think of was an issue with his cultivation technique. It had to be remembered that Ryu had chosen to stack three cultivation techniques atop of one another to be used in unison. The original goal of this was to maximize the greatest strength of his Meridians and ensure that he stuffed as much chi into himself as possible. But, now that Ryu thought about it, was that still the greatest strength of his Meridians? It was clear that the chaotic silk Meridians were beyond just what they seemed on the surface, and they were far more than just a robust set of Meridians like everyone else seemed to believe. It was very possible, then, that Ryu had chosen poorly all that time ago. Maybe he was using an inappropriate cultivation method and he should switch to another one? It wasn't impossible to do this. After all, Ryu cultivated neutral chi. In addition, he had already deviated from the traditional path those techniques laid out for him by forming 13 immortal rings instead of just 9 like most peak geniuses did. Beyond this, the further along your road of cultivation you went, the more important your cultivation method became. But Ryu had always thought that while your cultivation method became more important, your actual cultivation technique itself became less and less so. These might sound like the same thing, but they were functionally different. A method was like the deviating path Ryu had taken to form 13 immortal rings. The technique, though, was the route Ryu had taken to facilitate his growth, the one he chose at the very start of his cultivation journey. As you transcended realms, cultivation would become more individual as it began to rely more and more on comprehension. Often, by the time one reached the Sky God realm, the original technique would become so unrecognizable that it would be like the cultivator had self-created a new one all to their own. If Ryu thought of things this way, could it be that his intuition wanted him to consider a new approach to cultivation? There were simply far too many variables. Even after rifling through all the cultivation techniques he had on hand, of which there were hundreds to thousands of high-quality ones, Ryu didn't find a single one that called out to him. The bad news, then, was that it seemed that this would take a very long time to figure out. The good news, though, was that because intuition had activated in this way, it was still subtly active and could guide him from time to time. Until the moment that it turned off and Ryu could cultivate again, he would have slightly sharper senses when it came to matters related to this topic. That would be greatly helpful. Ryu took a deep breath and eventually smiled. There was more good news as well. What had led him down this rabbit hole was a breakthrough that was very much worth celebrating. In that moment Ryu had understood just how broad the applications of his Tao could be. Terraforming what the heavens had formulated into your own image. What was that if not the perfect application of dividing heaven? To both understand and use the heavens at once, it was perfectly applicable to herbology. But it wasn't just that either. What was formation mastery if not comprehending the heavens and drawing upon its power to form powerful domains of influence? What was blacksmithing if not understanding the materials of the heavens and using them to form powerful treasures? What was alchemy if not the exact same thing? If Ryu applied himself in this way, applied his Tao to all that it could be used to supplement, just what kind of monster would he become? Relying on others really wasn't Ryu's style. And, since he couldn't cultivate normally anymore anyway, why not? Ryu's hand reached forward, a strong palm landing on Brulee's gemstone. With a strong pull, it was ripped out of the latter's corpse, revealing an enormous stone more than double Ryu's height and easily more than 5 times his depth. Ryu lifted it up with a palm, his free hand flipping over to reveal a normal black-grade metal. He suddenly became very focused on it, his intentions unknown. Chapter 806 Violet Pulsing. The process was smooth and he seemed to fuse with the world around him. No, it was more accurate to say that it felt like he had become a natural treasure, a budding spiritual herb formed by the efforts of the heavens themselves. It could be said that every level of meditation had its own unique properties and represented a deeper state of being. These lines often blurred for Ryu because he not only had access to focus, which allowed him to slip into a state of meditation whenever he so pleased, but he also had the spirit-seeking lilies that could help to supplement his already astounding abilities. In the future, Ryu would learn just how valuable this ability was. But, for now, his mind had wandered elsewhere, focusing on the metal in his palm and completely forgetting the fact that he was holding the enormous gemstone above his head. The metal itself was almost entirely worthless, at least to Ryu himself. A black-grade metal could only be used to forge black-grade treasures, obviously. This wasn't a very complicated thing to grasp. And, considering black-grade treasures were only useful to Qi refinement realm and spiritual severing realm experts at best, Ryu himself had obviously left the level where he would need to care about such things a long time ago. In truth, the only reason Ryu had such a metal or in his possession was because he had taken the entire inventory of his clan's treasures with him. Despite their status, the Ice Phoenix and Tatsuya clans still had low-level members to care for and raise. They had enough resources of the common, black and earth grade to drown out entire plains. Ryu just had never bothered with them before. He also didn't throw them away because not only would such a thing be wasteful, if he ever wanted to rebuild his clans in the future, they would be invaluable resources. Still, none of this explained why Ryu would suddenly take out such a thing. But, maybe the most surprising thing was that even in his meditative state, Ryu began to doubt himself, believing that he might have overextended himself. If he wanted to try this, maybe he should have tried a common grade metal first. However, even this thought only lasted for a moment before he thrust it to the back of his mind, his expression remaining placid and his body becoming completely unmoving. Violet pal singore. In its unrefined state, it looked just like a lump of coal. After a refinement process, its true vibrant colors would begin to show, becoming a pulsing purple that danced depending on the way the sunlight hit it. That said, this was more than just a beautifying effect. The colors of the metal had a function to it as well. This pulsing turned the Qi poured into it into waves. If one was skilled enough in its usage, it could be used to both weaken an enemy's strike and strengthen your own. It was a bit unconventional in its use, though. It required a great amount of skill to use this function properly and an even greater amount of sensory sharpness. As such, it was best used in forging weapons where speed, dexterity, and agility could be maximized. These also happened to be the type of weapons that would have the weakest defenses and not exactly the strongest attacks, so they could use the added benefits given by this special or. This information flooded Ryu's mind. After several moments of focused meditation, But what was the most shocking thing about it was the fact Ryu hadn't known any of this before. Much like how Ryu was oblivious to the ins and outs of weak beasts back when he was still stuck on the mortal plane, he didn't know a lot about weaker metals and ores either. While Ryu had undergone diligent study in herbology, he hadn't done the same in other fields and only took with him bits and pieces of knowledge that benefited him, nothing more, nothing less. But that was why it was so shocking that all of this information was suddenly flooding Ryu's mind now. Or rather, it would be shocking to anyone who knew what was going on. As for Ryu himself, it was clear that he had already expected this much. He was right. The application of his dividing heaven Tao went beyond just battle. With dividing karma, he could peer into the deepest secrets of an object, unearthing all of its properties and hidden natures. What he knew about this metal now was likely even beyond what even a supreme blacksmith would know. In fact, it wasn't just that. Not only did he understand its properties inside and out after a moment of meditation, but he also knew what sort of weapons it was best forged into: daggers, short swords. This was an application of dividing judgment. Dividing karma had allowed Ryu to peer into the design the heavens had created for the ore. He could see what its properties were, its melting point, its different states of changes at various temperatures, the kind of refinement methods and types that would work best on it. He could even see a branching system of properties it could match well with, forming alloys with countless times the power of this one individually. And then, with dividing judgment, he could translate the will of the heavens into his own image. While dividing karma allowed him to comprehend, dividing judgment allowed him to apply what he had comprehended. The wider his breadth of knowledge, the more he would be able to properly apply these metals toward their value. Ryu had already been able to form high-level blueprints just based on his superficial understanding of metals and ores well enough to astound sky gods. What would he be able to accomplish if his comprehension of all metals in existence became this deep? What would he be able to accomplish if his Tao progressed even further? This was just the tip of the iceberg. Ryu could feel it. This ability wasn't limited to metals in the slightest. He could do the same for spiritual herbs with great ease. He could even do so for natural occurring foundation runes, strengthening a path toward herbology, alchemy, and even formation mastery. The best thing about all of this was the fact Ryu no longer felt like they were deviant paths, wasting his time and dragging down his progress toward becoming stronger. The more he used his Tao to comprehend the world in this way, the stronger and sturdier his Tao would become, and ultimately, he would grow more powerful as a result. Everything formed a beautiful cyclical cycle, feeding into one another bit by bit and measure by measure to form a holistic whole. Ryu suddenly felt like a blazing trail had appeared right in front of him, illuminating the path toward his future progression and the pinnacle with blinding golden lights. Wasn't this what it meant to cultivate, to comprehend the heavens and make it your own? Ryu's heart couldn't help but tremble. At that moment, he had no doubt that his Tao was the greatest Tao ever formed. No one would be able to shake his resolve in this belief. I know the path to perfecting this. The day I find a way to perfectly fuse my Tao with not only these secondary professions and my Qi realm cultivation, but also my body realm and mental realm cultivation, I will be invincible. A violet fire lightning flame suddenly appeared in Ryu's palm, erupting around the mass of ore. Failure. Ryu threw his hand to the side, the violet pulsing or crumbling to ash before it even hit the ground. But by then, he had already pulled out a second, a third, and even a fourth. Failure. 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 Ryu's expression didn't change in the slightest. However, on the fifth try, a shimmering light pierced into the skies. In that moment, the metal seemed to release a twinkling sound as though sparkling motes of starlight. However, even witnessing such a beautiful scene that was beyond anything a black grade or should have been capable of, Ryu's expression didn't change in the slightest. The flame in his hand changed, losing its purple color and becoming entirely black-red. Soon, however, a delicate and illusory golden-red flame fused into it, followed by an entirely golden flame that spread outward like a proud peacock. Unlike the previous process, Ryu was absolutely perfect this time. The temperature rose and then suddenly hit a steady plateau, not fluctuating one way or another in a perfect harmony. The violet orb in his palm melted, but the temperature capable of melting a black-grade metal was nowhere near enough to even tickle Ryu. It was far more of a challenge to even maintain such a low temperature to begin with. Ryu's palm flipped over, pinching one end of the melted metal and whipping it outward until it was 9 inches long and about 2 inches thick. Ryu suddenly launched the gemstone he had been holding up into the air, his gaze narrowing as he used his now free hand to send several flicks of his finger toward the molten metal. Ding! 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 Perfect! Ryu formed a circle with his thumb and index finger, pushing the nail of the latter against the skin of his thumb. With a flick, a sharp nail protruded from his index finger, pulsing with a dense chi. Ryu pierced forward with it, beginning to draw out enigmatic runes. Sorry everyone. For the next few days, there will only be one long chapter a day just like the weekends. I will be back to 2 chapter uploads on the weekdays Monday next week. Love. Chapter 807 Complicated. To anyone else, this might have felt like a daunting task. But, to Ryu, it filled him with excitement he had never felt before. And he knew exactly where he should start. The fundamental runes of the world were the foundation that formulated the world. All that was, all that would be, and all that had been was structured beneath the laws of these runes. Ryu was quite familiar with them as he had formulated his own visualization before in the past. It was a feat that had only taken him a few moments of thought, and it had clearly displayed his skill in the matter. Right now, he felt like that matter would be no different. With his current eyes, Ryu could observe the fundamental runes of the world on a whim. He could see what it was that made the snow flutter as it did, what caused water to flow so freely and unfettered, what made a mountain so sturdy and what made the sky so all-encompassing. These were all secrets he could gaze upon with a thought. Nothing could hide from him. The only question was how much did he understand? The formulation of a visualization or an alchemic recipe or a blacksmith's formation were all foundational runes. The question was what path was taken, what principles were used, what roads were traveled. In the martial world, there were countless methods of reaching the same destination, each one different from the last. Functionally, there was nothing that separated the building blocks of any one of these disciplines. They all shared the same root. It was all the same, but that was exactly what made it all so difficult. Ryu could now see an infinite number of paths laid out before him. There were an infinite number of runes that could make this blade sharper, an infinite number that could make it swifter, an infinite number that could allow it to absorb chi more smoothly. The list was, well, infinite. Why was it that the supreme blacksmiths could only reach the pinnacle of forging a single type of weapon? Why was Windhorn so focused on swords and Arcus so focused on bows and arrows? The answer was simple, really. Trying to follow down the road of all these paths was simply impossible. A single expert couldn't possibly master them all. There was too much to learn, and just the idea of trying to experience another path felt like having to rebuild your Tao all over again. Why was Windhorn so focused on the sword? It was because it was what she knew the best. She understood what materials worked. She understood what runes to stay away from. She had grasped an entire system, taking some from her predecessors and forming much more of her own. But what if you could peer into the heart of a resource? What if it whispered into your ears, telling you what it wanted to become? What if you could feel the path ahead rather than having to deduce it? What if you could cut down these infinite number of paths until just one lay before you? The perfect one? An ancient, gorgeous pattern was drawn onto the side of the molten purple blade, shimmering with blinding lights and piercing the snowing clouds above. Ryu tossed the blade into the skies, catching the falling gemstone at the same time as he looked up indifferently. Without the slightest flicker in his expression, a bolt of lightning the thickness of an arm snaked downward, smiting the floating blade out the skies and right back into his now one and only free hand. Ryu looked down at the blade, rotating it in his hand. It had a perfect taper to it, and its blade was as sharp as a razor before even an initial sharpening. It didn't have a handle since Ryu hadn't made one, but the vitality it pulsed with made it feel otherworldly. Just spinning through the air like it had before had sliced the apart, leaving faint marks in the snowy land it had been rotating above. The gemstone in Ryu's hand vanished as he turned to gaze toward Brulee's corpse. The skeleton of the griffin, at least the portions not drenched in blood, radiated like polished pearls, sometimes even reflecting what small bits of sunlight it gained to reveal a hint of a murky rainbow color. Perfect. Ryu reached out a sharp claw and clamped down on the corpse, ripping a pinky toe bone out. Despite the fact it was probably the smallest bone in the griffin's body, it was still larger than Ryu's head. But, in an instant, the pinky toe bone was severed into fine pieces, leaving one just barely longer than the width of a hand. Ryu clamped down on it, a red aura growing as the heat in the surroundings skyrocketed. The snow beneath his feet quickly melted and a rush of steam billowed into the air. Soon, Ryu walked out from the steam with a smile on his face. A purple blade with a beautiful pearly white handle, and guard now dancing in his palms as ice isles danced through its body. To his bad, the pool of hot water that had been forming had already frozen over into an icy lake. Ryu that. Yana was a bit speechless. This is just a little project. I didn't want to leave it incomplete, but it's not too big of a deal. Ryu thought for a moment before his hand whipped outward, sending the knife slicing through the air like he had his lightning needle previously. The mountain range had long since collapsed, but what remained was not only the hardest rock, but it had also been fried and melted by Ryu's lightning earlier, refining it of its impurities and leaving even stronger rock behind. In a world like this one, such a mountain range would have existed for millions of years with ease. The density of it all was most definitely not a joke. Every year, the peak would only get taller and the tectonics that caused it to rise in the first place would only squeeze the rock all the more. After existing for a very long time, the fundamental runes of a natural phenomena would also become greatly important. Though nothing compared to Shrine Mountain, this mountain had its own comprehensions, enough to allow one to have comprehended a natural enlightenment from it, though you would soon come to a bottleneck you couldn't surpass. One might say Ryu was cruel for targeting such a mountain not just once, but twice. But the reality was his first strike had given the mountain a chance to reinvent itself. With such a dense concentration of tribulation lightning having reformed it, Ryu wouldn't be surprised if in another several million years, it began to form a special ice-lightning hybrid chi unique to this region. By then, those who comprehended it would definitely be more powerful than their peers. As for this second targeting, it was just a black-grade treasure. What damage could it possibly cause to a mountain with that level of hardness? The blade sank down 3 inches, eating up a third of the knife before the rest of it began to vibrate wildly back and forth, unable to stop as though an arrow that had met its mark. Elsa and Yana stood in shock. Little Gem looked from wife to wife as though trying to understand. Then she too put on her best surprised expression, causing an uproarious laughter from Ryu, who couldn't help but pluck her out of Elsa's arms. Gigi! Little Gem happily licked Ryu's cheek, still not quite understanding what was going on but being more than happy to be played with. It seemed the little one had already long since forgotten that one of her own race was lying dead in a pool of its blood. All right, I guess it's about time we go. We've spent enough time here, Ryu said with a smile, ready to leave. Ah! Yana suddenly furiously shook her head. With a wave of her hand, the knife vanished from where it had been and appeared in her hand. She was stunned for a moment about how it felt in her palm before she gave Ryu an aggrieved look. This is your first forge, you can't just leave it like this. My master said that it's very important to keep. Oh! Ryu raised an eyebrow. In truth, he wasn't very satisfied with it and he could already think of many ways to improve it. Though theoretically, sometime in the future, he would be able to see just one road ahead whenever he was refining something. Right now, he still saw too many and had to randomly pick one. Only when his Tao reached its pinnacle would he always be able to pick out the perfect path. The only reason he had bothered to give it a handle was because he thought it would be a shame to not complete it. However, he had a perfect memory, he didn't really see the need to keep his failures around. Do as little Yana says. In fact, if you fight with your own creations, you'll probably feel more in tune with them and your Tao will progress even faster. Ah! Ryu was enlightened. This was actually an excellent point. Just as he was about to thank Elsa, though, he noticed that her gaze was still absent-minded. Ryu sighed and shook his head. Women were so complicated. How could she think she was useless? She had just casually given him world-changing advice just now, and he had lost count of the number of times she had done so. Ha! Elsa suddenly looked up, finding a finger beneath her chin. Chapter 808 Floatingless Lands. The longer he remained silent, the more flustered Elsa seemed to become. She had no idea where to put her hands, or where she should be looking. Even her heart seemed like it might beat out of her chest any moment now. Ryu knew there were a lot of sides to Elsa. There was the mischievous big sister side. There was the overly sensitive sexual side. There was the arrogant and proud side. And there was finally a hidden stubborn side that she didn't show often, but Ryu had always known was there. If she wasn't so stubborn, any other woman with her level of pride would have left his side a long time ago. There was no way, especially after how rude he had been to her when they first met, that she would still be his partner to this day. It was only because she had set her mind on a goal and was determined to prove her elder brother correct that she insisted on remaining with him even to this day. Ryu had naively believed back then that he could treat her however he wanted and she would have no choice but to stay. Or, rather, he simply hadn't cared whether he was correct in this assumption or not. With his views of the world back then, with or without Elsa, he would be able to reach his goals. If it meant being tied down in other ways, he would have preferred not to deal with her at all. However, over the time the two had been together, Elsa had already become an inseparable part of his life. In fact, if it wasn't for her, there were many things that he wouldn't have been able to accomplish. And, most importantly, he would have still been stuck in the very same mindset he had been all those years ago, wallowing in the same self-grief, and trudging through the same heavy anger aimed at nothing. The breath that Elsa breathed into his life was far beyond what she knew. Or, more accurately, she was simply underestimating herself. If Ryu hadn't had such a change in character, how could he have ever completed his Tao? Could the him who had just left the Tor kingdom behind ever think of relying on the heavens for anything? He would have been more apt to create a Tao based on destroying everything in sight. Maybe that Tao would have been powerful in its own right, but could it ever match up to dividing heaven? The answer was no. The fundamental change in himself was the foundation to Ryu's current strength. All of his abrupt increases in chi, all of his large leaps in bodily strength, all of his evolutions experienced through the mental realm, couldn't add up to even a single % of the value his Tao gave him. A Tao that was only showing its usefulness more and more with every passing day. Ryu sighed. When do you become so soft? Elsa's pupils dilated and trembled. Between husband and wife, an exchange of words was wholly unnecessary. Elsa could see through Ryu's thought process quite clearly and understood exactly how he felt about all of this. There was no need to say a thing, but Ryu still poked at her with a light jab. Elsa's lip trembled and her eyes threatened to flood with tears. Ryu looked over toward Yana with a smile. See this? Your big sister is actually just a crybab. Oof. Ryu took a palm to the chest, finding himself flying into the distance. As he flew, he alternated between coughing up a lung and laughing uproariously. All the while, little Gem, who was still in his arms, giggled happily, enjoying flying through the sky so fast. Don't listen to him, little Yana. He grows worse and worse every day. Elsa spoke through gritted teeth, wiping her teary eyes with a forearm. Yana giggled, her smile lighting up the surroundings as she took Elsa's arm into her own. Elsa smiled lightly through her tears. Though those emotions weren't gone, she did still feel a lot better. Maybe she had been a bit too emotional. It's okay, Ryu called out from afar. You're allowed to be emotional with a sturdy pillar like me here. I'm going to kill him. Don't hold me back, little Yana. The laughter of Yana and little Gem played the background to Ryu's faux shouts of pain and Elsa's pounding fists. Little Rock shot through the air, his beautiful silver feathered body reflecting rainbow lights beneath the high sunlight. Ryu reclined, his head resting on Elsa's lap as he twirled his first forge in his hands. Every pass he made, he seemed to gain more skill with it. In his other hand, Ryu held an identical blade. But this one was forged of a black grade metal known as dancing steel. It was as flexible as paper, but it was also among the sharpest and most durable of this grade, at least within the top 3. One blade reflected a gorgeous violet, and the other reflected a dancing silver light. Ryu suddenly tossed them into the air, swapping them between his hands and twisting them through his fingers with a deft skill. At that moment, Ryu was absolutely carefree. Something about the fact he wasn't allowed to cultivate made his mind release a shackle he hadn't known had been there, as though something constantly hounding him from behind had finally stopped. Look at how easy this is. Maybe I really was a madman trying to dual-wield polearms. Ryu laughed to himself self-deprecatingly. The soothing feeling of Ailsa's hands running through his hair calmed him just as much as the calm sound of Yana's breathing did. The trio all sat in a comfortable silence, the loudest sound being the wind whistling about them. As for their destination, that was, of course, toward the densest region of Qi, the three-pupil eclipse sect. You want to fight? Ryu suddenly asked Ailsa. Ailsa nodded. Then just fight. Ryu laughed. But it'll hinder your growth. Oh? Are you trying to say that you'll become my handicap? At least this arrogant you is better than crybaby Ailsa. Ailsa rolled her eyes, digging her fingers into Ryu's temples. I mean that if I can't give 100% of my focus to your battles, then I won't know how best to help you improve. Ryu laughed at this. Isn't there a simple solution to that? I have the origin flame. If you used my first-hand experience of the battle, wouldn't that fix the issue? In fact, it would probably be even more accurate than your own viewpoint. Ailsa opened her mouth to rebuttal, but she suddenly realized that she didn't have one. How had she not thought of this? That was actually a perfect solution. See what happens when you're not being. Call me a crybaby one more time and me and little Yana will leave you high and dry for the next decade. Ailsa's gaze flashed with a warning light. Yana, who had been innocent in this exchange, opened her mouth in shock before her gaze flickered with protest. Wasn't this punishing her too? What did she do? Ailsa might have lived far longer than Yana had, but Yana had actually experienced aging. The process made it feel like she had actually gone through more. While Ailsa was just fine as she had been in the prime of her youth the whole time, Yana had to watch many of her friends marry and have families. She had also felt the weight of loneliness in the way Ailsa never had. Abstinence for a decade? Especially after it had felt so good the first time? She didn't think she could survive that length of time. She would end up sneaking behind Ailsa's back and leaping on Ryu herself. Ailsa's lip twitched when she saw Yana's expression. What happened to sisterly solidarity? They were meant to be a united front to deal with this brute. Ryu laughed. Hard. He couldn't remember the last time he had laughed this hard. Maybe he hadn't even been 7 years old yet. Okay. If I have to suffer for 10 years, how about one more time for old time's sake? Ailsa squealed, immediately protected. Little Rock and Little Gem were still here. Ryu, who had already ended up on top of Ailsa, narrowed his gaze. He had forgotten how fast Little Rock was. Or, maybe he had just forgotten that the size of a world like this couldn't possibly compare to the Shrine world. They were already here. In the looming distance, the sounds of battle drifted over to Ryu's ears. With a single squint, his vision accelerated, cutting through thousands of miles and landing on a distant network of floating islands and mountains, completely embroiled in war. The ambience of snow and waterfalls of ice painted what should have been a beautiful scene, if it wasn't also for the countless corpses falling through the skies all the while. However, it was something else that caught his attention. Ryu's brows shot up. Among those islands, he was certain he recognized them. It was actually occupied by the Awoken Moon sect. Somehow, they had found a place in the territory of the three-pupil eclipse sect. At that moment, Ryu's pupils constricted. Gaiet! A young man Ryu recognized all too well stood in the midst of the battlefield, his spear roaring like a dragon as it reaped the life of one beast after another. Chapter 809 The Reason. Ryu had never forgotten about Gaiet. He could still remember how determined he had been to come with Ryu back then, even knowing that there was a good chance that he might very well die. All those years ago, though Ryu had been able to appreciate Gaiet's attitude, he hadn't had the time nor the patience to nurture it. In fact, even now he felt the same way. It was simply impossible for him to divert his time to help anyone by himself grow. He felt that he had already done enough for Gaiet, and if the latter couldn't find his path even given his talent, then there was nothing Ryu could do for him. It had to be remembered that Gaiet had a spear soul nature. This allowed his bodily alignment to be greatly suited to spear inheritances and spear techniques. Essentially, while others might struggle when it came to his path of the spear, he would experience no bottlenecks whatsoever. So long as he built his Tao on his comprehension of the spear, he would go very far along the path of cultivation. Even in comparison to Ryu, his raw talent in the spear was several steps beyond. In the blink of an eye, in some form quite literally for Ryu, hundreds of years had passed and Gaiet had blossomed into a warrior in his own right. Although he was still far weaker than Ryu himself, something that he could tell at a single glance, his progress in that time was still enough for Ryu to raise an eyebrow and smile a warm smile. Gaiet was somehow already in the immortal ring realm, making him 5 times faster than a usual absolute genius. The only explanation for this is that he had had quite the fortuitous encounter in Ryu's absence, something that made sense considering the state Ryu had left the fate in this world in. Normally, this wouldn't be that big of a deal. But, because Gaiet had a rare soul nature talent, something that was maybe only a tick below heavenly pupils in rarity, entering the immortal ring realm had a completely different contextualization for him. Entering the immortal ring realm allowed Gaiet to finally enter the soul birth realm. And it was upon entering the soul birth realm that the true prowess of one's soul nature would flourish. As a person in the immortal ring realm, the best Gaiet should have been able to do was reach the ruler realm in comprehension. In fact, it had to be remembered that even for geniuses, the comprehension of their inheritances usually lagged behind their cultivation level. There were countless immortal ring realm experts who still had imposed realm comprehension, and many more who were still stuck in the air realm. Comprehension of natural orders was extremely difficult. And yet, Gaiet had not only comprehended to the ruler realm, he had shot by it. Ryu could tell that Gaiet was already on the verge of grasping a dominion, and he was firmly entrenched into the monarch realm, having already formed himself a small realm. To take a few hundred years to reach this point sounded unimpressive, especially considering what Ryu had accomplished. Well, considering what Ryu had accomplished in the past since his inheritances kept regressing. However, through the lens of any normal individual, Gaiet's progress was blazing. It wasn't just this either. Gaiet's every step was incomparably solid. In addition, he had comprehended multiple intertwining and diverging inheritances based on the spear. While it seemed like he only AHD one spear comprehension, in just the few seconds Ryu had spent observing, he had already picked out dozens of variations, each with a unique approach and danger to them. What did this mean? It meant that Gaiet had comprehended dozens of spear inheritances to the small realm level. Just with a glance, Ryu could tell that Gaiet raw weapon mastery was well beyond him. If Ryu had to redo the challenge, he fought against Godfried's cousin, but instead against Gaiet. He felt that it was likely he would lose if he didn't rely on his heavenly pupils or his Tao. That might sound like Ryu was purposely handicapping himself, but according to the rules of the duel, he wasn't supposed to be allowed to use anything not strictly related to the discipline of the spear. And his eyes and Tao were hardly related at all. Despite this realization, though, Ryu didn't feel inferior. Instead, he felt a fire light up within him as he grinned. He almost wanted to jump down and join the battle right this moment despite the fact that he had just been in a battle not long ago. However, Ryu managed to rein himself in. Though several had already noticed and noted his presence, embroiled in battle as they were, no one had been able to come to bother him. He knew that he should take this opportunity to observe some more. In doing so, his gaze landed on a familiar little girl. Sephair seemed to have grown well as well. Ryu could still remember that little girl trying her best to learn what she could from him about alchemy. He hadn't actually known much about the subject at all, but he still guided her in what he did understand. And now she was a grown woman, also standing upon a battlefield in a fluttering blue dress. This battlefield, though, Ryu's gaze narrowed. He realized then that it wasn't just the Awoken Moon sect that was here alongside the 3 Pupi Eclipse sect. The Moonlight Blossom sect, the Black Winds Kingdom, and the Nightingale Mansion, they were all here as well. On top of that, there were a whole host of smaller sects and clans that had been brought here as well, each of whom was defending or fighting for control on one of these floating islands. It was as though all the powers of the moon world had gathered here. Ryu had been wondering why it seemed that everywhere else was so quiet while on the pedestal plane it had felt like there was a battle occurring across every square inch. Now he understood that it was because anything worth fighting for seems to have been concentrated here. But why? These floating islands, they hadn't been here before, at least not back during his first life. Ryu's gaze shifted down to the ground. Large swaths of earth had been dug up, the bottoms of which couldn't be easily spotted even with his gaze. However, what was shocking was that at the bottoms of these vast depths, there wasn't more earth like one might expect, but there actually seemed to be an odd shimmering object. These objects weren't released blinding lights. Rather, they looked like one might expect if dull colors of gray, silver and black, along with deep, dark purples, came together to form a swirling gaseous nebula. Ryu's gaze narrowed, his vision sharpening. He seemed to be transported forward several thousand miles, his eyesight becoming so sharp that it seemed as though he was standing right before the odd swirling nebula. Ryu felt a jolt in his heart. Those are entrances to the chaos plane. The moment Ryu reached this conclusion, his vision became a steely cold and all his amusement vanished into a puff of thin air. Ryu had learned several months ago that the martial gods had calculated that a fourth plane of existence existed. However, they hadn't been able to find the location quite yet. And obviously neither could Ryu. Ryu had also known that the martial gods had a hand in controlling the three-pupil eclipse sect. Or, more accurately, the three-pupil clan. However, from Ryu's understanding, they had believed that they could evolve their natural-born pupils into a new pair of heavenly pupils. This was something that had shocked Ryu for a moment, but nothing more than that. He had much more to worry about than just this alone. What Ryu hadn't expected, though, was for this to be a cover-up that had even fooled the likes of Icemine. Maybe the martial gods had dabbled in trying to help the three-pupil clan evolve so that they could be a more useful pawn to them, but Ryu had no doubt that their main goal here had always been to find the entrance to this plane. It all suddenly clicked for Ryu. Why would the martial gods have cared to touch something as unknown and unfamous as the Tri-Palace? Of all the clans they could choose to invest in, why the weak three-pupil clan? Why would Serial have chosen to come here of all places, a location that only stifled her growth? And now why were so many fighting over this one area with everything they had? The answer was right in front of him, practically smacking him in the face. From the very beginning, the goal had been the Chaos Plane. Chapter 8-10 Downgrade? Ryu slowly rose, his aura quietly becoming more oppressive. The things that he had claimed for himself, he had no intention of allowing anyone to touch. If others thought they could just take as they please, they were in for a rude awakening. Even if Ryu didn't have such an intimate connection with the Chaos Plane, he would never allow the exploration of an all-new plane to fall into the hands of the martial gods. A new plane didn't just represent new land, it represented a wealth of resources that had never been tapped into, a wealth of treasures humans and beasts hadn't tread upon, and a whole host of heavenly laws that had yet to be explored. This third and final reason was maybe even more important than the first two. While the idea of a vast land of untapped resources was enticing to Ryu, who had just stepped on the road of comprehending his Tao, the idea of a plane with laws of physics he didn't comprehend, fundamental runes he had never seen, and species and races he may have never thought could even exist, was more enticing than anything else. And something about the martial gods getting their hands on such an opportunity made his skin crawl. Ryu's hair fluttered wildly, his aura growing oppressive to the point that many on the battlefield could no longer ignore it. Griffins of the 11th Order and martial gods well into the World Sea realm looked down toward this boy they had ignored to this point, believing that a simple glance would be enough for him to know his place. And yet, this wasn't what happened in the slightest. Ryu took a step forward, gliding through the air and off of Little Rock's back. At that moment, Ryu's white robes had long since been stained by his own blood, the twin daggers in his hands shimmering as he balanced them with his palm, the rhythmic tapping of his steps sending hollow echoes throughout the battlefield. My name is Ryu Tatsuya. The clouds above clapped and the world below trembled. The floating islands threatened to fall from the skies, their bodies quaking and large pieces of rock and debris falling from their bottoms. It was as though the speaking of such a simple name had frozen all the chi of the world and constrained it to its inferior position. This is the moon world, territory of my Ice Phoenix clan. The sonorous cry of a world-shaking bird soared through the skies. A pillar of ice soared into the air and burst through the clouds before its tip expanded outward, explosively forming the canopy of a glorious immortal sakura. In that moment, the tree erupted into a blaze of ice-blue flames, each tendril dancing with gorgeous ice phoenix heavenly patterns, and petals of violet fell from the skies. At that very same time, a throne of a radiant blue appeared, shimmering with sapphire gems that reflected with an ethereal sort of majesty that claimed attention from all corners. It was, without a doubt, the throne of the Awoken Moon sect. The instant it was recognized, the women of the sect watched on with wide eyes, the elders coming forward to see that the boy of all those years ago had grown to a peak they couldn't see any longer. You all have one of two choices. Ryu's aura reached its peak, a crown glowing upon his head as his Emperor Phoenix blood boiled, raising the strength of his Ice Phoenix bloodline and his ice flames exponentially. The first is get the fuck off my world. Ryu's blades cut across the air, gliding off each other's edges. The sharp sound of sharpening blades resonated through the battlefield, singing as an undertone to the sonorous call of Ryu's Phoenix bloodlines. The second option is to stay and die. Ryu's wrist flicked, one of his knives entering a reverse grip stance as a fiendish grin spread across his face. It was as though he was begging and hoping for them to take the second option, praying with all that he had that he would be able to taste blood on this day. The highest-ranked griffins and martial gods looked down with narrowed gazes, their hearts trembling when they heard the Tatsuya name. The Tatsuya name had a completely different connotation to the ancestral beasts, and to the martial gods it was one that they were all too familiar with. At that moment, an uproarious laughter suddenly cut through the skies. Yes, yes, yes. The words sounded as though they had come from a madman who was on the verge of no return, their minds lost to madness and chaos. Those bastards sent me here, and yet the juiciest piece of meat still landed in my lap. Haha. Maybe the most shocking part about it all was that these words came from a woman, a shockingly beautiful woman at that. This might sound like a superficial assessment, but it was precisely this truth that made all of this so outrageous and shocking in the first place. She looked like a woman who could only be drawn as the centerpiece of a work of art. She had long, flowing black hair that looked like a picturesque waterfall. She had shimmering ruby eyes that looked as though they had been plucked from a precious mine and carefully shaped and sculpted to enrapture the mind. Her breasts weren't overly large, but they still rippled and bounced beneath the white bands she strapped them down under, while her choice of dress exposed her toned belly to the world. Her skin was quite dark, somewhere between a milk chocolate and a caramel, while her legs were exceptionally long, though hidden beneath traditional-style black samurai kimono pants known as hakama. From her neck hung a twin pair of sickles linked by a chain, her bare feet dangling in the air. Everything about her demeanor screamed wild and unfettered, her loud, boisterous laughter only becoming the cherry on a very tall cake. Even so, Ryu's gaze couldn't help but narrow. Even without trying, his gaze picked up a large mass of chi swirling about her perpetually, as though she was the center of the universe. She didn't even seem to be trying, but every breath she took resulted in another large mass entering her lungs. As quickly as it entered her body was as quickly as it dispersed, diffusing into every inch of her body in the blink of an eye. She was like a living, breathing engine. Without even thinking about it, she improved step by step every moment she was alive, perpetually in a state of cultivation she wasn't even consciously aware of. Simply put, she was a raging T-Rex in female form. Since you've announced your name, I will as well. I am Kaori, demigod apostle. I'm looking forward to killing you. Ryu gave Kaori another once-over before tilting his head back and meeting Elsa's gaze. You still want to fight? Elsa rolled her eyes, suddenly wanting to kick Ryu again. But, seeing as they were within public and her husband had just given such a cool speech, she couldn't possibly undermine him now, right? Of course. Ryu grinned. Then they're yours. Ryu pointed a blade toward the 11th Order Griffins and World Sea Realm martial gods. At that moment, even Yana was baffled, let alone everyone else. They really felt that he had lost his mind completely, let alone the fact that cultist fairies didn't have great combat prowess. Even if she did, How could she fight such experts? However, Ailsa was the only one who seemed to react with a smile. At that moment, Ryu stopped stifling a connection he had been blocking all this time. The moment he did, a strong spatial fluctuation warped around him and a familiar sky god appeared to his side. You finally stopped blocking me? What, you finally need my help? Despite the words she spoke, Ryza was furious. What would have happened if Ryu died while she was gone? Wouldn't she be forever stuck at the false sky god realm? She hadn't originally thought of the problem, but after several months passed, and then Ryu's identity was exposed, she couldn't help but panic. At the very least, if she was here, she could sense approaching danger and run away with him to protect herself. Just as Ryza was about to enter a tirade, though, Ryu cut her off. I'm about to start battling. Protect my wives while I'm away. You're probably weaker than them, but you should at least have some self-preservation abilities. Wah! Ryza couldn't wrap her head around what was happening before Ryu suddenly vanished, appearing above the skies and sending his pressure down in waves. His grin returned, his blade pointed toward Kaori, his battle-intent sword, his hair dancing in the wind. Demigod? Is that a downgrade from martial god? Come taste my blade. Chapter 8:11 Flurry. Kaori gripped one of her sickles, whipping her hand outward. The chain that connected the two seemed to magically lengthen. By the time Ryu had reacted, the second blade had already appeared before his throat. Ryu's grin didn't fade, only becoming wider. Everything in this world was slow to him. Catching him off guard while his gaze was trained on you? Wasn't that nothing more than a fantasy? Clang! Ryu's silver blade appeared before him, deflecting the sickle away. A sturdy sword light enveloped it, giving the weaker weapon a strength one could have never expected from a treasure of the mere black grade. Ryu's arm trembled. Despite the casual flair of Kaori's actions, the power behind it was impossible to deny. To make Ryu of all people able to feel the strength of her body. It could only be said that Ryu was immediately intrigued. Feeling a fiery gaze on his, Ryu turned his head to find Sephair staring intently at him. Ryu's grin softened, becoming a bright smile. Sephair didn't know how to react for a moment. She had just been scared that Ryu wouldn't recognize her, and now he was suddenly giving her a big smile. Her heart couldn't help but be both lustered and warm at the same time. Somehow, the Awoken Moon sect suddenly felt as though it had gained an enormous blanket of protection. Until this point, they had been forced to be nothing more than pawns in a political game. They had originally escaped from the pedestal plane so that they could survive, but they had ended up right back in the midst of war and turmoil the moment they got here. An order that commanded all powers to join up with the three Pupil Eclipse sect became something they couldn't ignore. Even if they wanted to, they would have ended up getting wiped out by the Griffins first. They hadn't had a choice in the matter. In truth, it was only thanks to Gaiet that they could maintain some of their dignity. In the time he had spent here, Gaiet had managed to become a prominent figure and had even become a valued disciple of the Black Wind's kingdom. Without him, a sect filled with women and beauties like their own would have been swallowed up from all sides. However, there was only so much Gaiet could do. While he was in the Immortal Ring and had become a greatly valued disciple, even before the odd changes to this world there had been Path Extinction Realm and Dao Pedestal Realm experts. Now, the problem was even more exaggerated. Gaiet was already beginning to feel the pressure of being the only backer of a sect that had seemingly popped up out of nowhere. But now, it felt like they could finally sign a breath of relief. Logic told them that Ryu couldn't have possibly become powerful enough to make them relax so much. And yet that was their innate instinct. So long as he was here, everything would be all right. Hold your head up high. Ryu's voice boomed. You are the Awoken Moon sect. By the power vested in you by the Ice Phoenix clan. These lands, the sky, even the air they all breathe, is yours to control. Ryu's palm flipped over, revealing a familiar ring that the Awoken Moon sect matriarch had given him long ago. The moment it appeared in this world, it released a sonorous cry. The walls of the Awoken Moon sect shook and trembled. A mighty deity hidden within its depths suddenly soaring up. It felt like, that moment, the chi of the moon world had all frozen over, unwilling to take even a single step in any direction. The awoken moon sect was suddenly completely enveloped by a white light. In that moment, the older individuals of the four powers that ruled the moon world in their absence froze, a sudden understanding overwhelming them all. Ryu Tatsuya.
Awoken Moon Sect.
Ice Phoenix Clan. It all clicked at once. Clang. Another sickle tried to take Ryu's head off. But, rather than succeeding, it found yet another blade in its path. Kaori was getting antsy. She didn't just want to kill Ryu. She wanted a battle. Obviously, a distracted Ryu wouldn't give her a very good battle. Why haven't you attacked yet? I have things to do. Ryu spoke as he sent a glance toward Ailsa, whose spiritual chi was flourishing. Whatever kind of demonic monstrosity his wife was now summoning, well, let's just say that once it appeared Ryu wouldn't get the chance to have much more fun. Kaori's head tilted in confusion. She was being looked down upon? It was quite a novel feeling. Usually, most couldn't even stand in her presence without their knees buckling. She really did have the aura and momentum of a T-Rex. Being before her made one feel as though an ancient dinosaur was bear down on them from above, chunks of raw meat and globules of blood dripping from her teeth. Hee. Kaori's sickle snapped back into place, one balancing on each of her palms. Her bare feet dangled in the air before, but at that moment they suddenly became rigid. As though she was pressing onto the balls of her feet upon solid ground. Her calves flexed and a rouge fog erupted from her body, her canines seeming to lengthen, her black hair becoming wilder as the muscles of her toned torso flexed. This she would enjoy very much. Bang! Kaori vanished, appearing before Ryu in the blink of an eye. One sickle was raised high into the air while the other swept across horizontally. She had no thoughts of defense at all as the chain that connected them rattled to her back, snaking about like a silver river. Clang! Clang! Ryu met her gaze and her blades. The power of their exchange caused what remained of his upper robes to shatter and scatter into the wind, revealing a robust body that glistened like chiseled marble. The pause only lasted for an instant before they erupted into a flurry of strikes. Chapter 8:12 A single action. Ryu had never felt that dual wielding was so easy. His movements fluidly flowed from one to the next, the pressure on his joints and flexibility was almost non-existent, and the transformations he had to account and calculate for were nigh negligible. The ease made Ryu truly feel what it meant to dual wield for maybe the first time in his lifetime, and it felt so great. It was as though the whole world was at his fingertips. What he could read and react to felt infinite and the creativity of his attacks felt endless. Ryu didn't even realize how much of an effect his actions had on the remainder of the martial gods. Kaori was meant to be a trump card, a final measure taken with them to ensure that nothing was wrong on this side. But, somehow, first, the awoken moon sect had returned and was currently undergoing a transformation beneath a curtain of light they couldn't seem to penetrate no matter what they did. And now, their trump card was fighting a battle of equals with a young man 2 cultivation levels beneath her. Kaori's laughter sung through the air, but her jovial nature couldn't seem to transfer to her comrades. Ryu's skin glistened with Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns. Every clash with him felt like ramming into a stone wall. He didn't even have to make use of the fluttering blossoms of his immortal Sakura to increase his defenses at all. Ryu's figure flickered, activating. For the first IME in their battle. His speed touched upon an unconscious level. Kaori almost couldn't react before she found a blade at her throat. Up until this point, Ryu had only basked in the beauty of dual wielding, picking up something from Kaori's technique and listening to the resonance of his weapons. With every exchange, he felt his comprehension deepening and his Tao strengthening. However, he suddenly reversed it all on its head, leaving a blazing trail of lightning in his wake as he struck like thunder. Clang! Ryu's brows shot up before he laughed uproariously. Kaori's teeth bit down on his blade, threatening to shatter it into pieces. Ryu had no doubt that if not for the strong sword light he had enveloped it in, Kaori would have already been chewing on bits and pieces of metal. In fact, if he kept letting her bite down like this, that was exactly what would happen. She didn't miss a single beat, swinging down her sickles for Ryu's head. However, with another flicker, Ryu vanished. Kaori frowned. She had been ready for and had even left a hidden marker on Ryu's dagger. However, in that brief moment she lost connection with it entirely. And, even after Ryu had appeared again, it had vanished completely, being nowhere to be seen. Ryu appeared again with a smile on his face. Trying to mark him? Was it even possible to hide such a technique from his eyes? Lightning Divine Mark sounded like an invulnerable technique, but it had its weaknesses, namely the markers. If they were destroyed, the technique would not only become useless, but it would also become very dangerous, even leading to cultivation deviation in the midst of battle. When Kaori had marked his blade like that, she had essentially given herself a cheat code toward finding his marker and destroying it just as he appeared. It was quite impressive that she managed to think of such a countermeasure so quickly. That was the first time he had used that technique against her. Though, unfortunately for Kaori, it was even more impressive for Ryu to see through her marking technique and decide on using a completely different technique as sickles were flying toward his head. As Kaori's confusion slowly vanished, so too did her childishness. In that moment she had chosen to go all out. Pop, 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 bang. Ryu's gaze narrowed. This technique, he had seen it before, but never on this level. This was the very same berserk technique Edwin had used during their battle in the core region, the very same Edwin Ryu gained the human skin tome from. Back then, Ryu had used his lines of fate to copy and take the technique for himself, but he had never actually used it. Maybe it was because the idea of using a martial god technique disgusted him, but he had never even thought about that technique since then, despite the fact he had gone out of his way to learn it. That said, the technique wasn't exactly useless. It was another point in his knowledge well, another step toward him truly comprehending the heavens. Kaori's pulses and vessels continued to implode, loud explosions going off within her body. 13th style. Release. Shoo. Ryu's gaze shifted from Kaori and back toward Ailsa, who seemed primed and ready. Ryza stood by her side, a dark expression on her face, but the reality of it all not giving her much of a choice in that matter at all. It was right then a demonic gate began to split the skies, the fluttering snow of the moon world becoming tinged in hints of blackness. Ryu took a breath. All right, let's end this. His neck craned to one side, a satisfying crack being released. Take form and conquer the world. Ryu's smile faded, his irises flickering with a dark gold hue as 13 halos of matching color appeared to his back. The resonance of them all sung through the skies, all the chi in the surroundings several hundreds of thousands of miles being sucked toward one person. You'll be the first to experience my Tao, Ryu said lightly. I hope that allows you to rest in peace. Ryu held his twin blades up. But, somehow, the momentum he gave off was completely different. Kaori froze, her battle intent wavering and giving way to fear. It was an emotion that she had never experienced in her lifetime before. In fact, it was so foreign that even as her last visions of the world faded, she didn't quite understand what it was. Until, oh, I'm afraid. Ryu stood before Kaori, his violet blade having pierced all the way through the center of her forehead. A single action, a single strike. Chapter 813 Sir Demigod Lioche. When one faces a Tao so much higher than their own, it's very easy to be overwhelmed. Ryu's strike just now was like an information overload. Kaori was likely trying to process what was before her and exactly how to deal with it, but by the time she understood that it was far beyond her means to handle, it was much too late. Not that it would have made much of a difference. To an outside observer, Ryu's blade would have seemed slow and overly simple. In fact, it would seem that way to Kaori as well. The trouble was that this would cause the dissonance to feel even worse. Kaori's instincts screamed that there was danger, but her mind couldn't process what it was because it was simply beyond her realm of understanding. Legends of swordsmen who could levy strikes that looked no different from a normal sweep of the blade were only partially correct in this aspect. The reality was that these strikes only seemed so simple in the eyes of laymen. Before true experts, there were countless variations, changes, and transpositions. Only those that could see through these layers of complexity would have a chance at dodging and countering. Those that couldn't would simply freeze, their minds and souls becoming overloaded until it was far too late. Shoo! The reverberations of Ryu's strike exited the back of Kaori's head, continuing through the air and splitting apart everything in its path. Even a floating island, unlucky enough to get caught in the crossfire, found itself bisected, barely managing to remain in the air after suffering such a tragic fate. The martial gods watched on with wide eyes. A demigod had died. Just like that, the demigods might have sounded like a downgrade from martial god. But the reality was that it was an upgrade from apostle. These individuals were the strongest there were beneath the true powerhouses of the martial gods, meaning their sky gods. To put this matter into perspective, none of the World Sea Realm experts who had been present to represent the martial gods on the day of even Elena's ceremony. That included the peak World Sea Realm expert, King Adonis. Their positions were so lofty that even such an event didn't move them from their positions, so lofty that even reaching the peak World Sea Realm and having a great chance at entering the Sky God realm, much like King Adonis, still wasn't enough to guarantee you such a title. And yet, one had died. One had died right before them all. But that wasn't even the worst part. A demigod had died to a young man 2 entire cultivation realms below her, and to nothing more than a single strike. Ryu, though, didn't seem to realize what he had accomplished, still holding Kaori up by the blade piercing through her skull. He watched as the light in her eyes dimmed, his mind wandering from topic to topic. With her talent, she would make a corpse puppet surpassing anyone I've made up until this point, and she would even be able to keep up with me as well if I modify her a bit. The human skin tone would likely have what I needed. If I could combine her strengths with the bear god corpses, the result could be excellent. Ryu felt like he had more freedom to explore things. Plus, this would also help with his own individual strength. The ultimate level of Ryu's Tao would likely be reaching a pinnacle where he could seamlessly transition between disciplines because his understanding of them all was so profound. Laying the groundwork for such a thing was beyond just learning them all individually, but it was also about combining them where he could. Refining corpse puppets was definitely a method of combining many disciples. He had never considered the idea of fusing the strengths of 2 corpses together, but now he was very much intrigued to find out what he could learn by taking this approach. Not bad. Ryu nodded to himself. With a thought, Kaori's corpse disappeared and Ryu turned his attention back to Ailsa, ignoring the enraged outcries of the martial gods. These weren't people he had much sympathy for from the very beginning. What did they understand about honor, respect, and most importantly, sympathy? As far as Ryu was concerned, the answer to that question was nothing. However, what Ryu hadn't expected was for his attention to snap away from Ailsa just as quickly as it had gone there. Before him, the slightest ripple of space caught his attention. But soon, that ripple became a wave and eventually formed a fissure and a crack. With a step, an armored man made his way out, his expression giving nothing away. However, those deep white eyes of his told a different story. Ryu, who had just been about to release his immortal rings, changed his mind entirely, his attention primed and focused on the man before him. Kaori, where is she? Why has her life signature vanished? The man spoke plainly and didn't seem to have directed his words toward anyone in particular. Though context should tell anyone that he cared for Kaori, everything about his demeanor seemed to paint a different picture entirely. It was difficult to understand whether he was heartbroken or indifferent. Seeing that no one answered him, the man reached a hand out, causing a martial god to uncontrollably fly into his palm, his hand clamping down on the unfortunate soul's neck. Where is she? Do I really need to repeat myself? SS. Sir Demigod Leosh. She's dead. He killed her. Bang! The martial god quickly got these last 3 words out, hoping to shift blame from himself, but his head had already imploded beneath some mysterious strength. Ryu's head tightened tightly, his silver irises dancing with a curious light. World Sea Realm? No. Close, though. Very close. Close enough that he was probably in seclusion to break through and actually chose to stop to come here instead. But what about their little ceremony? Chapter 8:14 Treading Seas. Shedding water. Even setting aside the fact he was a martial god, his flowing white hair and piercing white eyes being an obvious testament to that, just the idea of stopping a breakthrough because you felt like it was ridiculous. It showed not only a ridiculous amount of bravery, but it also displayed skill and confidence only the rarest few people could possibly hope to match. Leosh gazed slowly, almost too slowly, in fact, fell onto Ryu. His expression still hadn't changed at all. "Take her out." Ryu's wrist whipped outward, the last drops of Kaori's blood that had coated it flying out in an arc and falling from the skies. He spun the blade in his hand, snapping his fingers closed around its hilt with a satisfying slap, just in time to point its tip toward Leosh. "Despite that look on your face, I can feel your anger. The chi around you is darkening, the blood rolling through your body is rising in temperature, even your spiritual see it beginning to bubble. Why don't we try it out? Between you and me, whose rage runs hotter?" The moment Ryu's words fell, both men vanished. Bang! The clash of two knives and a spear as white as clouds reverberated through the air. It wasn't even obvious to anyone when it was that Leosh had brought it out. But what was undeniable was that his strike just now had sounded no different from the enraged roar of a dragon. The clouds above were forced to disperse. The ground below shattered and collapsed. Space itself split like spiderwebs, racing across the skies with a mind of their own. In that single exchange, Ryu could feel it. Leosh had a soul nature. No, he didn't have just one, he had three. Leosh pulled his spear back, his free hand trembling slightly before an enormous white shield appeared. His body, clad from head to toe in beautiful, intricate armor, shimmered as though it had a mind of its own. Spear soul nature, shield soul nature, metal soul nature. Some god out there had a lot of fun making this man. A wide grin spread across Ryu's face. This would be fun. A dense white fog hung around Leosh, whipping about like a lion's mane. His towering aura only grew with every passing second, his power seeming endless and his momentum only rising. Without the slightest hint, his spear snaked forward again. This time, however, it suddenly exploded forth, its length increasing as it appeared past Ryu's guard in the blink of an eye. Ryu tilted his head to the side, just barely dodging the extending spear, but Leosh had already bore down on him. Not caring that his spear had missed in the slightest, he closed the distance with his shield, an unyielding momentum bearing down on Ryu. It felt like even if the slightest hint of the shield touched him, said body part would implode to nothing more than minced meat. Ryu, though, seemed to take this on as a challenge, his fist careening forth as though he had forgotten there was a blade in his hand. A golden light enveloped him, an odd comprehension lingering between birthed phenomena and natural enlightenment manifesting. Boom! Ryu's pupils constricted. The shield suddenly breathed as though it had a life of its own. Its face rippled, Ryu's strength dispersing out of its sides. The result wasn't enough to dispel everything that Ryu had sent at it, and as such, both men went flying backward. The difference, though, was that Leosh's spear was still extended past Ryu's head. Even as he flew back, Leosh sliced his spear across. His timing was perfect. The moment Ryu's head made it to level with his blade, it was already cutting, prepared to bisect his skull. Ryu's gaze narrowed, but his reaction was unhurried. A fluttering violet blossom marked with beautiful blue heavenly phoenix patterns appeared. Clang! The spear's blade was parried upward, but an instant later, the blossom petal shattered, becoming dancing motes of light in the air. Though the blade just barely missed Ryu's nose thanks to its interference, the faintest hint of blood still managed to trickle out from a paper-thin cut. Ryu glided back through the skies and Leosh retracted his blade, both men riding space as though it was solid ground and not an intangible sort of law and energy. An elemental soul nature, so impossibly rare, I don't even think I've ever read of a metal soul nature before. Yet, it works so seamlessly with his battle style. He can control his spear and shield on a whim, for both offense and defense, in fact. In that exchange, he used his metal soul nature to warp his shield and disperse my attack strength and even deflect some of it back at me. That's not all though, he actually drew blood. His spear shouldn't have been nearly strong enough to cut into my skin so easily. Ryu smiled. Maybe these demigods weren't so bad after all. Of course, what Ryu didn't know was that Kaori was just a fledgling, only recently having been accepted into the fold. All demigods had astounding abilities and had mutations to their bloodlines that set them far above most other martial gods. Leosh was a clear example. He was of the nurturing soul branch whose best talents were known for quickly grasping weapons. Compared to the general population, it was somewhat less rare for them to be born with soul natures, but still extraordinarily rare. However, to be born with not just one, but three, it was clear that Leosh was in a league of his own. Kaori, unfortunately, hadn't yet been able to grow into her own mutation. Ryu had already seen how special she was, able to cultivate just by existing and breathing. It was a shame she hadn't grown enough to be able to translate this into real strength just yet. Leosh, though, was very different, and with three soul natures capable of working together so seamlessly, he wouldn't be so easily shaken by a Tao either. That truth only became more obvious when his aura underwent another qualitative change. He didn't want a long drawn-out battle with Ryu. He wanted to crush him until there was nothing left. Natural enlightenment. Ryu's brows shot up. Treading seas, shedding water. The vessel of the ocean is my cup. The depth of the ocean is my thirst. The vastness of the ocean is my rage. Boom! Chapter 8:15 Right. Within the natural order, even though all two main facets and three subfacets were considered to be incredibly important, there were still divisions among them, whether that be within the subfacets themselves or even within the overall schemes. In such a network, there was no one who would disagree with the idea that natural enlightenment reigned supreme over all. Natural enlightenment was the true embodiment of what nature wanted to convey. It was the artistic conception of nature's order. It was the root from which the moniker of natural order stemmed from. The flow of water, the freedom of clouds, the sturdiness of mountains, the harshness of cold, the gentleness of warmth, the oppression of pain. Each and every one of these concepts was so fundamental to one's understanding of the world that they were synonymous across being, across status, across gender, across culture, across existence. The power such things held was beyond one's wildest imaginations. The kind of faith such wildly accepted concepts had was undefinable and, to someone who had yet to reach the peak of the world and look down upon all that was, it was infinite. Every representation of a mountain, of water, of earth, of air or of clouds contained a tiny portion of this large well of faith. When a cultivator chose to sit down and meditate upon these matters, they could take a tiny portion of that power for themselves, fueling their strength to untold levels that most could never hope to touch or even witness. But what is this small portion? How large was it? Well, a small piece of something infinite just might be infinite itself. Boom! Leosh's aura exploded forth. The dense white fog of energy that hung around him like a sparkling nebula expanding to the point it seemed that it just might envelop the entirety of the sky. All around, the atmosphere gained a heaviness to it. Vision blurred. Breathing became difficult, and it felt as though gravity was increasing across their skin, pressing down on them to the point that many fell from the skies completely, crashing below into piles of minced meat. There was no mistaking it. It was as though they had all suddenly been plunged into the deepest, darkest depths of the ocean. Everything warped. Movement was slow. Light was being continuously dimmed as they plunged deeper and deeper, making even the distorted images around impossible to see. A soul-crushing weight bore down on not just the body, but also the mind, squeezing down slowly but surely. And the only one completely unaffected by it all was Leosh himself. Leosh vanished. When he appeared once again, his spear was already at Ryu's throat. It felt like the vastness of the ocean was hidden within his strike. A tall tidal wave capable of swallowing a world whole, and a relentless pressure that couldn't be stopped with a single blockade. Even before the strike landed, Ryu found his hair flying back wildly. The pressure bore down on his head, Leosh's spear seeming like a piercing head of a coiling water dragon, a tail of a river expanding out for thousands of miles following its trail. But what was the most devastating was the fact that this strike also carried with it all his other comprehensions as well. Ryu's gaze glowed. Even as danger bore down, the smile on his face only seemed to grow brighter. This is so fascinating. Shoo! The spear passed right through Ryu's head. However, it only took a momentum for Leosh to realize that it was nothing more than an afterimage. Ryu hadn't restricted. Instead, he took an odd angled step forward, piercing outward with his blade. Leosh's pupils constricted, his mind practically short-circuiting. He couldn't understand how Ryu had done it, but his reaction speed didn't slow in the slightest. Unfortunately, just as he was about to use his odd ocean domain to deal with Ryu, it collapsed. Bang! Leosh was sent flying, his body piercing through the air like a falling meteor. Ryu slowly retracted his dagger, his lip curled in amusement. Your reaction time is not bad, but where is your rage? In that moment, Leosh had managed to use his metal soul nature to manipulate his shield into the path of Ryu's blade. But as a consequence, he hadn't been able to nullify the blow as he had in the past, causing him to shoot backward uncontrollably. Leosh came to a grinding halt, the light in his gaze not dimming in the slightest. Treading seas, shedding water, the vessel of the ocean is my cup. The depth of the ocean is my thirst. The vastness of the ocean is my rage. The oppressive domain appeared once again, twice as suffocating as before. Leosh shot forward, relentless in his approach and unsatiable in his attack. Before even reaching Ryu, he sent out dozens of piercing strikes, each of them with the momentum of an ocean behind them. Ryu brandished his blade, his steps light and his movements enigmatic. He appeared before one of the snaking striking, his dagger sweeping up and through its body. Before the astonished gazes of everything, the twirling tornado of water, chi and strength was split in two, gliding by Ryu's shoulders without the slightest hint of suspense. Ryu's figure flickered once more, gliding through the air and appearing beneath the underbelly of another raging strike. However, once again just as easily he split it in two. He danced through the battlefield. Every time he struck just once, Leosh's attack would crumble, collapsing before the eyes of everyone and causing sparkles of dripping water to fuse with the skies and falling snow, creating a beautiful scenery. His left hand didn't even more, his right drawing a poetic tale across the skies. Dividing Karma. Chapter 8:16 Your Rage versus Mine. The blade danced within his palm, the skies acting as his stage and wind singing to his melody. Show me your rage. The more Ryu cut down Leosh's attacks, the more he asked for retaliation. His smile became darker, the light in his eyes dimming to a smoldering heat. His heart thumped and his blood rushed. Every part of his body thrummed to life with strength. He sliced apart another dragon of water, his blade cutting across Leosh's shield and sending him flying once more. He stepped through the air, activating Lightning Divine Mark, once again, and appearing above Leosh's flying figure and swinging downward. Leosh quickly blocked with his shield, but ended up crashing into the ground below, his body leaving a deep trench in its wake. A projectile of blood flew from his mouth, his ribcage feeling as though it had been savagely stomped on by the heel of a giant. His eyes widened in shock. He had definitely defused Ryu's strike. How had he still ended up in such a sorry state? It was precisely because he was so confident in his defenses that he had actually not set up further measures to protect himself, even preparing a counter while Ryu was getting cocky. How? Leosh didn't have time to think, because Ryu had already appeared before him, his right blade swinging down once more. Leosh moved to parry with the tip of his spear, even with his back on the ground. The act of parrying a much smaller weapon with such a large polearm went to show just how confident he was in his own skills. But the result made it seem like maybe he shouldn't have had such an overbloated sense of self. Ryu's blade position shifted ever so slightly, causing Leosh's delicate maneuver to miss entirely. A snaking, venomous point of a dagger raced for Leosh's throat, bearing down on him from above without remorse. Ah! Leosh roared, the metal plates covering his throat suddenly thickening by several measures. Bang! Ryu's gaze narrowed as his blade bent slightly to the side. Ultimately, these were just black-grade treasures. No matter how much he reinforced them, they could only go so far. However, even with this being the case, Leosh was buried even further into the earth, his body traveling so far down that it felt for a moment to those spectating that he might go all the way through. Ryu raised his blade up to his eye. Its tip was slightly bent and there was a hint of it. In one motion, The blade erupted with flames, melting back into one piece. Before it could go any further, Ryu Ice Flame danced to life, racing up its spine and freezing everything over. I can probably only do that 2 more times before it collapses, but that's fine. I've already learned almost all there is to know about you. Ryu twirled the blade through his fingers. An enraged roar shook the earth from below, a pillar of white piercing through the ground and splitting the clouds above in the next instant. Ryu looked up. For the first time, the calm look on Lyosh's face had distorted, replaced instead by a furious, blood-laced visage. Despite the layers of defenses, Ryu was certain that his strike just now had at least broken Lyosh's neck, so it was no wonder he was in such a state. Furious enough now? Ryu asked lightly. You entered a battle with me, unable to use your chi or your cosmic seeds. Do you think that your comprehension alone could defeat me? Don't you think you're overestimating yourself too much? The smoldering fury within Ryu's gaze had turned his expression placid. He pointed his fixed blade toward Lyosh. If you want to die, come now. If you don't, I suggest you take your people and scram. Ryu could already see an escape measure gripped within Lyosh's hand. Nothing could hide from his eyes. He knew he wouldn't be fast enough to stop Lyosh if he wanted to run, just like he had been caught off guard by his appearance in the first place. That said, I hope when next we meet, you aren't still as much of a coward. Ryu's canines lengthened, a black-red flaming flickering to life across his body. The fury was palpable, drowning out even the skies above. It became clear in an instant the Lyosh's rage could never compare to his own, and maybe this was the reason for Lyosh's eventual change in expression. Lyosh knew that he had already decided to run. Despite the gap in their cultivation, Ryu wasn't someone he could afford to fight while handicapped, and if this continued, he would end up ruining his breakthrough entirely and crippling himself for a lifetime. The difference between himself and Ryu is that Ryu wouldn't care. He wouldn't even be considering his future at a moment like this one. If it was his wife snatched away and taken to become an enemy's next corpse puppet, the gates of hell themselves would have to open up and snatch him away, and even then, he would rip them from their hinges and claw his way back. There would be no dampening his rage, no waiting until next time, no biding his time. Lyosh's palm squeezed shut with such force that all the bones in his hand shattered at once. Slowly, but surely, his body began to vanish, taken away by the wind. He didn't say a single word, but his gaze never left Ryu. If looks had any potential to kill, today would have most definitely been the first instance. Unfortunately, they couldn't. Ryu wasn't put off by the gaze in the slightest. His expression was placid. His demeanor wasn't surprised by his victory in the slightest, and his momentum was just as stifling. Worrying about Lyosh's return? Was that a joke? Those that I've defeated shouldn't hope to catch up to my steps, Ryu said coolly, his hair dancing in the wind. Chapter 817 Lsay. These were the last words that Lyosh heard before he vanished. But there was simply no way for him to refute him. Not only had he been defeated, he had been humiliated by someone more than 2 cultivation realms beneath him. Of course, none were aware that Ryu had broken into the Path Extinction realm just yet except for the ancestral beasts that had managed to escape along with the other Dark Phoenixes. But, even if they were aware, it wouldn't change much of anything at all. Or so they thought. Crossing the barrier into the Path Extinction realm was a huge watershed for Ryu. That stacked with the improvements to his body and his Tao made him feel practically undefeatable beneath the World Sea realm. In the past, this realization would have been great, but still would have disappointed him somewhat. After all, the more he improved, the more he felt that the peak of this world was simply too low. He was a mere Path Extinction realm expert, and yet there were only 2 realms left that could threaten his life. However, the words of Serial had lit up that excitement within him. Beyond this, his run-in with these so-called demigods enlightened him to the fact that the martial gods were definitely still holding back their true talents. Ryu had a feeling that Lyosh wasn't the only expert of that caliber. Lyosh himself wasn't half bad. If he hadn't been arrogant enough to come to fight Ryu while he was midway through a breakthrough, their fight could have been much better. Unfortunately for him, he only had the strength of his body, his soul and his comprehension to rely on, making it so that he was essentially crippled in their battle. If Leosh really had used his chi in their battle, he would have definitely undergone cultivation deviation. The breakthrough into the World Sea Realm was among the most dangerous and violent. After all, it required one shattering their spiritual foundation from a solid state into a liquid state. The danger of such a thing could be imagined. But it was precisely this that made Leosh's feat so impressive. Maybe only Ryu could dare to say such disdainful words to a man of his caliber. To anyone else, he was a lofty existence they wouldn't dare to slight. And this was precisely what made Ryu so excited. The martial gods apparently had a throne, and Ryu knew for certain that it wasn't Leosh. That meant that there was an existence among them with talent that so far outstripped Leosh that he or she was the clear-cut #1 talent of their clans. This individual. Ryu couldn't wait to crush them. With a flick of his wrist, Ryu retracted his knife. My thoughts are a bit all over the place, he thought to himself. His two goals seemed to be clashing more and more every day. He had always said that if the martial gods never appeared, he would want to rise to the highest peak under his own strength. But such a goal had taken a back seat due to his thirst for revenge. Now, though, it seemed to be making a resurgence. Rather than wanting to slaughter every martial god that came across his path, he wanted to not just kill them, but to also dominate them and force them into submission. It was a very subtle difference, and the two goals almost seemed identical on the surface, and the path they followed was even the same for much of the journey. But Ryu's sensitivity to such things had been greatly heightened in recent weeks with the evolution of his heavenly pupils and the blooming of his Tao. Ryu sent another glance toward the Awoken Moon sect, but it was still enveloped by a blinding white light. By his calculations, it shouldn't be long before the curtain fell. Once that happened, this battle would basically be over, and even Serial would get a pleasant surprise she wasn't expecting. Ryu had little doubt that the thing occupying Serial was this world itself. If he looked for her, he could probably find her with a sweep of his gaze, but he didn't want to let her know just how wide the gap between their heavenly pupils was just yet. As of now, she probably thought that her deception was much too great for him to be able to see through. But, well, you like kicking people out of places, right? It's just me returning the favor a bit. Boom! 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 Rise's eyes widened. If it wasn't for the fact that Ryu had told her to protect Ailsa and Yana, she really would have accelerated away already. She didn't know what Ailsa was summoning, but she had already been at it for several minutes, and the momentum was only growing scarier. The skies split, darkness pervading the surroundings. However, what came out of the other side was completely outside of everyone's expectations. It was a hand so fair and delicate that it didn't seem to belong in this world at all. The skin seemed coated in a layer of ice, reflecting a gorgeous light as the sun's rays bounced off from it. Every nail was perfectly trimmed and symmetrical, every vein pumping with a prominent health that seemed out of place given their paleness. The hand came to a stop, reaching for the edge of the rift and tearing it completely open. In that moment, a rush of cold wind that drowned out the moon world itself appeared. The snowy hills and mountains froze over completely, becoming solid blocks of ice. The weak fared no better, finding themselves either shivering or shattering into thousands of pieces. The wall of white fluttered in the skies, and when it dispersed, the large finger of the hand had shrunk into a beautiful gorgeous beyond words. She stood in the skies silently, her arms clasped behind her back and her gaze icy. Ryu shook his head and chuckled. His wife had really gone off and summoned a demon king, the Ice Queen.